Chapter 121 The Eve of the Banquet. Call. Returning to her room, Elisera let out a long breath. Then she fell on the bed and put her hand on her chest, feeling the intense heartbeat inside. It's really so exciting. As an elf, a child of eternity, Elisera has lived long enough. For elves, time is always their greatest friend and enemy. They live longer than all other lives. But at the same time, in a long life, the young and passionate hearts of the knowledgeable elves will slowly calm down. Like a calm lake. For many elves, they just live like this. Year after year, day after day, and even their spirits become numb. This makes many elves begin to seek various intense stimulations to prove that they are still alive. Otherwise, why was it the god of desire who invaded the elves' homeland? It all makes sense. The same was true for Elisera. For her, every day was almost a repetition of the previous day. It was not until she was kidnapped by Manfred that she felt a little unprecedented excitement. But that was all. For her, this small kidnapping was insignificant. She even had some expectations deep in her heart. If she could end this boring life, it might be a good thing. However, she was saved. But for Elisera, this is a brand new beginning. That human man, to be honest, when he suddenly appeared in front of Elisera, just looking at the ferocious face of the man, Elisera couldn't help but lose her mind for a moment. The overwhelming domineering aura, the ferocity that seemed to devour everything, caused the lake in Elisera's heart to produce huge waves. As if what was thrown into the lake was not a stone, but a mountain. At that moment, Elisera vividly recalled the nervousness before her first battle when she was young, the anxiety and fear when facing the enemy, and even the fear of death. She had never felt the beauty of her life so clearly as at that time, and felt the leap of her life flame. The vision that seemed to have obscured everything, and was shrouded in fog because of the long years, became clear again. As the saying goes, after someone has escaped death, he will love life more. This is also true for Elisera now. Whenever she recalls the time when Duanmu came to her like a demon from the sky, tore off her clothes without a care, and fiddled with her limbs at will, the humiliation, despair, and fear and anxiety are like thick fuel, making her originally indifferent life flame begin to beat violently. And she feels the beauty and hope of this world again. It is precisely because of this that at this moment, deep in Elisera's heart, there is some unknown thought. I want to get more fear and terror from him, and let him treat me more roughly, just like a pet, an animal, or a slave. It's not love and hope, but a tangle of terror and despair. That feeling is so addictive. Simply put, when Elisera watched Duanmu, it was like watching a super scary horror movie. She screamed in fear while watching it. But when she walked out of the movie after it ended, she felt extremely refreshed and comfortable. But how long can I stay here? Thinking of this, Elisera was a little distressed. It was difficult for the high elves to leave Ossus in name. Not to mention that she was the child of eternity. This time she went to the mainland. She just wanted to talk to the dwarves as a diplomatic envoy. Otherwise, she would not leave Ossus. Not only that, after such an incident, it would be even more difficult to leave Ossus in the future. It can be imagined that when the envoys from Ossus come to pick me up, it will be time for me to leave here. So, should we take him to Ossus? If she took him as her husband, well, although there were political issues, Elisera was worried about something else. There were too many elves like me in Ossus. For them, ordinary enjoyment could no longer satisfy their peaceful hearts. But if Duanmu appeared in front of them, it would definitely be a huge stimulation for these elves. There were probably many elves, like me, who would set their sights on him. More importantly, Elisera believed that Duanmu was not the kind of human being who would allow herself to be manipulated. Although his aura was indeed fierce, the look in his eyes when he looked at her was quite calm, without the flames of desire and passion that were common among human males. In this case, even if I propose it, it will most likely be rejected by the other party. Lying in bed, Elisera tossed and turned, not wanting to sleep at all. But she didn't care about such trivial matters at all. For her, being able to have such troubles and hardships was also an experience that she hadn't experienced for a long time. That one is definitely in love with you, Mr. Knight, on the other side, and was still pestering Duanmu, entangled in this issue. When I was with her, she asked me about you, Mr. Knight. Such is what you usually do. What you like. where you have been. So I can guarantee that this elf princess is definitely in love with you. Okay. Why do you keep dwelling on this? Hearing Anne's words, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. Even if it's the case, I don't plan to have any relationship with her. Besides, having said that, Duanmu Huai stared at Anne. You may have forgotten that. Logically speaking, you are my fiancé. Ah ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Anne's face immediately turned red. She gave an awkward smile, and turned to look to the side. Well, I haven't forgotten everything. I'm just not used to it yet. Anyway, just don't cause any trouble. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Then, let's follow the plan tomorrow. The banquet will be held in the evening. I don't think those idiots would be stupid enough to take action before the banquet. So we have to find the location of those dimensional stones. And then you will absorb the power of the dimensional stones and neutralize them. Is there anything else you want to add? Oh, it would be nice if Kriya could come along. Not now. Let's talk about it later. Duanmu Huai interrupted Anne's mumbling, reached out, and patted her on the head. So? Do you have anything else to add? There is none left. Very good. Hearing Anne's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Then let's have a grand banquet celebration tomorrow. Then, he spoke. Chapter 122 Admission. For Anne, she was still looking forward to this banquet. After all, it was a banquet in another world, and she also hoped to experience the exotic customs. However, why did you come here? Standing in the stinking sewer, and was almost in despair. Of course it's for fighting. You don't really think we're going to the party today? Looking at Anne curled up in his arms, Duanmu Huai chuckled. Just as Duanmu Huai said, although they were invited, Duanmu Huai had no intention of attending the banquet from beginning to end. The reason was very simple. With his physique, he would attract attention wherever he went, and it would be impossible for him to do anything secretly. Besides, today's banquet is bound to be a bloody dinner. So Duanmu Huai won't join in the fun. Compared to those dishes that were unknown whether they were poisoned or cursed, it was most important to deal with the following troubles as soon as possible. Fortunately, through the investigation of the servo's skull, Duanmu Huai had obtained the map of the entire royal city and naturally planned a route forward. Of course, this route is difficult for most people to accept. Woo 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 woo. Okay, now is not the time to be angry. Let's do it. Duanmu Huai comforted Anne for a while, and then immediately took action. Although the sewers in the royal city are safe, they are not without obstacles. It is fine in ordinary places, but the sewer facilities in places like the royal city must pay attention to safety. Therefore, the sewer facilities in such places are sealed with iron railings as thick as arms, and even magical seals are applied to prevent them from being damaged. For ordinary people, this is obviously difficult to break through. But now, whoa! Although he looked frustrated, and still followed Duanmu Huai's instructions, and cracked the magic seal at the sewer entrance. Then Duanmu Huai walked to the sewer entrance, stretched out his hand to grab the iron railing that was almost as thick as an ordinary person's arm, and pulled hard. Squeak! The next moment, the thick and hard iron pillar began to become soft and twisted like noodles in Duanmu Huai's hands. After pulling out a big hole with force, Duanmu Huai walked in first, followed by Ojas, and Anne the elf princess, and they entered the sewer of the royal city and began to walk down. For players, there is nothing special about the sewers in the game. At least in the game. There is nothing worth paying attention to except sewage and some monsters. But the sewers in reality are obviously not like this. The foul smell of decay filled the entire sewer. Floating on the dark green sewage were all kinds of filth, food waste, and even rotting corpses. Oh! After Anne entered the sewer, he huddled in Duanmu Huai's arms, not daring to look outside. Oja sat on Duanmu Huai's shoulders as usual, and even the elf princess held Duanmu Huai's cloak with one hand and lay on his back. Although she didn't say anything, she firmly showed her attitude that she didn't want to see or touch these filth. What can I say about Duanmu Huai's current situation? It's just like what the song says. There is a chicken in the left hand, a duck in the right hand, and a fat baby on his back. Ah! If Duanmu Huai wasn't tall enough, he wouldn't be able to hang 3 people on him. Right? The entire sewer was filled with a foul odor, and ordinary people would faint after staying here for a short time. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai was wearing a full set of enclosed power armor, and was not worried about this problem. and the elf princess cast an air purification spell on themselves at almost the fastest speed. And the Ojas doll did not need to breathe at all. However, because of this, there were no guards or guards here. And even the cultists who were causing trouble down there would not come here to die. So the group's actions did not encounter any obstacles. After breaking through several sewer entrances with unstoppable momentum, Duanmu Huai and his group finally arrived at the end of the sewer. The ancient sewerage facilities were different from the modern ones, and the flow and discharge issues had to be considered. The sewerage facilities in the royal city used underground water sources as power to carry the waste out of the royal city and discharge it into underground cavities and rivers. If the location of the dimensional stone felt by Duanmu Huai was correct, then it should be located at the source of the underground waterway. What do you think? Duanmu Huai looked around again, and then looked at the two magic consultants. When the two heard what Duanmu Huai said, they couldn't help but think about it. Soon, the elf princess put forward her own ideas. Perhaps they intend to use the water flow to pollute the entire city? The followers of the evil god often do this kind of thing. If the water flow here is from the same source as the underground sewer, then the spiritual energy will also pollute the water flow in the underground sewer, thus affecting other people. But I can feel a lot of magic power running violently below. Perhaps the water flow is used to cool down the high temperature generated when releasing magic. And also put forward her own opinion. She didn't know much about the followers of the evil god, but in terms of sensing the operation of magic power, Anne's ability was far beyond the reach of the elf princess. And for Duanmu Huai, this was also very important. The intense circulation of magic power? Is it dangerous? Of course. The magic power down there is very unstable. Maybe it's because the person controlling the magic is not good enough? If we're not careful, the magic power could get out of control and cause an explosion. How powerful is it? Destroying the entire royal city will definitely not be a problem. After hearing Anne's answer, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and then looked at Anne. And suppose we rush over now and the magic power gets out of control. How confident are you that you can handle it? No more than a minute. Can you make it? We can use the Colette's magic to maintain the stability. First stabilize it. And then, as she spoke, Anne stretched out her fingers and drew a bunch of calculation formulas in the air that looked like they were solving advanced mathematics. Then she nodded. Sure. Very good. Hearing Anne's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded. Then he took out the thunder hammer and held it in his hand. Then everyone listened carefully. The plan is very simple. We are going to rush directly to the water source and secure the dimensional stone. And, while I attract the attention of those guys, you will directly seize control of the magic power. Don't worry about anything else. Ojas, you are responsible for protecting Anne Princess. Please provide support from the side. Do you understand? I see. Understood. Master. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, the three of them nodded one after another. Then Duanmu Huai turned around and looked forward. Then, let's do it! As soon as he finished speaking, in the dim sewer, a huge figure in black armor was running forward at a rapid speed like a ghost. It was not because Duanmu Huai was fast enough, but because he used the power of the gravity gloves. The gloves that can freely manipulate gravity can naturally be used on himself. As long as the gravity on his body is reduced, the speed will naturally increase. This can also be regarded as a method of using the gravity gloves developed by Duanmu Huai. Just by increasing or reducing gravity, it can bring about a variety of different effects. It is truly a player's artifact. It was thanks to it that Duanmu Huai was able to run as lightly and nimbly as a cat, with almost no sound. When the soldiers guarding the water source realized that something was wrong, Duanmu Huai had already appeared in their sight. Who? The guards shouted and raised their weapons. But at the same time, Duanmu Huai had already reached out his hand towards them and grabbed them hard. The invisible gravity changed direction instantly, pulling the guards and the closed iron gate behind them together. The soldiers screamed and swung their bodies. But at this moment, they were not flying forward, but falling vertically into the abyss. Therefore, they could only watch in despair as they fell in front of the terrible black monster. And then swung the war hammer. Boom! The sweeping hammer instantly knocked the fully armed soldiers away. Their bodies and limbs were twisted and deformed under the impact, and they fell to the ground again with the heavy iron door. At the same time, Duanmu Huai had already rushed into the water source in one step. Unlike the filth in the sewer, the water source was unusually clear, located in the center of the huge hole. A circular pond carved out of white stone was constantly gushing out water that poured down along the river. At the same time, Duanmu also saw a huge dimensional stone in the center of the water source. It was the dimensional stone that he had dug out from the slums of Maheim, located in the center of the fall. At this moment, this dimensional stone was standing upright in the center of the water source, emitting dazzling magical light. And around the crystal, there were 9 circles with strange pictures and texts drawn on them. At the same time, there were 9 evil god believers wearing black robes standing in the circles. But the current situation seems a little strange. The energy erupting from the center of the dimensional stone turned into a lightning-like beam of light, which hit the 9 believers. At this moment, the 9 believers were twitching their bodies as if they were suffering from epilepsy, and they looked like they were being forced to dance disco. What is going on? Duanmu question was soon answered. Sure enough, the magic is out of control. And who rushed in shortly after, saw this scene and screamed hurriedly, while Duanmu looked at her. Out of control? That's right. They were trying to use these 9 circular magic circles to stabilize and disperse the powerful magic power that erupted from the center. But somehow it didn't work. Now they are completely entangled with this power. It's like a person being struck by an electric current, and they can't be separated at all. Oh! After taking a look at the stone powder next to the circular magic circle, Duanmu immediately understood. It was obvious that these evil god believers used dimensional stones to set up the magic circle in an attempt to stabilize the magic power. However, in fact, these dimensional stones had long been replaced by stones with superficial appearance by Duanmu, and the stones obviously had no function of absorbing magic power. So these idiots got into trouble. Ha ha ha. Can you absorb it? Duanmu laughed in his heart at the stupidity of these evil god believers, and then immediately got to the point. Of course, but it will take some time. As she spoke, and walked to the pond at the water source. Then she took out the magic book she always carried with her from her waist, held it high, and then turned the page of the magic book. As the chanting sounded, a shining magic circle soon appeared out of thin air, completely enveloping the entire magic light ball. And the boiling source of magic power also began to gradually calm down. Seeing this scene, Duanmu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not as knowledgeable as An. He had studied at the Manalia School of Magic after all. Seeing this, he knew that the boiling magic power had begun to calm down. However, looking at those believers who fell to the ground like mummies, Duanmu was speechless. 9 seemed to be the number of the god of deceit, which meant that this group of idiots used conspiracy and trickery to gather the 3 princes together to kill each other, and then cast evil magic below to reap the benefits. But they didn't expect that the dimensional stone was replaced by stone. And the plan failed. And they were also implicated. Ha ha ha. This really seems to be the usual style of the idiot believers of the god of deceit. However, it is not over yet. Wow. I didn't expect you to be so fast. At this moment, suddenly, a voice came from outside. Duanmu turned around and saw that the witch hunter had appeared there at some point. His dress was no different from before. Duanmu stared at him and waved his hand. Long time no see. I thought you were dead. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, I didn't. However, before the witch hunter finished speaking, Duanmu suddenly raised his hand and grabbed him. In an instant, the invisible gravity bound the witch hunter's body and pinned him to the spot. The next moment, the witch hunter suddenly screamed and then turned into a sticky, pink ball-like monster with arms and legs. It shook its body desperately, opened its mouth wide, and let out a piercing scream. You? How did you? Don't come at such a coincidence next time. Otherwise it will be easy for people to suspect that you have a problem. Duanmu stared coldly at the demon in front of him, then clenched his right hand tightly. And the next moment, the demon suddenly exploded and disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, the elf princess looked at Duanmu in surprise. How do you know it's a demon? The elf princess certainly knew what the pink little monster was. It was the pink terror, the demon of the god of deceit. It could transform into any objective entity. In fact, this little pink man was best at defecting behind enemy lines and performing disguise missions. Even for the elves, it was difficult for them to tell who was transformed from the pink terror. Experience. And it came at the perfect time. Looking at the ground in front of him, Duanmu snorted coldly. He even suspected that the witch hunter in Modheim was probably the pink demon. But it didn't matter. The reason why Duanmu Huai suspected the witch hunter was very simple. He had never told the witch hunter about his plan. But the other party appeared here by coincidence. Well, for Duanmu Huai, this was enough. This is also the reason why players trust soul cards more. After all, you don't know whether the NPC that has been following you is a little pink man in disguise, and then suddenly jump out at some point and stab you, and then say in your ear, sorry, I'm an undercover. However, the story does not end there. Because Duanmu Huai had discovered through the reconnaissance servo skull that a large group of life reactions were rushing towards here with great momentum. Obviously, judging from their appearance, these guys came with bad intentions. Oh kiss. Duanmu Huai gripped the warhammer tightly, strode to the door, and blocked the exit. Protectin'. And leave this to me. Chapter 123 Bloody Banquet. At the same time, a banquet was being held in the palace. To the sound of music, men and women with heavy makeup and gorgeous clothes were dancing gracefully. However, although each of them tried to act as if they were enjoying the banquet, it could be seen from their nervous eyes and tense faces that these guests were not as happy as they appeared. Their eyes were now fixed on the three figures on the stage. My brother, you have recaptured Mordheim. This is truly a great achievement. Looking at the sturdy young man in front of him, the second prince raised his glass with a smile. Now it seems that you deserve to be the emperor of the empire. Humph. That's natural. The eldest prince sat on a chair, shaking the wine glass in his hand, staring at the second prince next to him. He never liked his skinny, monkey-like brother. Now seeing the second prince trying to please him, the eldest prince still didn't look happy at all. Hey. Everyone knows that my brother is the best. The third prince on the other side was immersed in food and wine as usual. His body was as round as a ball. And even the fine silk produced in Jindan was stretched so tight that he looked like a human-shaped ball with short arms and legs. Two pieces of trash. The eldest prince suppressed his inner disdain and looked at the two of them again. Well, since you have already acknowledged it, according to the agreement, you should hand over the holy relics you hold to me. It's natural. The second prince took out a scepter inlaid with white diamonds and as long as his forearm, and placed it on the table. The third prince stretched out his hand with difficulty and took off a necklace with a round plate from his almost fat neck. Those were the other two holy objects, the scepter of the wind god and the wrath of the earth god. Seeing this scene, the eldest prince raised his eyebrows and was about to reach out to take it. But at this moment, the second prince suddenly reached out and grabbed the scepter. Wait, brother. Did you forget something? What's up? According to the rules of the empire, only those who have collected 4 holy objects are qualified to become emperor. I believe that the hammer of the god of fire is in your hands. My brother. Then, where is the gift of the god of water? Hearing the second prince's question, the eldest prince's face darkened. This has nothing to do with you. In fact, I think it is meaningless. Without an heir, the existence of the gift from the water god is meaningless. As it happens, I think that the empire's method of selecting an emperor is not a very advisable method. So I plan to reform the empire's imperial succession system. This system is indeed heartbreaking. In order to become the emperor, brothers have to oppose each other. It is really heartbreaking. However, rules are rules. So I want to see the gift of the water god. Having said that, the second prince narrowed his eyes, stared at the eldest prince and smiled slightly. Could it be that my royal brother mobilized a large army to go to the Silver City? But in the end, he didn't find the gift from the water god? Snort. Hearing his brother's veiled question, the eldest prince snorted coldly. Just as the second prince said, the biggest reason why the eldest prince mobilized his troops to retake the Silver City was to find the gift of the water god. According to the clues he got from a royal channel, the gift of the water god should be placed in the temple of the Silver City. As a result, when the eldest prince led his troops to repel the plague believers and the rat army that occupied the city, he found that the gift of the water god seemed to have been taken away when he arrived at the temple. Who is it? To be honest, I also doubt this question. After taking a look at the third prince, who was still eating and drinking, the eldest prince stared coldly at the second prince. When I rushed to the temple in the City of Silver, the holy relic that was supposed to be placed there was nowhere to be found. You and I both know that the barrier protecting the holy relic cannot be broken unless one has direct royal blood. Oh! The second prince showed a surprised expression. From what my brother said, do you think I took it away? This is Altdorf. The eldest prince stared at his younger brother, his tone seeming indifferent. Since you are here, I think you should give me an explanation. No matter who you are. As long as you hand over the gift from the god of water, I will regard this matter as over. As long as you are willing to submit to me, then I will ensure that your power and status will not be threatened in any way. But, if my brother has the idea, we will lose our heads. The second prince smiled lightly. Brother, do you really think I will just sit there and wait for death? You don't have a choice. Staring at the second prince, the eldest prince said coldly. In response to the eldest prince's words, the second prince suddenly laughed. I have always been like this. My brother, I think I am the best at everything. So I don't care about other people's opinions. Don't you really think that all this is natural? No. I think my brother also understands that my father doesn't think highly of you. Otherwise, why would you collude with the northern barbarians to assassinate my father? You? Hearing this, the eldest prince's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly slapped the table and stood up. Hearing the eldest prince's roar, the nobles and officials who were already trembling with fear were suddenly frightened and stood still, not daring to move. Even the music that was originally playing stopped without knowing when. However, the second prince still sat leisurely in the chair, shaking his wine glass and looking at the eldest prince with interest. Isn't it strange? Brother, why do I know all this? To be honest, I was also shocked when I first learned about this plan. I didn't expect that my brother, who always has a tough attitude, would actually use such a shameful assassination trick. Are you asking me how I know this? The reason is actually very simple. The eldest prince did not finish listening to what the second prince said, because at this moment, a sharp blade suddenly appeared from behind him and stabbed at the eldest prince's back. Years of experience in battle made the eldest prince react instinctively the moment the sword approached him. He tilted his body, and then the sharp blade pierced into the eldest prince's body from behind and pierced his lungs. Puff! The eldest prince suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head and saw that the person behind him was none other than his confidant. At this moment, he was stabbing the dagger into his body with a ferocious smile. However, before the eldest prince could say anything, the latter suddenly turned the blade, and with a burst of severe pain, the eldest prince fell to the ground wailing. Screams began. At this moment, the guests were already trembling with fear, but the second prince stood up without a care, walked in front of the eldest prince, and looked down at him. Brother, you probably didn't expect that. In fact, compared to you, a fool who changed career path, I am the most loyal believer of the god of change. Do you think you can use the power of the god of chaos without paying a price? Facts have proved that you are so stupid that I have nothing to say. So, you sent him to my side, and taught me to believe in the evil god? The eldest prince glared at his younger brother fiercely, gritting his teeth, while the latter looked relaxed. My brother, what you said is really harsh. What do you mean by instigation? I didn't instigate my brother to do anything. It was my brother who asked for help from the god of change. Wasn't it? I just took advantage of my brother's plan, and now, everything is over. My brother. As he spoke, the second prince lowered his head and stared at the eldest prince. This palace, this country, everything here, is mine. And you, in the final analysis, are just a clown dancing in my palm. Oh, and the dimensional stone you worked so hard to get. And the ritual. Don't worry. I will complete the ritual on your behalf and offer the sacrifice that the god of change expects. Ha ha ha. However, before the second prince could finish his words, he was interrupted by a stupid laugh. He stood up helplessly and looked at the third prince, who was sitting at the table and still stuffing chicken legs into his mouth. My stupid brother, do you still not understand the current situation? Or are you too stupid to see all this clearly? I know. Hee. The fat-faced third prince nodded vigorously. But I don't like it. Hee. We are all brothers. Why should we fight each other? It would be great if we could just be sweet and loving to each other. It seems you really don't understand. Looking at the third prince, who looked like a fool, the second prince snorted coldly. But it doesn't matter. You just need to listen to me. Do you understand? Idiot? This is not good. This is not good. The third prince shook his head desperately. It's better if we are all together. Everyone together. That's right. Everyone together. Boom. As the third prince spoke, the giant turkey in front of him suddenly exploded. And then countless reptiles, like cockroaches, crawled out of it and scattered in all directions. At the same time, the nobles who had eaten at the banquet also screamed miserably. They tore their skin with their hands in pain. The well-maintained skin began to swell and decay. Countless tiny mosquitoes and flies came out of their mouths and ears. Every time they shouted, they would emit a dark green poisonous fog with plague, which quickly filled the entire hall. At the same time, the third prince raised his hands high, and as he moved, his clothes and skin began to fall off piece by piece, revealing his body filled with pus and stench. Praise the Father. Chapter 124, Night of Chaos. You? Seeing the third prince emitting a foul odor and spitting out poisonous insects, mosquitoes and flies in front of him, the first prince and the second prince were both shocked. The second prince's face turned ashen, and his expression was ferocious. Stupid idiot. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have surrendered to the god of plague. As he spoke, the second prince raised the scepter in his hand. Soon, a howling wind and a swirling tornado rose from the ground, sweeping up everything around it, trying to sweep it out. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The war hammer on the eldest prince's waist suddenly burst into golden flames, splashing out like a stream of light and color, and instantly flew into the whirling cyclone. The next moment, under the raging wind, the sparks almost instantly turned into a raging flame, engulfing the entire hall. The entire palace instantly turned into a scorching, huge furnace, and the merciless flames burned the mosquitoes, flies, foul-smelling poisonous gases, and ugly insects into ashes in the blink of an eye. Even the poor guests were no exception. They either wailed in pain as they were burned to charcoal, or turned into ashes without a sound. When the flames dissipated, only 3 princes were barely alive in the entire hall. The eldest prince fell to the ground. His body surface had been burned, and his skin was like charred wood. The second prince was somewhat better. He tightly grasped the staff and looked around in fear, although he used the power of magic to protect himself from being burned to charcoal at the last moment. His tattered clothes showed that he was obviously not so at ease. As for the last third prince, he was sitting on the ground at this moment. His eyes were dull, and he was laughing like a fool. However, the fat on his body was being burned by the golden flames at this moment, and the whole person was like a big fat pig put into a fire. The flames ruthlessly tore his skin and muscles and burned his internal organs. Broken pieces of flesh fell off his body, and pus bags emerged from his skin and burst. The smelly yellow pus flowed out from them, trying to extinguish the flames, but this made the flames burn even hotter. How? How is it possible? Staring at the golden flames around him, the second prince's face turned pale. Of course he knew what this flame was. But why? Boom, boom, boom. As footsteps sounded, the second prince raised his head and looked towards the place where the footsteps came from. He saw a group of golden armored guards holding spears and walking towards here. They were the imperial guards of the palace, but they had been missing for some time. Although the second prince also hoped to win over the imperial guards to his side, he did not expect to meet them under such circumstances. However, soon, the second prince saw an unbelievable figure appear among the imperial guards. You really disappoint me. Under the protection of the imperial guards, Kevin slowly walked from the other side of the corridor. He stared at the messy banquet hall and his 3 sons, his face serious and indifferent. At this moment, Kevin had taken off his previous adventurer's outfit and put on the emperor's clothes, looking quite majestic. How come you are still alive? Looking at Kevin in front of him, the second prince's face changed drastically. He stepped back in a hurry, and then seemed to think of something. Yes, that's right. You are a fake. Having said that, the second prince raised his hand and pointed at Kevin. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to impersonate the emperor? Come! Arrest him. Quick! You're still just as stupid. Seeing the reaction of the second prince, Kevin shook his head, and then he stretched out his hand. The next moment, the iron hammer of the god of fire on the waist of the first prince suddenly flew out and fell into Kevin's hand. At the same time, a golden light instantly burst out from the hammer and instantly enveloped Kevin. At this moment, behind Kevin, a majestic shadow appeared. It was the figure of the founding emperor of the empire. How come? Seeing this, the second prince looked ashen. Only people with royal blood could use the holy objects of the empire, although they, as princes, could also use the holy objects. In fact, it was the emperor who gave them the holy objects and allowed them to use them. In other words, as princes, they only had the right to use, but not the ownership before they officially ascended the throne. If the emperor's father wanted to bypass them and take back the ownership, he only needed a thought. So that's how it is. At this moment, the second prince finally understood. It was obvious that it was his father who took away the gift from the god of water and directed this drama. It was him who had been playing with him and others in his hands. My child. Staring at the second prince in front of him with a gloomy expression, Kevin spoke lightly. Your betrayal doesn't surprise me, but I still want to know. Why? What gave you the courage to kill your father and seize the throne? Huff. 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 However, in response to Kevin's question, the second prince just chuckled softly. Everything I do is for this empire. Father. Hearing the second prince's words, Kevin just stood there, staring at him without saying a word. And the second prince seemed to let go at this moment. He raised his hands and stared at the emperor. Father, you understand. The power of chaos is so strong that we can't defeat it. I have seen the future. In the future, this world will be destroyed, and our country and our people will be completely reduced to nothingness. Having said this, the second prince suddenly raised his voice. Then, what is the meaning of our existence? No one will know the existence of the empire anymore. Our culture, our religion, everything we have will be completely destroyed. Is this our final fate? Can we only succumb to this fate? The second prince gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. I was unwilling to let everything in like this. So I made a choice. Your so-called choice is to become a lackey of the evil god? Yes. So what? The second prince smiled miserably. Although the Lord of Change is the chaos evil god, he is not as bloodthirsty as the god of tyranny, nor as dirty and ugly as the god of plague, nor as turbid as the god of desire. He only hopes for wisdom and hope. So why not obey his will and submit to him? Having said that, the second prince pointed to the bodies of the nobles that had been burned by flames in the banquet hall. Father! Look! Look at these people. They keep praising Sigma. But what happens in the end? In the end, they are still dressed in fine clothes and fed with delicious food, chatting and laughing at the wine table, with all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues behind their backs. Did Sigma bring any teachings to this country? So what if they believe in Sigma? They are all believers of Sigma, but they also live a decadent life comparable to the believers of the evil god. Since this country has long been depraved to the point of no return, even Sigma cannot correct it. Then why not just take off this dirty skin, follow the guidance of the Lord of Change, and become its loyal servants? In this way, at least this country and its people can continue to survive. And as long as the Lord of Change exists, our empire will never be destroyed. Having said that, the second prince even clenched his fists like a madman. Don't you still understand? Father? Everything I did was for the survival of the empire. Sigmar cannot save the empire from the shadow of destruction, and we must eventually walk our own path. Listening to the second prince's words, Kevin was silent for a moment, then sighed silently. Stupid kid. Kevin shook his head and stared at his son. The moment you put your destiny in the hands of others, you no longer have the choice. We were born without a choice. Father. The second prince smiled bitterly helplessly. Whether it's the country or the people, the fate of everyone has been determined. We just think we can control our destiny. But in fact, it's just our illusion. Just like a chess piece on a chessboard. No matter how it chooses to move, in the final analysis, it can only follow the rules of the chessboard. Having said that, the second prince threw away the scepter of the god of wind in his hand, and then took out a gem from his arms. No matter what you plan to do, Father, I have made the decision to dedicate this city to the Lord of Change so that the empire will last forever. As the second prince roared, the gem in his hand burst into a deep blue light. Soon, a huge eye symbol appeared out of thin air. At the same time, the oppressive feeling of powerful magic instantly erupted and swept across the entire venue. Even the most elite guards could not resist the pressure that flashed from the eye and could not help but retreat. Only Kevin still stood there, holding the warhammer in his hand, looking at the second prince holding the gem high. However, at this moment, suddenly, an accident happened. The eye symbol that was originally floating above the second prince's head and represented the Lord of Change suddenly began to flicker, like a neon light with poor contact. However, in the next moment, it suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the surging magic power also disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. What's going on? The second prince looked at the gem in his hand in surprise. He was confused. He had already made a plan to use the power of the dimensional stone to open the passage and then sacrifice the entire royal city. But just now, the second prince suddenly felt that the magic power was gone. This is like driving your car and suddenly finding that the full gas tank is empty. Why did this happen? See, I told you. My child. Staring at the second prince, Kevin clenched his hammer. When you put your fate in the hands of others, you no longer get to choose the outcome. Chapter 125 Morning arrives. Duanmu Huai didn't know what happened up there, and he wasn't interested in knowing. For Duanmu Huai, what he has to do now is to destroy the other party's ritual core. As for the above matters, Kevin and others will handle them. After all, this country is blessed by Sigmar, not himself. What does he care about the life and death of the Empire? If Sigmar doesn't help, is he addicted to fleecing himself? Not to mention, Duanmu Huai is also busy now, although no one knew what happened up there. Not long after that, a large group of plague monsters rushed over from the other side of the sewer, roaring and attacking Duanmu Huai and the others. It must be said that for these monsters, who were already corrupt and full of stench, the sewer was really their home ground. Apart from anything else, just watching these monsters covered in sewer filth and rushing over without a care was enough to make people mentally collapse. The elf princess initially fought side by side with Duanmu Huai, but after a few rounds, she couldn't help but choose to retreat because these things were too disgusting. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai no longer needs to rush up and engage in close combat with these filthy monsters as he did before. After all, his studies at the Manalia School of Magic were not wasted. Drink. Duanmu Huai raised his hand. And soon, under the effect of the gravity gloves, the underground waterway began to tremble, and then pieces of gravel rushed forward with a whistle, hitting the fat and heavy bodies of the plague monsters like bullets, preventing them from moving further. At the same time, he waved his left hand and released a spell card. Ice Statue Summon. The biting cold air gushed out, completely freezing the underground water in front of them. Then a huge ice golem emerged from it, blocking the way of the plague monsters like a city wall. Just as the ice golem blocked the plague monsters, Duanmu Huai's fingers moved again. Then a bolt of lightning shot out, piercing through the ice golem and directly hitting the inside of the plague army. The plague monsters struck by lightning also wailed and cried out in pain. However, before the plague monsters could come to their senses, sharp ice spikes like spears fell from the sky and pierced through the bodies of these plague monsters, nailing them to the ground. Chain lightning. Then, ice spikes shot. And finally, frozen storm. The howling cold wind filled the entire underground sewer, and everything it passed was completely frozen. Even the water flowing in the sewer turned into solid ice at this moment. As for the plague monsters, they were directly frozen into ice sculptures and then completely shattered. How come? The elf princess muttered in surprise, almost speechless at the scene before her, and was still trying hard to absorb magic power, while Otis was on guard beside her. Although the elf princess also wanted to go over to check the situation, the stern puppet girl refused her approach, since Duanmu Huai told her to protect him and not allow anyone to approach. Otis would naturally obey the order, so the elf princess had to divert her attention and observe Duanmu Huai's battle. But what the elf princess didn't expect was that this man could actually use magic, and it's very powerful. How can this be? The elf princess could hardly believe her eyes. Generally speaking, when most people see Duanmu Huai's attire and appearance, their first reaction is that this person is a very fierce warrior, but they would never associate him with magic. However, looking at Duanmu Huai in front of her, he showed the same sophistication, calmness and maturity as a wizard. Moreover, the magic he cast was also quite powerful. Although it was not clear, the elf princess could feel that Duanmu Huai must have used a very peculiar skill in using psychic energy. That's right, just like that lady. Thinking of this, the elf princess once again looked at him who was vigorously absorbing the magic crystals, and frowned slightly. Many people don't know that there is a very close relationship between human magic and the High Elves. A long time ago, the High Elves came to Altdorf to teach humans magic at the request of humans, and the magic school of Altdorf was established. Therefore, It can be said that the magic used by humans and the magic used by the high elves are the same at the basic level. But they are completely different. Whether it is the girl named In or the magic used by Duanmuhui, their way of operating psychic energy is completely different from that of the high elves. And from their skillful techniques, it can be seen that this is not the result of someone's improvement on a whim, but a systematic method of use. Could it be that the Empire has developed a completely new magic research system? Thinking of this, the elf princess' eyes lit up. Maybe this might be an opportunity. Success? At this moment, Anne's cry interrupted the elf princess's thoughts. She turned her head and looked in surprise at the psychic power in front of it, which was bound by the magic circle and was gradually weakening. It turned into a stream and flowed into the magic book in Anne's hand. Soon, with the influx of psychic power, the magic book in Anne's hand began to turn. The originally black text on it gradually changed into a magic mark shining with blue light. As the pages of the book turned, a large amount of energy was absorbed and transformed. But what surprised the elf princess the most was, and in front of her did not show any discomfort at all. On the contrary, she was guiding this power very easily and even with ease, without showing any difficulty at all. How can this be? The elf princess knew very well how fragile humans were. Ordinary people would probably mutate just by being close to such a concentrated psychic energy. And now Anne was in the psychic core. Logically speaking, even if the psychic energy was not out of control, her body should have undergone various changes when it was eroded by the psychic energy. The more a human mage used psychic energy, the more he would mutate and eventually turn into a monster. However, the girl didn't care at all. So much so that the elf princess even suspected that she was a hybrid of elf and human. But it doesn't look like it. At the same time, as the last bit of psychic power was absorbed by the magic book, and also breathed a sigh of relief, he saw that the dimensional stone that was originally suspended in the air and emitting dazzling light now fell to the ground like a piece of gray glass stone, and then shattered with a bang, turning into fragments on the ground. As the surging magic power dissipated, everything came to an end. After repelling the attack of the plague monster again, the enemy seemed to realize that the plan had failed and stopped attacking. Duanmuhui then led the others out of the underground sewer again. When the group emerged from the underground sewer, the sky in front of them had already taken on the colors of dawn. And looking around, Altdorf seemed to still be peaceful. And just like that, a new day arrived. Duanmuhui only heard about what happened in Altdorf from General Pastor later. On the night of the banquet, several followers of the evil god tried to set fire to Altdorf and cause a commotion. Fortunately, General Pastor issued a martial law order that night and arrested all those who dared to leave their homes. So no major damage was caused. As for the palace, they were not so lucky. Duanmuhui saw that the entire palace looked like it had been bombed by an air raid, with holes everywhere. It was said that it was the result of a fight between the emperor and his 3 unfilial sons. In short, in the end, the 3 unlucky guys were executed, beheaded, displayed in the street, and then burned to death. In this way, this troublesome matter has finally come to an end. Of course, this is not the end for the emperor. He has to gather forces from all over the country and continue to prevent the northern barbarians from moving south. But this has nothing to do with Duanmuhui. Is this really all you want? Looking at Duanmuhui in front of him, the emperor sitting on the throne asked. And Duanmuhui nodded. Of course. We agreed on this. You won't deny it, will you? Of course not. Hearing Duanmuhui's words, the emperor smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he made a gesture, and soon, several attendants came over and handed over the things in their hands. Those were the remaining 3 holy objects. This is the remuneration agreed upon by both parties. If you want, I can give you a fiefdom, or even make you a count. Sorry, I'm not interested. Duanmuhui reached out and picked up the sacred object, then looked at the emperor and shook his head. I still have something very important to do. From now on, just work hard on your own. Your Majesty, that's true. The Empire is in this state now. I do have a lot of things to do. Having said that, the Emperor sighed and looked at Duanmuhui again. Then I wish you a safe journey. In any case, you and your regiment saved the city. If you hadn't destroyed their evil plan, I'm afraid the entire Altdorf would have been completely destroyed. I will spread your deeds throughout the Empire and let everyone know that it was you who saved the country. Thank you very much. Hearing the Emperor's words, Duanmu nodded. Don't forget to mention the name of our chapter. I know. The Pink Bunny Squad. Yeah. I'll remember that. Faced with Duanmu Huai's request, the Emperor's expression stiffened slightly. But he quickly nodded. By the way, you gave me the holy relic. How do you plan to choose the future successor to the Empire? Looking at the holy object in his hand, Duanmu Huai looked at the Emperor of the Empire curiously. His 3 sons had all rebelled. Who did he plan to choose as the next heir to the Empire? But for Duanmu Huai, the Emperor didn't need to be too sad. After all, he was not the first Emperor whose son rebelled against him. I've got a whole new idea. The Emperor thought for a moment and decided to tell Duanmu Huai. As you can see, blood does not guarantee loyalty. My foolish children will also choose to oppose my path for various reasons. If they are allowed to take charge of the Empire, it will only bring pain and disaster to this country. Therefore, I plan to adopt another election system. I will appoint the lords of each territory in the Empire as electors. And when I abdicate, the next Emperor will be selected from these electors. It does not matter about birth or status, but only about results. Only the one who gets the most support can become Emperor. Well, after hearing the Emperor's answer, Duanmu Huai remained silent. Then, I wish you good luck. After that, Duanmu Huai said goodbye to the Emperor and returned to the space station with Aji's Enin. For him, the Emperor's reward or something like that is not important at all. Next, it is time for his own space station to undergo a real transformation. Chapter 126 Startup. Returning to the space station, Duanmu Huai went to the terminal again and started the space station's construction system. Core module, completed, reactor, unlocked, reinforcement room, unlocked. Tribunal library, LV5, strategic command room, LV1. Power system, unlocked, defense module, unlocked, weapon module, unlocked. Extermination order, unlocked, void camp, LV1, void dock, LV1. Special building, unlocked. Remaining building points, 7. It should be said that it is just enough. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. He had stolen 4 holy objects from Manfred's castle before, and with the 3 transferred to him by the Emperor, this should be enough. So, let's get started. First, upgrade the Tribunal Library to LV10. The level of the Tribunal Library is upgraded to LV10, and the analysis speed is increased by 100%, and an additional Super Wisdom +1 is obtained. Super Intelligence, complete the research on the current analysis items. Activate Super Intelligence. Super Energy Intelligence activates the Antimatter Energy Core analysis completed. Get the new building unit Antimatter Reactor. Get a new building unit. Hyperspace Tunnel Engine. Very good. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and nodded. Next, unlock the reactor and hyperspace tunnel engine. As Duanmu Huai issued the order, the originally dim space station gradually became bright and dazzling. At the same time, accompanied by a faint roar, the floor began to tremble slightly. The powerful power instantly connected the entire space station, making it brightly lit from the originally dim light. At the same time, a new system prompt appeared in front of Duanmu Huai again. Space station engine started detected. Activate form transformation mode. Transformable Glorious Queen class battleship. TSK. It's worthy of being the ancient saint's black technology. It's really awesome. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. After the space station used by the player has power and engines, it will increase the ability to transform into different forms. Just like the base vehicle in the RTS game, you can shrink it into a normal vehicle, and then expand it into a base when you arrive. As for the form that can be transformed and expanded, it is proportional to the output of the power reactor. Generally speaking, the reactors that players get at the beginning are basically only enough to deploy reconnaissance ships, and at most, they can make a Moon-class cruiser. In my case, the antimatter reactor of the Ancient Saint can actually support a Glorious Queen-class battleship. The ancient technology is so terrifying. The Queen of Glory-class battleship is one of the most powerful battleships that players can own in the early and middle stages. It is equipped with 2 mass projectors, 12 torpedo tubes, 6 large bombardment turrets, lances and macro cannons, plus laser cannons, close and defense guns and anti-aircraft turrets, forming a huge firepower center that is almost comparable to a mobile fortress. Basically, all Imperial warships look similar. First, you build a steel base. Then, you build a Gothic-style church on the base. ranging in height from tens to hundreds to thousands of meters. Next, you build a corridor in front of the church that can be anywhere from a few hundred meters to several kilometers long. Then, heavy armor was attached to both sides of the corridor, and various macro cannons, light spears, turrets and other things were slapped on the top, bottom, left and right of it. Finally, install a triangular bow in the front to facilitate collisions at any time, and add an engine behind the base and you're done. Adding an engine to a church is called a battleship. This is pure imperial-style technology. Apart from anything else, the Gothic elegance and luxury, as well as the nobility and elegance that permeates the bones do look beautiful. Activate transformation form. Standing in front of the command desk, Duanmu Huai issued orders calmly. Beep beep. Soon, a rapid alarm sounded, echoing in the empty cabin. Most of the people who were here had been sent back to their original world, so there was no need to worry about anything happening. Then, along with the alarm, the fortress in front of them gradually began to deform. The huge corridors that were connected to the various areas and were centered on the space station began to slowly rotate and close together, just like a person putting his arms straight in front of him and putting them together. Then, the heavy, huge void dock began to deform, folding into a solid and tough armor, covering the outside of the corridor. Then, windows opened one by one, and huge macro cannons poked out from them, aiming at the void in front of them, waiting to roar at any time and tear everything within range into pieces. Standing beside Duanmu Huai, looking at the magnificent view of the giant steel moving outside the window, both An and Kukula showed expressions of astonishment. Just standing here, watching those huge monsters that they could not imagine slowly moving, deforming, and closing. This in itself is a shocking feeling. A moment later, the space station that was originally floating in the universe turned into a giant battleship. Then Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and opened the command platform in front of him. Soon, a star map appeared in front of him, as well as lines that extended densely in it like a spider web. Webway. Seeing these lines, Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. This was exactly what he needed. The best technology from the ancient saints. Nothing else. The so-called webway is a passage built by the ancient saints for navigating in the warp. You can think of it as something like a subway tunnel. The webway can safely protect the warships in it from the erosion and threat of the warp, and isolate all threats from outside. In the era of the human empire, humans did not have the skills to build a webway, and the method they used was more crude. That is, directly entering the warp and then passing through. This is certainly not an easy task. It is like sailing on a dark sea without any compass or stars to identify the direction. Of course, during the period of the human empire, the great emperor built a being called the astronaut. Its essence was like a lighthouse in the warp. The burning astronaut illuminated the darkness of the warp and guided the direction of those warships. However, after the Black Hole Project, the human empire was completely destroyed, and the Astronomicon naturally disappeared without a trace. Of course, the webway is not so easy to enter. Only the ancient saints know how to open and close it. Although the Eldar can use some webway technology, the authentic webway can still only be used by the ancient saints. Except for players. As a veteran player, Duanmu Huai had learned how to open, activate and teleport the webway in the game. The webway blocked and controlled by the Eldar was actually less than 1/10,000,000th of the webway built by the ancient saints. Just looking at these densely packed lines was enough to explain the problem. Duanmu Huai's fingers slid across the star map. As he moved, the star map in front of him began to show different postures. He removed the damaged and blocked web paths one by one, and then found the intact web path signs. "What are you doing, Mr. Knight?" And stared at the star map in front of him curiously and asked, "I'm looking for a way to get to my next goal." "Next target? Other worlds?" "Almost." Duanmu Huai nodded, and then immediately became excited. "Will I go too? Can Gulia go with you this time?" "This time, I can only go alone." "Hey, why?" Hearing this, and immediately pouted her lips and showed an unhappy expression, while Duanmu Huai looked at her and shook his head. "Because this is my trial. You know, as a knight, I have to go through the trial and then reach the next stage. So this is all?" Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, and nodded. And at the same time, she looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion again. "So, Mr. Knight, how long do you plan to be gone?" At the moment, Duanmu Huai slid the star map and connected the network path again. "It will take at least a few months." At the same time, a blue light emanated from the star map, indicating that the network was connected. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the girls. Okay, you guys go back first. I'll come see you when my trial is over. Well, then, Mr. Knight, you have to be careful. Bon voyage, Sir Knight. And Nkukula said goodbye to Duanmu Huai, then turned around and returned to their own world through the portal. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and looked at Ojas. Ojas, I'll trouble you to help look after my worship from now on. Okay? Yes, Master. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Ojas nodded slightly. Then let's go! As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pressed the button. The next moment, the universe in front of the battleship suddenly began to collapse. And then a rotating, expanding, wormhole-like cave gradually emerged. At the same time, the battleship's engine roared, emitting dazzling flames, and then it drove into the wormhole in front of it, almost in a split second. The next moment, the scenery in front of Duanmu Huai changed. A chaotic, colorful passage covered his vision. However, this process lasted less than 10 seconds. The dark universe appeared in front of him again, along with a bright red planet. Ancient Saint technology is really awesome. Looking at the star map beacon in front of him, Duanmu Huai silently gave a thumbs up. Ordinary subspace travel is not so smooth. In theory, when the player can transform, he will receive a series of coordinate routes from afar, and then the player will follow this route to the next destination, and then start his own cosmic adventure from there. But for Duanmu Huai, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. It's like a player who has completed the game. Since he knows where the hidden weapons are, why not just go and get them at the beginning? Why go around in circles? That's right. This is the hidden weapons secret advanced mission that Duanmu Huai wants to obtain. Now, it's finally within reach. Chapter 127, Heading to Hell. Before Duanmu Huai sets out, we still need to review the history of Xinghaiol. According to the history of Star Ocean Online, in the 20th millennium, human civilization reached its peak, which was also known as the Golden Age of mankind. At that time, humans almost ruled the entire galaxy and had their own colonies on planets large and small. Then the Onic crisis broke out. The Golden Age came to an end, and coupled with the conspiracy of the Chaos God, the human empire began to decline rapidly. Under the interference of the warp storm, humans almost lost contact with most of their colonies. Even the inner solar system, where humans were at that time, was dark. At this time, the Emperor stood up and pulled the human empire back from the abyss. After that, he created the Premarch and led the army to start the Great Crusade to recapture the colonies that had lost contact with the human empire after the Golden Age in order to restore the glory of mankind. However, Horus's rebellion dealt another heavy blow to the human empire, and after several thousand years, the human empire finally lingered on and reached the brink of destruction. In the end, the black hole plan of I Will Take You With Me If I Die was launched and swept across the entire galaxy. However, there is one very important thing. That is, although many human colonies survived, the level of civilization of these colonies was uneven. In fact, in the late Golden Age, after losing contact with the human empire, many human colonies outside the solar system almost fell into a state of atrophy and degradation. In addition, under the influence of a long period of time, many colonies directly degenerated to the point where they were almost indistinguishable from primitive societies. In fact, when the Emperor led his fleet to those colonies, he found that many planets were in the primitive or feudal society period. However, the human empire at that time basically did not take these colonies too seriously. Perhaps the Emperor at that time was thinking of slowly developing these colonies after the Great Crusade was over. But because of the rebellion, in short, because of this, even though the human empire was able to send churches to heaven, in fact many colonies at that time were at a very backward level of civilization. After the Black Hole Project, the human empire was destroyed, and these colonies could only rely on themselves for development. Because of this, the development levels of many colonies vary, ranging from primitive societies that have been stagnant for tens of thousands of years to interstellar civilizations that have already begun space exploration. There is another interesting point. Perhaps it is the residual influence of the black hole plan. Many colonies in the galaxy regard their own planets as Terra, the birthplace of the human empire. In fact, when players explore the universe, they will find that there are not just one or two planets claiming to be Terra, the birthplace of mankind, but hundreds of them. Of course, none of them are genuine. The player who discovered this secret advanced task encountered such a developing civilization. At that time, this civilization had already broken through the gravity and began to explore and colonize the galaxy. However, they got lost in the scientific research base on one of the planets and connected to the subspace. And then, naturally, the base was destroyed, and everyone was doomed. The player came here at that time and received the distress signal. The player was also a person with a strong sense of exploration. So he immediately rushed into the base and killed his way in and out, and even entered the subspace connecting to the base. Finally, the mission was completed, and he obtained a new advanced profession. Compared to many extremely difficult advanced professional tasks, this advanced task is not very difficult. It is basically the template of I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am. I just know that I want to kill a lot of people. In short, just kill everything that stands in your way. The reason why Duanmu chose this task is because of the special effect of this advanced profession, which can completely kill all demons. That's right. Kill. Generally speaking, warp demons cannot be killed. Even if you defeat them in the real world, they will just return to the warp to be reborn. This was the case with the demons that Duanmu had encountered before. No matter how fiercely Duanmu beat them, these demons were still just expelled from the real world and returned to the warp. And they were not killed directly. However, this advanced profession allows players to kill demons completely and thoroughly. Whether in the real world or in the subspace, it will die completely. This shocked many players at the time, because it was obvious which was better, expelling or killing. At the time, a team even sent an invitation to the player, wanting him to try out. And then, nothing happened. When the player learned that he was invited by a professional team, he was so excited that he told his parents that he would not go to college and would become a professional gamer. Then his parents teamed up to beat him up in a professional mixed doubles game until he could not take care of himself. In the end, not to mention the tryout, even his gaming equipment was confiscated. He was even used as a negative example in the news, warning high school students to study hard and not to be distracted by playthings. Thus, a strong man who was able to completely kill the devil fell at the hands of his own parents. This must be a conspiracy of the deceitful god. Then it's about time for me to come out. Arriving in front of the airdrop chamber, Duanmu withdrew his thoughts. The radar had just detected a subspace explosion, although he didn't know how long it had happened. At least for now. The base should have become a place of death, like the unlucky kids in many science fiction movies. Just go and see for yourself. Thinking of this, Duanmu walked into the airdrop capsule. Soon, the restraint slowly fell down and grabbed the shoulders of Duanmu's power armor, fixing it tightly. Then the next moment, accompanied by a violent impact, the airdrop capsule shot out from under the battleship like a cannonball, whizzing through the atmosphere and rushing straight to the steel base below. Boom! The heavy, solid airborne capsule pierced through the dome of the base and slammed heavily into the interior of the steel base. Then, accompanied by the sound of jets, the tightly closed hatch slowly opened. Duanmu stepped out of it with a war hammer in his hand, staring at the front vigilantly. What appeared in front of Duanmu was a dim steel passage, with blood and corpses everywhere. Red alarm lights were flashing, and shrill beeps were making. Well, I finally feel something. Looking at the scene in front of him, Duanmu seemed to be much more relaxed. After all, this was the battle he was familiar with, especially in those space stations invaded by chaos, or in the space wrecks, where similar scenes were everywhere. Well, to be honest, this was the battlefield he was used to. So, where should we go next? Duanmu walked forward while thinking, recalling the post of the player at that time. According to the player, the subspace explosion in this base was not accidental. On the contrary, it was a scientist in this base who was bewitched by the devil and chose to believe in the devil. So he deliberately opened the subspace channel. Well, how should I put it? This kind of heresy is everywhere, and if it is discovered, it must be directly executed. Gah! Just as Duanmu was thinking, suddenly, a humanoid monster rushed out from a corner. It was wearing the armor of a human soldier, but its face was distorted and pale, like a moving corpse. Duanmu didn't even look at the monster. He just stretched out his left hand, grabbed its head, and smashed it against the wall next to him. Boom! The next moment, the monster's head hit the steel wall and was smashed to pieces in an instant. Sure enough, It has been eroded by the subspace. Duanmu Huai glanced at the bloody corpse, snorted, and continued to walk forward. Due to the suppression of real space, unless the demons in the subspace reach a certain level, it is difficult to have a physical body in the real space. Therefore, in the early stage of the subspace outbreak, most demons will fight by possessing various lives, twisting their souls and minds, and mutating them into monsters. Of course, this monster is not very powerful and poses no threat. At least that's how it was for the Inquisitor. Roar! At this moment, accompanied by a beast-like roar, Duanmu Huai soon saw several soldiers with twisted bodies coming towards him. They held weapons in their hands, aimed at him like madmen, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out. But unfortunately, these bullets could not even cause the slightest damage to Duanmu Huai's power armor. Duanmu Huai quickened his pace and rushed directly towards the attack of the opposing soldiers. Then he suddenly raised his war hammer and swung it vigorously. Boom! The whistling war hammer directly knocked away the 3 soldiers in front of it. It flew across the sky like a broken doll thrown away by a naughty kid who got tired of playing with it, and then hit the wall next to it heavily. In the blink of an eye, there was no movement. However, this is not the end. Hee! A bright red lightning flashed, and soon a short monster appeared out of nowhere in front of Duanmu Huai, and pounced on him with a sly grin. However, Duanmu Huai did not even turn his head, and just took a step back. The small monster was directly hit in the face by the back armor, and then was sandwiched between Duanmu Huai and the wall. Duanmu Huai exerted a little force to the back, and with a slight click, the monster in the middle was unresponsive like a crushed insect. These demons don't look very powerful. Duanmu Huai turned around and looked behind him. The demon that was crushed to death had turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but frown. According to his experience, the strength of these demons was too low, although the player didn't specify the strength of the demons in this mission. If it was only this level, it wouldn't be a hidden requirement for advancement. Or is this just the outermost layer of demons? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts and looked forward. Never mind. You'll find out if you keep moving forward. Chapter 128 Demon Slayer. This was an extremely exciting day for Dr. Brad. As the person in charge of this scientific research base, Dr. Brad discovered secrets that ordinary people could not imagine. Under this desolate alien planet, there was once an advanced civilization hidden. However, that civilization was eventually destroyed. But Dr. Brad obtained a technology from the records they left behind. A technology that allows travel to a place called the subspace. After that, Dr. Brad successfully restored the technology and opened the door to the subspace as he had dreamed of. And there, he saw and felt the truth of the world. That is the origin of this world and everything in this world. So, he opened the portal, trying to completely merge this world with the subspace. In this way, he would be able to gain infinite power and become a god that humans could not imagine. At the beginning, the plan went very smoothly. The stupid idiots in the base were no match for the demons. Both the powerless researchers and the soldiers with weapons died in despair and pain amid the screams and howls of the demons in the subspace. But, what is that? Looking at the surveillance screen in front of him, Dr. Brad was confused. On the screen, a tall armored monster was rampaging in the corridor. Those demons that could easily kill fully armed soldiers were no different from chickens in front of it. Their attacks could not even leave a scar on this terrible armored monster. Even the flames that the demons burst out crazily, which were enough to melt steel, could not leave the slightest mark on it. On the contrary, this armored monster was very skilled at killing demons. Most people would be so scared that they could not straighten their backs just by seeing the horrible appearance of the demons. However, this armored monster seemed to ignore the demons completely. It just swung the warhammer in its hand and smashed all the demons in front of it into pieces, as if it was cleaning. Boom! At this moment, on the screen, Dr. Brad watched the armored monster swing the hammer again and smash a sealed iron door. However, at the same time, the demon who had been waiting in the room also roared and rushed towards it. It was a monster that looked like a cow without horns. It not only had thick skin and flesh, but also had strong impact force. Even armored vehicles were no match for it. However, what happened next was something Dr. Brad couldn't believe. Facing the attack of the bull monster, the armored monster did not choose to dodge and defend. Instead, it roared, lowered its shoulders, and rushed towards the bull monster. With a loud bang, the bull monster demon did not even last a second before being knocked over by the armored monster, and then was knocked into the corner of the wall, and then was directly smashed into two pieces with a bang sound. Hiss! Seeing this, Dr. Brad took a deep breath. What kind of monster is this? But the battle is not over yet. At this moment, a tall demon rushed towards the armored monster. This demon is fat and looks like a tall fat man. Its arms are two huge rocket launchers that can launch powerful flame bombs to attack the enemy. However, this time, the fat demon did not choose to shoot. Instead, it rushed forward and swung its arms hard at the armored demon in front of it, hitting the warhammer in the armored monster's hand heavily, suppressing its movement. Then the fat demon opened his mouth and roared, raised his hands, and aimed at the armored monster's head. However, at this moment, the armored monster suddenly let go of the warhammer in his hand, reached behind him, pulled out a chainsaw sword, and swung it hard at the fat demon. Buzz! The whistling and spinning chainsaw sword immediately cut the fat demon in half, like cutting fat pork. Under the light, one could even see the fat demon's streaky fat shining with oily luster. The fat demon didn't even have a chance to resist. It was cut into 2.5 pieces of pork and fell to the ground without a sound. The armored monster picked up the warhammer, stepped over the fat demon's body, and continued to move forward. At this moment, Dr. Brad was no longer in shock. In fact, when he saw the armored monster take out the chainsaw sword, Dr. Brad seemed to think of something. He hurried to the computer and turned it on. Soon, pictures appeared on the screen. Those were the stone tablet materials that the scientific research base had excavated from the ancient civilization inside the planet. It was through these stone tablet materials that everyone learned about this ancient civilization that had long disappeared hidden underground. Really? Dr. Brad's face suddenly became solemn when he saw the photo of one of the stone tablets. The photo showed the scene of the last stone tablet. Demons were pouring out in overwhelming numbers. However, a terrifying warrior wearing armor inlaid with skulls and holding a chainsaw sword charged at the demons. He eliminated all the demons by himself and destroyed the portal. But after this terrible warrior turned around and began to clean up the inhabitants of the planet because they violated the divine will and colluded with the devil. This is the real reason why the civilization on this planet perished. They were not destroyed at the hands of the devil, but were destroyed by the existence that was supposed to save them. But that must have happened tens of thousands of years ago. Where on earth did this guy come from? Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Dr. Brad was sweating profusely. He originally thought that no matter what happened on this planet, it was already a thing of the past tens of thousands of years ago. But the monster that appeared before him was like a nightmare from a fairy tale coming into reality. Is this really possible? No. It's not possible. Thinking of this, Dr. Brad shuddered violently. He could feel the anger and hatred of the nightmares from the depths of H.L. towards the armored monster in front of him. The rage was so intense that he wanted to tear it into pieces that even Dr. Brad felt as if his brain was being burned to charcoal. We must not let this ruin everything. Although he didn't know what this armored monster was, Dr. Brad was certain that its target was the demon he had summoned. No matter what, he couldn't let it succeed. Duanmu certainly didn't know what the mastermind behind the scenes was thinking. In fact, there was only one thing he was doing now. After all, the secret advanced task triggered was just one sentence. Go into H.L. and destroy the devil. Simple. Direct. Just kill. Of course, Duanmu was not an idiot. To enter hell, he naturally had to go to the subspace. And going to the subspace was not difficult for Duanmu. Even if there were no subspace fragments with soul resonance here, he knew how to enter the subspace. Since that idiot doctor opened up a crack in the subspace here, there must be a core. He just had to find the core point and drill in. After all, Duanmu had performed similar actions thousands of times when he was a player, and he was familiar with them even with his eyes closed. But how many demons do I need to destroy to be satisfied? Strictly speaking, the demons in the subspace are endless. As mentioned before, if you don't have special abilities, the demons in the subspace are actually very difficult to kill. At most, they will be temporarily eliminated and then reborn. However, Duanmu currently has no time to care about such trivial matters. In short, first kill into the subspace, and then talk about it. As the saying goes, there is always a way when you reach the mountain, and a red apricot will spring out of the wall. No, that doesn't seem to be the case. When there seems to be no way out. A red apricot blossoms outside the wall? Never mind. It's all the same. Duanmu shook his head and continued to move forward. Although he was not familiar with this base. It was not a problem because the reconnaissance servo skull had scanned the entire base clearly. Next, Duanmu only needed to follow the map in front of him and find the place with the strongest subspace fluctuations. Of course, this is not so easy. Because of the battle, the entire base was closed, and even many places were directly blocked. Just like the elevator door in front of Duanmu. It has been completely blocked at this moment. According to the logic of the game, he should first find an ID card or something to open the door, and then go in. But this is reality, not a game. Duanmu reached out, grabbed the crack of the elevator door, and pulled hard. Boom! With the sound of a rapid alarm, Duanmu forcibly opened the heavy steel door. He then lowered his head, took a look at the tunnel below which was nearly 100 meters deep, and jumped down. Call! The sound of wind flew past Duanmu's ears, and the invisible gravity bound his body like shackles, pulling him down rapidly. Just as Duanmu was about to fall to the bottom, he raised his right hand, and under the effect of the gravity gloves, the strong impact force was immediately offset, and then Duanmu fell heavily to the ground like a stone. But that's not all. Squeak! At the moment when Duanmu landed, there was a sharp friction sound from above, and then the elevator was seen whizzing down and smashing directly towards Duanmu. However, facing the elevator smashing towards him, Duanmu did not dodge or evade, but directly grabbed the thunder hammer and swung it at the elevator car. The entire ground suddenly shook at this moment, and then a moment later, the dilapidated elevator door was suddenly knocked open, and then Duanmu strode out of it, without even a scratch on his armor. What kind of monster is this? Seeing this scene, Dr. Brad was so scared that his legs went limp. Even some powerful demons couldn't withstand the blow just now. But this monster was not hurt at all? Recalling what I saw on the stone tablet, the steel monster killed all the demons by himself, and even killed the aliens who released the demons. Could it be true? How do we get rid of this guy? Got it! Thinking of this, Dr. Brad's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of an idea. According to the route this steel monster was taking, he was heading for his own teleportation device. It was very likely that he was planning to destroy the teleportation device and close the gate to H.L. as described in the stone tablet. In that case, then we should do the opposite and throw him directly into H.L. If the demons here can't deal with this steel monster, then the boundless demons in H.L. can't deal with him. Chapter 129, Deep into Hell. Duanmu naturally had no idea that someone was planning to set a trap for him. But the deeper he went, the more he felt something was not right. Because the demon he encountered was somewhat different from the one Duanmu knew. Basically, as a judge, Duanmu knew all the demon subordinates of the 4 Chaos Evil Gods. But the demons he encountered now were not the subordinates of the Chaos Evil Gods, but more like the original demons? Hey, this is interesting. Unlike what many people imagine. In fact, the Chaos Gods did not always exist in the subspace. In fact, at the beginning, the Chaos Gods were just a group of, without self-awareness and entity, something like spiritual energy. The subspace at that time was also very peaceful. Apart from some demons created by the emotional projection of life, there were no particularly powerful beings. It should be noted here that since the time of the subspace itself is disordered and chaotic, it is meaningless to observe the timeline of the subspace from a human perspective. Simply put, when an evil god is born, it will exist in the past, present and future of the subspace at the same time, and it will form and be the only existence. However, this does not mean that when it exists, it is born. Take the god of desire. For example, he is the youngest of the Chaos Gods, and he comes from the Eldar, a race of elves in the universe. This race is basically a relative of the elves. Equally long-lived, equally powerful, and equally dominant. Eventually, after a long life, the Eldar could no longer feel pleasure from pure enjoyment. So they began to pursue more stimulating sensory experiences and desire more intense emotional fluctuations. Eventually, these twisted, corrupt and filthy intense emotions came together to create the god of desire. Its birth howled throughout the entire warp. and it absorbed the souls of most of the Eldar into itself, becoming one of the Chaos Gods. When the God of Desire was born, it existed in the past, present and future of the warp. In other words, according to this rule, although the God of Desire was born because of the Eldar, from the moment it was born, the God of Desire also existed in the past even if the Eldar did not exist. The same is true for the other three evil gods. From the perspective of human time, they are not gods that were born with the universe, let alone gods that created this world. It's just that one day, when they were born, they became the only existence in the past, present and future of this universe. However, for the sake of understanding, it is better to describe it based on the human concept of time. According to the player's exploration, what we can know now is that at least when the ancient saints explored the universe and built the webway, the subspace was calm and there was no trace of evil gods. There were only some very ordinary miscellaneous demons, the so-called original demons. They were also projections of life emotions, but the emotions of life at that time were far less intense and hot, so there were no evil gods. Then perhaps someone will ask, if this is the case, then how did the evil god appear? Players do not have enough evidence and investigation conclusions for this, and the evidence currently derived points to the old ones, because according to the investigation results of the ruins and some historical records, when the old ones first entered the warp to build the webway, it was still very peaceful, until later, they encountered a race called the Necronter. That race itself had a very short lifespan. Therefore, they longed to obtain the nearly immortal power of the old ones, but were naturally rejected by the latter. Who do you think you are, coming up here and asking me for eternal life? Not to mention the toad. Even the mantis won't agree. So those who fear death also became furious and said, if you don't give it to me, I will steal it. Next, the war between the Necronter and the Old Ones, known as the War in Heaven, began. As you can imagine, the Necronter had no power against the ancient saints. The gap between the two sides was like the gap between the fully armed Imperial Army and the ragtag bandit private army. The Necronter, who were beaten by the ancient saints, did not give in. Instead, they found a backer star god. The star gods at that time were also beings that originally existed in the Milky Way universe. But at that time, they were just a bunch of dead otakus who liked to bask in the sun by the stars. Later, the Necronter created material bodies for the star gods, giving them self-awareness and substantial bodies. After that, a star god gave the necrophiles a suggestion. Since you are so afraid of death, why not just abandon your fragile bodies and ascend mechanically? In this way, don't you have eternal life? When the Necronter heard this, they thought it made sense. So they followed what the star god said and abandoned their bodies and transferred their minds into the living metal. However, this also doomed the Necronter clan to failure, as their lives and souls became the property of the star god, and only their minds were transplanted into the living metal. Thus, the Necronter disappeared, and the Necrons were born. There has always been a debate among players about whether the Necrons are still living beings. Some players believe that although the Necrons have lost their lives and souls, they still have self-awareness, emotions, and the ability to think, and can be regarded as living beings. However, some players also said that the Necrons are at most robots that think they have self-awareness, as if someone has input instructions into it, allowing it to have such emotions and thinking logic. But this does not mean that the Necrons are living things. On the contrary, in the eyes of these players, this group of Necrons are not even dead, but simply a group of robots, without soul and life. Can it still be called a living being? The most important argument to prove their point is that these Necrons can be infected by a virus that causes logical errors and turns them into creatures called flayers, which in itself is enough to explain the problem. Well, that doesn't matter. In short, after this, the star gods and the Necrons launched an attack on the Old Ones, and the war in heaven entered a white-hot stage, and the Old Ones were defeated step by step. Most people believe that it was this war in heaven that swept the entire galaxy that caused the originally peaceful warp to be overwhelmed. And countless races were involved in this war. And it was their pain, anger, and despair that led to the birth of the Chaos God. By the way, after defeating the Old Ones, the Necrons once again launched a counterattack against the Star Gods, shattering and sealing them. This betrayal also cost the Necrons a great price. In order to avoid being found by other survivors, mainly the Eldar of the Old Ones, to settle accounts, this group of Necrons chose to hide in the tombs and sleep until all other lives died under the passage of time. And then, they would wake up and breathe the free air, even though they no longer have to breathe. Of course, according to reason, most of the demons in the subspace are basically subordinates of the Chaos God. Like this original demon here. Well, it can be said that I haven't encountered it for a long time. Therefore, Duanmu suspected that this might be a fragment of the subspace leading to a demon world that has not been touched by the Chaos Evil God. After all, the subspace is theoretically infinite, while the Chaos Evil God is limited. Even the so-called omniscient and omnipotent God of deceit is not really omniscient and omnipotent. It just makes people think that it is omniscient and omnipotent. Therefore, if a demon fragment world quietly develops and grows outside the Chaos Evil God's watch, it is not a strange thing for Duanmu. But in this way, at least, he doesn't have to worry about falling into the realm of some chaotic evil god. That would be much more troublesome. Boom! Duanmu swung his warhammer again, and smashed down the huge monster in front of him. It was a giant spider with a human body, which looked similar to the spider spirit in the myth. The spider spirit itself was not particularly strong, but it was very fertile. For Duanmu, the time he spent on stepping on and killing the small spiders that crawled out of the corners was much longer than fighting with the big spider. If the latter had not insisted on running out to fight Duanmu in the name of "You dare to hurt my child," he really couldn't do anything to the other party. But now, the thunder hammer directly smashed the spider spirit's head and knocked it to the ground. Then Duanmu pulled out the chainsaw sword and swung it fiercely at the spider spirit. With the flash of the sword, the spider spirit's upper body was directly chopped off from the spider body by Duanmu. Then, he walked forward and stepped on the human half lying on the ground. Puff! Blood splattered. And the next moment, the annoying little spiders around ran away. Duanmu didn't even look at the corpse that had been trampled into a meat paste, and continued to stride forward. Alas! Seeing this scene through the monitor, Dr. Brad's face turned pale. He thought he had long been accustomed to the cruelty, tyranny, and terror of these demons. But at this moment, seeing this huge armored monster so easily kill one of his most elite demons, he still gave birth to an indescribable fear from the bottom of his heart. But don't worry. He's almost at the transporter room. Clenching his fists, Dr. Brad encouraged himself. As long as the armored monster came to the teleportation room, he would immediately activate the portal and send it to H.L. Once there, the monster would never come back. It would be torn into pieces by the demons and become ugly and miserable like everyone else. Boom! However, at this moment, the door was suddenly smashed open, and the heavy steel door rolled out and hit the wall next to it with a deafening roar. Dr. Brad was startled, and his finger was on the start button, staring at the door in front of him. Then, Dr. Brad saw the huge figure walking out of the smoke and dust. Although he had seen this monster on the surveillance screen, when Dr. Brad saw it with his own eyes, an unspeakable feeling of fear suddenly burst out from the depths of his heart. The dark, strange, heavy armor was inlaid with a white skull and a blood-red cross. In Professor Brad's eyes, this huge figure was like a terrifying and powerful shadow monster, completely shrouding him in its shadow. Just staring at the figure of this armored monster, Professor Brad felt that he could not breathe. The beast-like terrifying aura was like a substance wrapped around him, making him unable to move at all. It was as if an invisible big hand was tightly holding his heart. Dr. Brad felt his heartbeat getting weaker and weaker, and his vision gradually began to dim. Soon, in front of Professor Brad's eyes, everything around him seemed to disappear, and only the terrifying monster figure covered his entire field of vision. He opened his mouth, wanting to breathe, wanting to scream, wanting to vent this almost unbearable fear. However, at this moment, Dr. Brad seemed to be completely restrained, as if he was tied to a stone and sunk into the sea. Even if he opened his mouth, he could not breathe a single bit of air. On the contrary, he could feel his lungs twitching desperately, as if he was desperately trying to squeeze out even a bit of air from the surroundings. However, this is already the limit. When the armored monster stared at him with its flashing red eyes, Dr. Brad felt as if the tight string in his chest had completely broken, and at the same time, he fell into endless darkness. You intimidated Dr. Blade. Dr. Brad tried to resist the deterrence. Resistance failed. Dr. Brad is overwhelmed with panic. Dr. Brad is unable to resist panic. Dr. Brad died suddenly. Damn. What the H.L. Duanmu Huai was confused when he saw the system prompt in front of him. Is my intimidation skill so strong? He hasn't even taken off his helmet yet. But he was scared to death just by looking at that guy. Is this even possible? Just as Duanmu Huai was complaining, Dr. Brad's skinny body shook a few times. And then he fell headfirst onto the console in front of him, hitting the control buttons in front of him heavily. Beep, beep, beep. The next moment, Duanmu Huai found that a strange device in front of him began to emit a dazzling yellow light. Before he could react, everything around him suddenly became extremely dark. Then the next moment, Duanmu Huai appeared in a place stained red by blood, which looked like an endless wilderness. Here, the volcano roared and spewed flames and poisonous mist into the sky. And in the distance were terrifying and strange buildings made of stone. All around were hideous demons, who turned their heads, stared at Duanmu Huai, opened their mouths and howled in anger. It was obvious that they did not welcome Duanmu Huai's arrival. But Duanmu Huai doesn't need them to welcome him. It looks like I've come to the right place. Looking at the demon army in front of him, Duanmu Huai sneered and clenched his hammer. Then let's kill to our heart's content. Chapter 130, The Depths of Hell. In the subspace, there is no concept of time. Duanmu Huai no longer knew how many demons he had killed. To be honest, he was even a little numb. Countless demons came from all directions, trying to engulf the enemy in front of him. But Duanmu Huai swung his war hammer and completely destroyed them again and again. He could no longer remember how many demons he had killed. And even Duanmu Huai felt a little sleepy. After swinging the hammer again and smashing a bull-headed demon into a pulp, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but yawn. He now felt like he was playing a monster-killing game similar to Diablo, killing monsters over and over again. The problem is that your monsters don't drop dark gold equipment. That guy can really hold on. Recalling the time when that player posted the message saying this mission is not difficult, it's just killing monsters, Duanmu Huai was full of admiration. Apart from anything else, just the number. Most players can't hold out for so long. Just like a truck driver driving on the highway, he would definitely get tired after a long time. Now Duanmu Huai looked at the demons in front of him without any emotion. He was like a robot, swinging the hammer mechanically, smashing them to death, moving forward, smashing another group of demons to death, and moving forward again. To be honest, if he could use the soul card, Duanmu Huai really wanted to summon Ogus to have a chat. But unfortunately, when he entered this H.L., the servant summons in the soul card were sealed. It was obvious that this mission required Duanmu Huai to kill the demon alone without the help of others. Boom! I don't know how long it was, but suddenly, there was an explosion and roar in the distance, which woke Duanmu Huai up from the mechanical monster killing that was similar to sleepwalking. He subconsciously turned his head and looked towards the place where the sound came from. He saw in the distance flames rising into the sky and shouts of killing. It was a war. Are there still people killing monsters in H.L. like me? Duanmu Huai was no longer sleepy at this moment. Just like a player who was originally walking on the road in boredom, and suddenly found that an unexpected event had been triggered, and instantly became energetic. Then Duanmu Huai directly knocked away the demon monster in front of him, strode on the corpses of the demons, and walked towards the place where the battle took place. After a while, Duanmu Huai finally came to the edge of the battlefield and saw both sides of the war. Sure enough, one side was a demon that he was already very familiar with, while the other side was a group of humans that was somewhat beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. Or at least they looked like humans. They wore full body armor similar to that of a paladin, and held swords and guns in their hands, fighting with the demons. However, this group of warriors who came from nowhere seemed to be exhausted at the moment, and it seemed that it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out by the demons. This won't do. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai frowned immediately. He had been killing monsters in H.L. for so long and was a little bored. If a rabbit could chat with it, it would be even more surprising that they were a group of people. In any case, since they were also enemies of the devil, he would naturally step forward to lend a hand. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai no longer hesitated, jumped off the cliff, and jumped directly into the battlefield below. Boom! The tall black shadow came crashing down, startling both sides. The warriors holding energy weapons looked at the tall and burly figure in front of them with doubt, and for a moment, they were unsure whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. As for the demons, they were also confused when they saw the uninvited guest in front of them. It was not until Duanmu raised his war hammer and smashed the demon in front of him to pieces that everyone finally reacted. Oh my goodness! It's a friendly force. With the addition of Duanmu, the demons were immediately defeated. With Duanmu's strength, beating these demons was just like killing small monsters in Diablo. He swung his hammer and smashed them, and the ground was covered with blood and flesh. Even those demons who hid in the distance and shot at him were not spared by Duanmu. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed those guys in the air. Under the effect of the gravity gloves, these demons would be directly pulled in front of Duanmu, and then he would smash them into meat paste with a hammer. In a moment, the battle situation was reversed. The knights, who had been beaten to pieces, gathered together again and charged at the demons again under the cover of Duanmu. However, after being knocked down by Duanmu like chopping melons and vegetables, the demons began to flee in all directions. This shows that although these demons look like the subordinates of the god of tyranny, they are definitely not. If the god of tyranny saw that the demons under him dared to escape, the end would be terrible. However, the battle did not end there. Just as the demons were dispersing, suddenly, accompanied by a roar, everyone saw a huge demon with horns as tall as dozens of stories rushing out from the side. It wielded a huge sword and swung it down at Duanmu. Depend on! Seeing this huge demon, Duanmu also roared in a low voice. And then a light flashed before his eyes. Then, armament enhancement and summoning of the paladin erupted again. At the same time, Duanmu raised the war hammer in his hand and directly faced the huge sword blade that was whistling down towards him. Boom! At the moment when the sword in the giant demon's hand was about to hit Duanmu, Duanmu also raised his right hand and activated the gravity glove again, changing the gravity direction of the sword in front of him. At the same time, he clenched the war hammer and swung it hard, hitting the side of the sword directly under Duanmu's full-strength attack. The sword in the giant demon's hand was directly knocked off the direction and hit the ground heavily, instantly smashing a huge gully in the ground. Those knights and demons who did not have time to dodge either died under the giant sword or fell into the abyss of the gully and disappeared. But it's not over yet. Call, accompanied by the rising smoke and dust. Duanmu jumped up. Then he clenched the chainsaw sword with both hands and stared at the bright red core on the chest of the huge demon in front of him. The next moment, the jetpack behind Duanmu suddenly burst out with a strong airflow. And with the acceleration of gravity, Duanmu flew towards the core of the huge demon like a bullet. From afar, one could only see a black line flying across the sky and piercing into the giant demon's chest. The next moment, the giant demon's back exploded. The whistling shockwave mixed with the chainsaw sword's extremely powerful attack completely destroyed the armor protection on the giant demon's chest, piercing through its chest and core. The giant demon no longer had the strength to resist under this fatal blow. It wailed and stretched out its hands in despair, then fell heavily on its back to the ground, without any response. Boom! The huge demon's body fell heavily to the ground. And the demons who saw this scene were so frightened that they turned and ran away. It was not until the smoke and dust cleared that Duanmu, covered in blood, fell from the sky and reappeared in front of the Steel Knights. Seeing the blood-soaked armored giant appearing before them again, the Iron Knights did not move at all. They just stared at each other. Then, the leading Iron Knight put down his weapon and half knelt on the ground. His action seemed to be a signal. The other Iron Knights also put down their weapons, knelt on the ground, lowered their heads, and muttered a word. That was a word that was not unfamiliar to Duanmu. Astartes. After that, Duanmu talked with these soldiers and finally understood their origins. In fact, these warriors are also the surviving descendants of the human empire. Of course, they themselves have long forgotten this history. For them, these people now have a new name: Argentinians. These Argentinians live in a place called the Ring of Nur, which is a world created by a group of beings called elemental elves. Like the star gods and the old saints, they are species that existed at the beginning of the universe. However, these elemental elves are not so warlike, and they just stay in their own territory and don't go out. Later, the Argentine people reached a cooperation with these elemental elves and began to develop here. Their world was not peaceful, but it was still prosperous. Later, an alien civilization called the Mechers arrived. After a friendly exchange between the two sides, the Argentine became vassals of the Mechers. The Mechers gave them advanced culture and knowledge from the Mechers, and the Argentine became the pioneers of the mechers, fighting for the mechers in various fields and on various planets. Naturally, in this process, they came to the subspace and encountered the demons therein. This is normal. Almost all civilized races will have to deal with the subspace if they want to conduct cross-galaxy exploration. At the beginning, the Argentinians were beaten back by the demons, but later they stabilized their position. Not only that, the Argentinians also obtained the essence of HL, a powerful and magical power of HL, from the captured demons. This power not only allowed the Argentinians to gain eternal life, but also strengthened their technical strength. It was under such circumstances that the entire Argent family almost sank into the power of HL, to put it bluntly. It was psychic energy, and the elemental spirits they once believed in were almost completely abandoned. Only the Night Guards still maintained the old traditions. However, when they once again expeditioned into hell, these Night Guards were surprised to find that the leader of the Argentine, the Mecher, had already signed a contract with the demons of hell. The Mecher were eager to obtain the power of hell to maintain their immortality. For this reason, they even betrayed the Ring of Nur and the Argentine, and even imprisoned the elemental elves believed in by the Argentine, allowing them to continuously produce the power of hell for the Mecher. They even planned to directly invade and destroy the Ring of Nur, allowing it to assimilate with hell and become a part of this world. They even planned to use the souls of the Argentine people on the Ring of Nur to refine this evil power. After learning this, the Night Sentinels tried to persuade the people of the Ring of Nur to rebel against the Maker. But the Argentinians, who were eroded by the power of hell, had already abandoned their traditions. In order to maintain the purity and traditions of their tribe, the Night Sentinels launched a civil war, and they even went deep into hell again, almost completely destroying the Argentine energy production plant of the Maker. However, a traitor appeared among the Night Sentinels, causing their attack to fail. The remaining teams were either wiped out or in retreat. Duanmu Huai encountered such a group of Dark Night Guards being hunted by demons. If he hadn't tried to stop them, these Dark Night Guards would probably have died. As for why these Night Guards were able to recognize Duanmu Huai, it was also because of their tradition. Although the human empire has long since become a thing of the past after tens of thousands of years, the ancestors of the Argentine people have not completely forgotten history. Their legends and myths still record how the ancestors of the Argentine people escaped from the disaster area on a metal ark and came to the Ring of Nur under the guidance of the gods. Among those murals, naturally portrayed the legend of the great angel Astarte, which is dressed in skull armor, represents the gods of the gods. Now, in the eyes of these Night Guards, the legendary Astartes has appeared before them, which is the protection of God. Duanmu Huai actually wanted to explain to them that the Inquisitors and Astartes were different organizations. But forget it. After joining up with these Night Guards, Duanmu Huai immediately had his next goal. That is to fight back to the Ring of Nur and kill the Mechers and demons. Are you kidding me? Who is Duanmu Huai? He is the judge of the Empire. And the Mech tribe, as an alien race, actually dared to collude with the Chaos Demons and enslave the people of the Empire? How can they not be purified? It is time to let these damn alien people taste loyal anger. Chapter 131 Ring of Nur. After deciding on the next target, Duanmu Huai and the Night Guards moved together and retreated to their teleportation base. According to the Night Guards, the demons have now begun to attack the Ring of Nur, and they don't know what the situation of the Ring of Nur is. But it is conceivable that the situation is not optimistic. In addition, many Argentinians in the Ring of Nur have actually become captives of the Lish energy. If the demon appears, they may just raise their hands and surrender. Things like this have happened before, so it is not surprising to happen again. Because before this, the Night Sentinels had fought a civil war with the defenders of the Ring of Nur. And then, they went deep into HL again to try to destroy the factory built by the Mech and the demons. But failed again. Now the Ring of Nur itself has no resistance facing these menacing demons. How far they can go, it's really hard to say. Duanmu Huai was relieved to be able to travel with these Night Guards. He didn't know if it was because these Night Guards were veterans, who had experienced many battles, and had stronger willpower than those dead scientists. They were not scared to death like a skinny guy. He finally had someone to chat with along the way. The Night Guards were obviously very interested in Duanmu Huai's origins, and the history of the Empire. After all, they were warriors who adhered to tradition, and naturally had a strong interest in the origin of their own clan. Duanmu Huai was killing demons on the way, while telling them about the Empire. Of course, After learning that the former human empire had been destroyed, the Dark Knight guards couldn't help but sigh. But thinking that their own civilization was now on the verge of destruction, they decided to worry about their own affairs first. Finally, under the protection of Duanmu Huai, the remnants of the Night Guard successfully returned to the base. And then, they opened the portal to the Ring of Nur, with a picture in front of him. The next moment, a gorgeous city appeared in front of Duanmu Huai's eyes. "It is right here, Your Excellency the Great Inquisitor," the leading Night Guard spoke. "This is the Ring of Nur." However, before he finished speaking, his voice stopped and he stopped talking. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at the city in front of him. "It seems that we are still a step late." In front of Duanmu Huai was a magnificent city. Or rather, it once was. Now this city is completely shrouded in the darkness of corruption. It can be seen that the city was once built in a lush green forest, consisting of tall buildings with rounded roofs. However, now, these buildings are in ruins and look like they have been attacked everywhere. In the distance, you can even see a huge mecha holding a spear, standing still as if it is piercing a huge demon. The whole city is dead silent. Although Duanmu Huai has never been to the Ring of Nur, it is conceivable that the city should not have looked like this. "We must find His Majesty the King." The faces of the Night Guards were livid. Although they had anticipated that their homeland might be completely destroyed, they had not expected to be so shocked and sad when they witnessed the destruction of their homeland. But soon, the leading Night Guard calmed down, forced himself to cheer up, and led Duanmu Huai and others to move towards the palace. But soon, when the Night Guards entered the city, they found that something was wrong. Here, it doesn't seem like they were just attacked. Instead, it seems like a long time has passed. Maybe decades. Maybe even longer. This is actually not surprising. The time of the subspace itself is disordered and chaotic. So when they come out of the subspace, they are likely to appear at any point in time in the past, present, and future. Just like now. When they entered the palace again, all they saw was a mess and ruins covered with dust. How come? Looking at the empty throne before them, and the holy statues around them that had lost their glorious flames, the Night Guards fell to their knees, crying silently and lamenting their own misfortune. Duanmu Huai just stood there, looking carefully at everything around him. However, at this moment, the empty throne suddenly began to emit a dazzling light, and then a glowing ghost wearing a crown appeared on the throne. He looked at the Night Guard in front of him, unable to hide his sadness and sigh. His Majesty, looking at the ghost in front of them, the Night Guards hurriedly half-knelt on the ground, put down their weapons, and saluted him respectfully. Looking at the Night Guards, the ghost called the king had a solemn and sad expression. "I never thought that I would be able to see you again. My children, I once thought that you had been swallowed up by that evil HL forever." And, having said that, the king looked at Duanmu Huai who was standing in front of him. When he saw the skull and blood-red cross logo on Duanmu Huai's armor, he was also stunned. "Your Majesty, this is an angel from the great god. Your Excellency the Judge." At this moment, the Night Guard also spoke hurriedly. "In HL, it was he who showed up in time to save us from the devil. Without him, we wouldn't even be able to return to the Ring of Nur safely." Astartes, hearing the words of the Night Guard, a hint of excitement appeared in the eyes of the King Ghost, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. "Don't worry too much. The Empire has been destroyed for dozens of thousands of years. It's not much better than your current situation." "Really?" In response to Duanmu Huai's answer, the king gave a tired smile and then nodded. "Indeed. As you can see, the Ring of Nur has been destroyed. The demons broke through the defenses and destroyed all life. Please give the order." "Your Majesty." The Night Guard raised his head again and stared at the king. "Whatever order you give us, we will do our best to complete it. If it's demon-related, I'll help too." Duanmu Huai stared at the king and spoke. He had keenly realized that this might be a very important main line in this secret advancement mission. If he could complete this main line, he might get a richer reward than just advancing. Sure enough, after hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the king hesitated for a moment. Then, he was silent for a moment before speaking again. "Originally, this shouldn't be said by me. But, this is related to my people after all. So I hope you can listen to my wish. I hope you can go to HL, find that Argent energy plant, and completely destroy it." Having said that, the king clenched his fists unwillingly. That group of damned demons. Not only did they destroy my country, they even sealed off the elemental spirits and used them to enslave the souls of my people. Hearing the king say this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood what he meant. In the world of Star Ocean OL, stealing souls is the most common thing. In particular, if you don't believe in any gods, then when you die, your soul is likely to fall into the hands of the Chaos God. Therefore, in many worlds, everyone will believe in a certain god, so that when they die, their souls will go to the god they believe in. Like in the Ring of Nur, they originally believed in a being called elemental elves. According to the Night Sentinels, after the death of the Argentinians, their souls would return to the elemental elves to find peace. But now, the demons have imprisoned the elemental spirits, which means that the souls of the Argentinians have all fallen into the hands of the demons. And what will these demons do with the Argentinian souls? It's obvious that it's not a good thing. I just want to ask you to free the souls of my people. The Ring of Nur has been destroyed, and rebuilding the civilization of the Argentine people is basically a fantasy. Now the only wish of the last king of this country is to free the souls of his people from the endless slavery and suffering of the devil. Just as the king made this request, a message appeared in front of Duanmu Huai's eyes as expected. Activate the hidden mission piece of soul. Mission objective: destroy the Argent energy manufacturing plant in hell and release the imprisoned souls. The human soul cannot be desecrated by chaos. Really? Seeing the system prompt in front of him, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists excitedly. Before crossing over, the player did not mention anything about the Yajin people, so he probably did not find the main line of the mission. But it was different for Duanmu Huai. The hidden main line mission and the secret advanced mission. This wave of benefits will definitely make him rich. Not to mention, this mission does not conflict with the advanced mission. Killing demons is killing demons, and blowing up factories is blowing up factories. There is no problem in doing both at the same time. Right? You know, simply destroying demons has made Duanmu Huai a little bored. Now that he has a goal, it can make him more motivated. At least this is more interesting than aimlessly hitting moles in H.L. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts, raised his head, looked at the soul of the king in front of him, and nodded to him. Don't worry. I will definitely free those souls from the devil's hands completely. Chapter 132, Argentum Factory. After completing the mission, Duanmu Huai and the night guards once again rushed back to H.L. to fight the devil. Although this statement may seem a bit underestimating. To be honest, if Duanmu Huai were to evaluate them, it would be, the demons here were the weakest group of demons he had ever seen. As an inquisitor, Duanmu Huai has fought against demons many times in the game. In his opinion, the demons under the command of the four evil gods actually have distinct characteristics. The demons of the god of tyranny are wildly murderous and fight to the death. And their frontal attacks are the most terrifying. The devilish methods of the god of deceit are ever-changing. And all kinds of magic and sorcery emerge in an endless stream, giving people a headache. The demon of the god of plague is full of viruses and stench. Just standing there is equivalent to polluting the environment. If there is no means of protection, there will be little difference between winning and losing. Although the demons of the god of desire are not good at close combat, their ability to manipulate minds and spirits is truly extraordinary. And it is easy to fall into their trap if you are not careful. But the original devil of this world, how should I put it? Apart from the fact that their numbers barely make them a threat, there is basically nothing special about them. Moreover, it is not known whether it is due to the influence of the previous assimilation of the world. Many of these demons have transformed parts of their bodies into machines. However, apart from enhancing their firepower to a certain extent, this does not actually pose much threat. If Duanmu Huai were to evaluate it, this group of original demons' attacks are not as ferocious as those of the demons from the god of tyranny. Their methods are not as varied as those of the demons from the god of cunning. Their disgustingness cannot be compared with that of the god of plague, and they don't even have the strange attack skills like the demons from the god of desire. If they hadn't been hiding in a corner of this subspace, they would have been killed by some great demon leading his troops long ago. You guys are like this, and you still want to rule the world? What's the difference between this and a rural village chief wanting to become emperor and dominate the country? Not to mention the inquisitors and Astartes. Even a random Astra Militarum soldier could kill you with a flashlight. Drink Aya. Duanmu Huai, holding a sledgehammer, rushed towards the group of demons in front of him like a ferocious beast. The closer they were to the energy plant, the more demons there were. and the more methodical their attacks became. If their attacks were relatively scattered in the wilderness, and they only attacked by teleporting in front of, behind, and around everyone, then now these demons had begun to deploy troops and formations, trying to block Duanmu Huai's attacks. Standing in front of Duanmu Huai was a large group of young elf demons that were about the same size as humans. They had no special weapons and attacked the enemy with their bare hands, relying on their strength and speed that was far superior to that of humans. In simple terms, they were the cannon fodder on the front line of the battle. Behind the hell demon was a spider-like monster with a brain the size of a carriage and mechanical limbs. Above it stood a gun barrel, which was whistling and firing rounds of artillery fire at Duanmu Huai. On both sides of the mechanical spider, two fat demons with obese bodies and arms transformed into cannon barrels also raised their hands and madly poured firepower towards Duanmu Huai, trying to bury him completely in this fierce bombardment. If it were the Night Guard, facing the fierce firepower of the demons, they would have no choice but to stop. But Duanmu Huai ignored the attacks of the demons. The fire bombs hit him, but he didn't even slow down his pace. He just kept his head down and rushed forward like a running rhino. Then, the next moment, he collided heavily with the young demons, who were the cannon fodder on the front line. Bang, bang, bang. The young demons swung their claws wildly, hitting Duanmu Huai's power armor. But their actions were in vain. Instead, the young demons were directly knocked away by Duanmu Huai, flying into the sky like fairy flowers, and then scattered on the ground. In just a face-to-face time, Duanmu Huai broke through the defense line formed by the young demons, and came in front of the mechanical brain spider. Then he raised his war hammer, and smashed hard at the brain as big as a carriage in front of him. Puff! The swollen brain in front of him was suddenly smashed into pieces like a balloon. Then Duanmu Huai grasped the long handle of the warhammer with both hands and swung it hard. The whistling hammer swept across, directly digging a huge hole in the flesh-like bodies of the two fat demons next to the mechanical brain spider. The two fat demons shook their bodies, and then fell to the ground without a sound. At the same time, a huge and strange demon appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Its lower body was a tank-like chassis, and its upper body was a burly and majestic demon. One arm was transformed into a steel cannon, and the other hand was holding a madly spinning chainsaw, swinging it violently at Duanmu Huai. Ding 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 ding. Duanmu Huai raised his warhammer to block the chainsaw swung by the demon. The sharp teeth of the chainsaw were spinning furiously, trying to cut the warhammer in Duanmu Huai's hand. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care. He roared, holding the warhammer tightly in his right hand, and suddenly raised it forward. At the same time, Duanmu Huai stretched his left hand behind his waist, holding the chainsaw sword tightly, and suddenly pulled it out, swinging it at the demon. Swish! The next moment, the huge demon in front of him was split in half by Duanmu Huai, and even the tank-like chassis underneath it turned into a pile of scrap metal in the explosion. However, just as the demon was being cut open by Duanmu Huai, suddenly, a shadow appeared from behind him, and then a monster with a demon upper body and a snake-like lower body quietly emerged from behind, and wrapped around Duanmu Huai's body like a python, restricting his further actions. However, the next moment, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hands and directly cut the snake demon into pieces. Humph! You want to trick me? Looking at the demon that was shattered into pieces in front of him, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Then, he took a step forward and raised his head to look at the gate of the Yajin energy factory in front of him. It was already in sight. Duanmu Huai turned his head, and at this moment, behind him, the Dark Night Guard was standing beside him, covered in blood. How many are left? There are only 3 of us left. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the leader of the Night Guard sighed bitterly. They had lost most of their men when they were surrounded by the demons. When they returned to the Ring of Nur, there were less than 10 Night Guards left. When they returned to Hell again and followed Duanmu Huai to fight here, there were only 3 left. There was no way around it. Duanmu Huai's power armor was not on the same level as theirs. And although Duanmu Huai couldn't summon servants, he could still use spell cards. And the equipment of these Night Guards was a little inadequate. Not to mention, the power of the Night Guard comes from the elemental elves. And now the elemental elves have been imprisoned, humiliated and educated by the demons. Naturally, they can't get any external blessings and power. Let's keep going. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked forward. according to the clues they had obtained before. There were 3 elemental spirits imprisoned in this factory. As long as they broke the seals of these elemental spirits and set them free, these angry elemental spirits would turn this Yajin energy factory upside down without Duanmu Huai's help. So the next thing they have to do is to lift the seal on the elemental spirits. But what puzzled Duanmu Huai was that the demon seemed to be a little slow to react during his fight. According to the king, the mech tribe cooperated with the demons to build this energy plant, which was mainly used to supply energy for the mech tribe's survival. If he destroyed this plant, the mech tribe would be in trouble. Logically speaking, shouldn't they send heavy troops to guard it or go back to defend it? In fact, Duanmu Huai was already prepared to face the mech tribe and the demon army. But nothing? No way. That mech tribe wouldn't really be so incompetent? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also raised this question on the night guards around him. And the other party's answer made Duanmu Huai a little bit surprised. The phenomenon of collapse is completely complete. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. If the mech population is large, there would be no need for the Yakin people to serve as their thugs and military vanguards. Right? Forget it. No matter what, their goal is already within sight. Duanmu Huai gripped the warhammer tightly and walked into the gate in front of him. Next, as long as the seal of the elemental spirit is lifted, everything will be fine. At the same time that Duanmu Huai rushed into the Yajin energy factory in Manalia, there was a completely different scene. Ah, so idle. So idle. So idle. Princess of Manalia was now hugging a pillow, rolling over and over on the bed, looking bored. And, you seem to be a little restless lately? Looking at and tossing and turning on the bed. Gulia, who was sitting next to him, wagged her tail, put down the book in her hand, looked at him curiously and spoke. Because I want to go on an adventure again. But Mr. Knight didn't take me this time. And there has been no response until now. I'm really worried about whether he can do it. Mr. Knight, there shouldn't be any problem. Right? That's what I said. Hearing Gulia's puzzled answer, and pouted a little unhappily. Not long after and returned to Manalia. Gulia also returned. Naturally, the two also exchanged their respective sightseeing trips. Gulia's side was really going sightseeing. Lorena took Gulia and Faline on a tour of the Holy City, and then visited the famous places of interest in the Holy City. It was quite pleasant for the two dragons, and it was a fairly smooth and peaceful journey. But it was different for him. He first went on an adventure trip to the north, where he encountered ghosts and undead creatures. Then he fought against cultists and vampires. Finally, he even participated in a battle that affected the fate of the Empire, and played a key role in it, and was so proud when he said this, and even showed off the medals that the Emperor of the Empire had given him to thank him. Gulia was terrified when she heard this, fearing that something might happen to him. But fortunately, from her appearance, and didn't seem to be injured or anything. Wow, I really want to travel with Mr. Knight. As he spoke, and reached out and slapped the pillow hard. But Mr. Knight's job is usually very dangerous. Right? Gulia was not just talking nonsense. When the evil dragon Fafna was destroyed, she also worked with Duanmu Huai. Naturally, she knew that man was smart and courageous, and all kinds of suicide behaviors were common. To be honest, if you want to work with him, you must have a big heart, and was lively and active by nature. But she didn't have the opportunity to make big news in the academy. Being together with Duanmu Huai simply satisfied Anne's wishes. On the contrary, Gulia was somewhat insensitive to these dangers. She still preferred to stay alone quietly, rather than going out to do something earth-shattering. But, install. Looking at Anne, who was frowning and angry, Gulia hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you like Mr. Knight?" It was no wonder that Gulia had such thoughts. She had known Anne for such a long time, and she had rarely seen her care so much about a man. Although Anne also cared a lot about the people around her. Gulia, as a woman, could sense that there was something special in her tone when she talked about Duanmu Huai. I just don't know if Anne himself noticed it. Well, hearing Gulia's question, Anne, who was lying on the bed, stopped rolling around and hugged the pillow in his arms tightly, somewhat embarrassedly. The reason was very simple. That was Gulia's question, which just touched Anne's heart. Unlike the taciturn dragon girl Gulia, Anne is a lively, kind, and popular princess. But in fact, Anne is also very lonely. Yes, although she is friendly and kind, and is widely accepted by the people. She is a princess after all, the princess of the kingdom of Manalia, and the most powerful wizard in the kingdom of Manalia. This identity itself means that no one can interact with her freely. So, what about the students in the Magic Academy? They might not care about Anne's identity as the princess of Manalia. But on the other hand, Anne's outstanding magical talent also created a gap between her and other students. For example, when faced with many difficult questions, students would ask Anne for help, and she would be happy to answer them. But after answering their questions, Anne found that they did not understand what she was saying at all, although Anne thought he had used the simplest and most understandable method. But, for ordinary students, it was still no different from listening to a foreign book. This is the difference between a genius student and a poor student, and felt that he had explained it very easily. But other students still couldn't understand it. What can they say in this situation? All they could say was as expected of Her Royal Highness the Princess, and you're amazing. We can't do that at all. Such words were certainly not what Anne expected. This is why, when Anne saw Gulia, he immediately wanted to make friends with her. After all, they were both princesses and equally lonely, so they could be good friends. So what about Duan Muhui? At first, Anne was just interested in him. But during the adventurous journey with Duan Muhui, she gradually developed a different feeling. First of all, it was Duan Muhui's attitude towards her. He did not treat Anne specially because she was the princess of the kingdom of Manalia or his fiancée. Originally, Anne was thinking that since she and he were engaged, he might take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, Duan Muhui did not do anything strange. Of course, it is not entirely true that Duan Muhui is a gentleman. When he needs to use Anne, he does so without hesitation. But this makes Anne feel a rare touch. You know, as a princess, even in the royal family, she and her parents are more or less polite. Duan Muhui's nonchalant behavior makes Anne very happy. This is why Anne still enjoys traveling with Duan Muhui, even though it is a bit dangerous. Because following Duan Muhui would make Anne forget that she is a princess and act more like an ordinary person. At least for now. And felt that he and Duan Muhui seemed closer. But this means that I will marry Mr. Knight in the future. After all, we are already engaged. And I don't hate Mr. Knight. And Mr. Knight doesn't seem to hate me either. In other words, they will get married one day. And then, have children? Recalling what she had read in the textbooks before, Anton's face flushed. Of course, she was not completely ignorant of this. But the textbooks were about ordinary men, with Mr. Knight's strong and tall body. What if? Could it work? Wouldn't it hurt herself? Besides, Mr. Knight was so strong. He must be very big. Wah! Thinking of this, and immediately buried his blushing face in the pillow and rolled around desperately. Looking at Anne's actions, Gulia was completely confused. She couldn't understand why talking about this topic would make Anne so shy. What's going on? Chapter 133 You Are Not Loyal. When Duan Muhui arrived at the deepest part of the Yajin factory, there was only the last night guard left by his side. And he was also covered in wounds and gasping for breath. I can feel the call of the elementals. The night guard raised his head and looked at the heavy and blocked door in front of him. They are behind this door. Stand further away, Duan Muhui said casually. Then he walked to the sealed steel door, stretched out his hand to grab the gap in the door. And then, the steel door that was originally firmly fixed was forcibly pulled open by Duan Muhui, making a harsh sound of metal friction and breaking. But Duan Muhui didn't care at all. He just stretched out his arms, pried the door open directly, and then pushed it hard. Boom! The next moment, the steel door split open and fell heavily to the ground. Duan Muhui held the warhammer tightly and strode into the room. The night guard also dragged his wounded body and followed Duan Muhui into the room in front of him. In front of them was a huge hall that looked like an observation deck. In front of the hall was an almost bottomless abyss. In the abyss, something blue, like a pillar of fire, shot up from it. Under the blockade of the iron chains on all sides, it emitted a faint blue glow. If Duan Muhui was not mistaken, this should be the elemental elf mentioned by the night guard. Although this is not quite the same as the elf I imagined. He had originally hoped to see 3 beautiful young ladies trapped somewhere, but now it seemed that this was out of the question. However, next to this, there is something even more shocking. On the tracks on both sides of the abyss, metal cages were moving forward like parts on an assembly line. These metal cages were filled with Argentinians. Or rather, their souls. These souls will be refined, squeezed, and then transformed into energy supply in this factory. And now, they are extracted from the originally dormant elemental spirits and taken away. Seeing this scene, the Dark Knight Guard gritted his teeth and looked at Duan Muhuai. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. I know. Duan Muhuai nodded, then strode forward, intending to free these elemental elves. However, just as he took a step forward, suddenly, not far in front of Duan Muhuai, several round red portals appeared out of thin air. Then, Duan Muhuai saw several tall figures walking out of them and blocking his way. These demons were tall, with long horns on their heads, wearing dark green armor, holding battle axes and sharp blades in their hands. However, when the night guard beside Duan Muhuai saw them, his eyes suddenly turned red. Traitor, do you know each other? Duan Muhuai turned his head and glanced curiously at the night guard beside him, who nodded vigorously. Yes, Inquisitor. They were once members of the glorious Night Sentinel, but they betrayed their oaths and beliefs and sold themselves out to the demons and the makers. We just made the right choice. One of the demon guards interrupted the night guard with a sneer, staring mockingly at the wounded night guard in front of him, with an evil red light flashing in his eyes. Look at you. Poor little guy. The elemental spirits you believe in have been captured. So what are you still holding on to? Only the Queen can truly rule this world and rule everything. No one can. However, the demon guard didn't finish his words, because at this moment, Duan Muhuai stretched out his hand and grabbed him. Then the demon guard suddenly felt his body flying towards him out of control. And before he could react, the heavy hammer whistled down and smashed his head into a meat paste. Boom! The body of the demon guard fell to the ground. Duan Muhuai gripped the war hammer tightly and stared at the other demon guards in front of him. You betrayed humanity, abandoned the people and country you were supposed to protect, and fell into submission to alien races and chaos? You are no longer loyal, and your existence is meaningless. Die. Traitor. What are you? Seeing their companions being killed, the other demon guards were also shocked. Then they took out their weapons, roared, and rushed towards Duan Muhuai. Go to H.L. As an Inquisitor, Duan Muhuai considered all those who were involved with chaos to be his enemies, especially the traitors who had sold their bodies and souls to chaos. They were the first targets of execution by the Inquisition, no matter in which era. If the Inquisitors encountered such traitors, they would have no choice but to die. Therefore, facing the demon guards rushing towards him, Duan Muhuai did not hesitate, and roared directly, and the hammer in his hand was passed and smashed towards them. Stupid idiot. Looking at the hammer swung by Duan Muhuai, one of the demon guards did not choose to dodge, but went straight to meet it. At the same time, he raised his hands. Soon, a shield formed by the condensed red H.L. energy appeared in front of the demon guard and met the hammer swung by Duan Muhuai. You can't even imagine how powerful the devil is. But unfortunately, he did not have time to prove to Duan Muhuai how powerful the demon was. The fierce hammer directly smashed the force field shield in the demon guard's hand, hit him in the face, smashed his cheekbone, broke his teeth, knocked out his eyeballs, and then blasted his head out like a baseball. The headless body swayed on the ground for a moment, then fell to the ground with a thud, and the blood gushing out of the neck splattered on the ground. But no one made any response, because at this moment, Duan Muhuai had already reached out and grabbed another idiot who tried to sneak attack while his companion was distracting him. Even demons are no match for you. You are just remnants that have absorbed the power of chaos. Where do you get the confidence to think you can deal with me? Duan Muhuai stared at the demon guard whose head he had grabbed, and sneered. At the same time, his grip became tighter and tighter. Soon, the iron glove pierced through the demon guard's head as easily as grabbing an egg, and then Duan Muhuai clenched his left hand tightly. Puff! The demon guard's head exploded instantly, leaving only pieces of flesh and brain matter in Duan Muhuai's hands. Even the hardest skull was roughly crushed into pieces by him. You have lost the purity of humanity. Looking at the twisted, deformed skull fragment with a pair of curved horns in his hand, Duan Muhuai snorted coldly. Then it's just purification. Duan Muhuai is not an extreme Puritan Inquisitor like the alien Inquisition, who cannot tolerate alien creatures. But to him, any human who dares to sell his soul, abandon humanity, and turn to chaos is an unforgivable traitor. There is no other way except to be destroyed by the purifying flame. Duanmu Huai threw the corpse of his hand away. And then, he walked forward again. Those night guards who sold their bodies and souls to the devil were not able to stop him for even half a minute, and were completely killed. Then, Duanmu Huai walked to the front of the platform and looked up at the pillar of flames gushing out in front of him. Elemental elves. For Duanmu Huai, there was nothing special about the first encounter with the elemental spirits. He just reached out, raised the warhammer, and swung it hard at the chains on the platform. Bang! 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 As the chains broke one after another, the cage that originally bound the elemental elves began to crumble. Finally, when Duanmu Huai swung his hammer again and broke a chain, the azure pillar of flame suddenly exploded, gushing up like a giant dragon that had broken free from its restraints, blasting through the dome in front of them and straight into the sky. Although Duanmu Huai couldn't hear the roar of the elemental elves, he could feel from the vibrating energy field in the air that the elemental elves were definitely venting their anger. Well, it must be unpleasant to be imprisoned and kidnapped by invaders from other worlds. The scorching blue flame shot out from the elemental spirits, instantly engulfing the cages that originally imprisoned the souls of the Argentinians. Then the blue flames flashed and disappeared into the sky. Only a flame slowly floated down and landed in Duanmu Huai's hands. At the same time, a line of system prompts appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. The first stage of the hidden mission piece of soul is completed. Task evaluation, outstanding. You have liberated the imprisoned souls, but their anger is far from being appeased. Only blood debts can be paid with blood, so that these souls can return to peace again. Obtain the mark of the elemental spirits. You have been recognized by the elemental spirits. From now on, you will have an unrivaled army. Second stage of the hidden mission piece of soul activated. Mission objective: destroy the demon army and the mech tribe, and avenge the Argentinians. Eye for eye. Sure enough, there is a follow-up to this task. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. But this is good. This task also requires you to kill the demons yourself, which just meets the requirements for advancement. In other words, when you finish this task, you can just achieve the advanced profession. But the system said I had a large army? Where is it? Duanmu Huai looked around in confusion. But when he turned behind him, he was shocked to see that behind Duanmu Huai, thousands of dark night guards in the form of souls were kneeling respectfully in front of him. I see. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood. With the complete destruction of the Argentinian civilization, the elemental spirits could no longer have the Argentinians' faith and protection. So they simply gave the souls of these night guards to themselves, and then slipped away. Speaking of which, in the game, Duanmu Huai knew that many ghost fleets use similar methods to increase their troops. But he never thought that this day would come. But no matter what, a group of ghost soldiers is still quite threatening. So what Duanmu Huai has to do next is to eliminate the mech tribe and the group of demons according to the requirements of the mission. But then again, where did they go? Duanmu Huai asked these night guard ghosts and found out that before he arrived, the mechers had already teamed up with the demons to find another planet inhabited by humans. They were now attacking that planet on a large scale, trying to assimilate it into H.L. like the Ring of Nur. Wow! No wonder there are so few people here. Now that we know where the target is, there is only one thing Duanmu Huai has to do next. That is to go to that planet, kill that arrogant maker, and completely tear apart the demon army. Chapter 134: Entering the battlefield. When Duanmu Huai returned to the warship again, there was an army of tens of thousands of dark night guard ghosts behind him. But at the moment, he was not concerned about such a small problem. According to the night guard, this group of demons had already attacked another planet. And now what he had to do was to take the warship to that planet and completely destroy the demons and the mecha. Now Duanmu Huai only hoped that the planet could hold out for a little longer. If it was as bad as the Ring of Nur, then there would be no curse. However, considering that the demons in this subspace were not very strong, they could fight even if they were placed on the Empire's side. Well, it shouldn't be so bad so soon. Right? At the moment, Duanmu Huai was sitting in front of the console, entering coordinates and starting to prepare for subspace travel again. And behind Duanmu Huai, hurry up, Mr. Knight, are you still not ready? And was jumping and dancing behind Duanmu Huai, looking impatient, while Gulia beside him sighed silently. She didn't expect that when Duanmu Huai summoned her and others, his first words would be, "Do you want to go save the world?" and was naturally very excited about this, and wanted to raise both his hands to the sky. Although Gulia was a little uneasy, she nodded in agreement. In addition to Gulia, Phaline and Lorena, who were also dragon people, naturally went together. After Duanmu briefly explained the situation to them, everyone had no objection. After all, as a missionary priest, Lorena's duty was to protect and help humans. And as a dragon person, Phaline had nowhere to go. Duanmu had said before that if Phaline didn't know what to do, she could go on an adventure with him and separate when she found what she wanted to do. Looking at the dragon girl now, it seems that she has not yet found her next goal in life. So, demons have invaded that world. So we have to help fight them off? Almost. You could say that. After coming out of H.L., Duanmu could summon soul cards again. So he called in others. On the one hand, their strength was indeed strong, and it was no problem for them to deal with most of the demons here. On the other hand, Duanmu also wanted to let them gain more experience. After all, there would be many such scenes in the future. Only Phaline thought for a moment, and looked at Duanmu in confusion. How many demons are there? You'll know when you get there. Duanmu knew that he couldn't explain it to them clearly. After all, they had no idea what a planet was. Even if he told them that a planet had been invaded, these girls probably wouldn't have any idea what a planet was. So seeing is believing. Let them see, and they will know. Soon, the destination was locked. And then Duanmu reached out and tapped lightly on the console. The battleship in front of him accelerated instantly and disappeared into the depths of the universe. After a moment, the dark shadows around them suddenly disappeared, and a blue planet appeared in front of everyone. Under the radiance of the stars, the planet looked blue and beautiful, but the bright red marks on it, like scars, proved that the planet was suffering unimaginable suffering. Mia, turn on the communication and let's see the current situation of this planet. Understood. Master, please wait a moment. As usual, Mia responded to Duanmu's words in a slightly lazy tone. Then she stretched out her hand to type on the keyboard. Soon, screams gradually emerged from all around. We can't stop them. I can hear them screaming. No. Retreat immediately. They're killing everyone. These monsters are everywhere. Hearing these shouts, the girls all showed uneasy expressions. Although they could not understand each other's language, the desperate screams and wails were something that anyone could feel. Only Duanmu remained very calm. He stared at the planet in front of him and calmly gave orders. Scan the entire planet for where the communication is happening. I understand. Soon, following Duanmu's orders, Mia began to input commands again. Not long after, pictures appeared on the screen in front of her. Those were burning cities. The once prosperous city has now become a playground for demons to wreak havoc. Countless demons are running around in it, and everywhere is the remains of slaughtered, torn, and broken bodies. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed, except for Duanmu, who was still normal. Even Gulia and Anan, when they saw this scene, their faces turned pale, and their expressions were uneasy. What should I do? At this moment, and no longer had the excitement she had just now. On the contrary, she became completely panicked. Do you want me to go find my father and ask him to dispatch the army of Manalia? Oh, and also to Reg Nice. And, calm down first. Gulia hurriedly held Anne's hand, and at the same time, she looked at Duanmu again. Mr. Knight, there are so many demons here. Can we really destroy them all? Although everyone had never faced hundreds of giant dragons before when fighting against the evil dragon, the intimidation of hundreds of giant dragons was still far less than this overwhelming demon army that almost covered the entire world. There are many, but there are ways to eliminate them. Since Duanmu dared to come, he must have been well prepared. He had heard from the night guard that the three wizards, who were once part of the Dia Order of the Argentinians, were the ones causing trouble on this planet. It was they who used their power to maintain the passage of the subspace, allowing the demons to come to this world from the subspace. As long as these three wizards were killed, the passage would be destroyed, and most of the demons would have no choice but to roll back to H.L. Well, this is actually similar to what the Chaos Believers in the Empire did before. Or in fact, all Chaos Believers in the entire universe did the same thing. First use various rituals to destroy the boundary between reality and the warp, making them blurred. Then, they can summon the demons in the warp to the real world to kill people. and then expand the affected area while the demons are killing people, and finally assimilate the entire planet into the warp. However, in addition to Chaos followers, the Empire also has various gods and followers to support it. The Empire has been defending the northern front, and has not given the Chaos barbarians any chance to advance. Britannia and Cathay have also blocked these Chaos followers in the polar regions. Therefore, there are only a few major problems over there. But there are many minor problems. But this planet is different. Duanmu guessed at a glance that this planet probably follows the materialistic technology route. And it might not believe in any monsters. Maybe they are doing Chaos rituals under your nose. And you think they are doing some kind of magic trick. It would be strange if they didn't capsize. There are two things we have to do. Duanmu quickly gave the answer. First, protect the remaining forces on this planet. Second, kill those 3 wizards to end Hell's assimilation of this planet. So, where do we start? Since Duanmu has made the decision, naturally no one else will object, and is even more eager to try and can't wait to start. Duanmu glanced at the map in front of him again, and then he turned his attention to a steel building. It looked like a steel fortress. At the moment, it was being attacked by demons. The artillery outside was madly pouring bullets at these demons. Unfortunately, when the people in this world designed weapons, they obviously did not anticipate that there would be a time to fight with demons. At least for now. This should be considered a resistance group? Right here. Duanmu pointed to the location in the picture, then turned and left. Everyone, prepare to fight. At the same time, in the iron fortress below, the battle situation had entered the most critical situation. Fire! 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 The soldier holding the gun roared and gave orders, pulling the trigger at the same time. Soon, bullets poured out like a rainstorm, instantly knocking a large number of demons to the ground. But soon, the demons behind them surged again, and at the same time, they felt a sudden vibration under their feet. Then, as if to verify the soldier's premonition, screams were heard over the radio. Report: the enemy has passed through the western defense line. The western defense line has been lost. Damn it, Commander. What should we do now? Hearing the voice from the radio, the soldiers all raised their heads and looked at the man in front of them. The latter gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment. Keep fighting. Detonate the minefield on the western defense line. No matter what. We can't let these monsters enter the fortress. Yes. Soon. Along with the order, a loud bang was heard in the distance, followed by flames and thick smoke rising into the sky. The commander turned his head and took a look at the scene over there, then immediately looked away. Continue fighting. For the people in this world, the battle before them was like a nightmare. These demons came from nowhere and were almost endless. Human attacks were almost powerless in the face of their evil power. But this did not mean that humans had no will to resist. Although these demons had occupied more than half of the earth and almost 60% of the area had fallen, the remaining humans still united and formed the Arc-Armed Response Alliance to fight against the demons. They dug a large number of underground cities and evacuated all the civilians to the underground cities for refuge. The steel fortress in front of them was the entrance to one of the dungeons. If the fortress fell, the demons would directly break into the dungeon. And at that time, the civilians below would be completely killed by these damn monsters. And they must absolutely avoid this. Boom! However, just when the soldiers were about to fight, the wall next to them suddenly cracked. And then a huge demon rushed in like a beast. The soldiers had never expected that these demons could actually break through the thick wall, and they were panicked for a moment. However, before they could launch a counterattack, they saw that the huge demon had already rushed into their line. The defense line collapsed in an instant, and several soldiers were thrown into the air by the demon, screaming, and then fell to the ground. But the demon was obviously not done yet. It roared and waved its claws, grabbing the soldiers around it, and killed all the soldiers around it in the blink of an eye. You damn monster! Seeing his subordinates being killed, the commander's eyes turned red. He grabbed the shotgun and pulled the trigger hard at the huge demon in front of him. Bang! 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 The powerful bullets hit the demon, but it seemed to cause no pain at all. On the contrary, the demon just turned around and roared at the commander, then waved its claws. The commander felt a strong gust of air rushing towards him, blowing him away, hitting the wall heavily, and then falling to the ground. Damn it! There was a burning pain on his back. and the commander even felt as if he had lost control of his body. Only the screams and gunshots of the soldiers could be barely heard in his ears. But the next moment, even these sounds were drowned out by the black shadow that fell from the sky. The deafening sound, like a cannonball exploding, almost made the commander lose his hearing completely. After a while, he barely opened his eyes and looked forward. Then, the commander saw that in front of the dilapidated hall, a strange metal object was standing there, and below it was the bloody corpse of the demon. So, what is that? The commander's mind was blank at this moment. He looked at the strange metal creature in front of him and had no idea what was going on. Could it be a cannonball? Puff! When the commander was suspicious. Suddenly, the weird thing set a white smoke and suddenly opened. Seeing a trace of fear in it? Could these demons also be afraid? Buzz! However, before the commander could react, azure circular portals suddenly appeared one after another in the air around him. Then, he saw countless ghost-like beings wearing knight armor and holding weapons, striding out of the portals. These ghost knights completely ignored the soldiers present. They just stared at the demons in front of them fiercely, as if they wanted to tear them into pieces. Then, the commander saw the black shadow raise his hand and wave it forward. Attack! Chapter 135, Unstoppable. For the Night Guardians, they have been waiting for the moment of revenge. Watching the elemental spirits they believed in being imprisoned, the people they swore to protect being killed, and their country being destroyed. All these have already made the Night Sentinels furious. Now, their souls have finally been freed from the shackles of the devil, and have once again received the power blessing from the elemental spirits. For the Night Sentinels, this is their best chance for revenge. After Duanmu Huai gave the order, the Dark Knight guards clenched their weapons and rushed towards the demons with roars. Duanmu Huai, who was riding the metal secret dragon, and the girls naturally rushed to the front. The dark dragon strode across the battlefield, knocking away all the demons in front of it, and rushed straight to the demon army. At the same time, puppets emerged from the shadows, holding daggers and short swords and rushing towards the enemies around them. Although these puppets were quickly reduced to ashes in the demons' artillery fire, they radiated a sacred light as Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer. The next moment, hundreds of holy cavalrymen holding spears and shields, riding war horses, turned into a torrent and rushed into the battlefield in front of them. Oja stood behind the metal dragon, stretched out her hands, and the invisible threads turned into sharp blades, ruthlessly cutting into pieces the demons that dared to block her way one after another. Duanmu Huai sat on the metal dragon's position, wielding a war hammer, smashing all the demons that dared to approach him into meat paste. Above him, various creations hovered like drones flying over a battlefield, firing colorful rays at the demons that were also in the air, and held up the magic book in her hand and chanted the spell loudly. As she chanted, huge magic circles appeared out of thin air and covered the battlefield in front of her. Then, lightning, fire and violent cold wind whistled past, directly covering the battlefield in front of him, and the demons in it were completely swallowed up. On the other side, Thalion spread her arms, and saw the cold wind whistling and swirling around her. A moment later, a huge ice dragon appeared in the center of the battlefield, facing the demon army in front of it. The frost dragon just opened its mouth and roared, then pounced directly on it. Of course, the demon's attack did not stop there. Soon, a huge bull-headed demon broke through the wall and rushed towards him like an angry bull. At this moment, a slender figure flashed by. In the blink of an eye, Gulia appeared above the bull-headed demon. She raised her right hand high, and her originally slender and tender palm instantly transformed into a scaly claw, and she slammed down on the bull-headed demon. Boom! The Minotaur, which was more than 3 meters tall, was knocked down by Gulia's claw. Before it could come to its senses, the next claw directly smashed the Minotaur's head, turning it into a corpse. This is... At this time, the commander in the rear stood up and looked at the battlefield in front of him blankly. The demon army, that was originally unable to resist, was now completely stopped by this group of uninvited guests. Who are they, and where do they come from? This kind of problem is not important at all to the commander at the moment. What is important is that those terrible demons have been blocked. For the first time, they were forced to stop. And even still retreating? At this moment, urgent inquiries from the rear came over the radio. This is the command center. What's the situation on the front line? Please answer me. Because of the previous demon invasion of the fortress, the command center in the rear has almost lost contact with the front line and naturally has no idea what happened here. In fact, even the frontline commander himself does not know how to report what he has seen. This is the central defense line. The demon's attack has been blocked. No, that's not right. The demons are retreating. Their attack has been repelled. What? Under the attack of the army led by Duanmu, the demons' attack was completely defeated. Although there were many demons, none of them were easy to mess with. The night guards themselves were not weak. Especially now that the elemental spirits had escaped. They could once again gain strength from the elemental spirits through faith. In addition, although the Ring of Nur had fallen, in fact, many weapons that originally belonged to the Argentinians were still sealed in the warehouse. And these weapons were not useless. In fact, in addition to the army of the night guards, there were also warships and mechas from the Argentinians that appeared on the battlefield this time, which were of course also operated by the night guards. It was precisely because of these that they successfully repelled the demon's attack. In fact, if the Queen of the Mech had not betrayed the Argentinians and sold them to the demons, with the Argentinians' technology and strength, even if they could not completely destroy the demons, they could at least be on equal terms with them. However, in order to maintain their own immortality, the Mech chose to sacrifice the Argent clan and gave them all to the devil. This eventually led to the fall of the Ring of Nur and the complete destruction of the Argent clan civilization. From this, we can see that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. When Duanmu returned from the battlefield, what he saw was a pale-faced frontline commander and a group of shivering soldiers. Hello. Looking at the tall figure in front of him wearing black armor and with terrifying decorations, the frontline commander swallowed his saliva, forced himself to stand up, walked in front of him, and saluted respectfully. Thank you for your support. If it weren't for you coming. Although he wanted to thank him, the frontline commander's heart was beating violently at this moment. For some reason, standing in front of this scary black guy, he felt as if he was standing in front of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which could swallow him up at any time. Nothing. These demons are also our enemies. Seeing the commander in front of him not daring to breathe, Duanmu also spoke. Perhaps because they are the remnants of the human empire. Most of the languages of humans in this universe are passed down from the empire. Even if they have changed a little, they are not incommunicable. At least Duanmu's power armor contains various languages of the human empire, as well as the languages of orcs, the Eldar, and the Tau Empire, and other alien races. Call. The frontline commander heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the other party could communicate. After all, the black guy in front of him was too scary. He was really a little afraid that another group of guys as scary as demons would come. So he quickly raised his head, looked at Duanmu, and introduced himself respectfully. According to the commander, they are members of an organization called the Armed Response Alliance, which was formed by the countries and forces on this planet that resisted the demons after the demons invaded this planet. Their goal is simple, which is to destroy the demons and take the planet back from them. But the power of the devil is stronger than they imagined. Not only that, traitors have also appeared among humans. That is UAC United Aerospace Corporation. This is a large interstellar development company on this planet. People even suspect that they have gained contact with the devil through some means, and eventually lured this group of devils to invade the planet. Duanmu remembered that the Alien Research Institute he had visited before seemed to be a UAC facility. Well, the traitor has been confirmed. The two sides had a brief conversation, and the frontline commander said that he would withdraw to the rear to rest. Although these people's targets were also demons, it did not mean that they were necessarily his friends. In any case, the most important thing for the Armed Response Alliance at the moment was to protect the poor people in the underground city. As for how to contact this force, let the big guys in the rear worry about it. Duanmu didn't care about this. So the frontline commander immediately retreated to the rear as if he had been pardoned, picked up the radio again, and reported his experience exactly to the rear command post. It can be imagined that when the command center in the rear heard the news, they were also greatly shocked. So, what you're saying is that a group of aliens came to our planet and helped us fight off the demons? Yes. According to their commander, they seem to be from an organization called the Inquisition. Their goal is to track down and destroy all demons and anything related to demons. It seems that they are not our enemies. But are they really that powerful? Superb. Recalling the battle scene, he had seen before. The commander of the front line shuddered. He still remembered that he had seen a girl with pink hair, about the same age as his daughter, fighting among the demons. She didn't even have any weapons, but just a thick book that looked like a dictionary. What the girl was facing was a monster with great strength, thick skin and flesh that could even withstand tank fire. But facing the demon, the girl showed no fear at all. The commander just watched her grab the heavy dictionary with both hands and slap the demon in the face. Then the demon's head turned 180 degrees and fell off her body like a fragile fruit. When the frontline commander saw the scene, he almost wondered if there was something wrong with his brain. Not to mention the magician, who just cast magic and easily destroyed the demon that even an armored core could not destroy. She didn't seem to be very old. It must be said that the strength of these reinforcements is really unimaginable. After listening to the commander's report, the command center in the rear fell into silence. Excuse me, what should I do next? What are their plans next? According to the Inquisitor, the majority of the troops will stay here to defend. Next, they will send elite troops to go deep into the planet and eliminate the 3 wizards who summon the demons. According to the Inquisitor, as long as these 3 wizards are eliminated, the demons can be driven away from the planet. Got it. As for what to do next, we will hold an emergency meeting immediately to discuss. Before that, I order you to gather the remaining troops and temporarily station them at the frontline command post and wait for orders. Yes. While the Armed Response Alliance was discussing what to do next, Duanmu Huai led others to temporarily camp in the commercial district in the city center. This was also a rare place that had not been completely destroyed before. At least it looked intact. Wow, it's so big! Looking at the shopping mall in front of her, and was also very excited. She looked left and right curiously while looking at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Knight, is this really just a shopping mall? Yes, this is a department store. To put it simply, all the businesses are concentrated in one building. In this way, no matter what you want to buy, you can buy it here. Horses too? I don't have that. This is really amazing. Maybe I should also advise my father to build a department store in the royal city. And walked to the glass window and looked at the mannequin wearing clothes behind it, and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. But soon, she thought of something and looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. But Mr. Knight, why is this world so easily defeated by demons? They are able to build such a powerful building. You know, this building is bigger than the palace of Maalia. Perhaps that's how it seems to you. Hearing Anne's question, Duanmu Huai also smiled bitterly. Indeed, in Anne's opinion, the civilization of this world is obviously superior to Maalia. So according to reason, they should be more powerful than Maalia. However, the facts cannot be calculated in this way. However, each world has different laws. For example, in this world, there is probably no wizard or magic. Huh? No wizards. And no magic? Hearing this, Anne's eyes widened in surprise. Then how can they build such tall buildings? And, without magic, what will they do if they encounter monsters? Maybe there are no monsters in this world. As for this kind of building, there are other ways to do things that magic can't do. If you are interested, you can go to the bookstore over there and look for it. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pointed to the bookstore on the 2nd floor. There are many books from all over the world in it. Maybe there will be one you like. Book. Sure enough, when he heard the word book, Anne's eyes lit up and he grabbed Gulia. Gulia. Let's go check it out. The next moment, the two of them rushed straight up and ran towards the bookstore. Watching the two people leave, Duanmu Huai shook his head. Then he looked at Ajis and Faline, who had been following him silently. But Miss Faline, why are you following me? I want to look around. Faline's voice was as calm and low as ever. Although she said that, her eyes were staring at Duanmu Huai. As for what it means, it is obvious. All right. Looking at Lorena, who was standing not far away and was equally curious, Duanmu Huai sighed. I'll give you a good tour. Chapter 136, Tracking Prey. For the girls around Duanmu Huai, this can almost be regarded as their first time to come to another world in the true sense, although it had been to the Empire with Duanmu Huai before. Strictly speaking, the level of civilization in the Empire was not much different from that in Maalia, and was very similar. So for Anne, it was more like going to another country than going to another world. But it's completely different here. Completely different architecture. completely different civilization. Everything was so fresh and interesting to the girls. At least, they had never seen all of this before. Mr. Knight, what is this blackboard? TV. You can use it to watch shows. What's the show again? To put it simply, it is a screen that can be projected, so you can see what is happening in other places while sitting at home. How can you do something like this without any magic? Mr. Knight, why does this carriage have no horse? And why is the front pointed? Does anyone want this kind of carriage? That's a sports car. In simple terms, it's a car that can run on its own without a horse. There are no horses. Is there really no magic in this world? Different people have different focuses. For example, Otis is now looking at the Barbie dolls in the toy store curiously. Obviously, she doesn't seem to understand the meaning of these palm-sized dolls. Master, what are these dolls for? It's just for children to play with. Like changing clothes or playing house. So, does that mean that the hobby of people in this world is to change clothes for dolls? Faced with Otis's curious eyes, Duanmu Huai was speechless for a moment. Although strictly speaking this is true, and had even more questions, ranging from why light could be created without magic to why it could fly without magic. Duanmu Huai had nothing to say except to throw a bunch of encyclopedias at her, and let her read 100,000 whys by herself. On the contrary, Lorena's perspective was very peculiar. After seeing the statue of the god of this world, she curiously asked Duanmu Huai why the god of this world did not save its people. After being told that there was no god protecting this planet at all, Lorena widened her eyes in surprise, and looked at Duanmu Huai in disbelief. There is no god, and they cannot give protection or guidance. So why do they pray to the gods? Why does the church exist? Well, this question is really heartbreaking. In fact, Duanmu Huai has encountered similar situations several times in the game. That is the conflict between the technological civilization without the protection of gods, and the religious civilization with the protection of gods. Basically, most of the religious civilizations with the protection of gods do not understand the practice of the civilization without the protection of gods to fabricate a god to believe in. Perhaps for those worlds without the protection of gods, the existence of gods just proves their faith and piety, and most of them are ecstatic. But for a civilization protected by gods, this is hilarious. Those who are more tolerant may not understand or treat it as a joke. But if they are more serious, they may directly launch a holy war to destroy these idiots. Duanmu Huai once received a similar commission in the game, which required the elimination of a religious force in a world without the protection of gods. The client's idea was simple. You clearly have no gods to protect you. Yet you insist on inventing a god and claiming that it is omniscient and omnipotent. What kind of heresy is this? Of course, strictly speaking, this is also the result of these religious idiots' own actions. After learning that there is a true God, they were ecstatic, and could not wait to declare that the God they believed in was the same as the true God, but with a different name. This is a very normal thing in the godless religious world. However, when the religious civilization learned about this, they were furious. In their opinion, this was simply a peasant flattering himself. What was the difference between this and a homeless person who came out of nowhere, ran into the palace, and claimed to be the emperor's illegitimate son? It would be strange if I don't kill all your clans. So that religious civilization entrusted Duanmu Huai and other players to directly destroy this idiotic religious force, since they were too lazy to do it themselves. It would be too embarrassing for the prince to fight with the homeless. Right? But when the players broke into their headquarters, these religious people felt very aggrieved. They said, "We are very pious, and we believe in that God. Why do you treat us like this?" In addition, there is another kind of war, where some forces like to brainwash their followers to burn, kill and rob under the guise of religion. Players have been involved in such a war. At that time, a certain religious civilization was invaded by another civilization. The other party was dressed very religiously, and shouted that they wanted to destroy the false gods for the true gods. For a while, players really thought that the two gods were going to have a war. Even the religious civilization on this side saw that the other side was coming aggressively, and sent its own messengers to resist the invaders' attacks together. What made people unexpected was that the sound of these population numbers was also fiercely killed. As a result, they were so weak, everyone rushed to the opponent's mother-in-law directly. Finally, the so-called true god of this civilized faith was a mutant who had 4 eyes and was eroded by the spirit. To put it simply, there are 3 types of civilizations about faith in this universe. One type is those who are truly blessed by the true gods and believe in the true gods. For example, the Argentinians who believe in the elemental elves, the Holy City who believe in heaven, or the Empire who believe in Sigmar, all belong to the category of those who really have people above them. It is quite convenient for them to deal with each other. As long as the gods they believe in can reach an agreement, everything below will be fine. There is also a materialistic civilization that does not believe in gods. These civilizations generally rarely conflict with religious civilizations. In their view, the gods and religious civilizations are actually some kind of existence beyond dimension. Of course, they also acknowledge the power of this existence. But they do not worship the other party as some kind of omniscient and omnipotent god who created the world. The third type is like some civilizations, where there is no god, but they still invent a god to worship, and even act in the name of the fabricated god. The result of this is either being regarded as a psychopath, or being beaten by the real one and unable to take care of themselves. However, basically, the gods believed in by the religious civilizations that can transcend the gravity well and enter the starry sea are mostly from the camp of order, under the premise of a united front against chaos. These gods will not deliberately attack each other. On the contrary, those civilizations that originally believed in false gods are easily bewitched by evil gods after stepping into the starry sky. If they are simply stupid, it would be fine. But I am afraid that they will believe the nonsense of some unknown incarnation of evil gods. Then they will be doomed. The human civilization before our eyes is the best portrayal. If UAC had not been bewitched by the devil, this planet would not have fallen to the brink of destruction. Of course, it was fortunate that this was the original demon. If it was the god of plague or the god of desire, then I guess Duanmu Huai would have to issue an extermination order with the authority of the judge. As for Phelan's attention, it is also strange. Perhaps it was the inertia of staying in the ice tower for many years. At this moment, the dragon girl was sitting on a chair, looking at something that looked like a travel brochure in front of her, although Phelan still had a blank expression on her face. But looking at her swinging tail and the girl's fascinated expression, it can be seen that she seemed to like this kind of thing very much. You like watching this? Duanmu Huai looked at the travel brochure in Phelan's hand curiously and asked. Logically speaking, Phelan couldn't understand the language of this world. However, even if she couldn't understand the language, she could still look at the scenery and local delicacies in the travel brochure, which made Phelan very interested. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Phelan looked up at him, was silent for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Various places. Very interesting. Then after we're done with this, how about going on a trip? Traveling to different places and seeing the local scenery is also a good pastime. Hearing this, Phelan thought for a moment again and shook her head. No. Go out. Damn. This guy has reached a level of being a homebody. Grown-ups. At this time, a secret night guard quietly appeared silently beside Duanmu Huai. We have found the location of the 3 hell wizards. Queenmaker is also here. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. Very good. Having said this, Duanmu Huai walked out of the store and shouted suddenly. Ojas. And Gulia. Lorena. Phelan. Get ready to go. We are going to settle accounts with the culprit. At the same time, a solemn atmosphere was spreading in the UAC's frontline base. This base that once belonged to humans has now completely become a product of flesh and blood. Tentacles like blood vessels spread all around. And the wall skeleton that was originally made of steel and concrete has been covered with blood and blasphemous words. However, at this moment, the 3 men standing in the central government showed a bitter expression. They were none other than the former Arkan monks. Now, they had completely abandoned their own race and civilization and became subordinates of the mech and the demons. How so? The H.L. priest holding the scepter stared with bloodshot eyes and muttered to himself. They only realized something was wrong when they found the ghost army of the Night Guard entering the battlefield. Logically speaking, the Night Guard should have all become fuel for the Argentum energy in Hell. So where did these Night Guards come from? The uneasy priests of Hell contacted Hell and were surprised to find that the Yajin energy plant in Hell had been destroyed? Who did this? What happened? The priests of Hell were bewildered. But that was not the problem. The problem was that the imprisoned elemental elves had escaped and the Argentum energy factory had been destroyed. Without the output of Argentum energy, Queenmake would inevitably face the final end of their clan. Die. Don't worry. Looking at the expression of his companion, another Hell pastor had paused the scepter in his hand. We have reached the final stage of assimilation of this planet. As long as we completely eliminate these damn invaders, we can assimilate this planet into H.L. like the Ring of Nur. By then, we can continue to produce Argent energy. Those night guards are not worth mentioning at all. They are just a wisp of residual soul protected by elemental spirits. As long as, however, when this H.L. priest was generous to try to cheer up, suddenly, the metal door behind it was suddenly bumped, and the heavy door panel whistled and rolled over. He hit the H.L. priest without mercy, and saw that the poor H.L. pastor flew out as if the flies shot by a flies became directly out of the wall. It became a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, the other two H.L. priests were shocked. They hurriedly clenched the scepters in their hands and tried to escape. However, at the same time, a shining magic circle suddenly appeared and fixed the two of them in place. You don't stand a chance. Dogs of Chaos. Duanmu Huai clenched the thunder hammer and strode in from the door. Behind him, and Zhang was humming a little tune with his right hand raised, and a miniature binding magic circle took shape in it. At this moment, in front of Duanmu Huai, the two H.L. priests looked pale as they saw this tall and terrifying existence. You know, before falling into H.L., they were young monks of the Argentinian people, and they knew the history of the Argentinian people very well, and the mysterious existence in front of them wearing terrifying armor, with the skull and bloody cross on the armor, was like a demon from ancient myths and legends, which was unbelievable. You are? One of the H.L. priests raised his hand tremblingly and pointed at Duanmu Huai. However, before he could finish his words, the next moment, this H.L. priest reached out his hand to cover his chest. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fell limply to the ground, turning into a corpse. Wow! Seeing this scene, his complexion suddenly changed, and then she hurried to Gulia and Lavana. Look! Mr. Knight is really scary. Well, ha ha. Hearing the bitter laughter and low words from the girls from behind, Duanmu Locust Noodles were forced to hear everything as here, and walked straight towards the last disabled H.L. pastor. Facing Duanmu Huai's arrival, the last H.L. priest stared at him with eyes full of incredible shock. A start. I used to think that it was just a legend. If you come early and come to this world, then maybe you chose to give up. Duanmu Huai walked up to the Hell priest and stared at him. In the end, you are nothing more than a lackey of chaos. No excuse can cover up your cowardice and stupidity. There is no place for the weak-willed or indecisive. Only by relying on firm actions and convictions can humanity survive. No sacrifice is too great, and no betrayal is too small. You, however, before the Hell priest could finish his words, Duanmu Huai suddenly raised his left hand, clenched his fist, and punched the Hell priest. Boom! The next moment, the head of the H.L. priest was smashed directly into his body by Duanmu Huai, and then he fell to the ground without a sound and died. Wha? Seeing this, Lavana and Andu shrank their heads. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. Your resistance is meaningless. As he said this, a bright light flashed in the teleporter in front of him, and then a huge woman who was nearly 10 meters tall and looked like a robot appeared from it. She stared at Duanmu Huai, and there was no emotion in her golden eyes. This is an opportunity for humans to repent and serve us. You cannot go against the will of me, Queen Maker. That's hard to say. Duanmu Huai clenched his war hammer while staring at the Maker Queen in front of him. The Maker Queen also raised her hands and glared at him angrily. We have existed for thousands of years. Others must sacrifice for our prosperity so that they can be saved. And you, a mere mortal, dare to challenge our traditions? Why don't you kneel before me like them and pray for the right to survive? Do you think that you can fight against the gods by relying on these mortals around you? Fight against the messenger of the Father of Heaven, the messenger of the God of creation? How dare a mere alien speak so arrogantly in front of me? Duanmu Huai stared at Queen Maker, and a shining red light burst out from his helmet. You dare to taint the purity of mankind and lure them into the abyss of darkness and chaos. You are unforgivable. Only purification and destruction can put an end to your sins. Sympathy only belongs to the servants of the Emperor, and the aliens only deserve our contempt. Die, foolish mortal. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Queen Make roared angrily. Then she opened her arms, and as Queen Make moved, a pair of golden wings emerged behind her. You will never be able to kill me. I will give you pain and judgment that you can never imagine. That's what I should say. You alien bastard. Duanmu Huai raised the warhammer in his hand high, with thunder flashing and lightning flowing on it. For the sake of humanity, I will let you understand what the Emperor's wrath is. Chapter 137. Want to die? As the dome was overturned by the exploding energy impact. The next moment, the battle between the two sides began. Queen Maker flapped her wings and flew high into the sky. However, she was not the only one who could fly. Duanmu Huai rode the metal dragon and roared up, with Lorena and Ojas following him as always. On the other side, Gulia and Repelling, both dragon people, also spread their wings and flew into the sky. Wallen also flew up with the magic book in his hand, following Gulia. Compared to the huge size of Queen Mech, everyone seemed as small as a sparrow. However, size is often not proportional to combat power. In fact, Duanmu Huai prefers enemies of large size, while enemies like Queen Mech who are neither big nor small are a bit unworthy. There was no way he could get into her body. Go to HL. Mortal. With a roar, Queen Maker raised her hands. And soon, a beam of light descended from the sky and blasted towards them. Everyone hurriedly dispersed. And then, they saw the beam of light blasting straight onto the ground, instantly erupting into a sea of fire. As expected of a boss, he still poses a threat. Not only that, at this moment, several portals suddenly opened around Queen Mech, and then robots in long robes flew out of them. They raised their heads and revealed their weird-looking mechanical shapes from under their cloaks. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Everyone listened to my orders. Riding the metal secret dragon, Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and shouted loudly, and cooperate with me to attack Queen Mech. Gulia, you are responsible for protecting him. Repelling, I'll leave those metal monsters to you. As a mage, and is quite powerful. But Manalia created a pure traditional turret mage, which means that it must be guarded at all times. She does not have the ability of Astartes to release psychic energy while fighting in close combat. Well, maybe we should consider making her a power armor? At least it can be used for self-defense. I just don't know if it is willing to do it. It was not the first time that everyone had fought with Duanmu Huai. After hearing his order, they immediately took action. Gulia stood in front of him, posing a defensive posture with her teeth and claws bared. Repelling on the other side stretched out her hand. And soon, accompanied by the whistling ice and cold wind, a long-handled battle axe appeared in Repelling's hand. Then, Repelling jumped up and rushed towards the metal monster in front of her. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also rode the metal secret dragon and pounced towards Queen Mech. Ojas and Lorena were standing on the left and right of Duanmu Huai, staring ahead. Although strictly speaking, the role they could play in this kind of aerial battle was not obvious, Duanmu Huai still brought them along. After all, Ojas could still control her guardian puppet to protect, and Lorena's iron fist had an attack strength comparable to the highest combat power on the field. In other words, if one attack failed to achieve the goal, as long as Lorena added another punch, it might succeed. Similar situations often occur in games, such as trying your best to give the boss a final blow, only to find that the boss is only half dead. However, because the last resort has been used, someone must voluntarily sacrifice to make the same attack again in order to completely destroy the boss. Well, this kind of plot is not uncommon in boss battles. That's why Duanmu Huai would call Lorena every time he went into battle, as long as Lorena was there. This kind of sentimental, tear-inducing and lunchbox-sending plot had basically no value in appearing. To be honest, Duanmu Huai couldn't figure out whether Lorena's iron fist was a divine art or magic. But in short, it was definitely not something that could be trained by punching hundreds of times and running dozens of kilometers every day. But let's focus on the battle at hand. The first to launch the attack was still Majin, who always had the advantage of preemptive strike in long-range attacks. She raised the magic book with her right hand and pointed forward with her left hand. Soon, a purple lightning shot out from her fingertips and hit Queen Maker, and then, as expected, was blocked by the barrier that appeared beside her. This is understandable. If you don't even have this ability, you are not worthy of being the leader of such a powerful civilization. But this did not make Duanmu Huai retreat. He controlled the metal dragon and spread its wings, and while under the cover of lightning, he directly crashed into Queen Maker. Then Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and swung it hard at Queen Maker. Boom! The thunder hammer smashed directly on the barrier in front of Queen Mech, making the entire barrier flashing suddenly, However, it is clear that this has not been able to break through the protective barrier in front of him. Fortunately, Duanmuai is not alone. At the same time as his shot, the silk thread in the hands of Aog also condensed and formed a weapon like a knight-like gun. Rotating out, Lavanna, who was shot forward and the other side, also held the holy classic and smashed the front. Boom! The attacks of the three people hit Queen Make's protective barrier almost at the same time. Although they failed to break the barrier completely, they still made Queen Make's body tremble. She hurriedly flapped her wings to avoid it. Judging from the flickering golden light in front of her, it was obvious that her barrier had reached its limit. And at this moment, a bright red beam of light suddenly shot out. Rune magic cannon. Along with and shout. The light cannon condensed with magical power hit Queen Make directly on the back. Her already shaky barrier suddenly exploded and shattered under this blow. And Queen Make was knocked down and almost lost her balance. The opportunity has come. Seeing this scene, Duanmuai's eyes flashed. Lorena. Let's go! Yes, Sir Knight. The moment the barrier was broken, Duanmuai and Lorena jumped up from the metal dragon and pounced towards Queen Make. You stupid mortals. Queen Maker certainly would not be so easily taken advantage of. Seeing the two people rushing towards her, she roared and stretched out her hands, trying to catch the two little bugs. However, just as Queen Maker stretched out her hands, she suddenly felt a resistance suddenly appearing, forcibly stopping her further actions. When Queen Maker turned her head and looked, she found that Ogus, who was standing on the metal dragon, was clenching her hands tightly, pulling back the thin and almost invisible silk thread. And the other end of the silk thread was tightly wrapped around Queen Maker's arm. You? Although it was only a moment, it was enough. Queen Make, who missed the opportunity due to Ogus's obstruction, was unable to catch Duanmuai and Lorena, who were leaping over. Then the hammer shining with thunder, and the heavy holy book smashed heavily on Queen Make's face. Ah! Originally, she thought it would be a trivial attack like a small insect. But when she was hit, Queen Make felt as if her face was hit by a bluestone brick. She felt intense pain and shock, and even her brain became dizzy. In pain, Queen Make waved her hands suddenly, and then she flapped her wings vigorously, flying backwards as if running for her life. At the same time, with every flap of Queen Make's wings, sharp and dangerous beams of light, like swords, whizzed out and flew towards Duanmuai and others. Depend on. Seeing this, Duanmuai also cried out secretly. And then he hurriedly grabbed Lorena beside him, activated his jetpack instantly, and jumped up, avoiding the attack of Queen Maker. On the contrary, the metal secret dragon was unable to dodge, and was directly hit by the beam, falling to the ground with a wail. Although the metal secret dragon is immune to all physical attacks, its defense is not so obvious in the face of non-physical attacks. At the same time, Ogus, who was riding on the metal secret dragon, hurriedly reached out and used the silk thread to tie up Duanmuai's body. Then she jumped up, dodged the attack lightly, and landed on Duanmuai's shoulder. You bastards! At this moment, Queen Make once again put down her hands that were covering her face, raised her head, and glared at Duanmuai and others. The metal mask on her face had been completely broken and shattered under the full force of Duanmuai and Lorena. And inside the metal mask was a hideous face like a demon. And even her mouth was split like a monster, like an alien, looking as weird as the mouthparts of a mantis. I will never let you go. These are the remarks made by idiots who are about to die. Duanmuai roared again. And then the jetpack ejected an explosive airflow, carrying him towards Queen Make like a cannonball. Die, stupid mortal. Facing Duanmuai, who was rushing towards her, Queen Make raised her hands again. As she moved, a shining purple ball of light emerged from between her hands. She would use her unparalleled divine power to imprison these lowly people who dared to disrespect her, and then burn them thoroughly with the divine flame. Go to H.L. At the moment when Queen Make was roaring and radiating energy bombardment at Duanmuai and others, a shining magic barrier suddenly appeared in front of Duanmuai and others, directly blocking Queen Make's attack with almost no blind spots. Before Queen Make could react to what was happening, Ogus, who was sitting on Duanmuai's shoulder, took out a suitcase and threw it hard at Queen Make. As the suitcase opened, a huge guardian puppet flew out of it. Its limbs spread out, and countless silk threads burst out from the black cloak like chains. tightly restraining Queen Make from further action. But it's not over yet. Just as Queen Maker's movements were restrained, Valine appeared from behind her like a ghost, waving the battle axe in her hand, and chopped a robed mechanical monster into pieces like dancing. Then she stepped on the falling mechanical monster and leaped to the back of Queen Maker. Then Valine opened her mouth and blew gently at the Queen Maker in front of her. Call! A biting cold wind suddenly blew up, instantly freezing Queen Make's outstretched wings of light completely in ice. At the same time, Duanmu Huai and Lorena shouted and swung their weapons again, hitting Queen Mek hard in the face. Ah! This time, Queen Maker could no longer withstand the two men's all-out attack. She screamed and fell down, hitting the ground like a pile of garbage. When Duanmu Huai and everyone landed on the ground again, Queen Mek had completely lost her original appearance. This is, looking at Queen Mek in front of him, and widened his eyes in surprise, while Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. This is the final fate of those who sell their souls to the devil. At this time, the Queen Maker in front of everyone no longer had the majesty and holiness she had just appeared. Her pure white armor had been completely shattered, revealing the body inside. It was the same demon that everyone had defeated in H.L. before, full of bright red ugliness and distortion. Even her helmet was completely shattered, revealing the brain inside, and the Queen Maker's face was directly distorted, as if it had been rolled over by a steamroller. You don't even think about killing me. Queen Mek moved her body while glaring at everyone fiercely. Outside my domain, I am immortal. Even if you kill me here, my soul will be reborn. You are simply doing useless work. Next time, I will let you know what true despair and pain are. And the demon army will completely crush your fragile resistance. Haha. You can't kill him. Right? However, facing Queen Maker's words, Duanmu Huai seemed quite calm. He stared at Queen Maker with interest, and then made a gesture. Feelin'. An. Exist. What is it? Mr. Knight? Seal her up for me. That's right. This is the biggest reason why Fang Zheng brought Valine here. As a guardian who can seal the flame dragon for hundreds of years, Valine knows everything about seals. Didn't you say that you will be resurrected if you are killed? Then we won't kill you for now. And we can kill you completely when we find a way. Right? Before that, you just stay in the cold storage. Wait. You? As expected. When Queen Mek heard Duanmu Huai's words, her face suddenly changed. However, before she could say anything else, Valine stretched out her hand. And soon, a howling blizzard rose from the ground. And in the blink of an eye it completely covered Queen Mek's huge body, turning her into an ice sculpture. Then it also raised his hands and chanted a spell. And then magic circles appeared outside the ice sculpture, completely sealing it off. In this way, Valine no longer had to use her life to maintain the seal. Humph. Nothing more than that. Looking at Queen Mek in front of him, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. This guy could only be considered a little tricky. But for Duanmu Huai, she was not that difficult to deal with. But Duanmu Huai knew that things were not over yet. The reason is very simple. That is the task list, which is still hanging in front of you. Chapter 138 Ball of Life. After defeating Queen Maker and killing 3 H.L. priests, the demon's offensive gradually began to weaken, and everyone had no clues for a while. But for Duanmu Huai, this was not a problem. Was Queen Mek arrested for nothing? In fact, after capturing Queen Mek, Duanmu Huai threw her directly to the night guard and then gave orders. Squeeze everything out of her head. The Empire and the Night Sentinel all have technologies, like reading memories and exploring the brain. Even the Mekros have similar technologies. In fact, it was the Mekros who taught this technology to the Argentinians. But they didn't expect that they would use this technology against them in the end. The Night Guards naturally hated Queen Mek who betrayed their clan. As for how she would be treated, well, considering Queen Mek's mantis-like face, tentacle-like lower body, and a height of more than 10 meters, it is obviously not suitable to be used as material for some books like The Noble Queen Becomes a Prisoner. MP4. However, it is hard to say whether there will be other bloody and violent scenes. Duanmu Huai didn't care either. The Night Guards were also very powerful, and they soon extracted a large amount of information from Queen Maker's brain. When Duanmu Huai saw this information, he was quite surprised because these secrets were too interesting. In fact, if Queen Maker's memory is correct, then the Maker people and the demons were actually created by the same being. Yes, according to Queen Mek's memory, this is what happened. Once upon a time, this world was empty. And then a being called the Father of Heaven appeared. Of course, whether this Father of Heaven was some kind of ancient cosmic god similar to the star god or something else, Duanmu didn't know. In short, like many creation myths, a world called Urdak was born with the Father of Heaven as the core. Then the Father of Heaven felt that he was too lonely. So he created a world called Gerard, and the life in it so that they could develop civilization. During this process, God created a primitive god named Davos to manage Gerard on his behalf. Like all stories, at the beginning, under the leadership of Gerard, this race prospered and developed rapidly. But before long, they fell into the anxiety and fear of death that any normal life race would have. Not only that, they also became jealous of another race created by the Father. That is, the Maker Queen's clan, also known as the Maker clan. The Maker were the first creatures born from Urdak. They were like the assistants and children of the Heavenly Father, assisting the Heavenly Father in research and creation. More importantly, the Maker had a huge machine called the creation engine, which could separate the soul from the body and transform the soul into the life ball. In other words, even if the Maker were killed, as long as their life ball still existed, they could recreate a body through the creation engine and be resurrected. It is this that has caused dissatisfaction and jealousy among the people of Gerard's world. Why? We were all created by God. So why can you live forever while I have to die? So you see, families with too many brothers and sisters will always have all kinds of troubles because of the uneven distribution of family property. If it were put in modern times, it would probably be possible to make an episode of Society and Law, such as brothers quarreling and going to court over inheritance or something like that. Unfortunately, there is no court in this world, and there is no possibility of out-of-court settlement. So Davos led Gerard's people to attack Urdak in order to seize the creation engine and immortality. Of course, in the end, the Father defeated Davos and separated his soul from his body, sealing the soul that betrayed God in the sphere of life. The Father could have killed him, but because he felt sorry for his child, he just sealed Davos up. Well, I feel so sorry for him. He is such a good father. By the way, Gerard is the current HL, and Urdak is the paradise where the mech people live. After that, the Father transformed himself into the form of a ball of life and left this sad material world. His ball of life was placed in the sanctuary of heaven. But after that, a strange thing happened. Someone from the mech tribe betrayed the queen, stole the life sphere from the Heavenly Father, and made it disappear. Now the Mecha were in a dilemma. Although they could be reborn through the orb of life and the engine of creation, the problem was that every rebirth of the Mecha needed to be confirmed by Heavenly Father. It's like you send a command to your superior, saying that number 0001 is dead and wants to be resurrected. Then your superior clicks OK. And then, you can be resurrected through the creation engine. However, now that the boss who is responsible for clicking OK is gone, and no one can fill his position, the Maker people are beginning to face the threat of death. This basically means that all the resurrection orders of the Maker people have been shelved. In this case, the Maker Queen can only find other ways to prolong the lives of the Maker people. So she turns her attention to HL, and eventually joins forces with the devil for the energy produced by HL. In other words, as long as we find the Father's sky and the life sphere of Davos and destroy them, we should be able to completely eliminate these aliens? After reading the intelligence said by the Night Guard, Duanmu began to think. Of course, Queen Maker had more information in her mind than that, as well as a lot of Maker scientific knowledge. Duanmu instructed the Night Guard to sort them out first, and then see if he could use any of them. Of course, as far as Duanmu is concerned, there seems to be nothing particularly noteworthy except the creation engine. This reminded Duanmu of another race in the game, Protector. They are also a human civilization that has set foot in the universe, and can barely be considered one of the core civilizations in the current Milky Way. The Guardians have an item called Ghost. As long as the Ghost exists, the Guardians with the power of light will be resurrected again in a short time even if they are killed. This sounds very similar to the creation engine. And the important thing is that it is much more convenient than the creation engine. Of course, the Guardian is not without weaknesses. If the spirit he possesses is directly destroyed when the Guardian is killed, the Guardian will also die completely. However, for players, this ability to resurrect in a short period of time is still quite useful. Some players also choose to be part-time Guardians. In any case, This is equivalent to binding a soul stone to oneself so that one can revive on the spot. In fact, Duanmu Huai plans to find a group of guardians to help him solve the problem of the end. A group of undead guardians is definitely much more useful than ordinary soldiers. Moreover, in the game, the guardians look just like the players, and players can often see the guardians imitating their antics, which makes the players feel very close to the guardians. In the eyes of the players in the game, the guardians are more like NPCs that imitate the players. They will also form teams and call people like the players. And they like PK, are not afraid of death, and occasionally make some HL jokes. As long as there is a task, the guardian is willing to help. But let's talk about the guardian issue later. Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts and looked at the information in front of him again. He hoped to find the location of the life ball of the father, or the guy named Davos, from the memory of Queen Maker. Unfortunately, Queen Maker's memory only said that Davos' soul ball should be an HL. Since the Maker people could not go deep into the HL plane, she didn't know where Davos' life ball was. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, interrupting Duanmu Huai's thoughts. He raised his head and looked towards the door. Come in. Ah, Mr. Knight. Soon, the door opened, and in walked in and waved to Duanmu Huai. And, what's the matter? That's right. The Armed Response Alliance sent a representative to see Mr. Knight, saying that they want to discuss the next course of action with you. Okay. I know. Hearing Anne's words, Duanmu Huai nodded. Then he suddenly thought of something and looked at him curiously. You can communicate with them now? You have to know that among these people, except for Duanmu Huai who could communicate with each other through the translator of the power armor, the others could not understand the language of the humans in this world at all. Although it did ask Duanmu Huai to recommend several textbooks to him in order to learn the language of this world. But it has only been a few days? Hee. It only took me 1 day to learn it. How about that? Pretty impressive. Right? Awesome. Duanmu Huai silently gave a thumbs up. He was worthy of being the #1 wizard in Manalia. His IQ was truly beyond words. After that, Duanmu Huai left the camp and came to the gate. He soon saw a bald young man in an ARC uniform standing there awkwardly. It was obvious that he was very nervous about the night guard in front of him. However, when he saw Duanmu Huai, the young man turned even paler. But he still raised his hand and saluted. Hello. Your Excellency the Judge. I am very sorry to bother you during your busy schedule. What's the matter? Duanmu Huai did not intend to exchange pleasantries with the other party and asked directly, while the young man hesitated for a moment and spoke. Yes, it's like this. Dr. Hayden invites you to the ARC headquarters to discuss the next steps. Dr. Hayden? Hearing the name, Duanmu Huai frowned, but nodded. Okay. Lead the way. Yes. Please follow me. The headquarters of the Armed Response Alliance is located on an aircraft carrier, which is to provide the fastest reinforcements to the demon invasions in various places. Although the demon invasions have been greatly reduced due to the death of the 3 HL priests, there are still scattered demon forces in various places. The human race, which has lost up to 6 billion people, cannot provide enough military force to retake the areas occupied by the demons. It can be said that both sides are currently in a stalemate. On the way to the ARC headquarters, Duanmu Huai also learned about Dr. Hayden from the young man. He was the first one to stand up and call on mankind to resist the demons when the human world was invaded by demons. Moreover, the ARC was established with him as the core. Even the weapons and equipment of the Reaction Armed Alliance were developed based on Dr. Hayden's technology. Even Dr. Hayden himself once led a large army deep into HL, trying to destroy HL's offensive. But unfortunately he failed in the end, and he himself was seriously injured. However, when Duanmu Huai came in front of Dr. Hayden, he understood why the other party had been reluctant to show up. This is Dr. Hayden. The young man pointed at the maintenance room in front of Duanmu Huai, where there was a robot with only the upper body left, and even its arms were torn to pieces. He introduced it to Duanmu Huai hesitantly. Chapter 139 Holy Land? I have to say, looking at the robot in front of him, Duanmu Huai was confused. He looked at the robot and then at the young man. So, you let a robot command you? No. 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 The young man hurriedly shook his head. Dr. Hayden. He used to be a human, but later something went wrong with his body, so he had to transfer his thoughts into a machine's body. Oh, a knockoff Necrons. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and stared at the robot in front of him again. So, what do you want from me? Stranger, I have seen everything you have done. A dull, emotionless mechanical electronic voice appeared in Duanmu Huai's ears. You defeated Queen Maker. But that's not enough. There is only one way to completely solve these problems. You must go to the sanctuary, obtain the life sphere of the Heavenly Father, and let the Heavenly Father be reborn again. Only when the Heavenly Father regains a physical body can he completely destroy those demons and seal them back into H.L. Oh! Hearing what Dr. Hayden said, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. Do you know where the sphere of life of Heavenly Father is? Of course. It is in the sanctuary deep in hell. For thousands of years, countless night sentinels have tried to meet the Father through the trial path. And you will follow them and embark on the same journey. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and then nodded. Okay. Give me the coordinates and I'll go check it out. Any other questions? Of course. You cannot carry weapons during this trial. Oh! In response to Dr. Hayden's request, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Why? Because this is a test given by God. Only if you pass this test will you be qualified to meet the Heavenly Father. Okay. I get it. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Then he seemed to have thought of something and stared at Dr. Hayden in front of him. By the way, I have a question. What is the problem? Why didn't the Heavenly Father kill the traitor? I remember the legend saying that he just sealed him away because he couldn't bear to kill his own creation? Certainly. For the first time, Hayden's tone showed some fluctuation. To the Heavenly Father, all creations are his children. He couldn't bear to kill any of his children with his own hands. So he ultimately just sealed Davos in the void. Okay. I get it. Duanmu Huai nodded, then turned and left. At this time, he already knew what to do. When the girls learned that Duanmu Huai would go to H.L. alone and without weapons, they were all shocked. Master, please allow me to follow you. Ogis's tone remained calm, but it revealed an unquestionable determination. And Lorena also frowned. Why not allow weapons to carry weapons? It should be a very dangerous place. Can the Cavaliers really believe in the words of Dr. Hayden? Haha. I don't believe him. However, Duanmu Huai directly re-exported the answer. I don't know who he was before. But this guy is definitely not just a simple doctor. He knows all the secrets of H.L. God knows who he is. If Duanmu Huai had not learned the information from Queen Maker's memory, and had not logged in from the UAC's alien research base, he might have been deceived. But in fact, even the traitors UAC in this world only have a vague understanding of H.L. They are more likely to be deceived by the lies of the H.L. demons and assist them in their actions. So how does Dr. Hayden know these secrets? The young man from ARC said that Dr. Hayden had even led the ARC army deep into H.L. to try to end the threat of demons once and for all. Although he ultimately failed. So the question is, what did Dr. Hayden know that made him launch such a kamikaze suicide attack? It's impossible that he would really go there and die. So, Mr. Knight, are you really planning to resurrect that Heavenly Father? Well, we'll find out when we get going. Duanmu Huai did not directly answer Anne's question. But in fact, he had already made a decision in his heart. After making the decision, Duanmu Huai returned to hell and headed for the sanctuary. Although the girls did not follow Duanmu Huai, they also watched the battlefield in front of them through Duanmu Huai's reconnaissance servo skull live broadcast. After all, if something happened to Duanmu Huai, they might be able to go over and help. Only, can the Cavaliers really be able to deal with those demons barely? Gulia raised her doubts. She had certainly seen Duanmu Huai wielding the thunder hammer and chainsaw sword to kill the enemies standing in front of him. But now Duanmu Huai didn't even bring a dagger. He was teleported to H.L. empty-handed, which really made people a little worried. I don't know either, but I think it might be okay. Sir Knight. Lorena shook her head and couldn't give a definite answer, and seemed very calm. Don't worry. After all, Mr. Knight is an excellent wizard. It doesn't matter if he can't use weapons. He is not forbidden to use magic. Right? Well, it seems so? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, they remembered that Duanmu Huai was not only a warrior, but also a magician. It's just that his daily behavior and appearance make it easy for people to forget this. Thinking of this, the girls hurriedly raised their heads and stared at the screen. So, what will Mr. Knight Master do? For Duanmu Huai. The scenery of I was no different from before. Dark red, desolate, with dry trees everywhere. And in the distance there were corrupt, evil, and demonic buildings that looked like bones. But Duanmuhui ignored it, and just strode forward, heading towards the direction of the sanctuary that Dr. Hayden mentioned. However, Duanmuhui's itinerary was obviously not smooth. With a roar of fear and anger, a demon flashed in front of his eyes and blocked Duanmuhui's way. However, speeding up, at the same time, the jet backpack behind him quickly sprayed, and the huge body of Duanmuhui smashed into the devil like a boulder. Boom! The skinny demon was blown away by the shock wave before he could even show his strength, and the other demons hurriedly retreated. But at this moment, a pair of big hands stretched out from the smoke and dust, grabbed a demon's head, and smashed it against his bent knees. With a pop sound, the demon's head was instantly shattered into pieces, like a watermelon by the impact of the knees. Afterwards, Duanmuhui rushed out from the smoke and dust like a devil. At the same time, another tall demon roared and punched Duanmuhui. Then Duanmuhui grabbed the arm with his backhand and broke the demon's arm with force. Then he grabbed the broken part of the demon's arm and stabbed it hard into the demon's eyes. Then the bones on the broken arm pierced the demon's head like a dagger, turning it into a corpse. Then Duanmuhui reached forward, grabbed the third demon's chest ribs, and forcibly ripped its chest open, tearing it in half. But this is not the end. Soon, the fat demons wielding heavy steel cannons appeared. They shouted and swung the cannons in their hands, smashing down at Duanmuhui. However, facing the bombardment of the steel cannon, Duanmuhui did not dodge much, allowing the fat demon to smash the steel cannon on him. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched the fat demon directly in the chest. Puff! The gauntlet big hand pierced through the fat demon's chest like a heavy hammer. Then Duanmuhui retracted his hand, took out a golden, hard-like sphere from it, and stuffed it directly into the fat demon's mouth, which was howling in severe pain. The latter was stunned for a moment, and then fell to the ground and turned into a corpse. Go to hell, you bastard! The tragic deaths of demons one after another made other demons stop in their tracks. But there were also some fearless demons who roared forward and swung their rune axes at Duanmuhui, who was the fallen Night Guardian. But unfortunately, for Duanmuhui, this attack is completely meaningless. In the game of his previous life, Duanmuhui once participated in a hidden mission called Underground Arena. The plot was that players entered the underground arena to duel without using weapons, and the champion could get a generous reward. At that time, Duanmuhui took a fancy to the robe of the champion reward, so he participated in the underground arena competition and finally won the championship. Therefore, for him, this kind of barehanded combat is not uncommon, and it can even be said to be painless. After all, at the end of the underground arena, the player has to face a giant dragon with bare hands, which is much more difficult than dealing with a demon. As for these demons right now, they are not worth mentioning at all. Duanmuhui dodged the opponent's attack, then reached out and grabbed the falling guard's arm. The jetpack behind him suddenly ejected an airflow, instantly lifting Duanmuhui and the fallen guard into the air. Duanmuhui then rolled over and pinned the fallen guard under him. The jetpack started again, knocking the two men directly to the ground. Boom! Duanmuhui stepped on the body of the fallen guard and slammed it heavily to the ground. Then he reached out and grabbed the fallen guard's head. He pulled it hard, and the fallen guard's head and cervical vertebrae were directly pulled off from his neck by Duanmuhui. Seeing this bloody scene, the demons around all took a step back, and for the first time, fear appeared in their eyes as they looked at Duanmuhui. Duanmuhui simply threw away the head of the fallen guard and looked around murderously. Who will be the next to die? Then he roared angrily. Seeing this bloody scene in front of the screen, the girls fell silent. There is no need for us to worry about Mr. Knight. Chapter 142 Choices. For demons, nothing is more fascinating than power. Power, violence, killing, and conquest are all that demons possess. Whenever they invade other worlds and watch them tremble and scream in pain before their power, these demons feel genuine joy. However, now, the figure before them made these demons feel another emotion, which was fear. Puff! The demon in front of him fell to the ground, struggling and waving his arms, looking like he was trying to fight back. But the next moment, the black steel giant stepped down and crushed its head into a bloody meat paste. He clenched his fists. His entire body dyed red by the devil's blood. And the light shining from the helmet, that was more hideous than the devil's face, was filled with cold murderous intent. The flesh and blood of the devil mixed in the gaps of the steel giant's hand armor made these murderous demons tremble with fear. But even so, these demons still did not retreat. Because this is their hometown. This is HL. And behind them is the Holy Land. They have no way to retreat. And can only fight to the death. Oh! The tall demon roared and opened his arms, rushing towards the iron giant in front of him. But the latter just lowered his head, hugged the demon's waist, and rushed directly to the wall in front of him. With a dull bang, the demon's tall body slammed heavily on the wall, and even crushed the poor creature behind him, who didn't have time to dodge into a meat paste. However, the iron giant didn't care about these trivial matters at all. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the demon's open mouth, grabbed the chin and pulled it down hard. Rip! The demon's wide-open jaw was torn off by the iron giant. Then the iron giant used his other hand to squeeze it hard, and directly broke the upper part of the demon's head into pieces, like squeezing a tomato. At this moment, the demons looked at the terrifying black figure and finally felt a kind of unspeakable fear. Just standing here, it was as if a beast that wanted to completely destroy the world was opening its mouth, revealing its bloody jaws, tearing its own world apart, and completely destroying everything. The fear reached its limit, and the demons finally gave up resistance. They screamed and turned to flee, completely collapsed, and disappeared into the air. Duanmu Huai stared coldly at the fleeing demons, snorted coldly, and threw away the corpses of the demons in his hand. And it wasn't just the demons who shuddered at this scene. Is this the power of aliens? Watching the scene on the screen where Duanmu Huai tore apart the demons with his bare hands, the commander of the Reaction Armed Alliance turned pale and swallowed his saliva. He originally thought that these aliens could be defeated, but their technology was more advanced and their firepower was more fierce. However, when he saw Duanmu Huai killing the demons with his bare hands without any weapons, and even the demons fled, the shock and fear far exceeded the threat brought by the demons to him. In fact, at this moment, many staff members in the command room of the Reaction Armed Alliance even chose to sneak out. Although they applauded at first when they saw those demons who killed humans being killed so cruelly. Gradually, as Duanmu Huai rushed in, they also felt genuine fear for the cruelty of this terrible steel warrior. There were even a few young staff members who rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground just by looking at the terrifying figure bathed in blood. As for the girls on the other side, there were only a few left at this moment, apart from Ojas, who was sitting quietly in front of the screen as usual, and was still here. As for Lorena and Gulia, they had already said before that they couldn't stand it anymore. They chose to leave directly like the audience after watching a B-level bloody movie. After all, this was more disgusting than a B-level bloody movie. Not everyone likes to watch plasma films. And was still sitting on the sofa. He covered his eyes with his hands, peeking through the gaps between his fingers. When he saw something horrifying, he screamed and then closed his eyes. Ojas, is it over yet? Yes. Master's battle is over. After getting Ojas's answer, and opened his eyes again and continued to stare at the screen in front of him excitedly. At this time, Duanmu Huai finally arrived at the sanctuary deep in HL. This is the sanctuary. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows as he looked at the scene in front of him. He originally thought that the place where the life ball of the Heavenly Father was placed should be a temple or something. But he did not expect that what appeared in front of Duanmu Huai was just a round platform. There were several columns on the platform, with light balls of different colors placed on them. The one in the middle was a large golden and purple light ball, and around it were some small light balls. Yes, that is the life ball of Heavenly Father. Dr. Hayden's voice came to my ears. Perhaps because he saw the ball of life of God. Hayden's voice was trembling at this moment. As long as we bring it to Erdek, we can bring the Heavenly Father back to life again. Snort. Duanmu Huai walked to the golden ball of light that was the size of a basketball, picked it up, and looked at it carefully. And then? What will Heavenly Father do? Just like before. Teach that demon king a lesson, and then seal him away with great sorrow? This, faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Dr. Hayden didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, he really didn't know how God would eventually deal with this group of demons. I don't trust the Father, and I don't trust the devil either. Duanmu Huai played with the ball of life in his hand and sneered at this. Are you kidding me? Aren't the lessons of the Necrons, and the star gods profound enough? Originally, Star God was just a spiritual being that liked to lie beside a star, absorbing radiation and waiting to die. As a result, the Necrons created the body of Star God in order to fight against the Old Ones, which eventually led to the extinction of the entire Necrons race, and only a group of machines were left. From this, we can see that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. The Heavenly Father has nothing to do with humans. Even if it can seal the devil, it does not mean that it will protect humans in the future. As a judge, Dwanmu Huai's actions are based on humans first. Anyone who dares to threaten the existence of humans, no matter if you are an evil god, a star god, or a Heavenly Father devil, will be killed, because the existence of the Inquisition is to protect the human soul, to identify and destroy all potential threats facing the Empire and humanity. Any existence that poses a threat to humanity must be eliminated. Heavenly Father is no exception. In fact, when Dwanmu Huai learned from Queen Mech's memory that God did not kill the devil after defeating him, but sealed him, he had already listed God as a hostile target. Being kind to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. If God had not been stupid enough to let the devil go just because he was his creation, mankind would not have suffered from the attacks and destruction of demons. Therefore, Heavenly Father and the devil are equally guilty, and must both be wiped out. As for the problems between you, it's none of my business. The Inquisitor only cares about human problems. Problems between alien races have nothing to do with him. So, I will gain the power of the Heavenly Father, and completely wipe out the Makers along with the demons. In the end, Dwanmu Huai made a decision. What? Dr. Hayden was shocked when he heard Dwanmu Huai's answer, and then also showed a surprised expression, staring at the screen curiously. But she was mostly just watching the fun. You can't do this. Why not? I don't trust Heavenly Father. If humans want to win, they must rely on their own strength. Dwanmu Huai stared at the system in front of him as he spoke. When he made the decision, a prompt appeared on the system. Activate the final option of the hidden advanced quest power of destruction. Choose to absorb the power of the life ball. Choose to completely destroy the sphere of life. You can't do that. At the same time, Dr. Hayden's crazy scream sounded in Dwanmu Huai's ears. The sphere of life contains the memories, power, and soul of the Heavenly Father, as well as the most essential self-awareness of life. Ordinary people have no way of gaining power through the sphere of life, let alone you are just a mere mortal. If you do this, you will be swallowed up by the Heavenly Father's consciousness and become his vessel. Foolish mortal, don't use your arrogance to disobey God's will. Good man, you don't want to act anymore, right? I'm really surprised that you know so much. Dr. Hayden, I never thought that you, a doctor born as a human, would know so many secrets about the Heavenly Father. Well, hearing Dwanmu Huai's answer, Dr. Hayden was speechless. And at this moment, the other members of the Reaction-Armed Alliance also looked at the broken robot with doubtful eyes. Indeed, what he said now has exceeded the knowledge that humans should know. So, where did Dr. Hayden get so many secrets? Why didn't he say it? And, is this robot really Dr. Hayden? Although what Dr. Hayden said was correct, Dwanmu Huai did not have the skills to extract the power of the ball of life. He was not worried because this was basically left to the system. Many tasks are like this. For example, the task requires the player to turn off a machine or something. However, for the player, there are so many buttons on this thing that I can't understand them. How do I turn it off? At this time, just press E to shut down the machine, and it will be done. The same goes for making weapons. Just open the blueprint and click on the materials to automatically assemble them. Is it possible that a game really teaches you how to make guns and ammunition? Now the system has given the options, and all Dwanmu Huai has to do next is make a choice, and the system will take care of it itself. So, should we choose to absorb or destroy? Putting Dr. Hayden's roar behind him, Dwanmu Huai began to carefully observe the options before him. Absorption is a very attractive option. After all, it is the power of Heavenly Father. Although we don't know how powerful it is, it should not be much different from the Star God. But on the other hand, what Dr. Hayden said also makes sense. I am just a human being, and it is hard to say whether I can absorb so much knowledge and memory of Heavenly Father. If this were a game, Dwanmu Huai would have chosen it directly. After all, if he took a chance, he could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But in reality, he had to be careful. Destroying the ball of life is a safer option. Duanmu Huai is not sure whether the demon will disappear after destroying the ball of life. So, which one should you choose? Chapter 141 Destruction Warrior. Faced with the options before him, Duanmu Huai hesitated for a long time and did not make a decision. It's not that he is indecisive, but Duanmu Huai is very suspicious whether there is any trap in this. In the game of Star Ocean OL, the cost of trial and error for players is extremely high. Once you make a wrong choice, at best you will have to delete your account and start over painfully. At worst, all your things in the game may be lost. The end is the best example. Moreover, this idiot game company, relying on the fact that it is the only one in the world, has a face that says you can play if you want or not and won't change it at all. So players can either just swallow their anger or just give up and not play. But the latter is basically really good. Of course, there are some hardcore players who think this is a good idea, because it can make the game world more realistic. And it can also allow players to confirm their choices more seriously, rather than just clicking on the one with the highest return. Generally speaking, players are divided into these categories. The first type is those who focus on the plot and find a sense of immersion. That is, they play the game completely based on their mood. Such players actually don't care about the benefits of their choices, even if they encounter an option to let the villain go and get higher benefits. These players may just kill the villain out of anger. I am not playing a game. I am just venting my anger. Once I vent my anger, everything will be fine. If I don't vent my anger, I won't be able to play the game anymore. I won't even accept the artifact you gave me. There is another type of people who like to dig out hidden plots and take unusual paths, hoping to find some hidden clues or plot tasks from these unpredictable choices. The last type focuses mainly on choosing benefits. It doesn't matter whether it is good or evil. And the plot doesn't matter. As long as you give me the magic weapon and kill people and set fire, I have no objection. In fact, this type of players are also the ones who are cheated the most by the official. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes narrowed and he looked at the task prompt in front of him again. Come to think of it, was my previous thought really correct? According to Duanmu Huai's experience, what this dog likes to do most is to tempt the player and then let the player take the bait. When the player is furious, it will say this is the result of the player's own choice. It can make the player angry to death. At first glance, the first option seems to be a good choice. But the problem is that if it really contains the memory of God, then Duanmu Huai is likely to get himself into trouble. And most importantly, the mission name. Duanmu Huai stared at the mission title Power of Destruction again. That's right. The title of this mission is Destruction. If I absorb the life ball of Heavenly Father, can it still be called Destruction? Well, given the nature of the system, Duanmu Huai could even foresee that if he suffered a loss at that time, this damn system would definitely say the player did not read the task title carefully and make him angry to death. Since it is Destruction, then there is only one answer. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai reached out his hands, grabbed the Heavenly Father's life ball with one hand, and grabbed the Sealed Demon King's life ball with the other hand. Duanmu Huai held two basketball-sized life balls in his hands, one in each, as easily as if he were holding two apples. Then, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, put the two light balls together, and began to squeeze them slowly. What are you doing? What are you going to do? At this point, Dr. Hayden's voice almost went crazy. No! You can't do this. The collision of the forces of light and darkness will destroy both heaven and H.L. Isn't that just right? After hearing Dr. Hayden's warning, Duanmu Huai felt relieved, which meant that his choice was right. Humanity doesn't need gods or demons. So you better die together. Just consider it the price you pay for your stupid choice. No, 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 no. You can't do this. However, when Dr. Hayden heard Duanmu Huai's answer, his voice became even crazier. If you want to gain the power of the Father, I can help you. You can gain control of Erdek. You can own this world. Please, just don't destroy it. That won't do. Duanmu Huai squeezed hard with his hands. And at this moment, cracks began to appear on the surface of the two balls of life, like candies that were squeezed and broken. And golden and red light seeped out from them and collided with each other, seeing that the two life balls were about to be destroyed. Suddenly, at this moment, Dr. Hayden's voice sounded again. I will never let you succeed. Absolutely not. Boom, 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 boom. As Dr. Hayden's voice fell, the next moment, suddenly, the ground began to tremble. And then the floor under Duanmu Huai's feet suddenly cracked. Then, a huge monster that was dozens of meters tall and covered with armor appeared from the ground. It clenched its fists. Its eyes flashed scarlet light and stared at Duanmu Huai viciously. Then the monster opened its mouth and Dr. Hayden's voice appeared. I'll give you one more chance. Stranger, put down the ball of life, or you will die without a burial place. It seems that the final battle is inevitable. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he put the 2 life balls into the storage box behind him. Then he stretched his hands and feet and looked at the mecha monster in front of him with a sneer. So you're not acting anymore, Dr. Hayden? I say it again. Put down the ball of life. Stranger. Dr. Hayden's voice was low and full of murderous intent. No matter what, I will not let you destroy Erdek. If you are willing to give up now, I can spare your life. I know you are very powerful, but now you are unarmed and have no weapons. Do you think you can defeat the mechanical titan? Wow. This guy is so despicable. Seeing this, and also waved his fist angrily. Maybe the other party wanted to avoid this situation and let Duanmu Huai go to H.L. unarmed. When Duanmu Huai heard this, he just stared coldly at the giant monster in front of him. That is to say, if I am willing to give up destroying the sphere of life, then you will let me go? Yes, that's it. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Mechanical Titan sneered. As long as you are willing to give up your plan to destroy the sphere of life, then I will let you leave here. However, before the Mechanical Titan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Duanmu Huai. But I refuse. What? My favorite thing to do is to say no to self-righteous people. As Duanmu Huai roared again, he jumped up the next moment and pounced directly at the Mechanical Titan. At the same time, Duanmu Huai raised his right hand, and a card emerged from his palm, then turned into a colorful magic missile and hit the Mechanical Titan directly. Magic missile. That's it. Get rid of it. Mr. Knight, seeing this, and who was originally sitting on the sofa, jumped up excitedly. This was also the reason why Anne was not worried even if Duanmu Huai was in danger, although he was not as good as himself. In Anne's view, Duanmu Huai was already a very good mage. Dealing with this kind of monster was naturally a piece of cake. Of course, if Anne was here, he could just summon her giant heroic spirit to fight. However, Duanmu Huai didn't have such a good heroic spirit to summon. But that didn't mean he couldn't fight. In the world of Manalia, it was a daily routine for mages to deal with monsters that were several times larger than themselves. Although a dragon like Thaf was out of the ordinary. An ordinary dragon was about the same size as the Mechanical Titan in front of him. So in Anne's opinion, Duanmu Huai should be able to deal with it. Dr. Hayden obviously did not expect that Duanmu Huai could actually perform magic. After all, no one would associate this 2.5-meter tall man with a wizard at first sight. He was also surprised to see Duanmu Huai actually performing magic in front of him. Fortunately, the Mechanical Titan was huge, and the magic missile was about the same size as a bullet. So it didn't hurt it at all. This level of attack is completely useless. With a roar, the Iron Titan clenched his fist again and smashed it hard at Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai adjusted his direction and rolled to avoid the Iron Titan's attack. Then he fell to the ground and stretched out his palm to the ground. Majestic gun. The ground began to roll. And then a long, sharp spear made of mud and stones rose from the ground and pierced directly between the legs of the Iron Titan, causing it to pause suddenly. But unfortunately, there was no other reaction. After all, it is a steel mechanical creation. It doesn't have this kind of function. It's no use telling you. Duanmu Huai's repeated attacks did not cause any damage to the Mechanical Titan. But it was also difficult for Dr. Hayden to catch Duanmu Huai. Just like it was difficult for a human to catch a mouse running around at his feet. Although he also controlled the huge steel body in front of him to attack Duanmu Huai, he almost always returned with no success. Duanmu Huai dodged the attacks of the mechanical giant while launching a magical counterattack. However, his magic attack did not cause any damage to the Iron Titan. At most, it only left some charred marks on the surface of the Iron Titan. Give it up, stranger. Seeing that Duanmu Huai's attack had no effect on him, Dr. Hayden stopped and stared at him. As long as you give up destroying the sphere of life, you can leave here. However, Duanmu Huai still did not stop. Cold ice spikes, burning flames and thunder were released from his hands, hitting the Iron Titan again and again, as if it was making a futile struggle. Only in front of the screen was staring at the battle situation in front of him, muttering to himself. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just as Anne's voice fell, Dwanmu White jumped up again, facing the Iron Titan in front of him. He stretched out his hand again. This time, several huge swords of light suddenly appeared around Dwanmu White. Sword Rain, cost 9 magic amplification -1. Give one of your own units a +3/+3 effect, and randomly give an enemy unit 3 points of damage. As the 5 Sword Rain cards in Dwanmu Huai's hand, whose consumption had become 0 due to the amplification of magic power, disappeared. The next moment, Dwanmu Huai's body suddenly burned with a blue flame. At the same time, the giant sword of light beside him was down, instantly covering the huge steel titan like a rainstorm. How is this possible? Dr. Hayden obviously did not expect such a development, and hurriedly raised his hands in panic to block in front of him. However, the giant blade of light ruthlessly pierced through the body of the Iron Titan, nailing it to the ground. At the same time, Dwanmu Huai stretched out his hand again, and a flash of fire flashed from his hand. Boom! Under the attack of +17 energy level, the chest of the Iron Titan was blown to pieces, revealing a huge wound. At the same time, the Iron Titan wailed and fell to the ground. You? How could you? The Iron Titan raised his head and looked at Dwanmu Huai in surprise. Dr. Hayden obviously couldn't understand why the opponent's previous magic seemed so weak, but the last blow was so terrifying that even the Iron Titan couldn't resist it. However, Dwanmu Huai was obviously not in the mood to explain to Dr. Hayden what magic amplification was. He reached out, took out 2 life balls again, raised them high, and then hit them hard. This time, the ball of life could no longer withstand the power of Dwanmu Huai after the magic bonus. The golden and bright red balls of life exploded directly in Dwanmu Huai's hands. 2 beams of light burst out from it, merged together, and then flew straight into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. After the beam of light flew into the sky, a thunderous roar and wailing sounded, and then the originally dark, bright red sky of H.L. began to peel off piece by piece. The earth cracked, the air began to burn. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and the entire space began to collapse. It's a pity. After doing all this, Dwanmu Huai looked at the mechanical titan. It seems you have no way out. As Dwanmu Huai spoke, a portal opened in front of him, and then Dwanmu Huai stepped into it. Soon, the portal disappeared, and the mechanical titan just looked at the place where Dwanmu Huai disappeared, stretched out his hand, and then he fell into the bottomless dark abyss along with the crumbling earth. When Dwanmu Huai returned to the mothership again, the system prompt indicating that the mission was completed also appeared in front of Dwanmu Huai. Hidden advanced task power of destruction completed. Task evaluation, excellent. Players get a new class. Advanced Destroyer. Doomslayer, every time you kill a demon, you will gain a certain percentage of permanent attribute value bonus. You are the embodiment of destruction, the representative of death. When you appear on the battlefield, even the demons tremble, and their terrified souls and flesh are your food. Professional deterrence +3. Second stage of the hidden mission piece of soul completed. Task evaluation, unparalleled. Gain 100,000 experience points. Additional 35,000 experience points. Player level increased to LV40. Gain attribute points +3. Specialization points +3. Gain additional skill Bully the Weak, increases bonus to enemies affected by debuffs by 50%. Gain additional skill Immortal Warrior, after receiving fatal damage. Instantly resurrect. Knock back and stun enemies within a 30-meter radius, and turn into a furious posture after resurrection. Note, the deterrence level has been raised to level 10. Deterrence skill automatically transforms into Fear Aura. Fear Aura, all non-friendly creatures must pass a willpower saving throw when they see the target player. If they fail, they will fall into panic. If they succeed, they will still receive a round of shake and debuff. Dwanmu Huai was quite happy when he saw what happened ahead. But when he saw the aura of fear at the end, his face suddenly darkened. MMP. This is evolution. Right? Chapter 142 End of Advancement. Hit your head with a hammer. Gene of the Premarch number 15 Evil Slayer Death Guard. Profession, Inquisitor, LV40, Doom Slayer, LV1, Soul Walker Specialization Subspace Heat Consume 50%. Strength, 18 fighting plus 8 space warrior combat training LV8 material dislocation attack weak points win, with fewer forces bully the weak. Agility. For shooting plus 0 Zikran enhancement LV1. Constitution. 16 resistance plus 6 Kathari siege code LV8 fury immortal warrior. Intelligence. 17 willpower plus 7 great psychic combat training LV1 soul resonance, special skill, original gene bonus psychic combat. Perception. 8 awareness plus 4 law department assault tactics LV3. Charm. 1, locked, communication minus 3 fear aura LV1. After looking at his character attributes again, Duanmu Huai shrugged and closed the interface. After the advanced job change, Duanmu Huai finally understood how this advanced job can completely kill demons. To put it simply, when killing a demon, this job will automatically absorb the most essential core part of the demon. In this way, the demon, which is left with only residues, naturally has no way to regenerate and will only die. It's just that the amount absorbed is a bit low. After returning to the mothership, Duanmu Huai specially found some demons for testing. The results showed that for ordinary demons, the attribute value absorbed was less than 0.00001%. And the more powerful the demon, the higher the value absorbed. In other words, if Duanmu Huai's target is the Chaos Champion God's Chosen or a high-level demon or a big demon, then he can absorb a lot of attribute bonuses in one go. But if it is just an ordinary demon, there will be basically no increase. Well, considering that this broken game has always refused players to brush experience to upgrade, this is not beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. But no matter what, the Doom Slayer's advancement does have great potential. You have to know that attribute values are hard to come by. In addition to increasing your level by 2 levels and gaining plus 1 point, only certain special tasks will give you a few attribute values. The Doom Slayer's special effects are enough to ensure that every time Duanmu Huai kills a boss, he can get a certain degree of attribute value improvement. Of course, there were losses, with the 2 planes of heaven and hell being completely destroyed. The technology from heaven and heaven was basically cut off. After all, even if Duanmu Huai had night guards under him, they only learned some knowledge from the Mecha Tribe. And the complete technology tree of the Mecha Tribe and heaven now seemed hopeless. As for the creation engine that Duanmu Huai had been thinking about, it was completely destroyed. However, this is also a necessary sacrifice for the mission. After all, the Doom Slayer is the Doom Slayer. If he doesn't destroy everything, how can he still be called the Doom Slayer? Looking back now, Duanmu Huai was more and more certain that the option in the last mission was designed to confuse him. After all, if he thought about it carefully, the purpose of his mission was to advance his profession. If he absorbed the life ball of the Father, would it still be called an advanced profession? Moreover, this was a one-time mission, which meant that if he missed the Doom Slayer this time, he would basically have no chance in the future. MMP. The shitty system is still as shitty as before. However, Duanmu Huai did not gain nothing. For example, the plasma cannon BFG he recovered from UAC was a powerful weapon. The Empire's technology tree also has a similar energy turret, the Light Lance. However, compared with the plasma cannon, the Light Lance has obvious disadvantages. If the range is too far, the beam will be dispersed. But if the range is too short, the Light Lance has no meaning. And the Light Lance is generally small in size. To be honest, the Empire is far behind the Eldar in the development of the Light Lance weapon. But the plasma turret is different. Not only is its range far enough, but its power is also strong enough. Even enough to make a hole in Mars. For Duanmu Huai, this is much more useful than the light spear. The only flaw is that the energy source of the UAC's BFG cannon comes from the Argentum energy they extracted from Hell. Now that Hell and Heaven are both in ruins, there is not enough energy supply. But this is not a problem for Duanmu Huai. After all, his warship currently uses the antimatter reactor from the Ancient Saints, which is perfect for powering the BFG. So Duanmu Huai sent the BFG to the Tribunal Library for analysis. After the analysis was completed, he could consume building points to replace all the light spears with plasma turrets, and replace the main gun at the same time. But this will have to wait until you have building points. Due to the complete destruction of the 2 planes of heaven and H.L., the demon army that was ravaging the planet was completely destroyed. So Duanmu Huai and others also said goodbye and left. As for the remaining problems, they were left to the Armed Response Alliance to solve them. Of course, Duanmu Huai also left them a communication device, saying that if they needed help in the future, they could find him. Of course, it would not be free. There is no way around it. After all, the human empire is in ruins, and no one is paying the inquisitors. Don't they have to work hard to feed themselves? Fortunately, all the night guards brought by Duanmu Huai were spirits. Otherwise he would have nowhere to find food for so many night guards to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. With the addition of the night guards, Duanmu Huai's void dock and void camp finally became somewhat lively. There were a bunch of warships and vehicles from the Yajin civilization in the void dock. Unfortunately, there were no space battleships. Only some battleships and gunboats used in the atmosphere. But for now, it was acceptable. Sitting in the chair, looking at the list of spoils in front of him, Duanmu Huai nodded at the table with satisfaction. Although the reward for this mission is not particularly generous, it is still quite good for the first step out of the Starry Sea. In addition to Duanmu Huai's successful advancement to the destroyer, the spoils he obtained are as follows. A complete set of Yajin military technology research and development system. 15,000 night guard ghosts. The BFG cannon from UAC and its manufacturing process. A complete set of books from the planet's great library, What and Wanted. 50 Argentinian warships, and a number of Argentinian weapons and equipment, including heavy cannons, plasma rifles, rocket launchers, crossbows, Vulcan cannons, etc. Well, Duanmu Huai basically has no use for these. After all, he is not good at using long-range shooting weapons. But for Duanmu Huai, this is enough. Now that the advanced tasks here have come to an end, what Duanmu Huai needs to consider is what to do next. He planned to go to the holy city on the planet where the Guardian was, and then connect with the Guardian's tower there. At present, compared with other civilizations, the Guardian as a cosmic civilization is more or less open-minded. As long as he builds a good relationship with them, there shouldn't be any problem. And if he could trick a group of Guardians into following him back to the novice village, then combined with his warships and night sentinels, it would be basically no problem to defeat the northern barbarians. And this would also allow him to avoid the outbreak of the end. However, Duanmu Huai is not sure what the current situation is on the Guardian side, because the Guardian forces are not without enemies, and they also face threats from the subspace and aliens. Forget it. You'll only know when you go there. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai closed the list in his hand, then stood up and walked out of the room and came to the command room. At this moment in the command room, the girls were also sitting on chairs chatting. And when they saw Duanmu Huai appear, they also hurriedly stood up. Ah, my lord knight. Owner. Duanmu Huai nodded to the girls and came to the holographic console. We have come to the end of what we have to do on this planet. And now it is time to go to the next place. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hearing this, and was so excited that she almost jumped up. Her big eyes sparkled as she stared at Duanmu Huai, who just chuckled. You'll know when the time comes. Well, let's use the orthodox method this time. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai opened the star map and started the web system again. He then set the coordinates according to his memory and gave the order. Set off. Soon, with an order from Duanmu Huai, the huge warship plunged into the network again. Everyone looked at the shining light outside the window. And after a long time, the light outside gradually disappeared, replaced by a dark starry sky. Why is there nothing here? Looking at the starry sky outside in confusion, and couldn't help but complain. It was no wonder. Compared with before, the warship now seemed to be floating on the boundless sea. Looking around, all around were the same dark universe and twinkling stars. There was nothing else. Mia, open the public channel and collect all communication information. Understood. Master. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, the artificial angel reached out and tapped lightly on the keyboard a few times. Soon, only a noise was heard from the speaker. And then silence returned. No signal received. Master. Well, just wait. Duanmu Huai didn't seem to care. He just gave the order and then sat back. Although the other girls didn't know what Duanmu Huai was doing, they also sat down on the chairs obediently and started doing their own things. And Ojus and Failing were all buried in piles of books at the moment. Ever since Duanmu Huai had taken over all the large libraries on that planet, these three girls had been reading almost every day. Of course, the range of books read by each person is different, and mainly reads encyclopedias and engineering books. As expected of a mage, She is fascinated by knowledge on industrial construction and other subjects. And what Otis reads is very idealistic. She basically reads fairy tales and some books on philosophy and thought. Well, Duanmu Huai said that if Otis tried to understand human beings through this, then it would be a bit biased. After all, most people in this world do not live as painfully as philosophers. As for Faylene, what she reads is even simpler. She only likes to read magazines and books about scenic spots and food. And she disdains anything else. Lorena is not in the battleship most of the time because she has to go back to the Holy City Church to attend church. She will only come when Duanmu Huai needs to summon her. As for Gulia, what are you doing? Seeing Gulia writing and drawing on the table, Duanmu Huai walked over curiously and asked, "Ah, Mr. Knight?" Seeing Duanmu Huai coming over, Gulia was a little nervous for a moment. But she still lowered her head and answered, "Nothing. I'm just doing my homework." "Homework? Don't you have to do it?" I've already finished writing it." Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, and smiled and poked his head out of the book, replied to Duanmu Huai, and then continued to bury his head in the ocean of knowledge in front of him. The academic genius is indeed extraordinary. Report to the master. At this moment, Mia's leisurely voice sounded again. An unencrypted public broadcast distress signal has been detected. "Oh! Let him out immediately." Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up, and he quickly gave the order, while Mia nodded and reached out to press the keyboard. Soon, a hurried voice came from it. "Help! Help! Help! This is the risk assessment. We are being attacked by space pirates. Requesting support. Is there anyone? Is anyone hearing me? If you can, please answer." "Got it." Hearing the distress signal, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly and revealed a smile. "Lock on the signal location. Let's go check out the situation." Then he immediately gave the order. Chapter 143 Space Pirates. When Duanmu Huai's warship headed towards the signal location, the girls also came over. "What happened? Master?" "Oh, nothing. We found a distress signal. It's very likely that a merchant ship was attacked by pirates." "Why?" Hearing Duanmu Huai's introduction, the girls were all surprised. And even Gulia looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise. Are there also bandits in the universe? How surprising. As long as there is wealth and profit, there will always be thieves and robbers, Duanmu Huai said casually, while looking at the star map in front of him. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the pirates deliberately sent out a distress signal to lure the surrounding fleets into their encirclement. After all, the world is so chaotic now. Duanmu Huai chose this star region because it is the busiest transportation route near the Holy City. Because of this, various space pirates often attack human caravans. That is why Duanmu Huai came here to wait and see. After all, with the human empire now in ruins, the order in the universe is basically zero, and anything can happen. It didn't take long for Duanmu Huai and his team to arrive at the signal location. And then, they saw a giant transport ship being attacked by another warship. The appearance of both ships was similar to Duanmu Huai's Queen of Glory class, but they were much smaller. Duanmu Huai was also stunned when he saw the images of the two warships on the screen. "Oh, this is fun." It was no wonder Duanmu Huai said that. The ship being beaten was a serious commercial transport ship, the Galaxy-class armed cargo ship, which was the most commonly used cargo ship in interstellar trade. It seemed that the pirates were not playing a trick to lure the enemy into a trap, but simply caught a prey. On the contrary, the battleship that attacked the cargo ship had a very outstanding appearance. From its gorgeous platinum appearance and the array of up to 14 large cannons on its side, it can be seen that this should be a Holy Grail-class battlecruiser. After all, the Empire is a multi-gunner, and all the warships it builds adhere to the multi-gunner romanticism of more is beautiful. Bigger is better. Even Duanmu Huai's Queen of Glory class is the same. Standing at the floor-to-ceiling windows on the side of the hull and looking out, you can see layer upon layer of huge steel cannons stacked up below, with the black muzzles ready to fire at any time to blow the enemy in front of them into pieces. The Holy Grail class is a high-speed heavy cruiser. Simply put, its original design intention was to build a heavy cruiser that is fast, flexible, and has powerful firepower. Of course, such a good thing is hard to find. The Holy Grail class was indeed produced, and it is indeed high-speed and high-attack. But its armor is as useless as that made of paper. It can be called a high-attack and paper defense thief in the battleship. If it is hit by others, it will probably be killed instantly. Although the Holy Grail class has various problems, players still like it very much. The reason is simple. It is handsome. After all, most players can't get battleships or flagships in the early stage. So the Holy Grail class is the most powerful battleship they can find in the early stage. And the high attack and high speed are quite suitable for some players. As for the paper defense problem, we can slowly change it. But for Duanmu Huai, it's a bit of a pity. What a pity. It's a human. If it were a group of bean sprouts, it would be fine. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Duanmu Huai shook his head helplessly. Want to attack, Master? At this moment, the Holy Grail class ship had entered Duanmu Huai's shooting range, and Mia had also locked onto the target, waiting for Duanmu Huai's order, and a volley of light spears would send the target directly into the sky. However, no! It would be a shame to blow up such a good thing. Prepare the torpedoes for boarding. Order the night watch guards to head to the launch site. We're boarding! Duanmu Huai excitedly gave the order and then walked out of the command room, leaving a group of girls looking at each other, wondering what Duanmu Huai was going to do. But for Duanmu Huai, he has been waiting for this day for a long time. Boarding is the romance of men. Fleet bombardment is outdated. Not to mention that Duanmu Huai found that this Holy Grail class ship didn't even raise the void shield. This is simply the best target for boarding. You know, in the game, players like boarding the most. After all, what is more exciting than tearing through the opponent's defenses, going deep into them, and finally making the opponent succumb to you physically and mentally? Soon, Duanmu Huai arrived at the torpedo launch site, where several figures wearing black power armor like him were standing there. They were the Knight Sentinels, but they were not in their original form, but attached to the Space Marine's power armor in a similar way to Soul Possession. This not only ensured the combat effectiveness of these Knight Sentinels, but also avoided the possibility of them being eliminated. At least even if the opponent finally broke through the armor, they would only find that there was no one inside, and the Knight Sentinels would jump back to the mothership directly. Although they are very similar, Duanmu Huai still wants to state that this is completely different from a certain red-letter warrior. Get on board and prepare for battle. Following Duanmu Huai's order, the Knight Guards attached to the power armor lined up and walked into the huge torpedo tube next to them. When they stood in the middle of the torpedo, the huge mechanical restraints extended out and firmly stuck them in place. The next moment, several huge torpedoes burst out from the launch tubes and shot straight towards the Holy Grail class in the distance. Perhaps it was too immersed in the attack on the merchant ship, and the Holy Grail class heavy cruiser did not seem to react until the torpedo approached it, and it hurriedly tried to turn around and avoid the attack. However, it was too late. The tip of the torpedo, like a drill, spun and tore through the outer armor, and then the huge black columnar object mercilessly penetrated into the hull of the heavy cruiser. As the tip of the front part opened, the next moment, strong warriors poured out of it and pounced on the core of the battleship like hungry wolves. For Duanmu Huai, the internal structure of this warship was as familiar as returning to his hometown. He rushed out of the torpedo in one step and strode directly towards the passage leading to the command room. But, wow! This is really broken. Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the dirty corridor and the leaky floor. He had previously wondered why the other party hadn't raised the void shield, but now it seemed that given the quality of this warship, it was doubtful whether the void shield could still be used. Many places are empty, and even some places where the machine slaves were originally installed have been dismantled. Well, it's not surprising. Most people don't have a good impression of machine slaves. Besides, so many years have passed. Maybe they have even forgotten the use of machine slaves. Maybe the machine soul of this battleship has long been destroyed. The machine soul is like the artificial AI core of a warship. Generally speaking, it is difficult to control a warship without a machine soul. But it does not mean that it cannot be used without a machine soul. Of course, there are also many machine souls that will develop more advanced intelligence over a long period of time. Duanmu Huai's Queen of Glory class also didn't have a machine soul installed, and most of the equipment relied on manual control. He planned to use their system to upgrade the control of the battleship after analyzing the Yajin technology. As for the machine soul, well, he would not use it if he could. After all, he doesn't have a mechanical priest who has nothing to do every day to sing binary hymns to the machine spirit. Here, just as Duanmu Huai turned another corridor, he heard roars and chaotic footsteps from the other end. And then he saw a group of guys wearing tattered armor, like miscellaneous soldiers, rushing over with guns in their hands. After seeing the boarding team led by Duan, they were also stunned. However, the next moment, an unexpected scene happened. Faced with Duan, those ruthless interstellar bandits almost collapsed in an instant. Most of them dropped their weapons and ran back crying. The few who were left held their guns tremblingly, looking at Duan who was striding towards them, and were shaking like bamboo poles with fear. Star Pirate A contacts the aura of fear. Approving. Immunity failed. Star Pirate A is in a state of panic. Star Pirate C contacts the aura of fear. Approval in progress. Immunity successful. Star Pirate B falls into a state of trembling. Snort. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Duan snorted coldly and retracted his gaze. Then he swung his hammer and instantly smashed the space pirates standing there, turning them into a pile of horrible rags stuck to the wall. Duan continued to move forward and rushed to the battleship's command room. At this moment, there was chaos in the command room. What's going on? Where did these people come from? Looking at the scene on the screen, the pirate leader roared and slammed the table. In fact, he did not notice Duan warship approaching. If the Queen of Glory class was not too large, it would have hit his nose. And this idiot would not know what happened. What he couldn't have imagined was that the other side would actually use such a weird fighting method. They actually stuffed people into the torpedoes and then fired them directly. While muttering to himself, the pirate leader suddenly thought of something and grabbed a thin figure who was tied with an iron chain and sitting next to his chair and lifted him up. You idiot! Why didn't you warn us about the danger? Tell me! If you had told us earlier. Boom! However, before the pirate leader could finish his words, the door of the command room was kicked open by someone. Then, Duan strode in with a war hammer in his hand. The pirates around him were startled when they saw him. Most of them screamed and ran away like crazy, while the rest rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted on the ground. You're so bad. It's mixed. Duan roared and looked at the pirate leader. Under Duan fierce and ferocious eyes, the pirate leader trembled. Then he looked at Duan and fell to his knees. Please spare my life. Sir! Chapter 144, Unexpected Gains. It didn't take Duan too much time to deal with this group of pirates. After all, whether it was him or the night guard, their main enemies were chaos and demons. Compared to these shabby third-rate pirates, they would be defeated as long as they attacked. Even the pirates, who attacked the merchant ships, were killed mercilessly by the night guard. Duan interrogated the trembling pirate leader, who was almost scared to pee his pants, and was speechless to find that this group of pirates was indeed not doing well. Just like the dilapidated corridor that Duan saw before, the pirates in the entire fleet could not be poorer. Perhaps this Holy Grail-class ship was the most valuable thing they had. In addition, they also detained a group of native slaves captured from various planets in the warship, most of whom were humans, and a small number of alien races. According to the confession of the Star Pirate leader, the reason he attacked the merchant ship was to seize the goods and food. Their rations were not even enough for the crew to eat. From this, we can see that this group of pirates is in a really miserable situation. After sending 2 night guards and the pirate leader to check the cargo and prisoners, Duan sat on the chair and sighed helplessly. These pirates were really too bad. In his opinion, there was no challenge at all. It would be more fun if they had some black bean sprouts or something. Your mightiness. Just at this moment, Duan saw a night guard walk in and bowed to him respectfully. The captain of the risk assessment wishes to see you. Meet me? Okay. Duan didn't think much about it. Just nodded. Soon, he saw a man wearing a mink coat, with a strong and sturdy figure, a beaver fur hat, and a mustache. He looked like a shrewd and capable businessman. Looking at Duan sitting in the command chair, the man was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned pale. He reached out to take off his hat, put it respectfully on his chest, and lowered his head. It's an honor to meet you, Your Excellency the Great Inquisitor. I am the captain of the risk assessment, Dardanelle Salas. Thank you and your men for saving us from danger. If you hadn't come, I'm afraid I would have. Okay. No need to say more polite words. Duan waved his hand. Well, I want to make a deal with you. Deal really? That's right. Duan nodded. I can sell you this battleship. And you just need to give me some goods in exchange. To be honest, after taking a detailed look at the internal conditions of this Holy Grail-class ship, Duanmu Huai was completely disappointed with the ship. Only 1/10 of the weapon system was functioning, and even the void shield generator was broken. Other life support equipment was also basically old. To be honest, this Holy Grail-class ship was truly a rotten SHL. Instead of repairing it, Duanmu Huai might as well build one himself in the void dock. You don't plan to keep this battleship? Hearing Duanmu Huai's speech, Dadanir was obviously a little surprised, although he also saw that the interior of the ship was not good. For this era, any warship was almost an unparalleled treasure. For businessmen in the interstellar, this is the best goods. Not going to. Of course Duanmu Huai doesn't need it. He can make it himself. Why waste time? So what goods do you want? Interesting. Rare. Mysterious. Whatever satisfies me. At this point, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at the Dardanelle below. This was why he met with the Dardanelle and proposed a deal. These wandering merchants in the universe always have some strange items in their hands, including holy objects. If Duanmu Huai can get a few holy objects from the Dardanelle and convert them into building points, it will be much more valuable than a Holy Grail-class ship. Not to mention, many relics are quite useful, such as the gravity gloves currently used by Duanmu Huai. Basically, for players, a good relic can even last for several versions without fading. As for whether the captain was willing, Duanmu Huai felt that this was not a problem, because most of the holy objects were only used by inquisitors, space marines or psychics. Just like Duanmu Huai's thunder hammer. Although he could hold it with one hand and sweep it, it would not be possible for ordinary people to lift it with 4 hands. Ordinary people would either keep this kind of thing as a treasure or simply worship it as a symbol of faith, provided that they do not worship the sacred objects of some evil gods or rebel groups. Otherwise, Duanmu Huai would have to discuss the issue of loyalty with them. At that time, it was unclear whether the Star Pirates or Duanmu Huai posed a greater threat to these merchants. This, faced with Duanmu Huai's request, Dardanelle was obviously hesitant. But soon he nodded. Okay. Sir, please wait a moment. After saying this, Dardanelle bowed respectfully to Duanmu Huai and then turned to leave. At this time, the Star Pirate leader had already walked back dejectedly under the escort of 2 night guards. Soon, one of the night guards handed Duanmu Huai a list. Are these all the prisoners? Yes, sir. Duanmu Huai glanced at the parchment written in Low Gothic, which showed that most of the captives were humans, and the rest were low-level aliens, who were not much stronger than Oberon. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly found a special noun from the list. Psychic? He looked up in surprise, and looked at the pirate leader. You actually captured a psychic? Where is he? To be honest, Duanmu Huai really doubted whether this group of people had the ability to do this. After all, psychics in the ordinary world were basically superpowers or mages. Could these space pirates really capture a psychic? Did he think they were the Imperial Guards or the Sisters of Silence? Sir, please spare my life. After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, the pirate leader was so scared that he lay on the ground and dared not get up. We don't know if he's a psychic, but we heard that his family has been psychics for generations. So we captured him. And that kid does have some strange powers. And the people? It's next to your chair. Duanmu Huai glanced towards the side of the chair and found a thin and short figure curled up in the shadow of the chair. It seemed that he had fallen into a coma, probably because he was frightened by Duanmu Huai's fear. Oh my god! Duanmu Huai stretched out a hand and lifted up the short figure like a kitten, staring at him carefully. This was a child, and from the disheveled appearance, it was obvious that the child had not washed for a long time. In fact, the child was just casually covered with a dirty rag, with an iron chain tied around his neck like a pet, and a piece of white rag covering his eyes. He looked skinny and pitiful. However, Duanmu Huai was not concerned about this problem. But when he focused his attention on the little ghost, he also saw the information that appeared above the other's head. Star Talker, LV20, rare. He's actually a Star Talker. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai was also surprised. This is really rare. The so-called astropath is equivalent to a warship's human radio. Simply put, during the Imperial period, each warship had an astropath, whose task was to obey the captain's orders, condense their thoughts, send them out from the subspace, and transmit them to the astropath of another warship. Yes, that's right. The long-distance communication between humans during the Imperial period was accomplished through this kind of supernatural telepathy-like method. However, this method is basically no longer used now. After all, when an astropath transmits information, it is easy for the subspace to be contaminated. She might hear the whispers of some evil god. In addition, the information itself will also produce errors during the transmission process. Just like the famous message game experiment. Even if a group of people line up in a room and quietly pass on what they heard to the person behind them, there will be errors when they pass it to the last person. Not to mention the astropathic method of transmitting information across galaxies. By the time a message reaches its destination, how far it deviates from its original meaning, only God knows. However, this does not mean that astropaths are useless in the player era. Astropaths can sense information from the subspace. And as we all know, the subspace has no concept of time. That is to say, when an astropath receives a message, it may be released hundreds or thousands of years ago, or it may be released hundreds or thousands of years in the future. So to put it simply, the signals received by the astropaths are either late or early. As for arriving on time, let's just pray for the Emperor's blessing. The premise is that the old man is still alive. However, this is very useful for players, because the ability of astropath is extremely useful when used to explore space wrecks or some dead worlds. And players happen to be most interested in digging graves and exploring ruins. As a soul walker, Duanmu Huai naturally needs the guidance of an astrologer. This would make it easier to find ruins and soul cards. Right? This is such a pleasant surprise. It has to be said that Duanmu Huai really didn't expect that he could get such a treasure from such a third-rate star thief. It was already a considerable gain for him. But what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that the equipment sent by Dardanelles afterwards also surprised him a little. There were 3 pieces of equipment sent by Dardanelle: a chain sword, a bright red power fist that seemed to be stained with blood, and a plasma pistol. Moreover, they are not ordinary items. Death of Alien Crimson Fist, Left Hand of Justice. His. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but take a deep breath. You know, these 3 holy objects are widely circulated among the players. The chainsaw sword Alien Death is specialized in killing aliens, and it can be said to be an extremely powerful weapon for killing aliens and demons. The Crimson Fist is the equipment of the Terminator. In addition to its huge power, it is rumored that every time the Crimson Fist kills an enemy, its energy field will become more and more red, as if it is stained with the enemy's blood. Therefore, players also suspect that this thing might have something to do with the god of tyranny. As for the Left Hand of Justice, this plasma gun itself is not very powerful, but it has a special ability. It is rumored that the mechanical priest who made this plasma pistol performed precise prayers for the cooling and reliability of this plasma pistol. So this gun is almost indestructible. Because of this gun, there is a joke among players that the plasma of justice never overheats. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai looked at Dardanelles in front of him in confusion. Could it be that your ancestors had some connection with that group of thieves who never left empty-handed? Chapter 145, Star Talker. After that, Duanmu Huai chatted with Dardanelle for a while. As Duanmu Huai expected, Dardanelle's merchant ship came from the Holy City. So Duanmu Huai also asked him about the current situation of the Guardians Galaxy. It's no wonder that Duanmu Huai is so cautious. The Milky Way is really in complete chaos right now. Basically, after the fall of the human empire, the remaining human civilizations were divided into 2 types. One type was like the Argentinians, who more or less remembered some of the history of the empire. And the other type was like the humans on the planet that was invaded by demons before, who had forgotten their ancestors 80 years ago. What's more important is that since there are currently few human civilizations in the entire Milky Way that can carry out intergalactic operations, this has created such an embarrassing scene that makes people laugh and cry. Remember the human civilization in the history of the empire. Basically, they all believe that they are the only human successors and represent the last glory of the empire. Well, in fact, in the Milky Way, there are at least 800 of these empires, if not 1,000. At least you are not the first human civilization that does not remember its imperial history, although it is not unaware of the existence of other civilized races in the universe. But when you try to communicate with it, it will be very confused and wonder why you, an alien, look exactly like humans? Is there some conspiracy behind this? The civilization that inherited the history of the empire is not much better. I thought I was the only crown prince. But you told me that I have 100 or 80 brothers and sisters competing with me for the throne? How to say it? From the player's perspective, this is very annoying. Especially when you go to cultivate those undeveloped star fields. The other party will not welcome the player, and may even express dissatisfaction or even hostility. Therefore, later on, when players want to contact other civilizations, the best way is to first ask these wandering merchants who travel around the Milky Way for business. After all, the interstellar civilizations that have had contact with wandering merchants can be regarded as more or less broadening their horizons, and they will not be like those indigenous civilizations that have not even left their own galaxies, and are full of paranoid delusions of there are always villains who want to harm me. Fortunately, according to Dardanelles, the current Guardian civilization is relatively open-minded. Of course, there are still some troubles. They seem to have experienced a war before. In short, the entire Guardian civilization is still huddled in the galaxy. As for their combat power, well, it is quite average. After all, they haven't even left their own galaxy, so you can imagine their technological level. Anyway, at least they have some understanding of the situation in the Milky Way, and they are not too hostile to foreign civilizations. Well, that's enough. It's not like Duanmu Huai had never encountered the Guardian civilization in the game, but that was in the middle of the game. One of the obvious features of Star Ocean OL is that all changes are real-time. In other words, the order of the players has an impact. For example, if a player first encounters a civilization and is friendly to it, then this civilization will also maintain a certain degree of goodwill towards other players who come here next. However, if a player shows hostility towards a civilization he or she has just met for the first time, or even does something bad to it, then this civilization will also hate the whole civilization and have the same attitude towards other players. Therefore, the attitudes of the forces that Duanmu Huai encountered in the game do not mean that they will be the same as in reality. After all, who knows how the initial players in the game encountered these civilizations and dealt with them in a way that caused these civilizations to have their own changes in perceptions. But now, at least Duanmu Huai got good news. After the transaction was completed, Dardanelle left excitedly with a Holy Grail-class battleship. Before leaving, he also left his communication channel and said that Duanmu Huai could contact him at any time if he needed to trade anything. Of course, considering that the human empire has collapsed and now all they do is barter, it is still worth making friends with wandering traders like Dardanelle. Duanmu Huai also returned to the mothership with his spoils. Although generally speaking, judges have the habit of saving their spoils. For players, it is more convenient to convert such things directly into building points. So Duanmu Huai's spoils of this boarding battle were 3 building points and a dirty little devil. Go clean this brat up. Duanmu Huai handed the little guy in his hand to the maid doll next to him and gave a casual instruction. The latter nodded in agreement and took the unconscious kid to the bathroom. After a series of washing, disinfection, and cleaning work, the cleaned little ghost appeared in front of Duanmu Huai again. This is a little girl with blonde hair, who looks to be about 10 years old. Her eyes are covered with cloth, and she is wearing a simple coat. Hello, dear sir. Standing in front of Duanmu Huai, the girl was obviously a little nervous, but fortunately she couldn't see. Otherwise, she would have fainted long ago. However, Duanmu Huai was more curious about the language used by the girl. Her language was mixed with some High Gothic, which meant that the girl was likely born in a very noble psychic family. After all, ordinary people would not learn this kind of technical language. Are you an astropath? Yes. What happened to your eyes? Duanmu Huai stared at the cloth covering the girl's eyes and asked curiously. The girl became excited when she heard his question. This is to obtain God's guidance. So my father made me lose my eyes. Only in this way can I obtain a higher level of enlightenment. Uh-huh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai silently rolled his eyes. Indeed, most of the astropaths are basically blind. But it is not because of their blindness that they have powerful psychic powers. On the contrary, these astropaths are because they will undergo a ritual called the soul binding ceremony during their training. This ritual is to use the purity of the Lord of Humanity to burn, purify the stains on the psychic's body and mind, reshape their neural structure, and make their will more easily resist the temptation of chaos. Only after this ceremony can one become a qualified astropath. Since the Emperor's power attacks neutral structures such as the optic nerve, most astropaths become blind after undergoing the ritual. And now, after hearing what this girl said, They think that blindness is the growth factor that can turn a person into an astropath. You haven't even received the Emperor's blessing and purification. And you're doing this. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? But it's no wonder. The human empire has been in ruins for thousands of years. And the efficacy and procedures of those rituals have probably been forgotten long ago. Since you are an astropath, I will let you continue your work on my ship. Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts and looked at the girl in front of him. But I must warn you that the subspace is more terrifying than you can imagine. So I require you to capture and transmit information from the subspace only with my permission. Do you understand? If you disobey my order, I promise that I will throw you out of this battleship in the next moment and turn you into a corpse in the cold space. Yes. Yes, sir. I understand. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the girl nodded nervously. May I have your name? They all call me Hitomi. Sir. Okay. Hitomi. You can go down now. I'll have someone prepare a room for you. Duanmu Huai made a gesture. And soon another maid puppet came over and left the command room with Tong. It was not until this time that it looked at Duanmu Huai angrily. Mr. Knight, you were too harsh on that kid just now. Yes, Sir Knight. The child was just captured by pirates. I think you should be more friendly to her. At least don't let her be so scared. Lorena also gave her own suggestions. Obviously, they were not used to seeing Duanmu Huai treating such a little girl so domineeringly. Looking at them, Duanmu Huai also shook his head. I don't want to do this either. But I have to because the kid is an astropath and has great potential. Astropath? To put it simply, she can sense information from another world, including whispers from evil gods or demons. If she is not careful, this child may become a minion, an accomplice of the devil at any time. There is such a thing? Hearing this, and was shocked, while Lorena frowned. Hearing what the knight said, it occurred to me that some people seem to be able to easily sense the existence of demons and their words. Could that child be one of them? If so, do you have any idea? Lorena? Duanmu Huai looked at Lorena and asked curiously. After all, in this world, he knew a few ways to prevent the astrologers from being contaminated by chaos. And none of them could be used at present. He wondered if Lorena had any solution. I can go back to the church and ask the archbishop for help. Lorena thought for a moment, then spoke. Then go ahead. If you can find a way to solve this problem, that would be a good choice. Yes. Then Sir Knight, I will take my leave now. After saying this, Lorena hurriedly bowed, then passed through the portal and returned to her world, and looked at the portal in front of her in surprise, and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that there are so many things happening in this world. When you go to more places, you will find that there is no shortage of all kinds of strange things. Duanmu Huai shook his head and sat back in his chair. Of course, he did not forget to send a killer puppet to lurk in Tong's room and stare at her. After all, Duanmu Huai had heard from the pirate leader that the reason why he tied the little girl to his chair was because the little girl could always point out where something was like a prophet. This was also the reason why he was able to successfully catch the risk assessment and launch an attack. It was obvious that Tong might have communicated with the subspace and chaos. I don't know whether what is inside this little girl's body is herself or something else. But no matter what, it's better to be careful. After that, the warship also headed towards the galaxy, where the Guardian civilization was located according to the star map route obtained from the Dardanelles. After 2 days of sailing, Duanmu Huai's warship finally arrived at the Guardian galaxy. What are we going to do next, Mr. Knight? At this moment, and also came close to Duanmu Huai, looking at the galaxy in front of him impatiently, while Duanmu Huai touched the little head of Ajis next to him, and then looked forward. Anyway, since they are guests from afar, we should greet them first. Mia, send a message. Okay, master. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Mia replied in her unique light tone, and then started the communication. This is the inquisitorial battleship Pink Bunny. Please answer if you hear me. We are Pink Bunny. Who? Listening to Mia's chatty tone, Duanmu Huai and Ajis didn't react at all. Button, Gulia and Lorena all blushed. Mr. Knight, why do you have to call me by that name? Isn't there a better name? Isn't that great? Facing the complaints from men and other girls, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. The name and combat power are not directly proportional. Just because your name sounds nice doesn't mean it will be powerful. Pink Bunny is so great. Just look at this name. Who dares to fight us? Well, faced with Duanmu Huai's righteous answer, and was speechless for a moment. Master, there is no response from the other party. It seems that the communication system has failed. At this moment, Mia responded to Duanmu Huaijin with okay. Communication failure? After hearing Mia's report, Duanmu Huai frowned. Generally speaking, this kind of thing should not happen. Could it be that the Guardian civilization encountered some trouble? I can feel it. At this moment, Tong, who had been standing in front of the window, suddenly spoke. Her hands tightly grasped a pendant hanging around her neck. It was the holy device that Lorena had obtained from the Archbishop, used to ward off evil spirits and expel demons. Lorena said that this could protect Tong's soul from being tainted and eroded by demons. Of course, only God knows how useful it is. Hearing Tong's words, Duanmu Huai looked at her. What do you feel? Anger, hatred, boiling rage. I can feel it. Right in front of me. There is something that wants to destroy everything. Oh! When he heard Tong's answer, a cold light flashed in Duanmu Huai's eyes. Then let's go and see for ourselves. Chapter 146 Scarlet War. The battleship continued to move forward, and soon they crossed the asteroid belt, passed through the planet, and arrived at the home planet of the Guardian civilization. However, the scene there at the moment was clearly not peaceful. Looking into the universe, one can see that the towers in the core city of the Guardian civilization are now bright red. One can tell without even looking that the situation there is clearly not very stable. Zoom in on the target, and let's see what's going on there. Following Duanmu Huai's order, the screen zoomed in quickly, and then a city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was obvious that the city was under attack at the moment. Above it, dozens of warships with red and white paint and long smoke trails, which were obviously over displacement, were showing off their power and emitting their flames wantonly. Ah! The Cabal. When Duanmu Huai saw the paint jobs on these warships, he immediately showed an unhappy expression. The Cabal? Galactic robbers. Idiots. A bunch of idiots who think they should rule the entire galaxy and start wars everywhere. Duanmu Huai casually answered Gulia's question and then looked at the screen in front of him. For the Inquisition, the Cabal are also aliens and should be completely destroyed. Completely exterminated? No. Purified. In short, no matter what they are, they must be completely destroyed, leaving no one behind. This is the ultimate goal of the Inquisition. An organization that destroys all existences that threaten humanity. Okay. Let's take action. Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts and gave orders loudly. Go to the target city immediately and stop the atrocities of these space bandits. Duanmu Huai's entry did not attract Cable's attention. On the one hand, Duanmu Huai turned on the stealth mode. And on the other hand, it was probably because Cable was immersed in the bombardment of the Guardian City and could not extricate himself. It was normal that he did not care about everything around him, because the Guardian civilization was the last human civilization in this galaxy. To be more precise, this is the only human city left in this galaxy. Therefore, when the 20-kilometer-long warship appeared from the clouds, the Cabra people were even a little confused. They looked at this huge warship in surprise, as if they didn't know where it came from, and they didn't seem to know why it came. But when the green plasma beams crossed the sky and the huge macro cannons erupted with thunderous roars, everything had come to an end. The plasma beam filled with huge energy easily broke through the fragile protective barrier of the Cabra warship, and then thousands of tons of macro cannon SH/LS rushed into it, using their huge impact and explosion to blow the Cabra warship in front of them into a ball of fireworks. In the face of the wrath of the Inquisition, no alien can withstand a single blow. Duanmu Huai stood in front of the command platform, staring at the battlefield with an indifferent expression. At this moment, the warships were already firing at full power. Fortunately, before coming here, he had consumed some building points and rebuilt the original light spears into plasma turrets. These plasma turrets were also quite powerful. The protective barriers of the Cable warships could not withstand the bombardment from the plasma turrets, and the fierce bombardment of the macro cannons directly tore them into pieces. As for the Cabra warships that tried to get close, they were not much better off. The powerful firepower of the close-in defense turrets on the deck was enough to tear apart any enemy who dared to rush forward and die. What it is! At the same time, on the Cabra's flagship, a Cabra man wearing heavy white armor was standing there, staring angrily at the magnificent warship in front of him, which looked like a collection of churches. The Cabra people were a strong and violent race. Each of them looked like a human-shaped rhino, full of deterrence and strong body, with the armor as a backdrop. They looked even more brave. But all of this is as small as dust in front of the warship. Among the clouds, the battleship looked like a city in the sky surrounded by high walls and huge cannons. Under the sunlight, the dome of the golden church was emitting a dazzling light, which made it extremely angry. Obviously, the travelers have been restrained, and they are about to occupy the city completely. My lord, we must leave here immediately. At this moment, another cavalryman stepped forward and shouted loudly, as if to verify his words. At this moment, a green plasma beam whizzed over and hit another cavalry warship in front of the flagship, instantly piercing its protective barrier and punching it through. However, just as the severely injured cavalry warship staggered and tried to make an emergency landing, a macro cannon directly smashed it into pieces. Boom! A huge shock wave erupted instantly, and even the cavalry flagship was shaking like a small boat in a storm, and the cavalry people standing on the deck were knocked to the ground. My lord, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. We still have the 1E warship. We haven't lost yet. Hearing the words of the cavalry people around him, the owner of the white armor clenched his teeth, staring at the golden battleship fiercely, and then stood up. Retreat! The Cabal fleet began to withdraw, faced with the wrath of the Inquisition. These despicable and lowly aliens had no ability to resist at all. They were frightened to death, and almost disappeared into the end of the sky with their weapons and armor abandoned. Snort! Duan Muhui snorted coldly, as he watched the last cavalry warship that failed to escape being turned into fireworks in the air. At this moment, the entire combat command room was silent. Everyone stared at the battlefield in front of them with wide eyes. This was the first time that the girls saw a battle between universes at such a close distance. Although they knew that the warship under their feet must be extremely powerful, they did not expect that the power of this warship was far beyond their imagination. I never thought this battleship would be so powerful, and couldn't help but sigh. And Gulia nodded vigorously beside him. Yes, if it was the evil dragon Fafnir, I'm afraid there would be nothing left in front of this battleship. The power of a single unit is very strong, but the power of machinery cannot be ignored. Duan Muhui said casually and turned around. Okay, let's go take a look at that city. When Duan Muhui and others arrived in front of the almost ruined tower on the Night Crow Black Star, a group of people were already waiting for them there. Standing in the front was a bald, muscular man. Next to him was a bald woman, and a robot. It's been a long time. Looking at the three familiar faces, Duan Muhui smiled slightly. Then he led the girls out of the gunboat and came to the other side. Seeing Duan Muhui appear, these people were somewhat frightened. But soon, the bald man in the lead walked up and saluted Duan Muhui. Hello. From the guests from Aliens. I am the Titan Mentor Savara, the Gyoda Parliament. Thank you very much for your anekna. You are welcome. Duan Muhui said casually while looking at the small mechanical ornament-like object floating next to Savala. As a member of the Inquisition, it is my duty to eliminate the aliens that threaten human existence. The Court of Inquisition. After hearing Duan Muhui's words, Savara paused for a moment. Then his face became serious. If you can you please explain in detail? Certainly. Duan Muhui nodded. Then he looked at the huge white ball floating above the city behind him, and then followed Savara and others into the interior of the tower. While walking, Duan Muhui also recalled the information about the Guardian civilization that he had previously seen on the forum. The rise of the Guardian civilization is closely related to a mysterious existence. That is, a large white sphere that looks like a moon and is currently suspended above the city. People call it the Traveler. No one knows where this mysterious existence came from, but according to the historical materials excavated by the players, the Traveler has been running around in the galaxy, bringing prosperity and evolution to the civilizations wherever he goes. The humans in this galaxy also met the Traveler because of this. They observed this mysterious existence and found that it had the ability to transform the originally barren planet into an ecological world with birds singing and flowers blooming. Afterwards, humans welcomed the Traveler to their home planet. And after that, with the help of the big white ball, the humans in this galaxy began to develop rapidly, and even reached some levels of the Golden Age, only within the galaxy. However, the good times did not last long. Soon after, a dark force that was chasing the Traveler attacked the human world. Faced with the erosion of the dark force, the human world had no power to fight back and almost collapsed. The Traveler also planned to run away when he saw the bad situation. Fortunately, Rasputin, the war brain created by humans, had anticipated this. Before the traveler escaped, it gathered all its defense weapons and directly paralyzed the traveler's power system, forcing the traveler to stay and fight against this terrible dark force with humans. If I can't stop him, then I can at least take someone with me before I die, which is not a loss. Well, although this method is a bit unauthentic, but, well done. Finally, the traveler had no choice but to burst out his own power and repel the coming darkness. However, human society was completely destroyed and collapsed, and the traveler himself fell into a deep sleep after repelling the darkness. After that, many small machinery appeared from the sleeping travelers. They were called clever, and these clever wandering in the galaxy, looking for people with light and affinity, and scanning and reshaping their bones. That's right. In fact, almost all guardians are dead people resurrected by the ghost. Of course, they will lose their memories before death, but they will still retain common sense knowledge such as language. Moreover, after resurrection, these guardians will also have a superpower called light energy. Later, the reborn guardians gathered the remaining survivors and built this holy city below the traveler. It can be said that this is also the only asylum in this galaxy. The city ruled the Gaota Council, and the Gaota Parliament was composed of 3 guardians vocational tutors, including Titan Mentor Savara, Warlock Tutor Ikra, and Hunter Mentor Cade. Here, special mention should be made of Capitaland. This chatterbox who looks like a robot is also a relic of the golden age of human beings in this galaxy. As mentioned before, when any civilization reaches a certain level, they will inevitably begin to pursue immortality. The humans here are no exception. They foolishly created a technology to transplant human thinking into machine bodies, and eventually created such a mechanical race with human thinking. Exo. Well, it turns out that the Necrons aren't the only ones in this universe stupid enough to turn themselves into mechanical chops. In the reception room, Duanmu Huai introduced to them some information about the current situation in the Milky Way, including the collapse and destruction of the Empire, the dispersion of human civilization, the Chaos God and the subspace. It must be said that when everyone heard Duanmu Huai's introduction, they all showed shocked expressions. Zavala sat there blankly, not saying a word. Beside him, the warlock mentor Ekla put down the teacup in his hand, forced himself to calm down, and looked at Duanmu Huai. So, Your Excellency the Inquisitor, you came here to revive the Empire? Of course not. Duanmu Huai shook his head. If the Ministry of Justice or the High Lord's Council still exists, that is their mission. The Inquisition has only one mission from beginning to end, which is to protect human civilization and eliminate all threats to human civilization, no matter what they are. We are not interested in the control and dominance of civilization. So as long as you do not betray human civilization and do not associate with the evil gods, we will not take any action. Ah, protector of mankind. Kai cracked melon seeds, staring at Duanmu Huai with his electronic eyes. As for whether the robot should eat melon seeds, that was another matter. As for whether the remains of the melon seeds would get stuck in its confidential parts, that was another question. No matter why you are here, we still have to thank you. Otherwise, we might have to abandon this city. Boom boom boom. However, at this moment, suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Everyone turned around and saw an employee running and panting. I'm so sorry to bother you, Master. The other person looked pale and sweating profusely. But we have received a message from the Cabal that I thought you should take a look at. Chapter 147 Ultimatum. What appeared on the screen was an ugly pig face wearing a mask. Well, Cable wasn't that good looking to begin with, but after covering his face, he looked a little better, though still not that good. This is your final notice, human. The pig-faced monster on the screen stared at the people in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. Give up resistance, hand over the traveler, and I can let you live. Oh, or else. Hearing the pig-faced monster's words, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. The latter stared at Duanmu Huai fiercely, his eyes full of anger and hatred. Obviously, he had guessed that Duanmu Huai was the commander of the warship. Otherwise, I will destroy this galaxy and leave you completely destroyed. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm not being alarmist. The pig-faced monster made a gesture, and soon, the scene in front of everyone changed. Then, they saw on the screen that not far from the star in the center of the galaxy, a huge eye-shaped warship was floating there. At this moment, the warship was continuously firing some kind of beam towards the star. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed slightly. At the same time, the voice of the pig-faced monster sounded again. I will only give you 12 hours. If you don't surrender, we will destroy this star and make this galaxy disappear completely. Oh, there is also this trick. Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up as he looked at the battleship in front of him. Indeed, according to reason, as long as it could destroy a star, the power of its final explosion would be enough to destroy the entire galaxy. I never thought that Cavra would have such a good thing hidden. If I could get this battleship, wouldn't it be more convenient to deal with the Necrons or Zerg in the future? The pig-faced monster obviously had no idea what Duanmu Huai was thinking. He just stared at everyone and repeated his words again. Remember? It's only 12 hours. The next moment, the pig-faced monster cut off the communication. For a moment, there was deathly silence in the room. I never thought they would use this method to threaten us. Zavala clenched his fists in anger, while the sorceress next to him shook her head. So, what can we do? It's simple. I'll go deal with the battleship and leave this to you. Duanmu Huai made a decision very quickly, and everyone was quite surprised when they heard Duanmu Huai's decision. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, what are you planning to do? That's probably what they were planning. After all, even if they had 10 times as many shabby warships as Cavra, they would not be my opponent. That's why they tried to lure me into action. After all, I only brought this one warship. So as long as I deal with that thing, they can launch another attack on the Holy City. Indeed so. After hearing Duanmu Huai's explanation, the sorceress nodded. In fact, the entire defense system of the Holy City has been paralyzed. It was only thanks to your warships, Your Excellency the Inquisitor, that we were able to repel the enemy. If you were not here, it would be difficult for us to resist the Cabal fleet. The technological level of the Guardian civilization is very biased. Although it may not be nice to say this, the Guardian civilization does not have an organized fleet. Well, that's the polite way of saying it. To put it bluntly, the Guardian civilization doesn't have any warships at all. After all, this is the only city left for human civilization in this galaxy. They cannot build warships from the perspective of technology or resources. The only thing the Guardian civilization currently has is a single-person aircraft. And their way of fighting in the universe is for the Guardian to operate a single-person aircraft to go to the enemy warship, and then use the clever reshaping to perform a method similar to teleportation to play a boarding battle. By the way, although both are boarding battles, Duanmu Huai does it purely out of hobby, while the Guardians do it simply because they have no other choice. To be honest, for Duanmu Huai, they should learn to build warships as soon as possible so that they can deal with other threats in the universe. Besides, I think you should be able to withstand the attacks of these guys. Duanmu Huai still has a certain understanding of the Guardians' combat effectiveness, even if they don't have warships. If the opponent doesn't attack suddenly, I am very sorry, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. And at this moment, Zavala lowered his head. We have lost the power of the light. What? I think you should have seen the scene outside. Duanmu Huai looked out the window following Savara's finger, and saw that the big white ball above the holy city seemed to be restrained by something, and its surface was even covered with a layer of strange black stuff. That was done by the Cabal. I don't know what they did, but after they used that strange thing to restrain the travelers, we lost the protection of the light energy. I'm ashamed to say that now we are almost the same as ordinary people. This is really beyond my expectation. It has to be said that Zavala's confession did surprise Duanmu Huai. He had not experienced this war in the game, and he only knew that the Cabal people had been fighting with the Guardians. I didn't expect there would be such a thing. It would be great if Your Excellency the Inquisitor could help the traveler remove his shackles. I don't have any suitable talent here. I'll ask someone to give it a try. At this time, the only person Duanmu Huai could rely on was In. In short, this is the situation. Standing on the edge of the big white ball, Duanmu Huai explained to it about the connection between the Guardian and light energy, and then spoke. At this moment, a strange rectangular black object was attached to the big white ball. According to Zavala, this thing was brought by the Cavra people and then placed on the big white ball. Then this thing released a layer of black matter, which wrapped the entire big white ball. And they also lost contact with the light energy at this time. Walking to the big white ball, and looked at the strange thing in front of him curiously, and reached out to knock it. I don't sense any trace of power. It's very likely that this black thing is blocking it. I think as long as we destroy the core of this black thing, it should be able to be removed. But I don't know if my magic will be effective. Gulia and Repelling, do you want to give it a try? I'm afraid I can't. Looking at the huge black metal object in front of her, Gulia shook her head. It was no wonder. After all, this thing looked as tall as dozens of floors. Even if Gulia was a dragon man, she didn't have that much strength. Repelling also shook her head. It was obvious that she couldn't deal with this kind of thing. If we use the macro cannon, if we penetrate the traveler, we're doomed. Then I'll try using magic first. As he spoke, and released a bolt of lightning, which struck the black giant. But the next moment, the lightning disappeared instantly, and at the same time, and showed a surprised expression. What's wrong? How interesting. This thing seems to be immune to magic. It seems that this artifact itself has some property that does not react to magic. What an interesting material. If you're interested, I can take it apart and let you study it slowly. As he spoke, Duanmu turned his head and looked at the puppet girl beside him. Ojas, you try it. Yes, master. Hearing Duanmu's order, Ojisi nodded. Then she stretched out her hand, and soon, fine silk thread stretched out from her fingers and tightly wrapped around the black shackles. Then Ojisi clenched her hands tightly and pulled downwards. Squeaky, squeaky. As Ojas moved, distorted sounds gradually came from around the black shackles. But that was all. It was obvious that Ojas did not further destroy the power of this thing. It seems that this thing is really difficult to deal with. Looking at the scene in front of him, Duanmu shook his head helplessly. If he thought about it carefully, if this thing could be destroyed so easily, the Cabra people would not have installed it on the big white ball. Forget it. We don't have any extra time to waste here. Duanmu shook his head and looked away. Next, act according to the plan. And you go and assist the guardians in evacuating the civilians to the shelter. The night guard will also go with them. I will go and meet the battleship. Compared to the pirate warship he encountered before, Duanmu was more interested in the Wani warship. This time he was determined to get the warship. After all, although the Empire also had weapons such as whirlwind torpedoes that could be used to destroy a planet, Duanmu really didn't have weapons that could destroy a galaxy. But for Duanmu, this is a very necessary weapon, especially when dealing with the Tyranids. If a few star systems can be destroyed in advance, maybe more time can be gained. After all, there are many uninhabited and abandoned star systems in the Milky Way. Well, this is more useful than the cyclone torpedo. Of course, Duanmu will also leave some night guards here, since the Guardians have lost the power of light. Frontal defense is basically impossible. What they have to do now is to gather as many survivors as possible into the shelter and then defend it. As for whether the big white ball would be taken down by cable, Duanmu was not worried. After all, light energy was not omnipotent. Even if the pig-faced monster was protected by light energy, he would still kill him if he wanted to. The Doom Slayer was no joke. Thinking of this, Duanmu restrained his expression and withdrew his gaze. Then, prepare for action. Chapter 148 brings destruction. The golden battleship left its mother planet and sped towards the star. Seeing this scene, a trace of uneasiness emerged on the face of the old Cable in red armor. He turned his head and looked at the white-armored pig-faced monster beside him. My lord, is this okay? Isn't it too risky to use the Wani warship as bait? This Cabra man certainly knew what his lord's plan was. Just as Duanmu had expected, the Wani warship was just a bait to lure out the snake. If the huge warship was there, the Cabra side would never be able to achieve their goal. So the lord chose to use the Wani warship as bait to force the warship to leave the holy city. He took the opportunity to invade the holy city and completely control the power of the traveler. But, wouldn't it be a waste to use the Wani giant ship as bait? I know what you're trying to say. The white-armored pig-faced monster stared at his subordinates. But this is a worthwhile sacrifice. If the Wani ship is gone, we can rebuild it. But there is only one traveler. That's right. This is the confidence of interstellar civilization. The Wani giant ship is very powerful and costs a lot of money. But as long as you can master light energy, you can build as many Wani giant ships as you want. However, travelers are hard to come by. So the white-armored pig-faced monster can still tell which is more important. His order was for the Wani battleship to delay the battleship as long as possible. And then, he would take the opportunity to obtain the traveler's light energy. As long as we can obtain light energy, then all other problems will not be a problem. Thinking of this, the white-armored pig-faced monster turned his head, looked forward, and gave an order. Set off. Cabal's fleet emerged from the asteroid belt, and then rushed towards the distant planet again. The burning anger left. Tong raised her head. Her eyes covered with cloth seemed to be looking into the distance. Towards the distant sky. Humph. A bunch of idiots. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Of course. He knew what the other party's plan was. So he chose to take the bait. But the ideas of both parties were completely different. For the white-armored pig-faced monster, perhaps in his opinion, in order to avoid the destruction of this star system, Duanmu Huai will do his best to destroy the Wani giant ship. However, for Duanmu Huai, he does not think that the Wani giant ship is a threat at all. Yes, the threat of destroying a star system is great, but the gap between the Inquisition and Cabra is also absolute. No matter how fiercely a dog howls, it is still just a dog after all. Even if it threatens to burn down a forest, a tiger can easily knock it down with a slap. As expected, he was underestimated by Cable, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he only had one battleship, not a fleet. If there was a fleet, the other side might have just run away to who knows where. But now, the target has entered the range master. Mia's usual leisurely and calm voice came, and Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts, looked at the huge battleship in front of him, and gave orders. Attack! Artillery bombardment. As a giant warship, the Wani warship did have excellent defense. At least better than those paper-made Cabra warships. But in the face of the Imperial warship's artillery fire, its resistance was futile. Soon, the Wani warship's defense was broken. And then torpedoes roared out from the warship, tearing through the hull of the Wani warship and penetrating deep into it. Boom, boom, boom. Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer and stared ahead. The torpedo in front of him began to shake. And then, there was a sudden loud crash. Then, the door in front slowly opened. And then the machine gun inside the torpedo suddenly sprayed out merciless flames, destroying all the Cabra soldiers who had gathered outside because they had sensed something unusual. Then, the tight restraints on his body opened. Duanmu Huai took a long breath, then gripped the warhammer tightly and strode out of the torpedo. Behind him, the night guards, who were also wearing power armor, rushed out with weapons in hand. Gah! At the same time, teams of Cabra soldiers rushed out of the passage, holding weapons and furious. After seeing Duanmu Huai and others, these Cabra soldiers were also shocked. But soon, they raised their guns like crazy and pulled the trigger at Duanmu Huai. Bang! 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 The whistling bullets flew over, turning into a hail of bullets that enveloped Duanmu Huai and the night guard. However, Cable's attack did not even break the SH. L of the power armor, and was bounced away with a hint of sparks. Facing Cable's attack, Duanmu Huai showed a ferocious smile. Then he clenched his hammer, and the jet pack behind him suddenly sprayed. And then Duanmu Huai raised the hammer high, jumped through the air, and slammed heavily into the ranks of Cable's soldiers. Boom! The whistling hammer smashed the Cabra soldier's head into a pulp. And at the same time, its fat body flew backwards. Then Duanmu Huai held the hammer tightly with both hands and swung it around. Then he saw that the bodies of the Cabra soldiers around him were suddenly dented by the hammer. And then, they fell to the ground like bottles hit by bowling balls. Oh! A Cabra soldier appeared from behind Duanmu Huai, raised the butt of his gun, and hit Duanmu Huai's head hard. However, the next moment, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to grab its head. Duanmu Huai's big hand suddenly twisted and pulled, and directly pulled the Cabra soldier's head off its body with one hand. The headless body sprayed out from the neck, and then swayed and fell to the ground. Duanmu Huai threw the torn head in front of him, and then stepped on it. Puff! The splattered blood stained Duanmu Huai's jet-black power armor, looking like a bloody paint. Extremely hideous. Duanmu Huai raised his head and stared ahead, where Cabra soldiers raised their weapons in fear. Although they were wearing helmets, Duanmu Huai could still feel the fear and terror in their eyes. At the same time, he also felt that his own strength was increasing as the other side became more fearful. That kind of fear and despair was like firewood, igniting his blazing power and making it grow even bigger. Although I don't really want this kind of build. It seems I have no choice now. Duanmu Huai certainly knew what was going on. after his intimidation evolved into a fear aura. It was basically released indiscriminately, and would not change whether he was wearing a helmet or not. Among his combat skills, winning with fewer troops increases melee damage by 60% when surrounded. Bullying the weak increases attack bonus against enemies with debuffs by 50%. And pursuit increases critical strike chance by 5% and critical strike strength by 15% when attacking enemies with debuffs. In addition, even if the immunity of fear aura is successful, it will still be affected by a round of trembling debuff. So even though Duanmu Huai is unwilling, he has already formed a complete set of fear attack bullet, as long as he rushed into the crowd. With the effect of fear aura, Duanmu Huai could basically maintain the effects of plus 60% melee damage, plus 50% attack strength, plus 5% critical strike, and 15% critical strike strength. In addition, rage strengthened the critical strike and attack ability the more people he killed. And as a Doom Slayer, he could absorb the opponent's attributes as long as he killed someone. Duanmu Huai now feels like he is the chosen one by the tyrannical god. It's just MP. Forget it. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and pointed it forward. Kill! At the same time, in the command room of the 1E battleship, Commander Cable was also in chaos. Damn it. Why is it so fast? Looking at the red alarm on the screen in front of him, the commander angrily pounded the console. He didn't know that his superiors regarded this 1E giant ship as a discarded pawn. In fact, he even thought that this was a sign for him to take a step forward in front of the Lord. After all, from the appearance, the 1E giant ship is about the same size as the human warship. So according to Cable's stupid pig brain logic, the combat effectiveness of the two sides should not be too different. In his opinion, Cable's fleet couldn't win before, simply because they lacked firepower. But with the power of his 1E giant ship, he will definitely be able to completely defeat this human warship. By that time, he will become a celebrity around the Lord. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Report: the first, third, and fifth energy reactors have lost contact one after another. The weapons control unit has been captured. How is it possible? How is it possible? Looking at the screen in front of him and listening to his subordinates' reports, the commander clenched his fists and his face turned pale. Cable's protective barrier almost collapsed directly under the opponent's first round of salvos. The energy barrier that he was proud of was as thin as paper under the bombardment of the opponent's green energy beam. However, he originally thought that the opponent would completely destroy the 1E giant ship. But he did not expect that those cunning humans actually used a device similar to a torpedo to launch a boarding battle against them. At present, the entire 1E warship is almost completely paralyzed, which is also the strongest point of the Astartes boarding battle. Generally speaking, the tactic of boarding battle is very easy to be blocked by the opponent. However, by using this torpedo-like bombing method to send the soldiers inside to various areas on the opposite warship, and then relying on the tyrannical strength of the Astartes, not only can they avoid being sniped by the opponent, but they can even divide and surround the enemy from all sides, so that the enemy cannot gather, but will be dispersed and annihilated, thus occupying the entire warship. Although the strength of the Night Guard is not as good as the genuine Astartes, but it is still much stronger than this group of brainless pig-faced monsters. Sir, we can no longer hold on. Should we self-destruct? Hearing his subordinate's question, the commander was stunned for a moment. Indeed, according to reason, a top-secret warship like the 1E warship must not fall into the hands of the enemy. Now the entire 1E warship has basically been paralyzed. If it continues like this, it is only a matter of time before it is captured by the enemy. As a commander, he should choose to self-destruct as soon as possible. But this responsibility, looking at the key in his hand, the commander couldn't help but hesitate. And at this moment, he completely lost his opportunity. Boom! The tightly closed door of the command room was blown open. And then a tall figure dressed in black strode out of it. He rushed forward like a running beast, and instantly blew away all the Cabber soldiers who tried to block his way. It was not until the bloody body fell heavily in front of him that the commander reacted. He hurriedly picked up the keycard and tried to insert it into the console to detonate the battleship. However, when the commander saw the dark figure, a chill suddenly emerged from his spine and rushed straight to his forehead. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all his strength. Even his right hand holding the key card loosened and fell to the ground. Before the commander picked up the key card, he saw a big foot stepped in front of him. The next moment, the commander felt the scenery in front of him suddenly begin to turn upside down. Before he finally fell into the boundless darkness, what he saw was only half a corpse that was completely broken from his waist. Chapter 149 Awakening. For the white-armored pig-faced monster, he thought that this strategy was very good. Although he lost the Wani giant ship, as long as he could capture the traveler, it would not be a problem. As for whether the guardians have the ability to resist, the white-armored pig-faced monster is not worried at all. It has blocked the traveler's light energy. Now those guardians have lost the protection of light energy. In this case, facing the Cabal's warships, those guardians have no ability to fight back. It was supposed to be like this. But what is the situation now? Looking at the holy city under continuous artillery fire, the white-armored pig-faced monster's face was darker than coal. He did not expect that when he led the fleet to the holy city, a bunch of strange anti-aircraft vehicles suddenly appeared from below and directly attacked him. Cable's warships also suffered a great loss because they did not expect the other side to have the ability to fight back, and also suffered heavy casualties. Although the enemy was outnumbered and quickly turned the tables, and the battle was tilting in their favor, the white-armored pig-faced monster's face did not look much better because of those damn anti-aircraft vehicles on the ground. His advance towards the traveler was much slower. What made the white-armored pig-faced monster even more angry was that the enemy actually used the traveler as a cover to attack them. This made the white-armored pig-faced monster very angry, and he did not dare to order a full-scale counterattack. Otherwise, if something went wrong, the restraint device would be destroyed, or the traveler would be killed, and then all his trips would be in vain. I didn't expect those damn bastards to be so despicable and shameless. However, just when the white-armored pig-faced monster was at a loss, and could only order the army to advance at full speed, the news brought by his subordinates made the white-armored pig-faced monster's heart sink to the bottom. The Wani warship has been occupied by the enemy? Upon hearing the news, the white-armored pig-faced monster reached out and grabbed his subordinate's neck. Do pig-faced monsters have necks? And lifted him up viciously. Say it again? Occupied? Not destroyed? If it is destroyed, then the white armor's face can be understood. After all, the firepower of the human warship is indeed horrible, and even the Cabr Empire has not encountered such a powerful battleship. But, occupied? The difficulty of capturing a battleship is completely different from that of destroying a battleship. Moreover, the Wani warship is the largest warship in Cabr. How could it be captured in such a short time? Damn it! This is impossible. What is that idiot doing? Doesn't he understand the importance of protecting the Cabal Empire's assets? The captain of the Wani warship was the confidant of the white-armored pig-faced monster. Logically, he should have known that he should immediately activate the self-destruction program if he could not save the warship. How could he make such a stupid mistake? Is the news true? I don't know. After all, the communication was interrupted after that. It could also be a false alarm. Damn it! Throwing away his subordinates, the white-armored pig-faced monster gritted its teeth and stared at the traveler, who had been completely restrained. Although it still hoped to spend more time, it now seemed that it had no choice. Full speed ahead. Prepare the energy conversion device. No matter what, he has no way out now. As long as he can get the light energy, then everything will be worth it. Soon, under the command of the white-armored pig-faced monster, the Cabal fleet rushed forward again. Although they paid a heavy price, they still arrived in front of the travelers very smoothly. The enemy troops, who had originally used the travelers to launch attacks below, seemed to have no way to continue to block their advance, and dispersed one after another. Soon, Cable's flagship arrived in front of the traveler. Looking at the giant sphere in front of him that was completely covered in black, he stretched out his hand. Soon, the restraint covering the traveler began to shine with a bright red light. At the same time, a powerful force emerged from it and instantly covered the body of the white-armored pig-faced monster through the flagship's transmitter. Oh! Feeling this powerful force, the white-armored pig-faced monster immediately clenched his fists and roared. It can feel this powerful force entering its body. This is the power of the Guardian. This is the power of light. As long as they possess this power, the Cabal clan and the Empire will be able to revive again and even rule the entire galaxy. However, the white-armored pig-faced monster's dream only ends here, because at the same moment, a dark, huge figure fell from the sky like a cannonball and landed on the deck of the flagship. Boom! The huge impact could not even resist the hard deck, and it caved in directly. Duanmu Huai stood up and looked at the white-armored pig-faced monster whose whole body was covered in powerful energy. Yo. Sorry to bother you. But that's all you have to do. Lowly alien. How stupid. Along with the low words, the originally surging energy suddenly disappeared. And then, the white-armored pig-faced monster, whose whole body was filled with flaming power, slowly stood up. Look up at me. I am the Lord of the Scarlet Legion. The Smasher of the Sun. The Destroyer of countless worlds. Who the H.L. wants to listen to your nonsense? However, before the white-armored pig-faced monster could finish, Duanmu Huai clenched his thunder hammer, jumped up, and rushed directly to the enemy in front of him. Why do these idiots have such a brain-dead problem? If they want to fight, just fight. Who are they making an opening CG for? It would be more interesting to make a death CG. Besides, you're going to die anyway. So who cares what your name is? Just skip. You. Seeing that Duanmu Huai didn't wait for himself to start with his words, the white-armored pig's face was also white. You are too late. While roaring, the white armor's face strangely raised his right hand, and saw that the light could condense in his hands and turn into a flame blade. Accelerating, instantly took him over the flame sword light attack. And then Duanmu Huai jumped down. The thunder warhammer in his hand, and the flame sword in the white armor's face collided together. Boom! At the moment when the two sides came into contact, when the white armor's face was strange, the darkness of Duanmu Huai and covering the power armor, an irresistible fear emerged from the depths of his heart, making his hand holding the blade of the flames trembling a bit. Because of this, he did not completely block Duanmu Huai. Retreat. This surprised the white-armored pig-faced monster, but it was immediately filled with anger. How dare a mere human dare to disobey the Lord? You're going to regret this. Human. The roaring white-armored pig-faced monster raised the flaming blade and rushed towards Duanmu Huai again. Your traveler should have chosen me. But now it is too late. Look at your exhausted god. It can no longer save mankind. And a humble alien like you is not qualified to survive in this world at all. Duanmu Huai wielded his war hammer and fought with the white-armored pig-faced monster again. I will kill you. And then destroy your fleet. Your empire. Your civilization. In the name of the trial court. Any existence that dares to threaten humans will be completely destroyed. And your death is the beginning. All Cabr will be purified. Boom! The heavy hammer and the blade of the flames hit together. And Duanmu Huai stared coldly at the pig's face in front of him, showing a sloppy and cruel smile. I will use your 1E giant ship to destroy your world, and let your homeland be completely destroyed in the wrath of the stars. Your blood, your civilization, and everything you have will turn into dust in the eternal starry sky. This is the price you aliens should pay for your stupid behavior. Ahu. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the white-armored pig-faced monster's eyes turned red with anger. He stomped on the ground hard, trying to repel Duanmu Huai. However, facing the attack of the white-armored pig-faced monster, Duanmu Huai just shook his body, but was not moved at all. You don't know what sacrifice and what value. Along with the strange roar of the white armor's face, a stronger force of light energy burst out of it instantly. This time, Duanmu Huai did not resist its power, and was blown out directly. You humans are not worthy of having this power. Only me. Only I can get the light of light. The white armor's face jumped up, holding the blade of the flames, and splitting against Duanmu Locust. Go to H.L. However, it did not see the flash of light between Duanmu Huai's fingers. The next moment, the invisible silk thread staggered like a cobweb on the body of the white armor's face strangely. Oozy silk appeared behind the white nail pig's face out of thin air. At this moment, the huge guardian doll was stretched out of his hands at the moment, and he stuck him in the air. This is... The white-armored pig-faced monster obviously had never expected that there would be such a surprise soldier, and was stunned at this moment. However, for Duanmu Huai, he didn't care about the other party's thoughts. The Inquisitor has always used any means to complete the task and eliminate the target. Drink. While the white armor's face was strange to be bound by AOG silk, Duanmu Huai jumped up, pulled out the chain-sawing sword from the back, and cut off the pig face in front of him. Buzz! The crazy rotating chain saw without stagnation cut the strange skin, muscles, bones, internal organs, all the way down the ground. Sprinkle with the internal organs on the ground. However, immediately afterwards, the body of the pig-faced monster suddenly burst into dazzling light, And then a beam of white beam shot out from his body, and turned into a winged ghost in the sky, as if formed by light and shadow. Traveler. The soul of the pig's face looked at the travelers in front of them, and opened their hands. Can you see me now? I am immortal. I have become a god. However, the sound of the pig's face had not yet fallen, and I saw a thunderous war hammer's whistling, penetrating its body directly, and hit the traveler's restraint in front of him. Crack. It was such a tiny crack. Soon, the ropes that originally bound the travelers broke, and with the place where the thunder hammer struck as the center, cracks spread out in all directions. Pure white, shadowless light emerged from them, and they seemed to turn into sharp blades as if they were real, piercing through the soul body of the pig-faced monster. No! While the shining glory broke out completely, while the darkness of the traveler broke through, the soul of the pig's face was also completely dissipated in this glory. Good fellow. Looking at the large-scale incandescent bulb in front of him, he exudes a bright white ball, and Duanmu Huai leaned his lips. This guy seems to be waking up. Chapter 150 Banquet. Duanmu Huai is naturally not stupid enough to prepare for Cabal's stolen light. Although he left. Before leaving, Duanmu Huai installed a bomb on the shackles of the traveler. If Cabba really wanted to seize the power of the traveler, the Muhuai had to bomb it. No matter what. We must not let these alien races succeed. It turns out that the best way to wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep is to beat him up. The bomb destroyed the shackles of the restrained travelers and woke it up from the sleep. But, well, it seems that the power is a little bit big? Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders as he looked at the big white ball in front of him. The originally round and neat big white ball was now full of holes, and one could even clearly see the parts inside. What on earth was the traveler? Judging from its appearance, it should be some kind of mechanical creation. So who made it? Duanmu Huai wanted to go inside the traveler to see what was going on, but after thinking it over, he decided not to. He had just woken him up, and the traveler was probably still angry, even though he probably didn't know who woke him up. Well, let's just assume that the unlucky pig-faced monster was suffering from the traveler's morning grumpiness. It has nothing to do with me anyway. The awakened traveler had no response, and did not know whether it could not speak or what happened. In short, it did not mean to communicate with others, but a large number of cleverness appeared from its bomb-tattered body, and the tens of thousands of guardians were resurrected again. Cable's fleet was directly defeated. With the death of its commander, the Cable fleet also evacuated. As a result, they were beaten up by Duanmu Huai, and were beaten so badly that even their own mother didn't recognize them. In the end, only 2 or 3 kittens managed to escape, and the rest turned into fireworks in the sky and were completely finished. After that, the reconstruction work of the Holy City began. After all, although there were not many casualties, the Holy City itself suffered heavy losses under the bombing of the Cabba fleet. Even if the city was saved in the end, reconstruction work was still necessary. After that, Savala, on behalf of the Tower Council, found Duanmu Huai to discuss the matter. The battle with Cabal made the Guardian civilization realize the necessity of the existence of the space fleet. However, they really lack sufficient technology and experience. Therefore, Savala also hoped that Duanmu Huai could help them in this regard. In the end, the result of the negotiations between the two parties was that Duanmu Huai would help them build some warships. After all, as long as the warships were expanded into a space station base, the void dock could be activated again, and correspondingly, the materials and resources for building warships would need to be provided by the Guardian civilization. This is not difficult in itself. After all, the Guardian civilization built a large number of facilities and mining equipment in its own galaxy during the Golden Age. Although many of them have been destroyed, some are still left. Now, we just need to send the Guardians to these planets to eliminate the alien races entrenched there, reactivate the mining equipment, collect and process the minerals, and then transport them to the space station for construction. Of course, Duanmu Huai was not working for nothing. At least half of the resources collected were his remuneration. After all, Duanmu Huai himself also needs to build warships. These are not things that can be accomplished in a short period of time. The Guardians will restart the factory and collect minerals, and Duanmu Huai will not be doing nothing during this period. Only, why would I come to such a boring party? Wearing armor and standing in the crowded banquet hall, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain to him. Ah ha 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 ha. There's nothing we can do about it. Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaint, and stuck out his tongue embarrassedly, because this is the engagement ceremony of the eldest son of the Duke of Uric and Earl Hargaman, Gulia, and I must also attend, as the Princess of Malia and Riagnus. After all, this is a marriage contract promised by the father, so I must participate as a princess. But what does this have to do with me? Mr. Knight is Gulia, and I is fiancé. Right? How can you not be here at this time? And with Mr. Knight here, Gulia and I won't encounter those troublesome things, and no one will disturb us. Isn't this great? Good fellow. This is what you really think, right? Duanmu Huai looked at the group of boys and girls not far away. Judging from their attire, these young people should also be the children of the Manalia nobles. At this moment, they were gathered together and whispering, casting glances in this direction from time to time. It is conceivable that if Duanmu Huai was not here, those guys would definitely come up to chat with An and Gulia and build good relationships with them. However, now that Duanmu Huai was standing here, apart from anything else, just that aura alone made people dare not approach, let alone greet An. You really are using me as a tool. Ah ha 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 ha. Noticing the dissatisfaction in Duanmu Huai's eyes, and also laughed dryly, and then grabbed Gulia. Gulia. Look! There's delicious food over there. Watching An and Gulia escape, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly, turned to Ajis and spoke. Aren't you going to go around? I just need to follow my master. Although she also changed into a luxurious black lace dress. Ajis obviously had no interest in such occasions. When she heard Duanmu Huai's question, she just answered indifferently, and turned her eyes to the novel in front of her again. Hearing Oja's answer, Duanmu Huai also shook his head. And at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Ah! Lo! Mr. Knight. Long time no see. Duanmu Huai turned his head, and saw a beautiful girl with elf-like ears, and wearing a gorgeous dress standing in front of him. She greeted him with a smile. And Duanmu Huai nodded. Hello, Miss Hannah. It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been lately? The elf girl in front of him was none other than Hannah, the student council president of Manalia Magic Academy. She was a very dedicated and hard-working person. Well, in fact, from Duanmu Huai's point of view, most of the troubles and caused in the academy were cleaned up by Hannah. Without a certain princess, who causes trouble every day, it feels a lot quieter all of a sudden. But I also feel that it seems a bit too quiet. On the contrary. Is Mr. Knight okay? Is the princess not causing you any trouble? She's been a huge help to me. Duanmu Huai did not hide his thoughts about it at all. And I also feel that she doesn't cause me any trouble. After all, the outside world is so wonderful. And she has plenty of time to enjoy it. From what I've seen, she lives a happy life every day. Really? That's good. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Hannah breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she turned her head and looked helplessly at An, who was happily chatting with Gulia on the side. I also understand that the Manalia School of Magic is too small for Her Royal Highness the Princess. She always has her eyes on a wider world. Now that she can realize her wish, it is also a good thing for me. Having said that, Hannah looked at Duanmu Huai again. But I still hope that you can protect Her Royal Highness the Princess. Mr. Knight, this is my only request. Don't worry, Miss Hannah. I won't let An get into danger. Duanmu Huai nodded. It must be said that An was indeed a clever little girl. But her liveliness and cheerfulness did bring a lot of joy. To be honest, Duanmu Huai liked her quite a lot. He could also understand why Gulia liked An. But treating them as an engaged couple was another matter. It's embarrassing to say that Duanmu Huai had never experienced a blind date before he traveled through time, let alone getting married. At this time, Hannah looked forward and spoke. Ah, it's almost time to start. As she spoke, Duanmu Huai looked forward and saw a pretty boy in a white suit walking down the middle stairs. And not far below him stood a beautiful girl in a black suit and with black hair. According to Anne's introduction, she was the pretty boy's fiancée. And the next step should be to announce their engagement and marriage. It should have been like this. Everyone. The pretty boy stood in the middle of the steps, looking around at the guests. Then he raised his head and took a deep breath. I hereby declare that I, Yard Uric, will cancel my engagement with Odell Hasha. Xiao Bai's voice echoed in the banquet hall. For a while, the banquet hall was dead, and all guests raised their hands. They originally planned to applaud, but at this time, they didn't know what expression should be revealed. Even An and Gulia, who had returned to Duan Muhuai's side, looked ahead in confusion, not knowing what to say. Instead, Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows curiously and looked at the pretty boy. Oh! Is this the real-life version of breaking off an engagement? It was the first time he had seen it, and he thought this kind of plot only existed in novels. However, Duan Muhuai remembered that in novels, the broken engagements usually happen because the man had lost his power for some reason and was no longer useful. So his family broke off the engagement. This was the first time he saw a man tearing up an engagement with a woman in public. Why? Could it be that this guy was cheated on by his fiancée? At this moment, Duan Muhuai immediately started eating melons. Unfortunately, there were no melon seeds nearby. Otherwise, he would have moved a bench and sat down to eat melon seeds and watch the show. Miss Odell obviously didn't expect such a thing to happen. She looked at the other party with a pale face and asked, "Lord Yard, why do you want to cancel the engagement?" In response to Odell's question, the young man named Yard was silent for a moment, then stretched out his hand. "Because I have someone I truly love, and she is my perfect match." As he spoke, ALD walked into the crowd, stretched out his hand, pulled a girl with fluffy orange short hair out of the crowd, and held her in his arms. Then he stared at Odile and spoke. "Only Miss Angela is my true love. I will marry her." Hearing this, Duan Muhuai was confused. He turned around and looked at An, who was also stunned. "Is cheating so justified in your country?" Chapter 151, Breaking Off the Engagement? To be honest, Duan Muhuai didn't expect that he would be able to watch such a good show just because he came to the banquet out of boredom. The reason why he agreed to let An attend the banquet was mainly because the Guardian civilization was currently under reconstruction, and Duan Muhuai had nothing to do for the time being. So when An said that there was an aristocratic dinner party inviting them to attend, Duan Muhuai agreed. After all, it was his first time to attend such an aristocratic dinner in real life, and he wanted to experience the atmosphere. But what Duan Muhuai didn't expect was that he actually got to watch a good show. The broken engagement scene. I thought this kind of plot only appeared in novels. But this reason is so stupid. In the online novels that Duan Muhuai read, the main reason for breaking off an engagement is that the male protagonist's family is in decline, or the male protagonist has no talent, and then loses the inheritance right, etc. The female party feels that there is no benefit in marrying a useless male protagonist, so she cancels the engagement. Then the male protagonist says that things change over time, and don't bully the young and poor, etc. Although this reason is a bit snobbish, it is not unreasonable if you think about it carefully. Who would like to marry their precious daughter to a loser? Unless the woman also thinks that this woman is a money loser and wants to throw her away to save her trouble. Otherwise, they will generally choose to break the engagement. Of course, there are cases where the man takes the initiative to break up. Duan Muhuai still remembers that when he watched a short video, there was a joke about a wife cheating on her husband. The husband was so angry that he made the cuckolding video public on the wedding day and then kicked the woman out. But, to be honest, your excuse is really laughable. God's hacking love. What kind of brain is what the brain is said? Lord Yard. The noble lady named Odile was obviously also shocked. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the man's wave of his hand. Shut up, Odile Hasha. I think you are not qualified to be my fiancé, and you have committed all kinds of evil deeds against Angela. Don't try to deny it. Evil deeds. Faced with Yard's accusation, Odile seemed confused and had no idea what he was talking about, while the latter stared at Odile and spoke angrily. Don't you look down on Angela and even bully her because she is a commoner? Not only did you bully her, you also stole and destroyed Angela's property, and even tried to assassinate Angela. I have already investigated it clearly. You are the mastermind behind all these evil deeds. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Even An and Gulia widened their eyes in surprise, not knowing what to say. Duan Muhuai glanced at them and asked, Is that so? I haven't heard of such a thing happening in the academy. And shook her head desperately. You must be kidding. She is the princess of Manalia. If there were bullying or even assassination incidents in Manalia Academy, she couldn't be completely ignorant of it. Miss Hannah? Duan Muhuai looked at Hannah, who frowned. When you were not at the academy, Miss Audrey and Miss Angela did have some conflicts. But at most Miss Audrey hoped that Miss Angela would not be too close to her fiancé. I have never heard of such a thing. We are willing to testify. However, at this moment, A few young people came out from the crowd and stood beside Yard. Seeing those people, and opened his mouth and was speechless. What's up with her? Looking at Anne's appearance, Duan Muhui asked Gulia doubtfully. Could it be that there is someone she likes among them? In response to Duan Muhui's question, Gulia hesitated for a moment before answering in a low voice. These people are all sons of powerful nobles within the kingdom of Manalia, and they are all important figures among the kingdom's nobles. I see. Duan Muhui finally understood why Anne had such an expression. Before coming to the banquet, Anne had introduced to Duan Muhui that the two families who were engaged this time were promoted by her father as part of a political marriage. But then again, because it was a political marriage, it was not as simple as an engagement between two families. It would even affect the political structure of the royal family. And now, the engagement ceremony that the king had clearly approved of was actually opposed by the heirs, who were also descendants of important ministers. This inevitably made people wonder if there were signs of a power struggle within the kingdom. No wonder Anne was stunned at this moment. Obviously, she did not expect that a simple engagement dinner would turn out like this. At this time, the sons of nobles also stood beside Angela and scolded Odile. Ms. Angela is indeed of commoner origin, and she may not be familiar with the understanding that nobles should have. But Miss Odile's rebuke is too much. Angela obviously made efforts. But you did such a wicked thing just because of your status difference. This is really unforgivable. Facing the accusations from everyone, Odile's face became paler, and she also opened her mouth to refute. I did teach Miss Angela some lessons, but I don't remember hurting her. That's your arrogance. As the daughter of an earl with a distinguished family background, you look down on ordinary people. Yard glared at Odile fiercely. Stop making excuses. Other girls have already complained to us, saying that they were forced to bully Miss Angela at your instigation. Soon, several daughters of noble families came over and started crying, and Duan Muhui was able to figure out the reason from their crying. In simple terms, according to this group of people, Odile, as the daughter of an earl, has always disliked Angela, who was born in a commoner family. So she always scolds her, and even hints that those daughters of rich families should bully her so as to distance themselves from her. Well, in short, she looks like a vicious character like the eldest sister, the second sister or the stepmother in the Cinderella story. With the words of these people, the atmosphere of the banquet began to change, and everyone began to cast with Audrey's dissatisfaction and anger, while Audier stood there in a dumbness, and she didn't know what to do. Your Highness. However, at this moment, Yard suddenly raised his head and looked at Anne hearing his call. The others also turned their eyes to Anne. Please punish this vicious woman immediately. But this? Faced with ALD's request, and Anne was at a loss. She had come here, and she just represented the royal family at most, giving blessings for the engagement of the two. After all, she is not very good at this kind of interpersonal communication. Otherwise, Anne would not have only Gulia as her friend in the academy. Just when Anne didn't know what to do, Duan Muhui patted her head. Give it to me, Mr. Knight? Is that okay? When Anne heard Duan Muhui's words, his eyes lit up, and Duan Muhui also laughed. Of course, you are my fiancé after all. I can't just watch you being embarrassed by others. He, facing Duan Muhui's words, and smiled shyly, then nodded, lifted her skirt and retreated. Duan Muhui walked forward and stared at everyone. Seeing Duan Muhui's appearance, the whispers around immediately disappeared. After all, everyone knew Duan Muhui's reputation as a dragon slayer, not to mention that he was Anne and Gulia's fiancé. Although he was not awarded a title, everyone knew that he was equivalent to the next king of Manalia. So naturally they did not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. Duan Muhui glanced at the people in front of him, including the pale-faced Odile. Several aristocratic heirs, who were filled with righteous indignation and looked like they were going to enforce justice. The crying young lady, and the girl named Angela, who was held in Yard's arms. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. Humph! You dare to play tricks in front of the judge. You must be tired of living. Thinking of this, Duan Muhui spoke. I almost understand what happened, since you have said so much. Then, bring out the evidence. Why? Facing Duan Muhui's outstretched hands, everyone was stunned, and looking at their reactions, Duan Muhui raised his eyebrows. What? Weren't you so confident and aggressive just now? You can't just talk nonsense here without any evidence. Having said this, Duanmu Huai first looked at those rich girls. Feeling his gaze, the crying girls were startled and quickly stepped back. Let's start with you. You said that you bullied Miss Angela under the instruction of Miss Audrey. Then bring the evidence. We, faced with Duanmu Huai's scrutiny, the noble daughters turned pale. We have no evidence. No! There's no written note or anything. Then what the hell are you making up here? No. It's not that we don't want to leave evidence. You will play. At this time, a young girl couldn't help it and looked at Duanmu Huai and cried. Because Lady Odile hinted at us. We have to do this. If we don't, we will become the target of Lady Odile's bullying. Oh, I see. Duanmu Huai nodded. Then, find a witness. Since you said that if you don't bully Angela, Miss Audrey will bully you, then there must be such a victim? Where is she? This, faced with Duanmu Huai's request, the noble daughters were speechless again, and Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes again and stared at them. So, there is no such victim? So you are just talking nonsense? Your Excellency. You? Is not it? Duanmu Huai glanced at Yard coldly. They can't get evidence, and there are no witnesses to prove their claims. What is not nonsense? According to this logic, I will punch you now. And then I tell you that His Majesty is the king who wants you to beat you. I will do it. Don't hate me to hate the king. Do you think this is true? In response to Duanmu Huai's words, Yard's face turned pale, but chuckled softly. Your mightiness. At this time, another noble boy stood up and stared at him. We guarantee it on our honor. How much is your reputation worth? Just shut up. You? What did you say? Hearing Duanmu Huai's rude answer, the young man's face turned pale with anger. How dare you insult our family? So what? Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, then stretched out his hand and pointed at everyone. Look at your current situation. This is definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision. In other words, you have long planned to cause trouble at this dinner party and embarrass Miss Audrey. Right? This is your own business, and I don't care about it. But what do you think of us guests attending the banquet? As fools? We are here to attend the engagement party, not to watch you perform monkey shows here. You deliberately treat us as fools, and you still expect me to look down on you. Such a lowly person? After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, the guests' eyes changed when they looked at the noble descendants. Indeed, as Duanmu Huai said, when they came here this time, they had not heard of what was happening. They just came here to bless the two newlyweds. But you dared to plot against us? Do you really think of us as monkeys? Sensing the change in the atmosphere around him, Yard's face suddenly turned pale. Your mightiness. All right. Duanmu Huai suddenly waved his hand, interrupting him. Since you want an I to give you an explanation, then I will give you an explanation. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai strode to Yard. Then he reached out his hand, grabbed Angela, pulled her out, and then stared at her carefully. Angela was trembling. Her face was pale, and she looked like a heroine in a sad TV series that easily made men want to protect her. It's the kind where you fall in love first, then get pregnant, then have a miscarriage, then find out your best friend is having an affair with your husband, then get kicked out of the house and get divorced. But Duanmu Huai obviously would not indulge her. As a judge, he had seen too many scenes. So at this moment, Duanmu Huai stared at the girl, grinned coldly, and then waved his hand. Guards, put this woman in jail. What? Everyone was shocked by Duanmu Huai's decision. They didn't expect Duanmu Huai to be so horrible that he would throw this poor girl into jail? How could you do this? Angela is the victim. At this moment, Yard also rushed forward with clenched fists. But Duanmu Huai flipped his hand and slapped him to the ground. That woman told you everything you said. She slandered others without any evidence. I think it would be a good idea to lock her up for a night to let her calm down. As for you guys, having said that, Duanmu Huai once again glared coldly at those noble young masters and daughters who had just stood up and had the courage to expose and testify. Now, everyone, follow me to the palace. Let's get this matter sorted out in front of the king. No one dared to disobey Duanmu Huai's orders. After all, everyone knew how ruthless this dragon-slaying hero was. Not to mention that just standing there made people feel terrified. And those noble young masters got on the carriage angrily, obviously intending to run to the king to file a complaint. Of course, Duanmu Huai also ordered people to inform the parents of these idiots that it was the fault of the parents if the children did not teach them well. So they should come out and accept the punishment together. Is this okay? Although Anne was very happy, she was still a little uneasy. After all, if the matter was reported to the king, it would be no small matter. Of course, these bastards want to take advantage of you, so they have to pay the price. Although Duanmu Huai was a little curious about this matter, strictly speaking, it had nothing to do with him, so he was just a bystander at first. But things became different after that bastard named Yard specifically asked him to make the judgment. After all, their nonsense just now had made the guests present feel sympathy for Angela. If Anne did not punish Odile, it would obviously be unreasonable. In fact, only Anne, as the first princess of Manalia, was qualified to punish Odile. Knowing this, Yard asked him to make the decision. This is placed in a dilemma. If she does not do it according to Yald, it will inevitably be considered to be iron-stitched, without sympathetic princesses. If this happened in ancient times, it would be strange if your entire family was not executed and your entire clan was punished. Hey. And was also very smart. Of course, he understood why Duanmu Huai stood up for him. At this time, he smiled and hugged Duanmu Huai's arm without saying anything. But at this time, Hannah asked uneasily, "But there's no need to put Miss Angela in jail. Although I admit that girls will have some problems due to various reasons. But it's not to the point of." I think exactly the opposite of you." In response to Hannah's words, Duanmu Huai shook his head. Then he turned and looked at Ajis beside him. "Ojas, I want you to go to the cathedral church and find Lorena. Ask her to bring some powerful exorcists over." "Yes, master." Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Ojas nodded, then turned and left. Seeing this scene, the other three girls also turned their eyes to Duanmu Huai. And then Gulia asked in confusion, "Mr. Knight, what are you doing? I suspect that the woman named Angela is not human." "Why?" When I heard Duanmu Huai's speech, the girls were surprised. "Really? I have a feeling. But there is no proof yet." The reason why Duanmu Huai said this was very simple. When he first saw Angela, the word displayed on her head was Angela, LV13, which was a very normal expression. However, just as Duanmu Huai approached her, he found that the sign above Angela's head suddenly changed and turned into a blurry bunch of words. Although it recovered immediately, it immediately aroused Duanmu Huai's suspicion. He was sure that this Angela was most likely a disguise. And the reason why the mark on her head changed was because his fear aura affected her disguise. After all, even if the fear aura was exempted, it would still cause a round of trembling. Although the time was short. But it was irresistible. What's more important is that although Angela was shaken for a moment in front of Duanmu Huai's fearful aura, she recovered very quickly. In other words, she was immune to her own fear aura. Now even if Angela says that she is a human being, Duanmu Huai won't believe it. He was sure that there must be something wrong with this woman's identity. Chapter 152 Interrogation. In the throne hall, Duanmu Huai stood aside with his arms folded, staring at the show in front of him with interest. After learning from him what happened at the dinner, His Majesty the King was extremely angry. He immediately convened a meeting and summoned all the relevant people to inquire about the situation. Even in front of the king, those nobles still swore that it was all Miss Audrey's fault, that she looked down on Angela and secretly sent people to harm Balabala. Of course, just like Duanmu Huai at that time, they could not produce any evidence to prove their claims. As for the fathers and brothers of the noble children, they were also furious. They knew that this was not an ordinary quarrel between children. Their children united to break off the marriage in public and even slander the earl's daughter. How would the king view this? Could it be that he suspected that these bastards were uniting to rebel privately? As for Count Hascha, he naturally also cried and begged the king for justice, no matter what the matter was. Since the other party had announced the cancellation of the engagement in public, the engagement between the two families was completely invalidated, and Miss Odile would definitely not be able to marry again. Although the king was furious, he still calmed down and conducted a thorough investigation and inquiry into the whole matter. After all, the core issue is whether Miss Odile bullied Miss Angela. In this regard, the aristocratic son-in-law said that they had seen it with their own eyes and heard it. They said that Miss Audier did bully Angela, although they couldn't get evidence. They said they had never lying. As for Miss Audrey's testimony, she did talk to Angela. After all, she and her fiancé were very close. As a fiancé, It was understandable for Audrey to talk to Angela and ask her to respect herself. But as for the bullying behavior mentioned, Audrey herself definitely did not do it. Then, as a third party, Hannah, the president of the Manalia Student Union, testified that Miss Odell and Miss Angela did have arguments in the academy, but they were harmless conflicts, and the student union had mediated several times. As for the bullying and even murder mentioned by Miss Angela, they had never heard of it. So things got into a very strange situation. What is certain is that Miss Audrey and Miss Angela did have a conflict, but the two sides have completely different views on whether they were bullied. Miss Audrey insisted that she did not bully Angela, and the student union president Hannah also said that the student union had not received any reports of bullying. However, according to the noble descendants, Angela was bullied every time in a place where no one was around, so no one knew about it. But the magical thing is that every time they can coincidentally witness Angela being bullied. Hey, this is strange. There are so many students in Manalia Academy. Why is it that only you guys always encounter this kind of thing? As for why they didn't report it to the student union, according to the aristocratic descendants, Angela cried and begged them not to make a big deal out of it, and said that they were all classmates and it was not right to do so. It was just a little grievance that she suffered, which was nothing at all. Well, this reminded Duanmu Huai of the heroines in those 8 o'clock TV dramas. They didn't resist even when they suffered losses, but just cried and lamented that they had bad luck. And then they met true love. Speaking of true love, that Master Yard is truly amazing. Even in the throne hall, he still spoke clearly, saying that he and Angela were truly in love, and that he would never fall in love with anyone other than Angela in his life, and so on. His father was so angry that he slapped him several times, making the idiot's face swollen, and Gulia were speechless in the face of this farce. In this world, the so-called marriage contract is not mandatory, but more like a letter of intent for cooperation, just like the marriage contract between an Gulia and Duanmu Huai. In simple terms, everyone knows that this is a friendly means for both parties, and the marriage contract is more like an opportunity for both parties to communicate and understand each other. If the two parties are compatible, the next step is the engagement ceremony, and then the marriage. If the two parties just can't get along, they can also apply to cancel the engagement. In simple terms, the two of them broke up after dating for a long time because they didn't get along well. This is not unreasonable. But to break up the engagement in public at the engagement dinner like this is a blatant slap in the face. And it can only be done out of deep hatred. Duanmu Huai just watched coldly from the side, treating it as a live version of the 8 o'clock drama. How stupid. Listening to Yard's talk of true love, Duanmu Huai sneered. What true love? It's all nonsense. If you weren't the son of a duke and looked like a human being, would people like you? Just like those romance novels that girls like to read. The male protagonist is surrounded by beautiful women, but he falls in love with an ugly duckling. Wake up. This is all made up. If you are a fat woman weighing 300 pounds, don't expect any handsome guy to be attracted to you. Similarly, a fat otaku who stays at home all day should not fantasize about a fairy falling from the sky. If you read stories too many times, you will take them seriously. An ordinary man with no money or power fantasizes that there will be a rich lady who will like his commoner gentleness. A shameless ordinary girl who fantasizes about finding a prince charming who likes her unique and interesting personality. From this we can see that if we ignore the superficial and look at the essence, men and women are the same. What do you think? The king was troubled by the current situation and looked helplessly at Duanmu Huai who was standing beside him. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and said nothing. Just at this moment, the guard came forward. Your Majesty, Miss Lorena and others from the cathedral church are here. Let them in. Soon, Duanmu Huai saw Lorena walking into the hall under the guidance of Ajis. And besides her, there was another person whom Duanmu Huai could not imagine. She was a girl with short light brown hair and a pair of white wings behind her. Well, if Duanmu Huai remembered correctly, she was the angel who had previously destroyed the demon who tried to summon the Lord of Ice prison in the Holy City. Duanmu Huai had also chatted with her for a few words. This is the angel of clear sky, one of the 7 archangels, Lord Saharil. Lorena also respectfully introduced them to Duanmu Huai and others. She was at church when I received the invitation from Miss Ogelchrist, so I asked her to come along. Fair enough. After hearing Lorena's introduction, Duanmu Huai also breathed a sigh of relief. After he broke the reincarnation cycle of the Holy City world, The heaven world was once again connected with the holy city. Therefore, it was not a particularly strange thing for angels to come to the holy city from heaven. Moreover, angels and demons are mortal enemies. If there is really something wrong with that woman, this angel lady should be able to see her problem. Motioning to Lorena and Sahilo to stand aside, Duanmu looked at the hall in front of him again. Everyone was still arguing. And at this moment, Duanmu suddenly thought of a question. Something's not right. Any questions, Mr. Knight? Hearing Duanmu mumbling to himself, and asked curiously, and Duanmu nodded and took 2 steps forward. Can I ask a few questions? Hearing Duanmu's words, everyone stopped in a hurry, and even the king looked at Duanmu. Do you have anything to say? Of course. I feel like there's something not quite right about what these people are saying. As he spoke, Duanmu looked at the young noble heirs. When they noticed Duanmu's gaze, they all trembled. But they quickly cheered up and looked at Duanmu with a common hatred of the enemy. After all, he was the culprit who put Angela in jail. In their eyes, Duanmu was obviously their enemy as well. From what you said, it all comes down to Miss Audrey being oppressed and bullied by Miss Angela because she is just a commoner. Having said this, Duanmu frowned. But how do you know this is the reason? Logically speaking, shouldn't she feel that her fiancé is too close to other girls? So she doesn't like that girl? Did Miss Odell say something like, a commoner like you can't even marry her? I never said anything like that. Odell shook her head vigorously, and Hannah beside her also confirmed it. That's right. Miss Odell has never shown any disdain for civilian students. That's strange. Duanmu touched his chin, narrowed his eyes, and stared at everyone. If that's the case, why do you insist that Odell looks down on Angela because she was born a commoner? Are you the worms in Miss Odell's stomach? This, faced with Duanmu's question, the noble descendants were also confused for a while. But soon, someone stood up. Miss Angela told us herself. She said she knew that she was of humble status and shouldn't be so close to Yard. Oh, so it means that if she wasn't of humble status, she could steal someone else's fiancé. Right? Well, sure enough, there was something wrong with that woman. Duanmu snorted coldly. To be honest, from the perspective of an observer, he always felt that something was not right. But when these noble descendants expressed indignation that Odile looked down on Angela because she was a commoner, Duanmu felt that something was wrong. The reason is very simple. There are many commoners in the Manalia School of Magic, even more than nobles. There may be cases where nobles look down on commoners. But at this moment, isn't it putting the cart before the horse to hold on to this point? Even if you say that Miss Audrey is a jealous person who can't stand others getting close to her fiancé, wouldn't that be more appropriate? It's like 2 people are arguing, and you insist on blaming the conflict on institutional problems. Then you have to doubt whether there is something fishy going on. If you think about it carefully, Odile's engagement was broken up by Yard in public. This matter would definitely spread like wildfire, and the students of the Magic Academy would definitely know about it. If they found out that the reason was that Odile, as a noble, looked down on commoner students, what would they think? Thinking of this, Duanmu also made a decision. Then he turned his head and looked at the king. It seems that we have to invite Miss Angela here to have a good talk next. Soon after that, Miss Angela was brought to the hall by the guards. Perhaps because she was being held captive. She looked pale, and looked like she would collapse at the slightest gust of wind. Looking at Miss Angela in front of them, the noble heirs started to stir again, but were quickly suppressed by their own family members. Are you Angela Celtic? Hearing the king's words, the girl in front of him raised her head and stared at the king. She was indeed petite and cute, with a fragile slender body and charming eyes. She looked like the kind of girl that one wanted to hold in his arms and protect her. No wonder those noble heirs felt that she was the one who had been wronged. I'll just get straight to the point and ask you. Even the king's eyes turned gentler when he looked at Angela. Do you have a close relationship with the duke's son? ALD? Have you ever been in love with him? Not at all, Your Majesty. Angela's eyes were melancholy, and she lowered her head. But her voice flowed out from her delicate, cherry-like lips. Lord Yard has taken good care of me in the academy. But I know my status, and I definitely don't have the thought of crossing the line. Although I do have a good impression of Lord Yard, I have never thought of breaking up Lord Yard's marriage. The girl's voice echoed in the hall like a spring. The beautiful voice, like cool spring water. even gave people the feeling that it was directly poured into their brains. At this moment, everyone was attracted by the girl's voice and stared at her. Even those nobles who originally had a bad impression of Angela and were on edge. Now the atmosphere became relaxed. Something is wrong. Only Duanmu Huai suddenly felt a chill on his back and instantly realized the problem. With just one sentence, he immediately changed the atmosphere of the entire field and made everything around him develop in a direction that was beneficial to him. This was not something that an ordinary person could do at all. Sure enough, there is something wrong with this woman. Almost at the same time, Duanmu Huai also saw Sahil staring at Angela, with no sadness or joy in her eyes, and no wavering at all. The next moment, the angel girl raised her hand, and with her movement, an angel arrow flew out and shot directly towards Angela. Chapter 153 Exposed. Sahil's attack was so fast and fierce that almost no one could react. However, facing Sahil's attack, Angela, who had just put on a pitiful look, suddenly twitched her eyes, then raised her hands, and in an instant her clothes turned into dozens of poisonous snakes, trying to block Sahil's attack. However, the Sky Angel seemed to have anticipated this. Her fingers trembled slightly, and the next moment, the arrow of light spread out like fireworks, piercing through the barrier formed by the venomous snakes in front of her. At the same time, Angela suddenly jumped back, and a pair of bat-like wings emerged from behind her. Then she turned around and flew towards the skylight. However, at this moment, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and appeared in Angela's field of vision. Duanmu Huai had been paying attention to Angela and Sahil's every move. In fact, he was already prepared when Sahil raised his arm. So when Angela was about to escape, Duanmu Huai jumped up and rushed to the top of Angela with the help of the jetpack. When Angela turned around and tried to escape, he reached out and pressed Angela's head directly, and then smashed her heavily to the ground. Boom! Following Duanmu Huai's ruthless attack, the entire palace hall seemed to tremble. And at this time everyone seemed to realize what had happened. Screams were heard everywhere, and the nobles retreated to both sides. The fully armed guards also rushed forward and stood in front of the king, looking ahead in fear. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also stood up and raised his right hand. It seems that the fox has finally revealed its tail. At this moment, Angela in Duanmu Huai's hands was no longer the pitiful girl she had before. On the contrary, she had a beautiful body with distinct curves, a mature and charming face that did not get distorted even after being smashed to the ground by Duanmu Huai, as well as a pair of bat-like wings and a long, pointed tail. Duanmu Huai said that he had definitely seen something similar somewhere. Isn't this the nun of the Lord of the Ice prison? What's this? The king was shocked to see Angela had completely changed, and Lorena also widened her eyes in surprise. Is it a charm? Seeing this strange monster in front of them, everyone retreated and looked at Angela in Duanmu Huai's hands in fear. Duanmu Huai grabbed Angela's neck and lifted her in front of him. Tell me, what is your purpose here? I don't know what you are talking about. Although it has been revealed, this charm is still tears at this moment. I'm not a human, but I didn't do anything bad. I just wanted to study magic in Manalia. I didn't do anything bad. Hearing the crying cry, the eyes of others began to change. Indeed, although Angela was not human, she didn't do anything bad. However, the succubus's plea was not finished yet. Duanmu Huai grabbed her wings and broke them with force. At the same time, he snorted coldly. The next moment, an icy and piercing fear instantly filled the entire hall, dispelling the crying and sad atmosphere brought by the succubus. If you use your lowly power to cause trouble again, I will twist your head off without hesitation. So you'd better obey me and answer my questions. I can guarantee that your death will not be so painful. What is your purpose in coming to Manalia? This time, facing Duanmu Huai's pressure, the succubus finally turned pale, and no longer had the ease she had before. Yes, someone asked me to do this. Who is it? It's Fafnir. What? Hearing this name, everyone present was surprised, and Duanmu Huai exerted force with his right hand again. Fafnir is dead. You'd better find someone else to take the blame. Wait. I said it is true. Feeling Duanmu Huai's actions, the succubus' face suddenly turned pale. I knew the evil dragon was dead, but it came back to life. Impossible. This time the king stood up and roared loudly. In order to avoid the resurrection of the Feifu, we even burned the corpse of Fafa. It could not be resurrected again. I don't know what you did, but Fafna has indeed become an undead monster. Now that it's out in the open, the succubus won't hide it anymore. As for the specific situation, I don't know either. I was just summoned by Fafna to carry out a mission. What is your mission? Incite civil unrest in the Kingdom of Manalia and weaken the Kingdom of Manalia as much as possible. As long as we use the conflict between civilians and nobles as a pretext, we can make the relationship between the two sides tense. If we can cause riots or even civil war in Manalia, it would be great. So you chose to deceive those idiots? Duanmu Huai glanced at the noble descendants hiding behind his family members, who all looked pale at the moment, while the succubus nodded proudly. Of course. These stupid and naive fools. As long as I act as their ideal form and express my admiration to them, these little guys will be fooled by me. And I also let them experience the happiness they have never experienced before. Hearing the dirty words coming out of the succubus' mouth, and Gulia blushed immediately, and the duke over there glared at his son fiercely. You fool! You were tempted by the devil? Father, please listen to me. However, until this time, Yald was still infatuated. I already knew Angela's identity, but she is not a bad person at all. She was just forced into a desperate situation. You knew this a long time ago? You rebellious son. It would have been better if Yard hadn't said anything. After hearing what the Duke said, he became so angry that his face turned blue. He punched Yard in the face and knocked him unconscious. Seeing this scene, the other nobles around looked at the Duke with strange expressions and even a bit of sympathy in their eyes. This is all you have taught in the past 10 years? But then again, their own son is not much better, which makes it even more depressing. Under the pressure of Duanmu Huai's aura of fear, the succubus no longer had any tricks and could only honestly explain that, as the succubus said, she was just a temporary worker who did odd jobs. She was summoned in a temple, and the person who summoned her gave her the task of going to Manalia and inciting civil unrest. As for the news of the resurrection of the evil dragon, she heard it from those people. They seem to be the evil dragon believers who worship Fafnir. There are actually people who worship this thing? Forget it. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. After confirming the positions of those guys, Duanmu Huai directly twisted the charm's neck, and then threw the corpse of the charming demon for a moment, and it was completely disappeared under the angel light arrow in Sahel. Originally thought to be just an ordinary case of broken engagement, unexpectedly it would cause such trouble. At this moment the king's face was serious and livid. He ordered everyone not to tell anyone about what happened today, and then ordered those nobles to take their children home and discipline them strictly. Seeing how angry those nobles were, I'm afraid these idiot nobles would be severely beaten when they returned. Thanks to you. Otherwise I don't know how this matter would end. Only after all the nobles and ministers had left did the king breathe a sigh of relief and look at Duanmu Huai and speak. It must be said that although the succubus was discovered and exposed by Duanmu Huai, if it had not been exposed, it would definitely not be a good thing for the kingdom of Manalia. You must know that those who were seduced by the succubus to stand on her side are the descendants of the military and political officials of Manalia. And although Earl Hasha is only an earl, most of the nobles headed by him also belong to the internal affairs and financial departments. If this matter is not handled properly, it is very likely to cause political division or even struggle within Manalia, coupled with the conflicts between the common people and the nobles instigated by the succubus. It may really develop into civil strife. It's nothing, just an occupational disease. And this guy's tricks are a bit clumsy. Duanmu patted his hands. In fact, the reason why Duanmu could find something wrong was because of the professional disease of the judge. Every doubt and lock it. But, is it really possible that the evil dragon has resurrected? We burned Fafnir's body and completely destroyed everything related to it. This time, it was Lorena who answered the king's question. As long as the soul is still there, and there is a highly skilled necromancer, it is possible to resurrect. But, anyway, all in all, we just have to investigate and we'll know. Duanmu Huai made a decision quickly. That's what you said. But Mr. Knight, aren't you afraid that the succubus will deceive us? And also raised her own question in confusion. After all, in her opinion, the succubus's answer was too straightforward, and she totally couldn't understand her idea of selling out teammates. You can rest assured about this. Missin. Lorena shook her head. Demons have no loyalty. In fact, she would rather we kill the cultists. Huh? Why? Because they have already believed in evil, and signed a contract with the devil. As a result, as soon as they die, their souls will fall into hell and become the property of the devil. So for that succubus, the life and death of those cultists has nothing to do with her. Hearing this, the king also frowned. So, what about the noble she deceived? I can't say for sure. But demons are indeed very good at tempting others to sign a contract and sell their souls without knowing it. Look at the attitudes of those gentlemen towards this succubus. Although Lorena didn't finish her words, her meaning was clear. Why? The king sighed deeply. Obviously, this was also a troubling problem for him. However, Duanmu Huai was considering another problem. That is, who is it? And for what purpose? That wants to revive the evil dragon? Chapter 154 Extension. The commotion at the dinner party came to an end. But it doesn't end there. The king has issued an order that no one present at the time is allowed to disclose the matter. As for the divorce incident at the dinner party, it was publicly announced that it was the result of the duke's eldest son being obsessed and cheating on his wife without repentance. And Angela was also portrayed as a green tea BXXXH who would do anything to get to the top. In fact, it was almost the same. Of course, it was announced to the public that both of them were imprisoned. Well, in fact, the duke's eldest son was indeed imprisoned. If it wasn't his own son, the duke would have wanted to chop this idiot off. I heard that this idiot still didn't change his ways after that, insisting that he and Angela were true love, and that although Angela was a succubus, everything she did could be forgiven. To be honest, if it was Duanmu Huai, he would have chopped this idiot off directly. Keeping it will be a disaster. Not only that, after that, the issue of how to deal with demons was also put on the agenda. Why had Angela not been discovered before? The reason was that she had sneaked into the Magic Academy, and in a place where magic power was greatly expanded. A little magic energy could be easily concealed. Even if someone noticed something was wrong, they would only think that it was the aura revealed by the magic book in the library, and would not think it was a monster. But this problem must be solved now. As for how to do it, His Majesty the King seems to be planning to make a decision after contacting the Holy City. Of course, Duanmu Huai doesn't care about political affairs at all. He is only responsible for chasing aliens, heretics and demons. So quickly, he made a decision. That is to go to the western land mentioned by the succubus and investigate what happened. As for whether Fafnir has been completely resurrected, Duanmu Huai is not worried about this issue. With Fafnir's strength, if it is really resurrected, it must have come here aggressively, and there is no need to use this method to weaken the opponent's strength. Moreover, according to the records of the Magic Academy, Angela is a freshman who just enrolled this year. Even if her plan goes smoothly, it will take at least 2 or 3 years to make the whole Manalia fall apart to the extent she said. Therefore, Duanmu Huai can be sure that even if Fafnir is resurrected now, it is just a show, and he does not have the strength to deal with the kingdom of Manalia at all. Otherwise, it would not use such means to weaken the national strength of Manalia in advance. Therefore, Duanmu Huai planned to go to the west to see what the situation was there. And those who traveled with him were still Ojas, and Gulia, Lorena and Salo. That's right. This Lady Angel also wanted to go along. Obviously, as an angel, she couldn't just sit there and watch the demons run rampant on the earth. But if Duanmu Huai were to say it is, this world has finally grown up. That's right. Although this is a trouble for the kingdom of Maneri, but for Duanmu Huai, this is the proof of the growth of this world's fragments. Of course, according to the setting in the game, when a world fragment breaks away from the cycle and begins to grow, it will attract other world fragments to it like a magnet. Just like heaven and angels appeared after Duanmu Huai solved the demon summoning incident in the Holy City. The same is true for Manalia now. Since the 3 regions of Manalia, Regenis and the Holy City have been pieced together by Duanmu Huai, their magnetic force is getting stronger and stronger. And naturally it will attract other world fragments to come here for convergence. Putting it in the game is equivalent to releasing a DLC, expanding it with new events and new maps. As long as this is repeated, the fragment of this world can be successfully expanded into a planet, and even a galaxy, a universe. This mode is very popular among some lone wolf players, who like to play single-player games. In fact, many people are unwilling to interact with strangers in the online world. Not to mention that the more players there are, the lower the overall quality will be. There will also be a lot of disputes and insults in random dungeons. Therefore, Some players are extremely disgusted with this kind of team dungeon and prefer to immerse themselves in the world fragments to do single-player tasks. Duanmu remembered that the world fragment owned by the strongest player in the game was about 1/5 of the Milky Way, and that player almost never appeared in any place where other players gathered, which could be considered the ultimate socially anxious player. I never thought that something like this would happen. After returning to his own residence, and angrily found Duanmu and began to grumble and complain. Those idiots! How could they do such a thing? It's totally unacceptable. Speaking of which, what will happen to Miss Odell? Gulia also asked in confusion, hearing Gulia's question, and reached out and hugged his head in distress. I don't know either. But after this incident, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult for Miss Odell to get married. Although it's not her fault. But, having said that, and sighed helplessly, and sat down on the chair. Although I don't want to say this. Maybe Odell herself is also responsible. What? One hand can't clap. Duanmu took a sip of tea and looked at him curiously, while the latter shook his head helplessly. Political marriages are like this. How should I put it? Odell may be a good wife, but she won't be a good partner. In fact, in the academy, even when Angela didn't show up, I didn't see how close she and Yard were. That's what political marriage is like. And helplessly spread her hands. And Duanmu could understand what she meant. In short, although Odile accepted her fate of marrying the Duke, for her, this marriage was like a job. So there was not much personal affection between her and Yard. According to Anne, Odile did try hard to learn and play the role of the future Duke's wife. But that was it. At least in Anne's opinion. The two did not seem to have any particularly close contact or communication. Under such circumstances, it is not completely incomprehensible that ALD was deceived by Angela's sweet words, and then fell in love with her. After all, men are often emotional animals. I am afraid that not everyone is willing to marry a woman who does not love him, and whom he does not love. In fact, according to what Anne later learned from the Duke, Alder did have his own life plan. He believed that his own happiness should be controlled by himself. In Alder's view, this kind of marriage between nobles that only cares about interests without emotion is outdated. So he hopes to change this system. So he concealed his father, and openly tore up the engagement at the engagement dinner. In Alder's view, he was declaring war on the outdated customs of the old world. He even thought that he would lead the common people in the future to overthrow the current system and create a brand new world where everyone is equal and free. Well, I have to say, it's a beautiful thought. Unfortunately, reality did not go according to his dream. But no matter what, now that this has happened, Odell's marriage is completely ruined. Even if it's not her fault, it's still a stain on her. This is similar to the superstition of lucky husband. And few nobles dared to propose to Miss Audrey again. Moreover, as the daughter of an earl, Miss Audrey must find someone of similar status. Unfortunately, the noble heirs of similar status to her were basically the idiots who stood up and accused Audrey at the dinner party. So, this noble lady currently seems to have a bleak future. You have to worry about all this. You are so unlucky. Looking at him lying on the table, Duanmu shook his head helplessly. And the latter also pounced on Duanmu. What can I do? I'm a princess. I don't care about this matter. Who cares? Oh, that's right. However, at this moment, and stared at Duanmu and suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. And when Duanmu noticed Anne's gaze, he raised his eyebrows. I advise you not to target me. Hey! Isn't this great? Mr. Knight's status is high enough. And even if I can't become your legal wife, I can still be your concubine. Right? I don't mind. But I mind? Duanmu reached out and gently tapped Anne's forehead. I agreed to your engagement because I had a good impression of you too. But I'm sorry. I won't get involved with a woman I don't know. There should be a limit to how much you can use me as a tool. Solve your own problems, and don't always ask me to help you solve these troubles. Duanmu didn't like to get entangled in the conflicts between these women. What he hated most was watching those idiotic emotional TV dramas at 8 o'clock. Duanmu had watched them with his mother before. Although his mother watched them with relish, Duanmu only felt angry after watching them. Both men and women in those emotional dramas were idiots. The decisions they made were as irrational as those of drug addicts. They cried about love at every turn. Duanmu even suspected that half of the female patients with hypertension probably watched TV dramas. Duanmu has never had a girlfriend. On the one hand, it was because he looked fierce, and no one dared to approach him. On the other hand, those urban emotional TV dramas also played a big role. When Duanmu Huai thought about the possibility of falling into a stupid life like a love retard, he lost all interest in falling in love and getting married. And covered his forehead and stuck out his tongue at Duanmu Huai, but said nothing else. Your Highness. Just at this moment, a maid came in and bowed respectfully to everyone. Count Harsha and his daughter, Miss Odile, request a meeting. After hearing the maid's report, Duanmu Huai and An looked at each other. This is really true. Speak of Cao Cao, and he will appear. Chapter 155 Request. Earl Harsha is in his early 40s. An ordinary man in his early 40s. But to be honest, looking at his Mediterranean hairstyle and melancholy face, if An hadn't introduced him in advance, Duanmu Huai would even suspect that he was in his 50s or 60s. Well, do people who deal with numbers seem to look old? At least looking at his appearance. He looks like the type who works hard and devotes himself to his work until his death. Maybe his family has already written a suicide note, waiting for death from overwork at any moment. It's not impossible. After all, I heard that he was the Minister of Finance or the Minister. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Thank you very much for your help. Especially Your Highness the Princess and Your Excellency the Knight. If it weren't for your keen eyes, I'm afraid my daughter would have already. Speaking of this, Earl Ha Xia also burst into tears. How should I put it? It is understandable. After all, there are many such plots in urban emotional dramas where the heroine is looked down upon or bullied after being broken off by others. Although Duanmu Huai is not in the aristocratic circle, it is also conceivable. Please don't be like this, Lord Ha Xia. We are just doing what we should do. And also hurriedly answered, signaling the Earl not to care so much. After getting the princess's permission, Earl Harsha stood up. But he still lowered his head, looking ashamed. Then he expressed his gratitude to everyone again. And after talking about this and that for a while, Earl Harsha finally mustered up the courage to put forward his request. Well, actually, I have a request. What's up? Actually, it's about our little girl Odile. As he spoke, Count Harsha looked at his daughter. I think you all know that no matter what, my daughter has no chance of getting married at the moment. You don't need to be so sure. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Even if there wasn't before, there might be in the future. Maybe she will find a good husband? In fact, after this incident, my daughter has given up on marriage. So, I, as an old minister, dare to ask? Having said that, Earl Harsha looked at Duanmu Huai and hesitated. Please let me become your personal maid. Your Excellency the Knight. Hearing this unexpected request, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. But An jumped up excitedly and clapped his hands vigorously. Yeah, there is this trick. Why didn't I think of it? Which side are you from? Because An suddenly rebelled, Duanmu Huai finally said that he would think about it, and then sent the father and daughter away. He didn't reach out until they left, and grabbed An's cheek. Wow. Halbwa. I need to suck it in first. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Which side are you on? After rubbing An's face hard again, Duanmu Huai let go of An and glared at her unhappily. The latter rubbed her red face and pouted. What's the matter? A dedicated maid is good. In fact, if Count Harsha hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that you, Mr. Knight, are a noble now, and you also need a dedicated maid. Why do I need a maid? Besides, don't you two have maids too? Who said there isn't one? I have one at home. Gulia has one too. Right? Hearing An suddenly pulling her into the battlefield, Gulia was stunned for a moment. Then she nodded. Yes. Even if that's the case, it's too unreliable to let the young lady be a maid. TSK. You are wrong, Mr. Knight. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, and puffed out his chest proudly. You may not know this, but in fact, almost all the maids in the palace are daughters of noble families. Right? Is that so? Of course. After all, you are going to work in the palace. How can you hire someone you don't know? And it would be too time-consuming to recruit and investigate each person one by one. So you choose people from the nobles you trust to work as maids in the palace. So even though you may look at her as a young lady, she is not bad at all in terms of daily life. Oh, that's how it is. When Duanmu Huai heard him say this, he was a little surprised at first. But after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. After all, the royal palace is an important place, and it is impossible to allow people of unknown origin to work in the palace, especially for jobs like maids. Although not too important, they have to take care of the daily life of the royal family. If people with bad intentions are allowed in, it will only bring danger to the royal family. On the other hand, if they are children of nobles, then they have the backing of their family. Once something goes wrong, it is very likely that the entire family will be implicated. Therefore, they will not mess around in the palace. In that case, why not send her to the palace to be a maid? Duanmu Huai was really unwilling to have anyone around him. That won't do. After all, the news has spread. If Odell goes to the palace to be a maid, she will be bullied by others. Otherwise, Count Hazar would not have come to find Mr. Knight on purpose. Because Mr. Knight, you not only have a high status, but also strong strength. In addition, you don't have a dedicated maid by your side. Isn't this just right? Or, as he spoke, and looked at Otis curiously, Miss Otis is your personal maid? Well, that's not the case. If you ask whether Ogisi is Duanmu Huai's maid, she is definitely not. After all, Ogisi will not light the fire and cook for Duanmu Huai, let alone help him change clothes or bathe him. Strictly speaking, for Duanmu Huai, Ogisi is more like his subordinate and comrade in arms. Not a maid anyway. Strictly speaking, Duanmu Huai did have a maid, but she was not mentally normal. So after Duanmu Huai took her back, he had no intention of taking her out again. She's more of a murderer than a maid. If possible, Duanmu Huai would never want to use her for the rest of his life. So, I think it's very convenient to have a dedicated maid. I can leave many things to her. For example, if you want to notify someone, receive letters, deal with others as a representative, and handle financial and internal affairs, Mr. Knight. You don't think that maids are only used for washing clothes, cooking and cleaning, right? Is not it? Looking at him, Duanmu Huai really wanted to say this. After all, in his impression, there is no difference between a maid and a servant. But to be honest, Duanmu Huai didn't really know what the maids in the palace were for. Just like watching Qing dynasty dramas, he couldn't figure out what the palace maids and noble ladies were for. Was it to wash clothes and cook? Or to kill chickens and pigs? Or was it just like the waitresses in the hotel, who were simply responsible for cleaning and serving food and water? I have to say, for Duanmu Huai, this is really a mystery. Just like before, Mr. Knight, when you wanted to find Miss Lorena, didn't you send Miss Otis to pass on the message? If you have a personal maid, then you don't need to send someone close to you for this kind of thing. That seems to make some sense. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was somewhat helpless. Just as An said, it was not difficult for him to summon Lorena directly. But if he wanted the help of the Holy Church, he had to go there and explain the matter clearly. In fact, Otis did not explain it clearly. According to Lorena, when Otis found her, she just said there is a demon. The master wants your help. I have to say that when it comes to conveying information, Otis is not a good choice. How about this? At this moment, An seemed to have thought of a good idea and clapped his hands vigorously. Aren't we going to the west? Let's take Odile with us. It will also allow you, Mr. Knight, to experience the strength of your exclusive maid firsthand. How about treating it as an assessment? If you, Mr. Knight, are satisfied, then let her be your exclusive maid. If you, Mr. Knight, are not satisfied, it won't be too late to let her go. We're not going there to play. Don't worry. I know Odell's strength very well. Although she is not as good as me, she is still very outstanding in the Magic Academy. Hearing An's answer, Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. Obviously, from An's look, she was eager to treat Audrey as her exclusive maid. But, was the power of that young lady really that strong? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. Soon, a card information appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Black Swan. Odile Gold. Cost 6. Attack 6. Defense 5. At the end of your own round, give 2 points of damage to all enemies of the enemy. So awesome? Duanmu Huai was shocked when he saw the card introduction in front of him. Although 2 points of damage is not high. The problem is that this is overall damage. Although an and Gulia's attack power exceeds that of Odile, they are basically single target or area attacks. As for the whole group attack, Duanmu Huai currently only has the relic of divine power used in conjunction with Sky Castle that has such power. A mere noble lady actually possesses a weakened overall attack effect? And that black swan. Looking at the card in front of him, Duanmu Huai hesitated, and then made a decision. Alright. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at him. Just do as you said. Let me see what she can do. Chapter 156 Heading West. For Duanmu Huai, a personal maid was not within his scope of concern. After solving this matter, he turned his attention to the west. Anyway, what is there? To be honest, we don't know very well. When Duanmu Huai asked him this question, she also shook her head. We have never had any contact with the west. In fact, we don't even know if there are people living in the west. According to him, in the west of the kingdom of Manalia, there is a whole range of towering mountains. Perhaps because of this, no one has ever known what is behind the mountains, nor whether there are people living there. This is actually normal in a world with less developed civilization. After all, the scope of human activities is limited, and if there is no special means of transportation, it is not easy to cross steep mountains, rivers or oceans to go to other places. Of course, according to the information obtained from the succubus, there is not only civilization on the other side, but also a powerful empire, and they also believe in and worship various gods. Well, in fact, the succubus was summoned from a dragon-worshipping sect over there. Because of this, Foreign, this is not just an adventure. As the princess of Manalia, she must investigate what is going on. Is it just the work of a cult? Or is there an instigation from the other country? After all, sending spies to infiltrate other countries to create divisions is already considered a war action. Not to mention that the other party is a country that she has never dealt with before. Manalia must act cautiously. After all, if this turns into a direct war between the two countries, it will be hard to say. Although it shouldn't be possible according to reason. Because according to the succubus, she was able to cross the chasm and come here purely because she can fly. And the army cannot cross the plateau mountains. Therefore, this time everyone went to the west not just to find the murderer behind the scenes, but also to see what the situation was like in the country over there. It is precisely because of this that Duanmu Huai and others would go out together. After all, and is the princess of Manalia. Gulia is the princess of Regnus, and Lorena is the missionary priest of the holy city. The three of them can already serve as representatives of the three countries. With the addition of Duanmu Huai and Ogisi, the 5-member team is basically complete. Of course, there is also Miss Odile, who changed her job to become a personal maid. Originally Duanmu Huai wanted to ask Faylene to go with him, but this dragon lady was a real otaku who stayed in the warship and refused to move. However, she provided Duanmu Huai and others with a clue. According to Faylene, hundreds of years ago, the dragon clan on their side was completely separated from the dragon clan in the west, and the two sides had never had any contact with each other since they died. As for the specific reason, according to Faylene, there was once a dragon who attempted to rule the entire world, which led to a split with his fellow dragons. Later, the dragon group split up, and a part of the dragon clan moved to the continent of Manalia and never had any contact with their old compatriots again. That was the predecessor of Regs. As for what happened to the dragon in the end, I heard that it was defeated by a hero. Faylene didn't know the details, but since the evildoer didn't show up in this world in a show of force, it means that it has followed the law of all villains who want to rule the world and is completely finished. In fact, the split of the dragon clan happened thousands of years ago. Even Regnus and few other dragons know about it now. After all, even Gulia has never heard of it. But that's not necessarily the case with Fife. According to Faylene, the ancient dragon Fafnir may have experienced the separation of the dragon clan. Maybe it is now running to the west to find help and start over again. Generally speaking, if you can't fly, it is almost impossible to cross the mountains to the western continent. Well, if it can't fly, sitting on the night crow black star, and excitedly raised his hands high, as if he was riding some thrilling ride in an amusement park. He was extremely excited. Sure enough, there is still something that can fly. After I learned it, I would also let my father make the same thing in Manalia. Have you learned it yet? while driving the Night Crow Black Star gunship. Duanmu Huai looked curiously at him sitting in the co-pilot seat. The latter tilted his head and thought for a moment. I almost understand the principle of why it can fly without magic. If that's the case, then the power should be improved. Also, I've just started to study aerodynamics, and I don't know how far I can master it. As for the craftsmanship, Manalia's current manufacturing process does not seem to meet the requirements, and the overall industrial manufacturing level needs to be improved. Look, this is what a goddess study is. In contrast to An, who was in high spirits, Gulia was now lying on the chair behind with a grim face. Her eyes closed and not moving. That's right. She's airsick. As a dragon person, Gulia actually gets airsick. Although she didn't react when she was on the battleship. When she was on the Night Crow Black Star, Gulia looked pale and was about to vomit and have diarrhea. Now she was lying on the back like a dead dragon, motionless. And at this moment, a figure appeared beside Gulia. Ms. Gulia, please drink some water. Thank you. Looking at the cup of water handed to her, Gulia finally came to her senses, drank a few sips of water, and then closed her eyes again. Odell, who was beside her, picked up a wet handkerchief and gently placed it on Gulia's forehead. As for Lorena and Otis on the other side, one closed her eyes and prayed, while the other was reading the book in her hand. It seems that having a maid is right after all. After taking a look behind him, Duanmu Huai shook his head. To be honest, he was not very familiar with Miss Audrey. He had only met her a few times. But how should I put it? The impression she gave Duanmu Huai was not good at all. Although those heroines in urban emotional dramas, who are doomed to fail because of their own mistakes, are also quite disgusting. The feeling that Odell gives to Duanmu Huai is quite different from them. She is not like those heroines who always say, "Oh, I have a bad life. Why do you treat me like this? I did nothing wrong. The most important thing to me is love." Which is annoying. But she does not seem to have any self-characteristics. How should I put it? Duanmu Huai felt that she was more like a puppet than Otis. Although Otis seldom speaks on weekdays, whenever Duanmu Huai asks her, she will give her thoughts and answers. Although Otis's answers are sometimes very lethal. At least this shows that Otis has her own thinking ability. But Odile is different. Basically, when Duanmu Huai communicated with her, her answers were basically yes, I understand, and okay. She felt like a robot receiving orders, without her own feelings, and everything she did was out of obligation. Although Duanmu Huai doesn't like the logic of, but you are also wrong. To be honest, if he were to make an evaluation, comparing Odile, who is like a living doll, with the succubus, it is no wonder that Master Yard chose the succubus. The latter at least looks like a living person, while the former looks like a living dead person. Although Audrey is considered pretty, compared to Duanmu Huai, it seems that only her face is left. To be honest, at least for men, this is not a charm bonus. In comparison, someone next to Duanmu Huai was a little too noisy. Mr. Knight, we have crossed the mountains now. Right? Is the western continent below? Well, it should be. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked out the window. In front of them was a dense primeval forest. Perhaps because of the high altitude, it felt like snow was flying everywhere. The mountaintops were covered with snow. In the distance, the outlines of some cities could be vaguely seen. Needless to say, this was evidence of civilization on this continent. What should we do next? Should we fly over directly? No, that's not necessary. Duanmu Huai glanced around and then turned his gaze to the village not far ahead. I will land here, and then we will disguise ourselves as adventurers and head to the village, where we will inquire about the situation here. As for what to do next, we will proceed after we figure out the situation. Understood. After making the decision, Duanmu Huai parked the gunboat on the hillside nearby, and then everyone left. Then the Night Crow Black Star flew up again and disappeared into the air. Before receiving Duanmu Huai's order, it would remain in cruising mode and wait for action. Wow! Is this the western continent? Perhaps because her feet were on the ground. Gulia's complexion looked much better now. And Duanmu Huai also nodded. Yes, according to the intelligence, that should be the case. Anyway, let's go to the village first and discuss it later. After that, Duanmu Huai took the girls to the village they had seen before. When they arrived at the village gate, they were not stopped by the guards. When faced with the guard's questions, Duanmu Huai simply said that they were adventurers who happened to pass by nearby and wanted to find a place to rest because their companion was unwell. Although the guards were a little scared of Duanmu Huai's outfit, they let everyone in without saying anything. Although the proprietress was very uneasy about Duanmu Huai's appearance, she immediately smiled when she saw the gems Duanmu Huai took out. This shows that money is indeed omnipotent. In the face of the gem in front of me, the hotel owner naturally laughed, and soon arranged the best room for everyone. And from her, Duanmu Huai also got some information about this place. According to the innkeeper, this is indeed the land of a certain empire, and it can be considered a border area. Not only that, this empire seems to control a very large area of territory. Of course, this world is also full of monsters, dragons, and even ghosts. I have to say that after hearing this information, and was somewhat worried, at least for now, the territory of this country seems to be larger than that of Manalia. If a war really breaks out between the two sides, who knows what will happen? Fortunately, as of now, the magical civilization here does not seem to be as developed as that of Manalia. Of course, considering that this is a border village, perhaps we cannot generalize. Soon, a night passed. However, when Duanmu Huai woke up again, he heard a strange voice in his ears. Owner. Duanmu Huai raised his head, and saw a not very familiar face staring at him quietly. He looked to the side, and saw Aji sitting at the table next to him, and standing in front of him. Odell, what's the matter? Soldiers have entered the village. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately became alert. Is it coming for us? I don't know. They have sealed off the village, and won't allow anyone else to come in or out. Duanmu Huai stood up, walked to the window and looked out. It was already early morning outside the window. Indeed, he could see many soldiers in armor holding torches and weapons, standing on both sides of the village streets, as if they were blocking the village. How is this going? Go and ask the boss. Yes. Upon hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Odile immediately turned around and left. A moment later, the proprietress came up with her slender waist. This guest, please don't worry. It's not a big deal. What happened? Is such that, faced with Duanmu Huai's question, the proprietress was a little hesitant, but still spoke in a low voice. I heard that the Imperial Army has captured the leader of the rebels, and will execute him here. So the village has been blocked. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. Once the execution is over, the blockade will be lifted. Please wait in the inn, and don't go out to avoid any trouble. I heard that the Imperial General will come in person. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Come to think of it, the lady boss did introduce yesterday that there is a border military fortress next to this village. It seems reasonable to say that the criminals were executed here. But looking at their nervous expressions, it seems that the criminals being executed are not ordinary people. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Okay, I know. Chapter 157, Shocking Change. Not long after that, everyone saw two shabby carriages driving in from outside, with several prisoners sitting in the carriages. Obviously, they were the prisoners that the innkeeper's wife had mentioned. On the surface, these people seemed to be nothing special, dressed in shabby clothes, and didn't look good. This was in line with their identities as prisoners. Looking at the scene in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think. He had heard from the innkeeper about what happened in this place called Skyrim. In short, although this place was conquered by the Empire, the Resistance Army has never been extinct because of the tough people in Skyrim. In particular, the man who was captured this time was the leader of the Skyrim Resistance Army, Ulfric Stormcloak, the Lord of Greyhelm. But then again, judging from the equipment of these soldiers, the power of this empire should not be very strong. Who knows? At least for now, they do not seem to have the powerful magical power of Manalia. Nor do they have the protection of the gods like the Holy City. No! Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, suddenly, a scream interrupted his thoughts. He looked towards the place where the sound came from, and saw a prisoner shouting there. No, I'm not a rebel. You can't do this. While shouting, the prisoner turned and ran towards the village gate. But after he ran a few steps, an arrow shot from behind pierced the unfortunate man and turned him into a corpse. Mr. Knight, can we help? Seeing this scene, Gulia frowned and asked in a low voice, while Duanmu Huai shook his head. Of course not. This is an internal affair of the Empire. Don't forget our purpose, and don't alert the enemy. After that, the other prisoners were escorted out of the prison van one by one and lined up. Then the man in front, who looked like the commander, began to announce the crimes of the prisoners in public. Ulfric Stormcloak, some people in Helgen call you a hero. But a hero doesn't use his dragon roar to usurp power. You started the civil war and plunged Skyrim into rebellion. And now the Empire will wipe you out and restore peace to Skyrim. However, just as he finished speaking, suddenly, a strange roar came from a distance. And hearing the roar, Gulia's tail instantly stood up. At the same time, her eyes widened and her body began to tremble slightly. Gulia? What's wrong with you? Noticing something was wrong with her friend, and hurried to her side and asked in a low voice. Button shook her head. I don't know. But this sound is scary. Very dangerous. It's like something is coming. Be careful. Duanmu Huai also noticed this at this moment. Although there seemed to be nothing unusual around him, he could feel that the chirping of birds and insects around him had disappeared at some point. At the same time, the air seemed to become thicker. This was obviously a sign of some kind of danger. In fact, even the villagers who were watching the excitement outside the house returned to the house one by one. Obviously, this was definitely not because they couldn't bear to watch the execution. Suddenly, another roar was heard, startling everyone. Even the Imperial soldiers who were executing prisoners seemed to sense something strange and began to look around anxiously. Next, seeing the panic of the soldiers, the captain seemed a little dissatisfied. She roared loudly and waved the weapon in her hand. Hurry up! Continue the execution. We still need to. However, before she could finish her words, a huge black shadow flew out from the clouds and landed directly on the stone watchtower in front of the execution ground. When they saw this huge black shadow, everyone screamed. Dragon! Yes, it was a giant dragon. But unlike the dragons of Reg Nice, this dragon did not look strong. On the contrary, it was a little skinny. If we were to compare it with animals, then the difference between it and the dragons of Reg Nice was the size difference between a leopard and a tiger. However, this does not mean that this dragon is not powerful. The black dragon standing on the watchtower took a deep breath. And then the next moment a thunderous dragon roar broke out instantly, resounding around like thunder in the sky. At the same time, as if in response to the dragon's roar, the originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. The thick dark clouds gathered together, and from the thick clouds, countless meteorites mixed with flames fell from the sky, roaring down towards the entire village. Prepare to defend. Odell, you stay here. Everyone else, let's go! Although they didn't know the dragon's intention, they were certain that it had no good intentions. For Duanmu Huai and others, now was certainly not the time to just watch the fun. Soon, Duanmu Huai gave the order. Then he broke through the window, jumped down from the balcony on the second floor of the hotel, and pounced towards the dragon. At the same time, and also raised his hand. And soon, a blue circular barrier appeared out of thin air above the hotel, blocking the falling meteorite. Although it reacted quickly, most of the village was engulfed in flames in a moment. The villagers screamed and ran in all directions, while the soldiers raised their longbows and attacked the black dragon. Unfortunately, their attacks were basically ineffective against the black dragon hovering in the sky. Boom! Just as Duanmu Huai rushed out of the hotel, the giant dragon also fell heavily to the ground. Then it roared and spewed out flaming breath at the soldiers in front of it, instantly turning dozens of soldiers into ashes. Go to H.L. At the same time as the dragon's breath burst out, Duanmu Huai also raised his warhammer, jumped up, and smashed it hard at the black dragon. When the dragon noticed Duanmu Huai's attack, it roared, flapped its wings suddenly, and flew up again, avoiding Duanmu Huai's attack. TSK. That's why I hate these small things. Duanmu Huai missed his attack and smacked his lips. What annoyed him most was this kind of monster that was neither too big nor too small and extremely flexible. If the opponent really had a huge body like Faf, it would be easier to fight him. But he was afraid of this kind that looked big but was not that big. It was really annoying. Although Duanmu Huai's attack did not hit the target, he was not fighting alone. Just as the black dragon tried to fly up into the sky again, Ojas had already raised her hands. Soon, invisible silk threads wrapped around the black dragon's body, abruptly interrupting its idea of flying. Then Ojas suddenly exerted force with both hands and pulled the dragon to the ground again. At the same time, Gulia had restored the dragon's limbs again. She raised her right claw that was burning with fire and swung it hard at the black dragon in front of her. On the other side, Lorena also raised the holy book and smashed it on the dragon's head. As for Duanmuhui, he would not miss this opportunity. He swung the thunder hammer in his hand and rushed towards the black dragon again. He just didn't believe that he couldn't take down this big lizard. But what Duanmuhui didn't expect was that at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Facing the siege of Duanmuhui and others, the black dragon raised its head again, opened its mouth, and then a powerful airflow spurted out from its mouth and rushed directly towards the people in front of it. If it was just an ordinary airflow, it would be fine. But this airflow seemed to be mixed with a mysterious power. The moment the dragon roared, the flame burning in Gulia's hand was extinguished, and the holy book held tightly in Lorena's hand flew out at this time. The silk thread that was originally wrapped around the black dragon's body broke with a sound, and even Duanmuhui felt a powerful and almost irresistible force rushing towards him, directly hitting his hands, causing Duanmuhui's hands to loosen and directly throw the thunder hammer in his hands. However, Duanmuhui was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing that the war hammer in his hand was about to slip out of his hand, he turned around and threw the war hammer out. The thunder hammer whistled through the sky and then hit the black dragon's chest directly, causing the black dragon to open its mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Although it was hit by Duanmuhui, the black dragon took advantage of the gap, flapped its wings vigorously, and flew straight into the sky. Then it stared at Duanmuhui coldly with its scarlet eyes, then turned around and disappeared into the thick clouds. "Are you all right?" Duanmuhui withdrew his gaze, looked at the people around him and asked. And when they heard Duanmuhui's question, everyone hurriedly stood up. "It's all right, Master. I'm fine too, Sir Knight." Compared to Ojas and Lorena, Gulia's reaction seemed a little abnormal. She still stood there blankly, looking at the direction where the black dragon went away, and no one knew what she was thinking. Duanmuhui walked to her side and stretched out his hand to wave in front of Gulia's eyes. "Gulia? Are you okay?" "Ah, Mr. Knight." It was not until this time that Gulia reacted. She withdrew her gaze, looked at Duanmuhui, and nodded embarrassedly. "I'm fine. Just, do you know anything about the spell that dragon just used?" "Yes." Hearing Duanmuhui's question, Gulia hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Dragon Roar." Chapter 158 Dragon Roar. With the departure of the Black Dragon, the battle came to an end, although the arrival of the Black Dragon destroyed most of the town. Fortunately, because it deployed the barrier in time, some of them survived. After this, Duanmuhui and others were also summoned by the Imperial Legion. "Were you the ones who repelled the attack of that evil dragon?" Standing in front of Duanmuhui is a short-sized bald man. He is General Turris of the Empire Legion. To be honest, when he first saw Duanmuhui, General Turris was also startled. But soon, he agreed that the group of adventurers had the strength to repel the dragon. This shows that looking fierce does have its advantages. "Who are you?" "We are just a group of adventurers. Just pass by here." "Adventurer?" After hearing Duanmuhui's answer, General Tullius looked at the girls behind him in confusion. But soon he looked away. "In any case, you have helped me a lot. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Empire." As he said, General Turris took out a bag of coins. "This is a small gift from me. Please accept it. Also, since you are adventurers, I hope you can do me a favor." "What's up?" Duanmuhui took the purse and looked at General Tullius. He didn't mind helping. After all, they didn't have the currency of this country. If something happened and they needed money, it would be of some help. "I think you have seen that there is an evil dragon wandering around this land. We need to be vigilant. So I hope you can go to Whiterun for me and inform Lord Balgruuf there." As he spoke, General Tullius took out a letter. "This is my handwritten letter. He will know what's going on after reading it." "No problem at all." Duanmuhui took the letter and nodded. "But, we are not very familiar with the situation here. If anyone can bring the way, it will be better." "Ha ha ha. You don't look like a local here." Regarding Duanmuhui's answer, General Turris didn't seem to be careless. He just nodded and then greeted. "General, take them to Shuemon City." "Yes." The Imperial soldiers nodded. and then looked at Duanmu Huai and others, and also gave them a gift to them. Please follow me. Alright. It just so happened that Duanmu Huai also wanted to know the situation here, and the current state of the empire. So he did not refuse. Soon, the group packed up, and set off again. In the road, from the mouth of the empire soldiers named Hadawa, Duanmu Huai and others finally understood what the current civil war is currently. Ultimately, it can be said to be a battle between faith and race. Although Skyrim does belong to the empire in name, the two sides actually have an on-again, off-again relationship. Sometimes united, sometimes independent. However, this rebellion is related to the Talos faith in Skyrim. The empire believes in 9 gods, also known as the 9 holy spirits, and Talos is one of them. However, unlike other gods, Talos was not a god at the beginning, but a mortal who became a god. However, some people do not think so. They are the high elves from the ancestral Shinjo. In history, the ancestors of Shinjo and the empire were deadly enemies. The two sides had war on each other several times, but the reality was that the Soquel elves are huge, and the empire is gradually slightly signed by the empire. However, one of the Platinum Agreement has aroused the anger of the Leno from Skyrim. The Platinum Agreement requires that the empire must not recognize the 9th Holy Spirit. That is, the war that was promoted by God to the god of the mortal Talos. Faced with this situation, the Nord certainly could not tolerate it. So a rebel force led by Ulfric was formed. Their slogan was that Skyrim is the land of the Nords, and Talos is the god worshipped by the Nords. So they must drive out of Skyrim all enemies who dare to destroy their beliefs and kill their people, whether they are Thalmor, the Empire, or anyone else. In this way, Skyrim fell into civil war and rebellion. Until recently, they finally captured Ulfric. When he hit the Black Dragon, he ran away. Now General Tullius has to send people to chase him. Otherwise it will be even more troublesome when Ulfric returns to his territory. Although Hada was also dissatisfied with the Faemon's practice, he did not think that Ulfric set off a rebellion as a better choice. I have to say that after listening to Hadawa's story, Duanmu Huai had no good feelings towards the Thalmor elf and the ancestor Shinjo. Moreover, as a judge, Duanmu Huai fought to protect humans. How dare you? A mere elf. Right on the head of a human? I think you are tired of living and want to die. Right? If that doesn't work, why not just launch an orbital airstrike on the ancestral Shinjo? Forget it. It's not in a hurry anyway. By the way, Gulia, while led by Hadawa, he went to Shuemon City, and Duanmu Huai looked at the dragon girl around him. What was that dragon roar you were talking about? That's a legend of the dragon people, perhaps recalling the might of the black dragon before. Gulia's expression became a little unsightly. I remember that in the legend, in ancient times, the Long tribe had strong power, and even the sound and language that were just made by them was enough to change the world. I originally thought it was just a legend. Come to think of it, the black dragon just roared once before the meteor shower started. Is the dragon roar so powerful? You don't? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Gulia looked embarrassed. I'm sorry. This is just a legend in Reg Nice. I didn't expect to meet a giant dragon that can actually use the dragon roar here. In fact, I just heard that it seemed to be talking, but I couldn't understand what it was saying. Well, this is normal, just like the language of thousands of years ago. And now there are few words. It is also a problem to replace the Tang Dynasty people through modern times. Everyone, we will go to Shuemon City soon. At this time, Hadawa's speech also brought back Duanmu Huai's attention again, raised his head and looked forward, and saw a city built on the plains not far away in front of him. Although it didn't look as large as Manalia's city, it was a little bit. But considering the level of this place, it is already pretty good. Soon, the group arrived outside the city, and just as they were about to enter the gate, they found that the entire gate had been completely blocked, and fully armed soldiers were standing on the city walls and sentry posts. Soon, a soldier came in front of the group, and he first looked at Duanmu Huai with lingering fear, then retracted his gaze and roared loudly. Stop! Because there is a giant dragon nearby. The city gates have been closed. Only people handling official business are allowed in and out. We come in the name of Imperial General Tullius. Hadawa was not to be outdone and quickly stated his purpose. Duanmu Huai also reached out his hand, took out the letter from his pocket, saw the seal above, The guards froze, and then nodded. Okay, go in. But be careful. We will be watching you. As he spoke, he glared at Duanmuhui. Well, there was no need to ask who this was directed at. Soon, the gate opened and the group entered the city of Whiterun. Just as Duanmuhui thought, the entire Whiterun city did not look very big, but the houses were arranged in an orderly manner, creating a somewhat peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. However, the fully armed soldiers around made the atmosphere seem a little tense. The arrival of Duanmuhui and others naturally attracted the attention of other people in the city, but they just hid in the house from a distance, quietly watching this burly man wearing terrifying armor, and did not dare to say much. Soon, under the escort of the guards, Duanmuhui and others came to the Dragon Palace at the highest point of the city, and met with Lord Balbruf, the Lord of Whiterun. I see. After reading the letter from Duanmuhui, Lord Baljafang frowned. He was an old man who looked about his 50s or 60s. He had the long beard and hair unique to the Nords, although it was not strong. There was also the momentum of the ruler. Helgen was attacked by a giant dragon and was destroyed. Frick, who was supposed to be executed, also escaped. It's really a headache. Grown-ups. At this time, a minister standing next to Lord Balbruf spoke hurriedly. We should gather our troops immediately and defend Whiterun to prevent the dragon from attacking here. So you're asking me to abandon my people? To let them be attacked by dragons? Hearing this, Lord Balbruf immediately raised his brows and slammed his chair. I would never do that. Irileth. As he spoke, Lord Balbruf looked at the other woman beside him. Immediately send detachments to other towns to ensure they are not attacked by dragons. And, boom. However, before Lord Balbruf could finish his words, the door of the hall was suddenly smashed open, and a soldier rushed in breathlessly. Report? Report to the Lord. Something bad has happened. A dragon. There is a dragon. In the southern sentry tower. What? Hearing this, Lord Balbruf couldn't help but stand up. What did it do? Is it attacking the watchtower? I don't know. Sir. It was hovering over my head as I walked. I've never run so fast before. I thought it was bound to catch up. At this moment, the guard was also pale and sweating profusely. It was obvious that facing a giant dragon was too terrifying for him. Okay. I understand. Young man, you go down first. Go back to the barracks. Eat something. And have a good rest. After comforting the messenger, Balbruf thought for a moment, then looked at the captain of the guards beside him. Irileth. I ordered me to take some guards and see what's going on there. And, as he spoke, Lord Balbruf looked at Duanmuhui and others. Although it may be a little impolite, I hope you can go with us. According to General Tullius's letter, you once repelled the dragon that attacked Helgen, so you must be very powerful. So I hope to ask you to go to the South Watchtower with my captain of the guards, Irileth, to see what happened there. Of course, as a lord, I will also prepare enough rewards for you. Hearing Lord Balbruf's request, Duanmuhui raised his eyebrows and then nodded. Of course, no problem. Then he opened his mouth to answer. Chapter 159 Dragonborn. When Duanmuhui and his guards arrived at the watchtower, it was too late. The entire sentry tower had been burned to pieces, with rubble and debris everywhere, and flames burning on the ground. Damn. It looks like we're late. Seeing this, the captain of the guards bit his lip and turned pale. At this moment, a guard poked his head out from the ruins of the sentry tower and waved at them. Hey, come here. That dragon is still around. Are you the only one alive? The captain of the guard was relieved to see there were survivors. He hurried forward to ask, and the guard nodded. Yes, the others were caught by the dragon while escaping. Oh, damn. However, before he could finish his words, the guard's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up at the sky with wide eyes in surprise. It's coming again! As the guard shouted, everyone looked up and saw a giant dragon flapping its wings and flying across the sky, roaring like thunder. Seeing this scene, the captain of the guard hurriedly raised the bow and arrow in his hand. Everyone, take cover. Prepare your bows and arrows. And attack! Although they were terrified of the giant dragon in front of him, the soldiers quickly hid themselves and launched an attack on the dragon. They bent their bows and shot arrows at the dragon, but none of the arrows could penetrate the dragon's scales. This was understandable. Mr. Knight, This dragon doesn't seem to be the same one we saw before. Looking at the dragon curiously, and asked, and Duanmu nodded. It was indeed as An said. Although this dragon was also very large, it was still smaller than the previous black dragon, and its body was white, not black. Well, although I don't know what's going on, but since it appeared in front of me, there is only one solution. Kill it! Following Duanmu's order, everyone immediately started to act, and raised his hands high. And soon, a huge magic circle appeared above the dragon's head, followed by purple thunder that came crashing down and directly hit the dragon. The dragon was obviously unable to withstand the thunder, and fell to the ground with a wail. At the same time, Duanmu, Lorena and Gulia also rushed towards the giant dragon in front of them in 3 directions. Roar! The giant dragon that fell to the ground was furious when it saw someone trying to attack it. It opened its mouth and aimed it at the people in front of it. Flames flickered in its bloody mouth. But before the giant dragon could spit out flames, just clenched her hands and pulled hard. The next moment, the giant dragon's head was pulled to the side by the invisible silk thread. At the same time, the flames that spewed out of its mouth brushed past the 3 people and missed. But the dragon obviously would not stop there. Unlike the dragon in Reg Nice, the dragon here had its 2 front claws fused with its wings, looking like giant bat wings. Facing the impending attack, it quickly raised its 2 front claws to hold its head, and at the same time, the wings connected to its front claws spread out, blocking everyone in front like a shield. However, this level of defense is completely ineffective. Drink Aya. Facing the dragon's obstruction, Lorena raised the holy book and swung it down with all her might. The heavy holy book hit the dragon's front claw arm directly, and with a slight crack sound, the dragon's extremely solid arm suddenly bent in an impossible direction, like a piece of rotten wood. The strong impact even made the dragon let out a deafening cry of pain. However, this is not the end. As the giant dragon's body flashed, Gulia rushed past it like a cheetah. Her right hand, which turned into a dragon claw, easily cut the giant dragon's wings and tore it in half like a piece of paper. Having lost the support of its 2 front paws, the giant dragon fell heavily to the ground again. When it raised its head, all it saw was a heavy hammer flashing with thunder. Boom! Duanmu's thunder hammer fell from the sky and smashed through the dragon's skull, splitting its head in half. It was like a stone being smashed by a hammer. Blood and flesh splattered. Brain matter splattered everywhere. The dragon's huge body twitched suddenly, and then it stopped responding. Duanmu and the others' cooperation was perfect. It took less than a minute from the appearance of the dragon to its death. Seeing this scene, the guards in the rear all widened their eyes in surprise, unable to believe what they saw. They originally thought that they would have a tough battle with this terrifying dragon, but they didn't expect that in front of these adventurers, the dragon would be defeated so easily. Sure enough, this dragon is very weak. Looking at the corpse of the dragon in front of him, Duanmu nodded, and couldn't help feeling, compared with the black dragon that appeared in her djinn before, the dragon was not so powerful, and it did not show the dragon roar with mysterious and strange power. At least in Duanmu, this was just a very ordinary dragon. However, just as everyone was about to approach the dragon's corpse to see what was going on, suddenly, a wonderful scene happened. The giant dragon's body lying on the ground suddenly began to burn fiercely. Then, countless rays of light flew out from the burning body of the giant dragon, as if attracted by a magnet, and flew towards Gulia. In the blink of an eye, Gulia was enveloped. Gulia, seeing this scene, and immediately screamed and hurriedly ran to Gulia, looking at her anxiously. Are you okay? However, facing Anne's question, Gulia did not answer immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes, as if she was immersed in some aftertaste. After a while, she opened her eyes again and smiled in. Don't worry, Anne. I'm fine. But, that dragon, you... And turned his head and looked at the body of the giant dragon. At this moment, only the skeleton of the dragon was left. No one knew what had just happened to the dragon. However, what Gulia said next surprised everyone. I think I learned the dragon roar. Why? Hearing Gulia's words, everyone was stunned and looked at her in surprise. Gulia also turned around and looked at a huge rock not far away. It was originally part of the sentry tower. Now it was lying in the grass. Just a huge rock. Facing the rock, Gulia took a deep breath. And then, accompanied by a roar, everyone saw a powerful air wave emerging in front of Gulia, directly hitting the stone and knocking it away. Why? Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Although it was not quite the same, it was indeed very similar to the roar of the black dragon they had encountered in Helgen before. But, how did Gulia learn it all of a sudden? Just when everyone was confused, a guard came over. He looked at Gulia in surprise, unable to hide his inner astonishment. I can't believe it. You are Dragonborn. Hey! Me? Dragonborn? Gulia was also stunned when she heard the guard's words. Facing Gulia, the guard nodded vigorously. You probably don't know that in the most ancient legends, back when dragons still existed in Skyrim, the Dragonborn would kill them and take away their abilities. Isn't that what you did? You absorbed the dragon's power? Facing the guard's question, Gulia didn't know what to say for a moment. She was indeed a hybrid of dragon and human, so it was not unreasonable to say that she was a dragon descendant. But killing a dragon could gain its power? Gulia never knew that she actually had such an ability. You couldn't roar before, but now you can. Right? That means you are Dragonborn. That's right. At this moment, the other guards nearby also spoke excitedly. My grandfather once told me stories about Dragonborn. Those people are born with dragon blood flowing through their veins, just like ancient Tiber Septim. According to legend, Dragonborn can kill dragons and take away their power. You must be a Dragonborn. Having said that, the guards turned their eyes to the captain of the guard. What do you say? Irileth? Snort. Facing the guards, the captain of the guard seemed indifferent. You'd better not say anything about things you don't know. The dragon is dead. This is the only thing we can be sure of. In other words, dragons can be killed. Having said that, Aurelia first glanced at Gulia, then turned his gaze to Duanmu. I don't know much about the Dragonborn, but I'm glad you're fighting with us. I'll clean up the mess here, and you'd better return to Whiterun immediately. Lord Balgruuf will be very interested in knowing what happened here. Okay. Duanmu put away his weapon and looked at Gulia, who was also shocked. Obviously, Gulia had never thought that she would have such bloodline and power. Well, it was natural that she didn't know. According to the guards, the Dragonborn needed to kill dragons to obtain their power. But, it's really strange. When we went to destroy Fafnir before, we also killed a lot of dragons. But why didn't Gulia absorb their power at that time? And obviously thought of this problem as well. Maybe it's because of the different species? Duanmu still remembered that the dragons over there at Regnus and Fife were all four-legged dragons, while the dragons here had front claws similar to bats that were fused with wings. It was possible that the difference was due to the different species? Anyway, let's go back and talk about it first. On the way back to Whiterun, Gulia said nothing. After all, this was a big shock to her. Although they wanted to comfort Gulia, they didn't know what to say. So they came to Dragon's Palace and reported to Lord Balgruuf about the dragon attacking the watchtower and the dragon being killed. After listening to Duanmu's report, Lord Balgruuf nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It seems that what the letter said is true. You actually have the ability to repel and kill the dragon. It is unimaginable. It's just that this dragon is too weak. Duanmu shook his head. The dragon that attacked Helgen was much stronger than this dragon. This dragon has no special strengths other than being able to fly and breathe fire. It's not particularly powerful. Ha ha ha. For us mortals, just being able to fly and breathe fire is already terrifying. I can't imagine what the dragon you mentioned would look like. Lord Balgruuf smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he looked at Gulia. So, she is the Dragonborn? That's what the guard said. We're not really sure. Actually, Duanmu spread his hands and shrugged. So, I want to ask you something about the Dragonborn. There's someone better to talk to you about this than me. Having said this, Lord Balgruuf paused. Did you hear Greybeard's call just now? We did hear a loud noise just now. Duanmu did not hide it. Soon after they entered the gate of Whiterun City, they heard a huge roar in the sky, and even the ground began to tremble under this roar. At that time, it really scared everyone, and they thought it was a dragon attacking again. That was the summons of the Greybeards, masters of the way of the dragon shout. They live in isolation at the top of the throat of the world. They can use the dragon shout. So does that mean they are also Dragonborn? I don't know about that. In response to Duanmuhuai's question, Lord Balbert shook his head. But if that lady is really a dragonborn, they will teach her how to use her dragonborn talents. The dragon roar before was the summons of the Greybeards. They are summoning you to the Hogarth Peak. I never expected that since Tiber Septim was summoned. This has not happened for hundreds of years. Speaking here, Lord Balgov looked at Gulia. You'd better leave for the top of Hrothgar as soon as possible. No one can refuse the summons of Greybeard. This is a great honor. But today, you should have a good rest. I will prepare the best guest room for you. Please don't be polite. This is the reward that a hero who slays a dragon deserves. Lord Balgruuf did what he said. He provided Duanmuhuai and his party with the best rooms, as well as Snowman's unique delicacies. And of course, rewards. After a tiring day, everyone was exhausted and quickly went to the guest room to rest. The next day, when Duanmuhuai got up, the others were already waiting for him outside. Really? Mr. Knight? You are too slow. Sorry. Duanmuhuai chuckled at Anne's complaint, and then looked at Gulia. Gulia was still not in good spirits at the moment. From her appearance, it seemed that she did not sleep well last night. Gulia, have you decided? I'm not sure. Gulia seemed a little hesitant about Duanmuhuai's question, and at this moment, and suddenly thought of something, and clapped his hands suddenly. By the way, Mr. Knight, I actually have a suggestion. What is it? I suggest, how about we split up? Separately? That's right. And nodded. I discussed with Lavanna. It is so big here. If we investigate together, it will waste a lot of time. So I think we are better to act. Since you said that, you obviously have a goal? Of course. I plan to visit the Mage Academy in Winterhold, while Lorena will go to other cities to investigate the faith of the 9 Holy Spirits. Are you two going alone? Of course not. As he spoke, and pulled Ogus over with a smile. It's too dangerous to go alone. So I decided it's best to form teams of 2. I'll be on one team with Miss Ogus, and Miss Lorena and Odile will be on another. Mr. Knight, you'll stay with Gulia. What do you think? This is what you are thinking. Seeing and desperately winking at him, Duanmuhuai understood what she meant. It was obvious that Anne had also noticed her friend's situation, so she deliberately made this suggestion. But this is a good suggestion. Thinking of this, Duanmuhuai nodded. Okay. That's settled then. Chapter 160, The Road Ahead. Then, Mr. Knight, I'll leave Gulia in your care. Sitting in the carriage, and excitedly waved at the two of them, while Gulia looked at the carriage going away with a sad face, giving people the feeling that she was a puppy abandoned by her owner. She looked like she was about to whine. Then, let's go too. Yes. The road to Hogarth Peak was not easy to walk on. After all, in this era, the towns were far apart. So Duanmuhuai and Gulia could only walk there. But it's really hard to bear, listening to the birds singing around him and looking at the scenery in front of him. Duanmuhuai couldn't help but complain silently in his heart. Generally speaking, traveling is a very boring thing, especially when traveling a long distance. It is really hard to bear if you don't have an idea to kill time. Not to mention that Gulia is a taciturn person who basically doesn't talk. Just like now. She is following Duanmuhuai without saying a word, and it is completely unknown what she is thinking. Under normal circumstances, Anne would be there to make jokes. But now that Anne is gone, Duanmuhuai realized how important the existence of the princess is. If she were there, at least the atmosphere wouldn't be so dull. In fact, in Duanmuhuai's opinion, the best combination is for Anne to accompany Gulia to Hogarth Peak, and for him to team up with Ogus. But it is obvious that Anne hopes that he can get along well with Gulia. So he deliberately teamed up like this. But what should I say? Looking at Gulia, who looked down beside him, Duanmuhuai also scratched his head. He was not a cheerful and outward personality, and few people dared to talk to himself on weekdays. The girls around Duanmuhuai have different personalities. The most lively of them is Anne. The next step is Lavanna. But the priest girl is not as blind as Anne has no occasion. She will only speak when she is necessary. In contrast, Ogus, Gulia and Odile are all taciturn types. But their ideas are different. Although Ogus doesn't talk most of the time, she is actually just observing. How should I put it? It's just like a researcher of nature observing animals. Although she observes, she won't interfere without permission. As for Odile, She gave people the feeling that she had no thoughts at all, and seemed to have no self at all. She was more like a puppet than Odile. Gulia, on the other hand, felt as if she was constantly thinking, but it was difficult for her to express. Just like now. Duanmu could sense that she was mumbling something. But he couldn't say it. That being said, it would be too torturous to continue like this. I said that, however, just when Duanmu was about to strike up a conversation. Gulia seemed to have made up her mind, and looked at Duanmu. They both spoke at the same time, then looked at each other, and were stunned. That? You first? No. 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 Mr. Knight, you should speak first. As she spoke, Gulia lowered her head again, and facing Gulia's reaction, Duanmu was also speechless. That? The weather is good today. Oh. Yes. No. I really have nothing to say. Fortunately, at this moment, Duanmu saw several figures walking towards this side in front of the mountain road. Seeing these figures, Duanmu was also refreshed. No matter whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, at least he is a person, right? It can at least relieve boredom on the road? However, when Duanmu saw clearly who was coming from the opposite side, his face suddenly darkened. I saw on the mountain road a few guys wearing golden armor and tall figures were walking there, and there were several prisoners among them. Among them were men and women, and these prisoners were surrounded by these golden soldiers at this moment, and they walked forward. Seeing this scene, Duanmu narrowed his eyes immediately, because he had seen through the long years of these golden-armored soldiers and their true identities. Elves. Are these the elves of this continent? Among many stories, the impact left on the elves is natural, proud, and beautiful. Basically, most Inquisitor players have two different attitudes towards the elves in the Star Ocean OL world. Either destroy it completely, or turn it into a slave. Do it think of it with the enemy. Black elves and wooden elves should die. The arrogance of the high elves is also unbearable. The cheap and alien has been entered into the trial list. Because of this, Duanmu stopped when the coming person was an elf. Gulia's response was slightly slower, but she also hurriedly stopped and looked at Duanmu in surprise. It seemed that he didn't know what he wanted to do. Wait. Noticing Gulia's gaze, Duanmu made a hand gesture, then stood across the middle of the road with his horse and sword, blocking the other person's way. Soon, the high elves on the opposite side also discovered Duanmu's presence, but they had no intention of stopping, and walked straight towards Duanmu. At the same time, the leading high elf drew out his long sword, pointed it at Duanmu, and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way immediately. We are performing official duties." Facing the threat from the high elves, Duanmu didn't care at all. He just looked at the prisoners and asked, "What crimes did those people commit? Is there any need to ask? They violated the Platinum Treaty and arbitrarily worshipped a false god. Naturally, they will be arrested." False god? Hearing this, Duanmu snorted coldly. "What are the qualifications to intervene in human faith? What did you say?" Hearing Duanmu's speech, the elf soldiers headed for a roar, raised their weapons, and waved towards Duanmu. Enemy! Seeing this scene, the remaining high elf soldiers hurriedly drew their weapons and rushed towards Duanmu. Go to H.L. Alien! Facing the high elf soldiers rushing towards him, Duanmu roared, and then threw the headless corpse in his hand towards them. At the same time, he turned into an angry bull and rushed straight towards the enemy in front of him. He didn't even take out his thunder axe, but just clenched his fists and blasted at the high elves. Facing the aggressive Duanmu, the high elf soldiers were stunned. At the same time, a fear surged in their hearts, turning into invisible shackles that bound their further actions. Before the high elves could make any more moves, Duanmu stretched out his two big hands, grabbed the two high elves, lifted them up high, and then held their heads and slammed them together. Boom! Under the bombardment of Duanmu's giant hand, the head of the two higher elves was crushed directly. At the same time, the remaining higher elves also raised their palms, and the thunderstorm burst out from it, hitting Duanmu's body. Go! Reach out and grab the high elves to release the magic arm, and then pull it towards both sides. In a flash, the high elf army guarding the human captives suffered heavy casualties. The last high elf saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly tried to escape. However, Duanmu just raised his palm towards him, And the next moment, the invisible gravity bound his body, and pulled the high elf back directly. Boom! The high elf's frail body was knocked to the ground. And it let out a painful wail. Duanmu just stared at it coldly and asked, "Where are you going to send these prisoners?" "You? Who are you? Are you a rebels?" "That's not the answer I want." In response to the high elf's question, Duanmu moved his feet slightly. And the next moment, accompanied by a shrill scream, the high elf soldier's leg suddenly broke in an impossible direction. "Answer my question." "North. North Tower Fortress. It's a prison used to detain rebels and prisoners." "Where is it?" Facing Duanmu's question, the high elf soldiers dared not talk too much this time. They took out the map and handed it to the latter from their backpacks. And Duanmu took a look at the map and nodded. "Very good. Then you can go and die." "Wait. You can't. I've already answered your question. Please spare my life." However, before the high elf soldier could finish his words, Duanmu stomped on his head and blew it up. Then Duanmu stood up and looked to the side. To his surprise, the group of human prisoners did not take the opportunity to escape, but huddled up and hid nearby, trembling and not daring to move. "You can go now." Duanmu waved his hand. After hearing what Duanmu said, the latter stood up as if he had been pardoned. He nodded to him tremblingly and thanked him, then left in a hurry. It was not until this time that Gulia walked up to Duanmu and asked anxiously, "Mr. Cavaliers, why do you do this?" To be honest, what happened just now made Gulia completely unable to respond. After all, Duanmu shot too fast, so that when Gulia noticed that the situation was wrong, this group of high elves had been killed by Duanmu. "Because I am a judge." Duanmu stood up and looked at Gulia. "Ms. Gulia, do you know what the duties of an inquisitor are?" This: guarding humans, fighting against chaos, and eliminating the threat of all human beings. That is." Having said that, Duanmu glanced coldly at the corpses of the high elves on the ground. "Any race with humans is the goal I want to destroy. Whether it is an elf, a dragon, or even a god, it is no exception. What's more, this world is a fragment of Duanmu's own world. How could he tolerate the emergence of a race that oppresses humanity in the fragment of the world he holds? Is he still qualified to be the judge? But maybe." Faced with Duanmu's answer, Gulia hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "Maybe humans are also at fault? It's none of my business." However, Duanmu's answer directly interrupted Gulia's rebuttal. "I am an inquisitor. My duty is to protect humanity. It's that simple." Having said that, Duanmu stared at Gulia. "On the contrary, Miss Gulia, whose side are you on?" "Why?" "Answer my question, Miss Gulia." Duanmu stared at Gulia and spoke slowly. "Are you choosing a human or a dragon?" Chapter 161 Stealth. Duanmu found that he really had no talent for chatting. After that, Gulia completely shut herself off and followed Duanmu without saying a word. Obviously, there was nothing left for the two sides to talk about. But for Duanmu, this is another question that has to be asked. For a long time, the identity of mixed bleeding species is the most embarrassing, and it belongs to the truth. To be honest, Duanmu actually hates the kind of idiot couples who have mixed bleeds under the name of true love. Like Gulia, they are dragons, but not dragons. They are human, but not human either. This kind of creature that cannot please both sides and cannot find its identity can be said to be the most troublesome. In fact, even they themselves are wavering. The same is true of Phelan. And according to Phelan, there are still many mixed dragon people in their time. But why is it disappearing now? Simply put, they were eliminated by nature. Neither humans nor dragons would accept these dragon people. And the number of these dragon people was not large enough to form a tribe on their own. So naturally they would gradually disappear over the long years. In fact, hybrids have always been a headache for the inquisitors. Some inquisitors directly classify them as aliens and purify them. Some inquisitors use these hybrids as tools to fight against the chaos, evil god, and aliens. Some inquisitors don't care about them at all. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by God. And life and death depends on their own luck. Duanmu still remembered that in the future he had seen before. Gulia led Reginus to invade Maalia. In other words, Gulia still chose the side of the dragons in the end. Although Reginus has temporarily stopped because of the defeat of the evil dragon Fafnir. Duanmu Huai is not naive enough to think that Reginus's dragons will just surrender. And now, Gulia has obtained the dragon roar. This skill is indeed very strange. And it even contains some rules. It is certain that when Gulia completely masters the power of the dragon roar, she will definitely become a great threat to humans. So Duanmu Huai must let her figure out her position. Whether she belongs to humans or dragons. If Regnus obtained a powerful weapon like dragon roar, would their attitude change? Will they attack humans again? You have to know that this world fragment is controlled by Duanmu Huai. Naturally, he does not want war to break out in this world. But on the other hand, he will not allow any race in this world to threaten humanity. It was not until night fell, and the two of them were resting in a ruined mountain forest, that Gulia spoke for the first time. Indeed, Mr. Knight. Oh! Duanmu Huai, who was fiddling with the fire, heard what Gulia said, raised his eyebrows, and stared at her. Facing Duanmu Huai's gaze, Gulia hesitated for a moment, but continued to speak. Because Mr. Knight can state his position firmly. But I can't make a decision as easily as Mr. Knight. That's what half-bloods do. Duanmu Huai stared at the fire and snorted, while Gulia thought for a moment before looking at Duanmu Huai again. Then, Mr. Knight, may I ask, what position do you want me to take? It's simple for me. Of course it's human. Why? Seeing Duanmu Huai gave the answer so easily, Gulia was stunned. Why? It's simple. Because you and An are good friends. So you don't have to fight each other. Of course, the most important thing for me is, as he spoke, Duanmu Huai stared into Gulia's eyes. I will not allow any race to threaten the safety of human beings. Gulia, you follow my time. I think you should understand that if I have this willingness, I can destroy the entire Reagnus. And I think you understand that although the evil Dragon King is dead, the internal attitude towards humans is still polarized. Yes. This, Gulia wanted to say no. But unfortunately, the fact is just as Duanmu Huai said. Not only that, in fact, in Regnus, the hardline faction against humans is the majority. And the friendly faction against humans is the minority. If it weren't for the fact that Duanmu Huai killed the evil Dragon King, which greatly shocked the hardline faction, who knows what would have happened. But Gulia also knew very well that the hardliners chose to retreat not because they were friendly to humans, but simply because they were afraid of Duanmu Huai's dragon-slaying power. Moreover, Duanmu Huai's power is far more than that. Gulia certainly would not forget how terrifying that huge metal warship that spanned the sky was. It is conceivable that even the entire dragon race of Regnus could not survive under that terrifying artillery fire. Gulia is not simple. Nor is she a fool. Although she is usually taciturn, and gives people the impression of being introverted and slow. In fact, Gulia's mind is always thinking. She just rarely speaks out the results of her thinking. In fact, although Gulia seemed to be autistic along the way, she was actually thinking about a problem. That is, how to avoid the conflict between the hardliners within Regnus and Duanmu Huai. Both sides are racialist. The hardcore believes that the dragons should be the master of everything, while Duanmu Huai does not allow any race to dare to threaten humans. Just thinking about the terrifying scene of Mars hitting the Earth, Gulia couldn't help but tremble all over. She didn't think that the dragons of Regnus had the power to fight against Duanmu Huai's warships. But Gulia also knew that the dragons of Regnus would never accept her submission to humans. And now, the only thing Gulia can do is, Mr. Knight, let's not go looking for Greybeard. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. You don't plan on learning the dragon's roar? Yes. Gulia nodded. In the beginning, the reason why she wanted to learn the dragon roar was because it was a lost culture after all. If she could obtain the dragon roar and pass it back to the country, it would definitely be of great use to the dragon clan. But after thinking about it for a whole day, Gulia also found that this was actually a double-edged sword. The huge power of the dragon roar was not only a blessing, but also a curse for the dragons. If those hardline dragons obtained such power, they would definitely want to attack humans again. Therefore, the ultimate method of Gulia's choice is to maintain the status quo. As long as she didn't take the initiative to inherit the dragon roar, it wouldn't spread among other dragons. Rather than learning it and not using it, Gulia simply chose not to learn it. Is everything okay? Didn't Greybeard ask you to go? Forget it. Gulia shook her head. Although I don't know why the Greybeard wants to find me. I know. Long roar is a good thing for the current Reagnus. It's not a good thing. So, You're not going to learn the dragon roar? Yes. All right. After hearing Gulia's answer, Duanmu didn't say yes or no, but just shrugged his shoulders. Since you're not going, just stay with me. Mr. Knight, do you want to go to the Thalmor prison? That's right. Having said this, Duanmu's face suddenly darkened. Although Gulia has made his choice, he still wants her to experience for herself how the Inquisitor deals with aliens who dare to threaten humans. First, the declaration. Night falls. In the dark night sky, the night crow black star was silently suspended in the air, and below it was a square stone castle, which was the North Tower fortress where the Thalmor elves imprisoned the rebels and prisoners. Although it was late at night, people could still be seen coming and going on the fortress, and many Thalmor elf soldiers were patrolling with torches. It was obvious that there were heavy guards here, and ordinary people could not enter at all. Of course, that refers to ordinary people. There is only one mission. Standing in the cabin, Duanmu stared at the night guard in front of him, who was also wearing black power armor, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Except for humans, all aliens will be killed. No one will be spared. This is the final announcement from the Inquisition to the aliens. Is everything all right, Mr. Knight? Gulia, who was standing next to Duanmu, looked at him uneasily. If you are known, then don't worry. Gulia, no one will know. Duanmu looked at Gulia and laughed. As long as all the people who know are gone, then no one knows that we have been. Having said that, Duanmu looked at the dark night guard in front of him and made a gesture. Set off. Following Duanmu's order, several smoke tubes flew out from the night crow black star and landed in the North Tower fortress below. Then, hypnotic gas like thick fog sprayed out from it, instantly covering the entire castle. Seeing this scene, Duanmu put on his helmet and then jumped. Boom! The dark death god fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the wall of the North Tower fortress. The wall, which was originally thick enough to withstand the attack of the catapult, suddenly collapsed under this blow. Then, other night guards followed closely and fell around the castle. At this moment, there was no one awake in the castle. Both the prisoners and the Thalmor soldiers responsible for guarding them had fallen into a deep sleep. Very good. Looking at the Thalmor soldier lying on the ground and falling into a deep sleep, Duanmu grinned, revealing a hideous smile. Let's do it. Then he gave the order coldly. Chapter 162, Commission from the Lord. Not long after, a piece of news exploded the entire Skyrim province. It is rumored that in the Thalmor castle, the North Tower fortress used to imprison rebels and prisoners was burned down overnight, with flames shooting up into the sky. When the soldiers arrived, all they saw were the remains of the castle that had been completely engulfed in flames, and the bodies of Thalmor soldiers who were pierced by spears and lying upright in the snow outside the castle. As for the prisoners, their whereabouts are completely unknown. This naturally caused a strong shock in the Empire, and soon soldiers were sent out to search, and some prisoners who were originally imprisoned in the North Tower fortress were rearrested, tortured and interrogated. However, their confession surprised everyone. According to these prisoners, they had no idea what had happened. They just slept. And when they woke up, they found that they were no longer in the cold underground prison of the North Tower fortress, but on the grassland exposed to the sun. Because of this, these prisoners insisted that it was Talos who appeared and saved them, which made the soldiers of the Empire confused and unsure of what to do. After all, this continent was indeed protected by gods, and although Talos' appearance sounded a bit nonsense, it didn't seem incomprehensible. After all, the facts were there. There was indeed no sign of prisoners escaping around the North Tower fortress. They simply seemed to have evaporated into thin air. After that, these prisoners appeared in the center of Skyrim. Unless these prisoners had wings and could fly, only a miracle could explain it. Not only that, after that, the Thalmor elves' fortresses in various parts of Skyrim were attacked. No one knew who attacked these places, but every Thalmor fortress was completely destroyed, and the bodies of those Thalmor elf soldiers were pierced by spears and stuck in the ground. Exactly the same. This immediately made the people of Skyrim very excited. In fact, even within the Empire, there was a certain contradiction in this matter. On the one hand, they naturally didn't like the arrogant look of the damn bean sprouts of the Thalmor. But on the other hand, they were also worried that this would cause the Thalmor's dissatisfaction. In fact, the Thalmor ambassador has summoned the king and demanded a thorough investigation of the matter. Otherwise, the Thalmor elves will send out their army to completely destroy the Empire. Are we really going to keep waiting? Mr. Knight? Sitting in the tavern, Gulia fiddled with the wine glass in front of her nervously, while Duanmu nodded. That's right. Destroy all the Thalmor strongholds and kill the Thalmor elves. All of this is to incite the Thalmor to start a war. Once their army is assembled, I can destroy it completely. A few Thalmor fortresses are not our goal at all. They are just bait set for them in order to eliminate the Thalmor. But the Empire, are we really not going to tell them? This is the issue of trial court and the alien, which has nothing to do with the Empire. Duanmu shook his head. I won't let the Empire mistakenly think that I'm on its side. The Inquisition protects humanity, not a certain regime. Basically, we won't take the initiative to intervene in local regime disputes. If the Empire can take the opportunity to stabilize its position, that would be great. But if the Empire is incompetent and is overthrown, we don't care. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Gulia is not stupid. As a princess, of course, she understands the meaning of Duanmu. That's why Duanmu completely separated them. As Duanmu said, the Inquisition protects humanity, not the Empire. The continued existence of the Empire is irrelevant to the Inquisition. If there is a regime that is better for humanity than the Empire, then the Inquisition will not oppose them overthrowing the Empire. Of course, the premise is to collude with the Chaos Demon. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the clear sound of a piano was heard. Duanmu turned around and saw a bard standing by the campfire, playing and singing. The next song is dedicated to the fearless warriors. As he spoke, the bard began to play and sing. The White Wilderness is a trend of freedom. People drank beer in big gulps and praised blood and glory. However, the wolf came to find it, trying to destroy this lively banquet. The guests screamed and ran away in all directions. The jackal was carried away by success and was in high spirits. But the great god saw these jackals. His warriors descended from the sky in chariots of black iron. They brandished their weapons, skinned and boned the jackals, and left their bodies exposed elsewhere. The skinny jackals ran away with their tails between their legs, not even daring to look back, because they know that behind them is the butcher knife wielded by the gods. Soon, the song ended, and at the same time, the guests in the tavern raised their glasses and cheered. Duanmu sat on the chair and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this is a good song. In fact, this bardic poem was spread after the destruction of the Thalmor fortress. The jackals in the ballad are referring to the uninvited and annoying high elves of Thalmor. It is said that after learning about this poem, the Thalmor ambassador was so angry that he smashed the cup. In the past, the Thalmor elves would have arrested any human who dared to sing this song with all kinds of excuses. But now that the Thalmor fortress had been destroyed, these arrogant and conceited high elves could only huddle in the embassy, trembling, and not even daring to leave, fearing that they would be the next to be pierced by a spear and stuck in the snow. This naturally made the people of Skyrim province applaud, and it was also a way for them to vent their anger, just in the cheers of the wine guests. Duanmu saw the bartender owner walking seriously. He came to Duanmu and whispered, "I'm sorry to bother you, warrior, but the Lord wants to see you." Oh! Duanmu was stunned when he heard the message from the tavern owner. Although there were adventurers on this continent, there was no organization like the Adventurers Association. Generally speaking, if adventurers wanted to find commissions or work, they would go to the tavern owner, and these owners would usually get some wanted or reward lists from the Lord's men. Falkreath, where Duanmu is currently, is one of the 9 territories of Skyrim. It is located deep in the mountains and forests. Although transportation is inconvenient, it is very suitable for recuperation. So Duanmu has been staying in Falkreath while waiting for the Thalmor to launch a war. Of course, occasionally he would take some commissions to go out and kill some bandits, or eliminate some wild beasts that the locals could not deal with. He has gained some fame here. But what did the Lord want to see me about? Could it be that they are planning to have him investigate the murderers who killed the Thalmor elves? Ha 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 ha. No way. I see. I'll go check it out. Thinking of this, Duanmu also stood up, walked out of the tavern with Gulia, and walked towards the Lord's Hall. After staying in Tianji province for such a long time, Duanmu has already had a preliminary understanding of this land. To put it simply, it can be described in one sentence: It is vast and sparsely populated. Take Skyrim for example. Skyrim is divided into 9 territories, ruled by 9 lords. And these 9 lords are responsible to the High King of Skyrim. This title sounds impressive. But to put it bluntly, it is just a high-ranking official. The 9 lords are equivalent to the mayors of 9 cities. Basically, in an area under the charge of a lord. Besides a central city, there are only 2 or 3 villages. Each village has less than 100 or 200 people. The population of the city is slightly larger, but at most it is about 1,000 people. It is conceivable that there are not many soldiers in such a little population. Naturally, there are hundreds of soldiers under the lords, and there are dozens of people in the law and security team of each village. In comparison, the Holy City area where Lorena is located has a population of over 50,000 in the central city alone. And the villages and towns radiating in all directions also have a population of 3,000 to 4,000. The combined population of Manalia's 2 central cities is at least 100,000. Not to mention the surrounding villages and towns, whose populations are at least around 1,000 or 2,000. Although they cannot be compared with modern metropolises with hundreds of millions of people. It can be seen that, at least in terms of the current level of civilization, Manalia and the Holy City crush Skyrim, and even the Empire in terms of population size and quality. Simply put, the Empire is currently large in territory. But in fact, due to years of war, it does not have many manpower. The same is true for Falkreath. The total population of the entire city of Falkreath is less than 3,000 people. Not even as many as the population of a school in Duanmuhuai's era. Soon, the two arrived at the Lord's Hall and met Sigir, the Lord of Falkreath. Compared to lords in other places, Sigir is relatively young, and looks to be around 20 or 30 years old. Originally, the Lord of Falkreath was succeeded by his uncle. But because his uncle was old, Sigir became the new lord. Well, none of that matters. Are you the Iron Warrior in the rumors? Seeing Duanmuhuai, the young lord was also surprised. He widened his eyes in surprise, looked Duanmuhuai up and down, and then nodded again. I've heard a lot of rumors about you. I originally thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but now it seems that they are not that exaggerated. Facing the Lord's words, Duanmuhuai remained speechless. This was the advantage of looking fierce. People would believe him if he was told that he had killed a dragon. Although he did kill. Well, let's get down to business. Having said that, Sigil restrained his expression, stared at Duanmuhuai seriously, and explained his commission. Simply put, this is a commission regarding the small town he governs. Rox Town. According to Sigil, something strange had happened in Rox a few months ago. First, the bodies in the cemetery disappeared. Their graves were dug up, and the bodies inside were all gone. When the angry townspeople tried to find the pastor, who was in charge of the cemetery, to ask for an explanation, they found that the pastor was also missing. After that, in order to find out the situation, the residents of the town also spontaneously formed a patrol team to patrol late at night. But another person disappeared. So now, the whole town has almost fallen into a state of panic. Every night, people close their doors tightly and dare not go out. They also sent people to ask Sigir for help several times in a row. Although I sent soldiers to check several times and suspected that it might be the work of the necromancer, we found nothing. Not only that, even my uncle was killed. At this point, Sigil clenched his fist angrily and slammed the armrest of the chair. During the last patrol search, Sigil's uncle personally led the team as a military guard to investigate. However, on the second day after he arrived in the village, he was found dead in bed by the guards. This is simply a provocation to Lord Siveric. We absolutely cannot tolerate such behavior. In this situation, Sigir certainly would not choose to retreat. It happened that he heard about the deeds of Duanmuhuai, the Iron Warrior. So he found him. My request is very simple. Investigate this matter thoroughly and find out who is behind this. The murderer who killed my uncle must be brought to justice. As long as you can complete this task, I will give you a piece of land in the territory of Westforic, and appoint you as a baron. Look, it's good to have a large area and a small population, and land is given away freely. It's not worth the money anyway. Right? I see. I'll go check out the situation. Although he didn't care much about the reward, Duanmuhuai was quite interested in this commission. After all, compared to dealing with robbers or wild beasts, isn't such a story very interesting? Mr. Knight, Are we really going? Walking out of the Lord's Hall, Gulia's face was a little pale. It must be said that the story Sigel just told really scared her. Of course. Don't you think it's interesting? Besides, I have nothing to do anyway. So isn't it just right to have such an interesting commission to kill time? At least it's better than dealing with bandits and robbers. Indeed so. Duanmu did not tell Gulia that the reason he accepted this commission, besides because the story itself was very interesting, was also because it triggered the system's task prompt. Trigger the hidden mission Dark Haze. Mission objective: investigate the secrets hidden in the town of rocks. When you embark on your journey, you will never realize that what you are facing this time is not an ordinary adventure. No. You've already said it. Haven't you? Looking at the system prompts in front of him, Duanmu also complained silently. But anyway, it's clear that what happened in the small town of rocks is obviously not that simple. Chapter 163 Dark Shadows. The town of rocks is located in the forest valley west of Falkreath. It is very remote, and only connected to the outside by a small road. The people here make a living by growing crops, cutting down forests and mining. They have lived here for generations, and are just ordinary civilians. They work from sunrise to sunset, and live an ordinary life. But recently, the town has been shrouded in a dark haze, making it hard to breathe. It's as if the god of death has enveloped the area, and all life seems to be completely wiped out in front of it. Why? Looking at the dim sky outside, Old Bent sighed. The sun had just set. Logically, people would have just finished work at this time. Normally, the streets would be filled with men carrying tools and heading home after work, and their wives and children waiting for them. But now, the town was deserted, with almost no living people to be seen. To be honest, if you just stand at the door and look outside, you might even have the illusion that you are the only living person in the entire village. Maybe this is not an illusion. Maybe when I wake up tomorrow morning, I will see that the whole village is empty, and there will be no living people in the whole world. I will be the last living person in the world. And then, there will only be death and destruction. Thinking of this, Old Ben shuddered, then shook his head, and put the horrible fantasy behind him. Then he picked up the oil lamp, lit it, put it on the table next to him, and picked up the book next to him. Perhaps reading a book would make him temporarily forget the nightmare that this town is currently experiencing. Maybe, when I wake up tomorrow, everything will be back to normal. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Old Bit was so scared that his hands went limp, and the book he had just picked up fell directly to the ground. Yes. Who is it? Soon. A voice came from outside. Sorry to bother you. I'm a traveler, and I have something I want to ask you. Traveler? Hearing this, Old Ben tiptoed to the door, and carefully looked out through the gap. He saw a petite red-haired girl with a hat, and a big bag on her back standing at the door. She seemed troubled and uneasy. What's the matter? It's like this. I've run out of food. If possible, could you sell me some dry food? I went to the inn, but it was closed. What a young girl. Hearing the other party's answer, Old Ben hesitated for a moment, and sighed slightly. He certainly knew the reason why the inn was closed. But for the travelers coming from afar, it might be very strange. Thinking of this, Old Ben reached out, and gently opened the door a crack. So miss, you want. However, before Old Ben could finish his words, a big hand suddenly reached out from the side, and pressed on the door panel. Before Old Ben could react, he felt a huge force pushing the door panel open. Then he saw a tall black shadow appear in front of the girl, with a pair of scarlet eyes flashing a strange red light. It's a demon. Seeing this scene, Old Ben opened his mouth to scream, but the other party's iron hand directly covered his mouth. Then the next moment, this huge black shadow bent over and came in from outside the door. Huh? I finally found someone who doesn't pretend to be dead. It's really not easy. Duanmu walked into the room in front of him almost halfway, and then looked up to breathe. Really? Mr. Knight? Why do you have to use this method? At this moment, Gulia also rushed in, quickly closed the door, and then started complaining. There's nothing I can do. Others won't let me in when they see me. If I don't use this method, I won't be able to find anyone I want to find. I think it would be better if Mr. Knight changed this outfit. Looking at Duanmu, who was wearing black power armor and a skull-like helmet, Gulia murmured her opinions. So should I go back and paint my armor pink? Never mind. After chatting with Gulia for a few words, Duanmu Huai turned his head again and looked at old Bent in front of him. At this moment, the latter was pale, sweating profusely, and his eyes were red. It was no wonder that such a huge black steel giant suddenly appeared and grabbed him in his hand. Old Bent even felt that the other party could crush his head with just a little force. Listen carefully. I have something to ask you. Just answer me and I'll be fine. Don't worry. I'm not a devil or a demon. I'm just an adventurer who came to your place to investigate under the order of Lord Frederick. Do you understand what I mean? If you do, just nod your head. Old Bent nodded vigorously, almost using all his strength, and Duanmu Huai put him on the ground and let go of his hand. Almost the next moment, old Bent collapsed to the ground and couldn't even get up. Did you get scared? Sorry. But we tried to find someone else before, but they refused to open the door. So we had to use this method. Sorry. Are you really adventurers who came here to investigate? Old Bent took a breath and came back to his senses. He looked at Duanmu Huai tremblingly, then looked at Gulia. He had to say, the gap between these two people was too big. That's right. You also know that I have no reason to lie to you. Uncle. Duanmu Huai sat down on the floor and stared at old Bent. If we were really some kind of demon, we would have chopped you up and eaten you long ago. Why would we still be talking to you here? Wait, Sir Knight. That's not a good way to put it. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Gulia hurriedly wanted to say something. But Duanmu Huai just reached out and grabbed Gulia's tail, then gently rubbed her tail belly. The next moment, Gulia groaned, collapsed to the ground and was motionless. Well, people who are hindered also shut up. After looking at Gulia, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked at the old. Do you mind telling me about what happened before? Of course. What do you want to know? Although old Bent was still a little scared when he looked at Duanmu Huai, it was precisely because of this that he felt that there might be hope this time. After all, the adventurers who came this time were so extraordinary. Maybe they could really solve the problems facing this town? Let's start from the beginning. When did you notice something was wrong? What were the symptoms? Okay. I'll tell you everything I know. Old Bent was so frustrated that he nodded vigorously. Then he recalled a little and spoke. If you ask me, it should have been 2 months ago. I don't remember the exact date, but I just remember that day. The carpenter Carl died. Dead? How died? I don't know either. Old Bent shook his head. It's strange. Carl went up the mountain to cut wood that day. He came back to have lunch and rest. Then in the afternoon, I heard Carl's wife crying and saying that Carl was dead. We were all shocked at the time. After all, he was fine at lunch before. So how could he suddenly die? What was the specific cause of death? I don't know. Pastor Allen, who was in charge of the body at the time, couldn't say either. Anyway, it looked like there were no external injuries. I only suspect that it might have been poisoned or something else. Thinking back to what happened that day, old Ben couldn't help but sigh. I was there when Carl was buried that night, looking at Carl in the coffin. He looked like he was asleep. To be honest, I doubted whether he was just asleep. But he was definitely not breathing, and his body was as cold as ice. That was not human body temperature at all. Duanmu Huai nodded. Then what? And then, something strange happened. Saying here, old Ben also shivered. Strangely enough, just 2 days later, Carl's wife also died. No one knows how she died. Her good friend went to visit her, but no one answered the door. She was seen lying on the bed from the window. Later, they asked everyone to open the door together. When they rushed in, they found that she was already lying on the bed and had died. As for how she died, no one knows. As he spoke, old Ben sighed helplessly. At the time, everyone thought that Carl's wife was too sad and might have taken some poison and died. So they buried her quickly. But, let me guess, will that good friend be the next to die? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. And when he heard Duanmu Huai's speech, Gulia next to him curled up into a ball. Yes, right after that good friend also died. At this time, some people in the town had begun to feel uneasy. After all, 3 people died in a row in just a few days. And they all knew each other. Everyone felt that something was wrong. We also asked a pastor to take a look. But there was still no result. No one knew what was going on. As a result, the day after the friend was buried, Her mother told everyone that her daughter came back to see her at night. She said it was too cold in the cemetery, and she wanted to get out. Alas! At this moment, Gulia was shivering. After all, this is not a ghost story. But what really happened? And your friend's mother died, too? Yes. She died the day after she said that. Then what? Everyone was in a panic at the time, and no one dared to go out after that. But after several days, no one died. So everyone gradually relaxed and went back to work. However, this time, news came from the mine that the miners were attacked by wild beasts. Only one of the 5 people who went down to the mine survived. But after the miner was rescued, he said, what they encountered was not a wild beast at all, but Carl and others who were buried earlier. At this time, no one dared to go down to the mine, so they sent people to find the Lord. Later, the Lord did send people to search the mine, but found nothing. After the leader heard about Carl and the others, he thought something was wrong. So he went to the cemetery and dug up their graves. Then everyone found out. Recalling that scene, Old Bent couldn't help swallowing. Carl and the others' bodies are missing, and there is a hole under each coffin. It is obvious that they dug a tunnel through this hole and escaped. Under the coffin? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed. Are you sure it's the bottom? Not the top? It's down there. I'm sure of it. Old Bent nodded vigorously. Everyone was terrified at the time. Some people thought that Carl and the others had turned into zombies. So at first the soldiers were on patrol, but later they went back without any results. So we formed a patrol team ourselves. And the result was, having said that, Old Bent rolled up his sleeves, revealing a long scar clearly visible on his arm. Are you attacked? Yes. They suddenly rushed out from the fog. We had no idea what was happening, and several people were dragged away. I was quick to react and hid. Otherwise I would have been one of them. But after that, no one dared to go out again. So we had to ask the Lord to send more people. I heard that the leader this time was still the guard beside the Lord. But he was killed. Have been killed? Are you sure? Isn't it unknown to the same death as before? I just heard about it. Old Bent shook his head. I heard from the guards, who were in charge at the time, that the gentleman's throat seemed to be cut while he was sleeping, and the dagger was deliberately placed next to him. I see. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded. He had previously felt that Lord Frederick's words were a bit vague. Now it seemed that this was more of a warning and demonstration. Otherwise, they wouldn't have deliberately placed the murder weapon at the crime scene. Right. That's how it happened. At this time, Old Bent also finished telling what he knew. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, and then nodded. Okay. Let's go then. Where to? You still need to ask? In response to Gulia's question, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. To the cemetery. Of course. Why? Chapter 164. Cemetery Horror. Frankly speaking, going to a cemetery late at night is not a very good experience. Not so after hearing the ghost stories. Can't we come back during the day? Hiding behind Duanmu Huai, Gulia looked around anxiously and whispered. Old Bent beside her was also sweating and nodded continuously. You must be joking. We are not here for fun. We are here to investigate. What if we scare something away during the day? What? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Gulia was silent and dared not speak anymore. But then again, your cemetery is really huge. Standing at the door of the cemetery, Duanmu Huai looked inside curiously, and saw that under the light of the moonlight, the entire cemetery was dead, and a faint layer of mist echoed in it. In addition, there was no sound here, and it felt like it entered a deadly place. Not only that, as Duanmu Huai said, the area of this cemetery is very large, even almost as big as a small town. There's nothing we can do about it. In the war with the elves, many people died. Talking about this topic, Old Bent also sighed. At that time, the small people in the town went to the war for half a year, but in the end only a few people came back. Hey, that's what war is. Duanmu Huai glanced at the cemetery in front of him and looked back. So, take us to the grave of those 4 deceased first. Yes. Led by Old Bent, the 3 of them came to a grave deep in the cemetery. The grave had already been dug up, and one could even see piles of dirt and shovels and other tools around it. It looked like they had been put down halfway through their work. Duanmu Huai looked around carefully before asking, Is there no one here to take care of it? I am afraid that no one dares to enter the cemetery during this time. and I can only let it go. Hearing old Bent's answer, Duanmu nodded. Then he turned on the searchlight to illuminate the dim tomb in front of him. In the tomb, there was only an ordinary-looking wooden coffin. Duanmu reached out and lifted the coffin lid. Then he saw the empty inside of the coffin. And a big hole. So you're saying that the bodies escaped from this cave? Duanmu pointed to the hole at the head of the coffin, looked at old Bent and asked. It was a hole that looked slightly larger than a human head, as if it was dug by some wild beast. It was pitch black inside, and even if a searchlight was shown in, nothing could be seen. Yes. Oh, this is interesting. Duanmu raised his head and laughed. Okay, let's go check out the other 3 tombs. Soon, the crowd also looked at the 3 tombs next to each other. As a result, they were the same as the first tomb. There was something to make a hole from the ground, then dug the top of the coffin, and then dug through the coffin to take the corpse away. At least, these corpses did seem to disappear in the cave, and then did not know where to go. After checking the 4 tombs, Duanmu thought about it, and then looked beside him. Have you ever dug up these tombs? Of course not. Old Bent shook his head vigorously. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Duanmu uneasily. Do you mean that the bones here are also hard work to steal 4 corpses? It's boring. It's too boring. If it is me, it's all stealing anyway. Isn't it better to steal more? As he said, Duanmu walked to the grave next to him, and then stretched out his hand. Soon, with a roll of gravity gloves, the soil covering the grave in front of him immediately rolled around on both sides. Seeing this scene, the old was widening his eyes in surprise. But he knew that he could not speak, and hurriedly covered his mouth. Behind Duanmu, she dared to stare at the tomb in front of her. Although she was a dragon, she was still a mage. But she went to the cemetery in the middle of the night to dig the tomb. She never did it. At this moment, Gulia couldn't help but recall what had said to her before he left. Being with Mr. Knight won't be boring. It's super exciting and fun. You'll know once you try it. Digging graves in a cemetery late at night is indeed super exciting. But it is not fun at all. Although Gulia was screaming in her heart, Duanmu didn't care about her fragile heart. He reached out and grabbed the coffin lid again and lifted it up. But there was nothing inside. How come? Seeing this, old Bent finally couldn't help but shout out. As someone who had lived here all his life, old Bent naturally knew the situation of this town very well. The owner of this tomb had died of illness 2 years ago, and his body was nowhere to be found. Moreover, a hole was also dug on the top of his coffin. Difficult. Could it be that? Thinking of this, old Bent specially took care of the surrounding tombs and swallowed a sip. The entire cemetery? Dug out? No. It's not that exaggerated. Duanmu said before that this cemetery is almost as big as the town. And it is not an exaggeration. After all, the more people die, the more they die. Although they don't need rooms as big as those for living people. Each tomb is not small. There must be thousands of dead people buried in the whole cemetery. Could all these dead people be taken away? No way. Some people have been dead for hundreds of years. And I'm afraid there is not even a bone left. But Duanmu didn't care what old Bent was thinking. He dug up the tombs nearby one by one. And the results showed that the dead people inside, no matter how many years they had been dead, were basically gone. Interesting. What does this guy need so many dead bones for? Looking at the date on the tombstone in front of you. Look at the empty tomb in front of him. And Duanmu has no words. Although Duanmu had guessed that this mission was not easy because of the system prompt, he did not expect it to be so strange. Well, next, let's take a look at this last grave. At this moment, Duanmu has dug all the way to the edge of this row, which is also the part closest to the edge of the cemetery. Duanmu has dug all the more than 10 graves in this row. All the coffins are empty. I'm afraid the next one will also. However, just when Duanmu was about to open the blind box as usual, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Could it be possible that these 10 companies could also be shipped? Thinking of this, Duanmu grabbed the lid of the coffin and lifted it up. Ah! Seeing the things in the coffin, Gulia screamed and frightened, and the old Bent next to him sat on the ground. It is no wonder that the two will be so frightened, because this coffin blind box is not the same as others. Not only empty, but even a person. It was a man who looked around the age of 40 or 50. He was wearing a yellow robe with round eyes and a stunned look. At first glance, he seemed to die in extreme pain. Yes, it's a pastor. Looking at the man in front of him, Old Bent also screamed. Priest? Is that the pastor who managed the cemetery and disappeared? Yes. Yes. Why is he here? Looking at the body of the pastor in front of him, Old Bent muttered to himself. When the pastor disappeared, many people suspected that he was the one who did it, but he didn't expect that he was actually dead and buried in the tomb? However, unexpected things have just begun. At this moment, the pastor's body suddenly moved. Seeing this, Gulia was so scared that she grabbed Duanmuhuai's hand. Writing, Mr. Cavaliers? He moved. I saw that. Could you not be so nervous? Duanmuhuai glanced at Gulia speechlessly. It is normal for a monster and monsters in this world. You are still a mage. Can you make a look? But soon, Duanmuhuai discovered that the corpse in front of him seemed a little different. He actually slowly and actively opened his mouth. Could this corpse be talking? Just as Duanmuhuai was staring intently, he saw the pastor's mouth getting bigger and bigger. And then a furry, fat mouse crawled out from it. It raised its head, stared at the people in front of it, and made a squeaking sound. At the same time, the pastor's body began to rise and fall gradually. And then, rats emerged from his mouth and the cracks in his body like gushing springs. And in the blink of an eye, they almost filled the entire tomb. Squeak! 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 Hundreds of rats were swarming in the pit of the tomb, which was terrifying. Not only that, at this time, everyone found that groups of rats were pouring out of the tombs that had been dug up around them. Even the tombs not far away that had not been opened in time were now surging with mud, as if something was wandering in them. Soon, the tomb rose high, and a large hole emerged from it. And then countless mice rushed out of it, as if the black floods were scattered. Seeing this scene, Gulia's tense nerves finally broke down. No! With a scream that broke through the sky, a torrent of scorching flame suddenly erupted and rushed into the tomb in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the bright red flames turned the rats surging in the tomb and the body of the priest into ashes. Not only that, after that, the flames from Gulia's right hand, which had turned into a dragon claw, rushed directly into the tunnel below. And then the whole cemetery was shaken. Then, the ground of the cemetery suddenly exploded and turned into a huge pit, which instantly swallowed the three people completely. Chapter 165, Tomb of the Demon. Boom, 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 boom. The earth cracked and the ground collapsed. And the next moment, the three of them fell directly into the dark abyss. Duanmuhuai reacted quickly. He suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed Old Bent with one hand and Gulia with the other. Then the jetpack behind him started immediately, and it sprayed out airflow instantly to stop everyone from falling further. Then, they slowly landed on the ground. Bang! The heavy power armor made contact with the ground, making a low sound. Then Duanmuhuai let go of his hands and let Old Bent and Gulia stand on the ground. It was not until this time that Gulia seemed to realize what she had done. She quickly stood up and kept apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Knight. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Well, this isn't just your fault. Duanmuhuai looked around and answered casually. It seems that these damn rats have hollowed out the bottom a long time ago. Otherwise it wouldn't have turned out like this. Oh right. Rat. Hearing this, Old Bent immediately came to his senses. Where's the mouse? They're probably all dead. Duanmuhuai knew the power of Gulia's attack just now. You know, when Gulia burst into flames, his power armor sounded the alarm. This thing is a special equipment for space warfare. Logically speaking, ordinary flames can't cause any damage to Duanmuhuai's power armor. As a result, Gulia's attack just now sounded the alarm. Well, it is estimated that these rats are dead without even ashes left. But soon, under the illumination of the searchlight, Duanmuhuai discovered new anomalies. It seems like this place is quite interesting. As he spoke, Duanmuhuai raised his head, and as he moved, the white light of the searchlight shone directly on the wall in front of him. Soon, under the illumination of the searchlight, everyone could vaguely see the stone-carved walls and the half-collapsed gate around them. Mr. Knight, what is this? In short, it was definitely not built by those rats. Duanmuhuai walked forward and took a closer look. Then he reached out and pried open the iron door blocking the entrance. revealing the dark passage inside. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Led by Duanmuhui, a group of 3 people walked into the passage in front of them. Fortunately, this passage was spacious enough for Duanmuhui to walk upright in it. Under the illumination of the searchlight, everyone could see several rectangular pits on both sides of the passage, and in the pits were piles of bones. It seems that this should be an underground cemetery. Duanmuhui looked around, made a judgment, and then looked at old Bent. Did you know there's an underground cemetery here? I heard that there is indeed an ancient Nord cemetery near the town. But no one has ever been there because there are usually ghosts wandering around in such places. Having said that, old Bent looked around nervously, not daring to say much. Well, that means you built your own cemetery on top of someone else's grave. Duanmuhui made a casual comment and continued to walk forward, while old Bent and Gulia followed behind him without daring to breathe. It must be said that this underground cemetery is really large. In the pits on both sides of the corridor, you can see piles of bones everywhere, and even some skinny mummies. They are fully armed, holding big swords, standing in the grooves at the corners of the corridor, like living guards, still guarding this cold world of death. Mr. Knight, where are we going? Gulia asked in a low voice while looking around vigilantly. Duanmuhui looked ahead without turning his head and answered, take a closer look. This underground cemetery must have some secrets. I don't believe this is just a coincidence. There must be some connection. That's how it is. Ugh. However, before Gulia could finish her words, she suddenly felt a strange sensation, which made her body stiffen. Mr. Knight, please stop holding my tail. I'm in front of you. How can I catch your tail? Why? At this moment Gulia also reacted. Indeed, Duanmuhui had been walking in front of her, so the one who had just grabbed the tip of her tail was. Thinking of this, Gulia turned back tremblingly. And then she saw a mummy slowly walking out of the groove. Its 2 eyes emitted azure light, and it held a big sword in its hand, staring coldly at the invader in front of it. Monster! Accompanied by a scream. The next moment, Gulia's fat and long tail was swung out with force and hit the undead mummy directly. The mummy was broken and flew backwards and hit the wall, and there was no movement anymore. But this seemed to have awakened the other undead as well. And soon, everyone saw undead sitting up from all directions, holding shields, axes, swords, and longbows, with a faint blue light in their eyes. Seeing these undead soldiers, Duanmuhui sneered and took out a thunder hammer from behind him. It's just right. I'm getting tired of playing haunted house games all the time. Let's do some warm-up exercises. For old Bent, tonight he had experienced all the excitement in his life. To be honest, when he was surrounded by these Nord undead, old Bent was even desperate. After all, there were only 3 of them on his side, and there were dozens of fully armed undead soldiers on the opposite side. No matter how he thought about it, there was no way to fight. However, the reality was completely beyond old Bent's imagination. The man in black armor, who was as tall as a giant, swung his warhammer and smashed the undead in front of him into pieces easily. The arrows shot by the Nord undead could not even penetrate his heavy armor. Even the girl who had been trembling with fear before seemed to become brave at this moment. Old Bent saw her right hand transformed into a claw-like form of a lizard man, and swung towards the enemy in front of her while wrapped in flames. Every time the girl swung her right hand, the undead soldiers on the opposite side would be completely engulfed by the flames. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, old Bent would never have believed it. After all, he had lived for so many years and had seen adventurers before, but adventurers as powerful as them, old Bent had never seen one before. Ah! Gulia roared, clenched her right fist, and swung it at the undead soldier in front of her. Although the opponent hurriedly raised his shield, Gulia's attack still easily penetrated the undead soldier's defense and knocked him out, turning him into ashes in the burning flames. Call. Seeing the last enemy fall, Gulia finally breathed a sigh of relief. And at this moment, a voice came from beside her. How's it going? Have you calmed down? Why? Hearing this voice, Gulia turned her head and saw Duanmuhui standing beside her with a war hammer, staring at her. When she noticed Duanmuhui's gaze, Gulia blushed and lowered her head. Yes, Mr. Knight. I'm so sorry. I was a little too panicked before. That's right. As a student of Manalia Magic Academy, Gulia was not afraid of ghosts. But being with Duanmu Huai did make her nervous. Not to mention that she encountered too many things tonight. So that even the usually calm Gulia showed her panic. Especially those rats. Thinking back on it now, Gulia still feels goosebumps all over. But it must be said that after a battle, Gulia did feel that she was not as panicked as before. It's okay. Just calm down. Duanmu Huai nodded, reached out, and patted Gulia on the shoulder. Don't take it to heart. Everyone makes mistakes. And you just happened to find a clue for us. Yes. After this little episode, everyone moved forward again. However, as they walked, Gulia's expression became more and more solemn. Mr. Knight, I smell a strong smell of blood. It seems that we are on the right track. Hearing Gulia's words, Duanmu Huai also clenched his warhammer, narrowed his eyes, and stared ahead vigilantly. Soon, they passed through the corridor again and came to the heavy stone door at the end. The stone door in front of me is different from other gates. It looks like it is locked by some special mechanism. There are 3 stone rings with owls, birds, and bears carved on the outside. There is also a 3-point groove in the middle that looks like a key. Obviously, if this is some kind of adventure game, then you probably need to get the key to open this strange 3-ring stone door. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care about these little things. He just signaled Gulia and old Bent to step back. Then he stepped back a few steps and roared. The next moment, the jetpack behind Duanmu Huai exploded again, and rushed forward with a strong airflow. Immediately afterwards, Duanmu Huai rushed into the stone door like an angry rhinoceros, and instantly broke the stone door into pieces. Boom! Duanmu Huai's strength was so great that the door frame of the stone door was pulled open, and the stone door, which was tens of centimeters thick, was directly smashed into several pieces and flew into the air. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also rushed into the secret room. The scene in front of him was also completely reflected in his eyes. In the center of the secret room, there was a crystal that was shining bright red. At this moment, it was emitting some kind of ominous power. Bright red lightning burst out from the center of the crystal and spread out in all directions. Around the crystal, there were several guys kneeling in black robes, who looked like followers of the evil god. These believers knelt on the floor with strange patterns carved on it. Chanting some kind of spell loudly, they raised their hands high, and blood flowed out of their robes like running water, pouring into the patterns on the floor, forming some special patterns. Although I don't know what these guys are doing. It's definitely not a good thing. Gulia, protect that guy. Leave these bastards to me. Duanmu Huai roared, holding the thunder hammer in his hand, and rushed straight towards the magic circle. Chapter 166 Prisoner. In any case, Duanmu Huai's creed is to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. As for other things, we'll talk about it after we finish smashing it. It turns out that the trick of Duanmu Huai is indeed in control. The guys who are in the ceremony are at all that the heavy Shermen will be frightened since they are violently bumped. They have not yet waited for them to come back. And I saw that Duanmu Huai had jumped up after the assistance of the jet backpack. He held the war hammer in his hands and waved hard. Instantly, several believers in the ritual was swept away, and he mourned and hit the wall without movement. At this time, several black-robed men standing nearby also reacted. They flashed and rushed towards Duanmu Huai with weapons in hand. However, although these people moved quickly, their weapons were completely ineffective. With the sound of clang, 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 the swords, axes and axes that were swung were all blocked by the heavy power armor, without even leaving the slightest trace on them. Duanmu Huai took advantage of this opportunity to grab the battle hammer with both hands again, and directly smashed all other enemies on his side. At the same time, accompanied by roars, several black vicious dogs pounced over from all directions. But before they had the chance to show their cruelty and brutality, they were trampled into a meat paste by Duanmu Huai. All the believers at the ceremony site were swept away by Duanmu Huai, and the ongoing ceremony was obviously disrupted. The blood flowing around began to boil and roll, and the blood-red crystal suspended in the middle began to gradually dim and fell to the ground. You damn bastard! Seeing this, the black-robed man standing on the high platform roared, then raised his hands, his eyes emitting a dazzling light. As the black-robed man moved, the tombs around him suddenly exploded one by one, and then dozens of pale monsters emerged from them. They looked like a fusion of humans and bats, with dry dead skin all over their bodies, and one could even see the blue, bloodless, thick blood vessels wriggling constantly. The faces of these monsters are like a fusion of humans and bats, although they still retain human facial features. Their teeth, ears, and mouths are like those of bats. That's Carl. When he saw one of the monsters, Old Ben screamed immediately. He grabbed Gulia tightly with one hand and pointed forward with the other. His face was pale, and his whole body was shaking. Although it has long been guessed that these missing villagers did not end, but they did not expect them to turn into such a monster. Along with the appearance of these monsters, countless undead soldiers also appeared. The bones scattered on the ground seemed to be attracted by some powerful force, and quickly condensed to form skeleton soldiers, surrounding Duanmu Huai. Seeing this scene, the black-robed man showed a cold and cruel smile. Damn mortal, you actually dared to disrupt my ritual. Then I will let you experience what true absoluteness is. But before the black-robed man could finish his words, Duanmu Huai glanced at the undead army and monsters surrounding him, and sneered. Then he raised his right foot, and stomped forward heavily. Soul Flame. With Duanmu Huai as the center, pure white flames with divine power burst out instantly, and in the blink of an eye almost filled the entire hall. Under the impact of the soul flames, the undead spirits and monsters around fell to the ground almost instantly, and the dazzling light made the black-robed man, who was caught off guard, instinctively raise his hands to block in front of himself. Ah! The black-robed man who was burned by the soul flame fell to his knees and groaned in pain. Then his body was suddenly covered by a dark fog. The clothes on the black-robed man completely dissolved and disappeared at this moment. Instead, a tall black monster with a goat-like head and bat wings emerged. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing its extremely sharp fangs. You actually dared. However, the black-robed man's anger ended there, because at this moment, Duanmu Huai, who had rushed to the front of the man in black robe, had already raised his war hammer and smashed it hard at his mutated head that looked like both a dog and a goat. Puff! The black-robed monster's head burst like a watermelon, and its body trembled and completely turned into a pool of blood. Good. Done. Duanmu Huai put away his war hammer and nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, there was no living enemy in the hall. The mutated monsters and undead soldiers were burned to charcoal by the soul flames, and the black-robed man who started the culprit was also smashed in the head by Duanmu Huai's hammer. Well, although I don't know what this guy is doing, at least for now, at least he has been prevented from taking further actions. Are you okay, Mr. Knight? At this time, Gulia and Old Ben also carefully entered the ceremony hall. Looking at the scenes around, they couldn't help but breathe in their mouths. I'm fine. This little trick won't bother me. Duanmu Huai shook his head. To him, the enemies on this continent were basically not challenging. If he wanted to find a challenge, Duanmu Huai would have to go to the Annihilation Realm and fight the demons. But then again, what exactly do these guys want to do by making such a big scene? Duanmu Huai looked at the headless monster in front of him with curiosity. Just when he was about to look for clues nearby to see if he could figure out what these people were doing, suddenly, a voice rang out. If you want to know, I can help you. The mighty Iron Warrior. Oh! Hearing the voice, Duanmu Huai looked up and found that in the corner cell of the meeting hall, there was a man in a dark blue robe. He looked thin and exhausted. Praise Stendhal. Now it seems that I am destined to die. Who are you? Duanmu Huai walked to the cage and looked at each other curiously. I am Gulia Pastor, the Sentinel of Stender, the Vigilant of Stender. Oh! After hearing the other party's answer, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, then nodded as if he suddenly realized something. In the empire of this continent, there are 9 officially designated gods, also known as the 9 holy spirits. They are Akatosh, the dragon god of time; Akai, the god of reincarnation of life and death; Debella, the goddess of beauty; Julianos, the god of wisdom; Genalius, the god of air; Mara, the goddess of love; the god of justice Standal, god of wealth Sinisa; and Talos, the unfortunate mortal and god of war who was banned by the elves. Of course, in addition to these 9 officially designated holy spirits, there are also 16 demons, but there is nothing much to say about this for now. Stender's sentinels are followers of the Hand of Justice Stender. They are mainly responsible for hunting monsters, including vampires, undead, werewolves and other creatures. Well, they are considered to be half of the colleagues of the Inquisitor. Gulia also told Duanmu Huai about his experience. Like all the sentinels, Gulia had been tracking and killing vampires. But when he was on his way, he was suddenly besieged by a group of vampires. Gulia's companions were killed, and he was captured here. According to Gulia, these vampires seemed to need the heart of a devout believer in God to complete their blasphemous and evil rituals. But now it seems, this ritual is probably over. Do you know what they are going to do? I don't know about that. But I know what that thing is. As he spoke, Gulia looked at the mysterious item that had fallen in the center of the ritual field. It was a stone sculpture that looked like the sun. At this moment, the crystal part in the middle of the sculpture was emitting a dim red light. That is the Azra star, a sacred artifact belonging to the demon god Azra, which can be used to store and imprison souls. So, those vampires are planning to imprison human souls? It's not that simple. Gulia shook his head. According to my observations, these vampires seem to be intended to transform Azra's star into a special container. This ritual is prepared for this. As for what they want to do, I am afraid no one knows. Now what? Duanmu Huai walked forward and picked up the star of Azula that had fallen to the ground. At this moment, this strange thing was still flashing with bright red light, and it looked like flowing blood. I suggest that you return it to Azula and let her purify this Azula star. No matter what those vampires want to do with this thing, Azula can stop them. Are you sure? Isn't Azula a demon god? If Duanmu Huai remembers correctly, Azula seems to be one of the 16 demon gods. Although Azula is a demon god, she is not an evil god. No matter what these vampires want to do, at least Azra will never allow them to succeed. I see. After listening to Gulia's words, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and nodded. Then go meet that demon. If it doesn't work, we can just fight. Chapter 167 Unexpected Intelligence. What happened in Rock's town came to an end, but the mission was still not completed. At least for now. Duanmu Huai only knew that the vampires had performed a ritual here to try to transform the artifact called Azra's star. But that was all. As for why Rock's town was chosen, it was unclear. Maybe it was just because of its remoteness and bad luck. Anyway, at least now, the danger facing the town of Rocks has been lifted. After returning to the ground, Duanmu Huai asked Old Bent to negotiate with the people in the town, and then sent someone to inform the lord of the whole thing. And they went to the altar of Azuz with the sentinel. The altar of Azuz is located on a high mountain. There is continuous snow and wind, and the mountain is covered with snow, making it extremely difficult to walk. However, for Gulia, he is not worried about such trivial matters. In fact, the unusual movements of vampires did not just start now. As early as 2 months ago, we discovered that vampires began to frequently appear in various towns. This is quite inconsistent with their usual habit of hiding from the world. While moving towards the mountains, the warning person just whispered. So we think that the vampires are likely to make some big moves. But not everyone believes our judgment. Some high-ranking officials in the Hall of Vigilance believe that the vampires are just an occasional disturbance. In their view, these vampires have always been like this. After being quiet for a while, they will suddenly appear and do some strange things. Having said that, the sentinel clenched his fists tightly. But now the situation has obviously changed. These vampires have even created so many hounds and a large number of undead spirits. This is not just a small fight. They must be planning to do something big. At this time, the statue of Asuz had also appeared in front of everyone. On the top of the towering mountains, you can see a statue more than 10 meters high standing there. It is a statue of a woman holding the moon in her left hand, and the sun and stars in her right hand. This is none other than Azra, the goddess of dawn and dusk, the mother of roses, and the queen of the night sky. In front of Azra's altar stood a priestess in a black robe. She stood at the end of the steps and looked at the person in front of her. Azula has foreseen your arrival. Adventurers, it is not your curiosity that leads you here, but fate. Okay, whatever you say. Duanmu Huai didn't say much about the priest's words. To be honest, many demons or devils like to torture players in this way. For example, a certain cunning god likes to come out and tell players, when the player has figured out everything, that it is not a coincidence, that everything is going according to plan, that it is all arranged by fate, and that you cannot escape fate and the plan anyway. At the beginning, the players were very angry, but after more experience, they developed their own ways to deal with it. Just like this priest. You said it was a coincidence or fate. We don't know? You said you had foreseen our arrival. But how could we know what our fate is? You said everything is going according to plan. But we don't know what your plan is. So in the final analysis, we still know nothing. No matter your plan or fate. What does it have to do with us? Therefore, in the future, the player encounters this kind of thing. And there is only one basically corresponding method. Ah yes, right. No matter what the other party says. It will be done directly. And you are too lazy to argue with it. You say that it is destiny or destiny. You said that you plan according to the plan. All you say is doing. This appears to be your master's. Duanmu took out the red glowing azure star and handed it over. The priest opposite took the azure star and placed it respectfully on the altar. Then raised her hands high. Azure, mother of the morning star, goddess of dusk and dawn, your chosen warrior has sent your star back. Then, the priest was silent for a moment and turned to look at Duanmu. She wishes to speak to you personally. So place your hands on the altar, and you will be able to hear her oracle. Okay. I want to listen. What she wants to say to me. As he spoke, Duanmu stretched out his hand and placed it on the altar. But what he heard next was a scream, and the earth shaking like thunder. After a while, a woman's voice appeared in Duanmu's ears. It's hard to imagine that since there will be such a person in all the world. Even if it is an annihilation domain. I have never seen this. If you tell me this, I'm leaving. Hearing this, Duanmu's face darkened slightly. He could more or less guess that Azula was probably trembling with fear just now. But, let's not talk about this. We can still be friends. Big sister. Then, I will tell you what you want to know. Azula seemed to think that her reaction just now was a bit exaggerated. So she just pretended nothing happened and skipped this embarrassing round. The Star of Azure is my artifact, which can absorb the souls of any non-intelligent life forms without limit and store them inside. However, those blood descendants tried to transform it into a being that can control all the life forms that absorb souls. So, you mean, the group of vampire intends to use this transformed Azure star to absorb the soul of a guy and then control it? That's right. Since we've come to this point, how about just telling it all? Lady Azula? I'll be frank first. What I hate most is the kind of prophecies that are confusing and like to play tricks on people. So please explain it in simple and clear language. Thank you. He. Hearing Duanmu's blood words, Azula chuckled instead. This is the first time I've seen someone like you. I can also feel the power of the destructive force burning in your body. Well, since you said so, I'll provide some information. At this point, Azula's voice turned serious again. Demons plan to go outside the domain. Duanmu raised his eyebrows after hearing Azula's explanation. I do not quite understand you. Not long ago, the soul of a dragon from another world came to the realm of Oblivion. Azula continued. It points the way to a foreign land, where there are brand new souls and lands. Hearing this, Duanmu sank. Not long ago, a dragon from a foreign land. Oh my goodness. That means that damn bastard evil dragon came here to be a dragon rapist? Is it planning to surrender to the devil and betray Manalia? Alduin the World Devourer has returned, and he is preparing a plan to revive the alien dragon. When that time comes, he will completely open the passage to the alien world and devour that world. And what the vampires are doing is just preparing for the plans of the demon gods. Good guy. Can you bear this? Upon hearing this, Duanmu's face suddenly turned pale. My fragmented world is not for a big reptile like you to come and find food. At this time, Duanmu finally figured out the whole story. At that time, he killed the evil dragon Fafnir in Manalia. After that, the two world fragments merged, and Fafnir's soul ran to this continent, and then hooked up with a dragon named Alduin, who seemed to be able to revive Fafnir. After Fafnir was resurrected, it would take Alduin like a traitor and say, Master, come this way. Right. Is there a solution? Of course. The power of the girl around you, the power of the dragon descent, is the key to ending Ohin. It cannot be completely killed. Only the power of the dragon descent can end it. As long as it can eliminate Ohin and the exotic dragon, then all this will return to peace. This is the last words of Azura. When Duanmu returned to God again, there was no other voice in his ear except the wind. What's wrong? Mr. Cavaliers? Standing beside Duanmu and looking at his expression, Gulia asked with some uneasiness. It's a little troublesome. Duanmu turned around and briefly explained the situation to the sentinel and Gulia. Of course, he concealed most of the truth. He just said that the demons were preparing a big plan that would endanger the entire world. Well, that was actually true. Of course, which world was endangered was another matter. Upon hearing the news, the sentinel was naturally extremely nervous and said that he would immediately go to the sentinel's hall to inform others about this matter. Duanmu also went with him. At the same time, he took out his soul card and used the power of telepathy to contact others. And, Lorena, Okies, are you all here? Sure. What's up? Mr. Knight? Yes. My Lord Knight. Owner? Soon. Other people also responded. And Duanmu quickly explained to everyone what he knew. To put it simply, after the dragon Feifu was killed, its soul fled to this land. And then the guy found a world swallower. It sounds like a dragon Auden, who entered the walk transaction. Orden helped the Feifu to resurrect. And the Feifu would open the door to Manalia and let the world swallow the world. Eat big meals. The demon gods in the field of annihilation also learn the news from their own channels. In order to divide up a share, these demon gods also started to act in acting so-called soldiers and horses. Is there such a thing? After listening to the description of Duanmu, the girls were surprised. Lorena, is Sahara with you? Ask her if heaven can stop the attack of the Oblivion Realm? The Oblivion Realm is equivalent to the subspace of this continent. And the corresponding areas on Manalia are naturally heaven and H.L. Although it is not known whether the King of Ice Prison will fight with these foreign monks. At least heaven will definitely not allow the demons to do whatever they want. Lord Sahilul said that the connection between heaven and the holy city is not yet close enough. It is difficult to send too many angel legions to support. Well, hearing Lavanna's answer, Duimawai frowned. And the war of the demon gods that occurred in the subspace. The war gods in the state of annihilation. Of course, for now, the best way is to completely destroy the other party before opening the channel. Duanmu can freely pass through the two continents because he is the holder of the fragment. As for Alduin's desire to go to Manalia, it is not as simple as flying over the mountains. But there is no need to worry too much at the moment. Duanmu also comforted everyone. The dragons in this place are not big. And we burned Fafnir's body. Fafnir himself would definitely not want to make do with it. In addition, it and Alduin definitely don't have a close cooperative relationship. So there is no need to worry about it being resurrected in a short time. Duanmu's guess was not without reason. Since Alduin was the big boss of this world, he must be a sinister and cunning person. Fafnir, as the world boss, would definitely not be willing to be inferior to others. Besides, the dragons on this continent were so small. Fafnir would never be interested in such a body. There must be some open and covert fighting between the two sides. But it does not mean that everyone can sit high. After learning about the situation in front of Azula, Duimawai also knew that he had no time to make himself leisurely. Chapter 168, Change of Image. After learning all this from Azra, Duimawai quickly locked his goal. The first person to be defeated is, of course, the legendary world devourer Alduin. According to Azra, this big guy has an extraordinary origin. He is the eldest son of the dragon god Akatosh. And he is even immortal. Alduin once tried to destroy this continent. But he was exiled to the other side of time by humans using the Elder Scrolls. In other words, in fact, Alduin is not dead for so many years, but has been exiled to hundreds of years later. Now Ohin is about to return. And only the dragon descent can completely destroy it. Although Azula said so, Duanmu didn't believe it. After all, there are so many bosses in the game that are technically unkillable. But isn't the Doom Slayer specifically designed to defeat them? Since the Doom Slayer can completely kill even the big demon, he doesn't believe that he can't kill a dragon? Can this stuff more powerful than the Eternal God Selection and Chaos Demon? As for the next one, it is naturally the devil. Now that the demons already know of the existence of Manalia, there is no point in hiding the news about the world of Manalia. Therefore, in Duanmu's opinion, the best way is to invade the Annihilation Realm before the demons invade Manalia, and defeat a few demons to let them know how powerful they are. Only by killing the chicken to scare the monkeys can these demons give up the idea of extending their claws to Manalia. Of course, this is only a temporary solution. But as long as we can give Manalia some time and allow the heavenly plane to descend again, It will be enough to deal with the invasion of the demons in the Annihilation realm. As for the target, the vampire being tracked now is the best clue. Duanmu Huai will follow the vampire's clue to find out which idiot demon dared to invade Manalia, and then go to its annihilation field to chop the bastard off. After all, for Duanmu Huai, it is not the first time to invade HL, and the business is proficient. Of course, Duanmu Huai has something to do, and others will not be idle. As a missionary priest of the Templar Order, Lorena is now conducting a religious tour throughout the province of Skyrim. According to Lorena, she has already communicated with several gods of the 9 holy spirits. Now Lorena is basically the representative of the Templar Order on the continent of Manalia, and she has come here to conduct diplomatic work in the name of the God of Heaven that she believes in. Well, it's just that the diplomatic level is a bit high-end. But with Sahalo by his side, Duanmu Huai is not worried that anything will happen to Lorena. Duanmu Huai would naturally not object to this. If he could get the support of the local indigenous gods, it would be great. Of course, he did not forget to ask Lorena to investigate the information about the dragon worship cult. This is the only known clue related to Alduin. As for Anne, she was so immersed in the library of the Winterhold Mage Academy that she couldn't help herself. Duanmu Huai could only ask her to do more research in the library to see if she could find any information or intelligence about the demon god or Alduin. Anyway, once the princess was addicted to books, there was basically nothing else for her to do. Instead, the stupid Swamo elves were placed directly by Duanmu Huai. In Duanmu Huai, these elves were the least needed, as long as they were gathered by the elves, and then found a warship in the air to bomb in the air. It was enough for those bean sprouts with long ears to conquer. The crushing of civilization level is so unreasonable. If you are not convinced, you will also get a battleship? By talking with Azula, Duanmu Huai not only obtained a lot of information, but also completed the hidden task that was previously stimulated. The first stage of the hidden mission Dark Haze is completed. You have learned the secrets of the dark. But this is only the beginning. Mission reward, random gift box +1. Dark Haze second stage activation. Mission objective, stop the vampire's plan and completely destroy their conspiracy. A random gift box. Looking at the square red gift box in his hand, which looked like the ones placed under the Christmas tree at Christmas, Duanmu Huai's mouth twitched. This was a unique way of opening a box in Star Ocean OL. But this gift box would not give out particularly powerful weapons or any skills. Only some external decorations. For example, pendants, clothes, masks and other things that don't have any special skills. But you know what? This thing might turn out to be very valuable. In the game, the female character used by Duanmu Huai spent nearly 1 million to buy a starlight robe. She didn't have any special skills, but she looked very beautiful in it. That thing came out of a gift box. Of course, with Duanmu Huai's current figure, it is estimated that it is impossible for him to open his skirt again. Alas, it's a pity that I'm currently playing a single-player game. Otherwise, if I come across something good, I can post it on the forum and buy it. While sighing, Duanmu Huai reached out and opened the gift box in front of him. Then, a puff of smoke came out of the box, and then a line of system prompts appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. You have opened a random gift box. Get special item equipment shader. Equipment shader. Duanmu Huai frowned as he looked at the system prompt in front of him. This thing is useful, but it can adjust the color of all his equipment. But for him, it seems a bit... Got it. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. He has already thought of the use of this thing. Soon, a night passed. When Gulia walked out of the hotel, she couldn't help but yawn. To be honest, although what she learned yesterday had a great impact on Duanmu Huai, it was also quite shocking to Gulia, especially after learning that only the Dragonborn could destroy and kill Alduin. Gulia began to hesitate whether she should learn the Dragon Roar. If only I can use it. Then, hey, Gulia, what are you thinking about? Just as Gulia was thinking, Duanmu Huai's voice came from behind her. When she heard Duanmu Huai's words, Gulia turned around. Ah, Mr. Knight, I was wondering. However, before she could finish her words, Gulia froze in place in surprise, not moving an inch. What's wrong? What's troubling you? No, let's talk about that later. Mr. Knight, what's wrong with you? It was no wonder that Gulia was so surprised, because the armor on Duanmu Huai in front of her was completely different from what she remembered. Gulia still remembered that Duanmu Huai was wearing a huge black armor with golden skulls inlaid on the outside, which looked quite scary. But now, the color of this set of armor has completely changed. The original black turned into pure white. Although the skull was still there, it was painted a girlish pink. Even the black helmet that originally looked like a skull now looked like a rabbit head with its big front teeth exposed. Ride, Mr. Knight. What's the matter with you? Looking at the strangely painted armor in front of her, Gulia subconsciously stepped back and looked at Duanmu Huai uneasily. Doesn't this armor look scary normally? So I thought of a way to change its paint job. How about that? Now it doesn't look scary anymore. Does it? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai even opened his palm towards Gulia. And on the palm of his hand, there were clumps of girlish pink painted on it. Look! There's even a meatball. This way it's not so scary anymore. This doesn't seem that scary anymore. Looking at the armor in front of her, Gulia didn't know what to say for a moment. Although it was true that the previous skeleton armor looked very scary at first glance, it didn't seem to be a big deal after getting used to it. But the color of this armor in front of her, why does it look so weird? Especially the helmet painted like a rabbit's head. Duanmu Huai drew two big eye sockets for the eyes, and even painted big white front teeth on the air intake below the helmet. He then added a grinning mouth next to it, and even drew two drooping ears on both sides of the helmet. It does look alike. But, for some reason, when the rabbit flashed its scarlet eyes and looked at her with a big grin, Gulia felt a shudder in her heart, as if the one standing in front of her was not a rabbit, but some monster disguised as a rabbit. Although it does not look so scary at first glance. But, why does it seem more and more weird the more I look at it? Well, indeed, it's quite cute. Gulia turned her head silently. She felt that she couldn't watch any longer. If she continued, she was afraid that she would have a nightmare tonight. Right. This is my masterpiece. Duanmu Huai was also quite proud. After all, it took him half the night to change the paint job. He was very happy now. In this way, at least others would not be afraid when they saw him for the first time. At this moment, the sentinel also walked out of the hotel. Good morning, both of you. Yua, Warrior-sama, what are you wearing? Oh, I've changed my look a bit. Isn't it nice? The sentinel looked Duanmu Huai up and down with a complicated expression, then looked away. Well, let's keep going. We should be able to reach the Hall of the Vigilance today. Soon. The group set out again and headed for the Hall of the Vigilance. Along the way, for some reason, Gulia and the Vigilance said nothing, while Duanmu Huai, who was walking behind them, seemed very proud. After all, he had just met several carriages and some travelers on the road. Although everyone was very surprised by Duanmu Huai's dress, they did not turn around and run away as they did before. This shows that his strategy of changing his image was quite successful. However, this peaceful journey did not last long. When everyone climbed over the hill again, what they saw was black smoke rising from the foot of the mountain not far away, and buildings engulfed in flames. The Hall of the Vigilance was attacked. Seeing this scene, the sentinels were shocked. Who is it? How dare you attack the Vigilance Hall? At this moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly quickened their pace, rushing towards the sentinels' hall that was already surrounded by flames. Woof woof woof. However, just as the three were about to reach the Hall of the Sentinels, suddenly, accompanied by a series of dog barkings, several vicious hounds, whose bodies were completely black except for their eyes emitting bright red light, came running from the front and pounced on the crowd. Seeing these black bloodhounds, the sentinels' faces turned pale. Vampire. As if to verify the suspicions of the sentinels, several vampires wrapped in black robes and holding blood-stained weapons soon came out from behind. They even held human limbs and heads in their hands, and were laughing as they licked the blood flowing on them. You damn bastards. Seeing this, the sentinel roared in anger, and at the same time, Duanmu Huai also leaped up, holding a war hammer in his hand, and attacked the vampires directly. In order to match his own paint job, Duanmu Huai even changed the appearance of the thunder hammer. Now a yellow carrot has been painted on the head of the thunder hammer, which looks lifelike and quite cute. But this does not affect its combat effectiveness at all. Puff! The whistling hammer easily smashed the vampire in front of him into a pulp. And then Duanmu Huai clenched the hammer and swung it hard. directly cutting the vampires on both sides in half. In an instant, the broken vampires flew in all directions. Blood gushed out, and painted dark red patterns on the snow-white armor. Looking at the big white rabbit waving the carrot hammer with a smile on its face in the bloody storm, Gulia couldn't help but gasp. It seems impossible for me not to have nightmares tonight. Chapter 169 Twilight Guard. Although all the vampires who attacked the Hall of Sentinels were destroyed, the Hall of Sentinels was also completely burnt down by fire. And all the Sentinels in the Hall of Sentinels were killed. This means that this organization is basically finished. My condolences. Walking to the side of the Sentinel, Duanmu reached out and patted the other's shoulder. And the Sentinel turned around and looked at Duanmu with a wry smile. I didn't expect it to be like this. However, this also shows that these vampires are indeed preparing some plan. Otherwise, they would not dare to take the initiative to attack the Hall of the Vigilance. So, do you have any good suggestions now? There's only one choice. Thinking of this, the Sentinel clenched his fists. Let's go find the Twilight Guard. Twilight Guard. Yes. They were once part of the Vigilantes. But they have different philosophies. The Twilight Guards only focus on hunting vampires, and believe that vampires are the #1 threat to humans. But the Vigilantes believe that vampires are just one of the many threats facing humans. If it's something to do with vampires, then the Twilight Guards will definitely know something. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go! The Twilight Guard's base is located in a valley called Spring Canyon. Although according to the Sentinels, the Twilight Guard is quite dilapidated. But when Duanmu and Gulia saw the huge castle in the canyon, compared to the shabby Vigilant Hall before, this place is more decent. In the castle, the three soon met the leader of the Twilight Guard, a bald old man named Yishrin. However, facing the arrival of the Sentinels, he didn't seem to like them very much. Gulia, what are you doing here? I have no connection with the Vigilant for a long time. Now is not the time to talk about this. Yishrin, the Hall of the Vigilance was attacked by vampires, and has been completely destroyed. Many people have died. The Hall of the Vigilance was attacked. Hearing this, Yishiren's originally disgusted expression suddenly changed. He stared at the Sentinel for a long time, and then turned his gaze to Duanmu and Gulia. When he saw the armor paint on Duanmu, a hint of doubt emerged in the old man's eyes. But soon, he coughed to get over the embarrassment. So who are they? They are adventurers, and they are quite powerful. I was once captured by a vampire, and tried to perform some kind of filthy ritual. But this Iron Warrior wiped out dozens of vampires and undeads by himself. If he hadn't saved me and destroyed the ritual, I don't know what those vampires would do now. Soon, the Sentinel explained the information he had obtained to the latter, and then he stared at Yishrin. I admit that the Vigilantes didn't take the Twilight Guard's ideas seriously before, but now, they have paid the price. The vampires collected artifacts, tried to perform evil and blasphemous rituals, and even attacked the Vigilante Hall. All this shows that they must have some conspiracy. We must stop this completely. The Twilight Guard knows the situation of vampires best. I think you should know some clues. In response to the Sentinel's words, Yishiren was silent for a moment, then nodded. As for clues, it's not that we don't have any. As you said, these vampires have become more active recently. Not only the Sentinels, but even the Twilight Guards have been attacked by them. In fact, we don't have much information. At present, there is only one clue that can be confirmed. Having said that, Yishiren took out a piece of paper from his arms. According to the intelligence we have obtained, there is a group of vampires currently in a dark cave outside Morningstar City. It is said that they are looking for some ancient vampire artifact there. Although I don't know if this is the clue you are looking for. At least at present, they must have some conspiracy. Dark cave. I got it. I'll go there now. Hearing this, the Sentinel turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Yishrin. Gulia, I don't recommend you go. You Sentinels have not received any training. Going there rashly would only lead to your death. So, do you want me to hide here? Trembling and waiting for the end of the world? Of course not. We can go together. Duanmu interrupted their quarrel. It doesn't matter if there's one more person anyway. That being said, faced with Duanmu proposal, Yishiren was silent for a moment and nodded. Well, the Twilight Guard is currently understaffed, and we don't have enough power to investigate. I'll leave it to you. This Iron Warrior and his followers. although Gulia wanted to set off as soon as possible. The days of running around made his body look a little tired. Finally, after Duanmuhuai's persuasion, Gulia decided to rest in the castle for one night before setting off again. Duanmuhuai was not idle either. In fact, he had been chatting with Gulia during dinner, mainly asking about the sentinels. This made Gulia quite confused. After dinner, when Gulia went to rest, Gulia also found Duanmuhuai and asked her questions out of curiosity. "Mr. Knight, you seem to care about the vigilante?" "Of course. I have a plan." "Well, it's not confirmed yet." The plan that Duanmuhuai mentioned was naturally the recruitment plan to expand his own legion. Basically, all Inquisitors have their own recruiting planets, and each Astartes chapter under the Inquisitor recruits people from these places, then transforms them, and then turns them into Astartes warriors. Duanmuhuai had no intention of recruiting soldiers in Maalia and the Holy City because those places were not suitable. But after coming here, Duanmuhuai found that this continent was very suitable as a place for recruiting soldiers for his regiment. First of all, the people of this continent are tough, and there are many macho men. Secondly, the level of civilization here is not high, which makes it more suitable for control. However, Duanmuhuai didn't really want to recruit living people. After all, he didn't have gene seeds or mechanical priests, so he couldn't transform ordinary people into Astartes. But on the other hand, this continent had spirits, so it would be much easier. Duanmuhuai's idea is to set up an organization on this continent and then recruit adventurers and warriors on this continent to fight. If they die in battle, their souls will be taken into the Legion and become a ghost regiment similar to the Night Guard. The appearance of the Sentinels just gave Duanmuhuai an idea. From what he learned from Gulia, the Sentinels were very similar to the Inquisition, and their target was all the non-human aliens and evil god believers in the entire Skyrim. Coincidentally, the Sentinels' nest here was wiped out by vampires, so Duanmuhuai wanted to rebuild a similar organization as his own recruitment base. But we still need to negotiate with a god. Otherwise those ghosts might be taken away by someone. There happens to be a statue of Stendhal here, so let's go talk to it. Thinking of this, Duanmuhuai picked up the holy elephant on the altar and greeted Gulia. "I'm going back to my room first. No matter what happens, don't come in." "Oh, okay." Watching Duanmuhuai return to his room, Gulia nodded blankly. Then she sat obediently on a chair outside and picked up a book to read. However, not long after, suddenly, a loud noise suddenly broke out. Boom! A loud noise like thunder echoed throughout the castle. At the same time, Gulia saw the door of the guest room suddenly being knocked away by a powerful force. Then, she saw Duanmuhuai walking out of it with a dusty face. "Depend on. What's wrong with you? Mr. Knight? Are you okay?" Seeing Duanmuhuai coming out, Gulia hurriedly put down the book in her hand and came to Duanmuhuai. The latter coughed twice and then threw out the statue of Stender. "It's okay. Damn that old guy." Recalling the exchange with Stender, Duanmuhuai was also unhappy. At the beginning, he did connect to Stender's communication channel by injecting spiritual energy into the statue, and this god of justice and mercy was easy to talk to. Although at first, he regarded Duanmuhuai as a demon invading his territory, which made Duanmuhuai quite unhappy. "Look, I don't look like a demon at all. I'm obviously a human." But after that, the two broke down. Stendhal refused Duanmuhuai's request for him to provide heroic spirits, and said that those warriors had fought against evil in their lifetime, and should enjoy peace after death instead of fighting. Of course, in the final analysis, Stendhal's meaning was to look down on Duanmuhuai and think that his idea was too naive. "Hey, you are not the Chaos God. You are just a reflection of a soul in the fragment of the world. Why do you look down on me? And this fragment of the world still belongs to me. It's just like the player is being looked down upon by the NPC in his own sandbox game. How can this be tolerated?" So Duanmuhuai stopped talking and left decisively. "I was thinking that we could have a good discussion. Since you look down on me, I won't play with you anymore. When the time comes, I will go to the Annihilation Realm to kill a few demons and become the boss myself. Without Butcher 1, can we still eat hairy pigs? If Talos can become a god, so can I. When the time comes, we'll see who has the bigger fist." Chapter 170 picked up 1. After resting for a day, Duanmuhuai and others set out again and came to the dark cave tomb. Honestly, I'm really tired of these damn running missions. Walking into the cave in front of him, Duanmu began to complain to himself. Although for players, basically all tasks require running around like this. Reality is not a game. Although the scenery is quite nice, running around like this is indeed a bit annoying. Of course, there are more annoying ones. You damn vigilantes. The vampire whose head was grabbed by Duanmu glared at Gulia beside him fiercely, his eyes emitting bright red light. The moment Duanmu and others entered the cave, these vampires attacked them. But unfortunately, they were obviously no match for Duanmu, except for this unlucky guy who was caught by Duanmu. The other vampires had become the dead souls under his hammer. What are you looking for here? Answer me. Duanmu mentioned the vampire and glared at him fiercely. In the light of the torches in the cave, the rabbit helmet stained with blood and grinning looked crazy and terrifying. Seeing this scene, Gulia shuddered and turned her head silently. Last night, she had a nightmare in which she dreamed that a rabbit bigger than itself was catching people and eating them as carrots. At that time, Gulia was so scared that she dared to hide under the bed and didn't move. She still remembers how the rabbit in her dream showed a ferocious smile, then grabbed the person with both hands and put it in its mouth to eat him like a carrot. Looking at this scene, it was like a nightmare all over again. The vampire seemed to have the same feeling. Facing the scary rabbit paint in front of it, it hurriedly shouted loudly, I don't know either. We are just following orders. They said we should find something that is locked in this tomb and bring it back. That's all I know. Then you're useless. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu grasped the vampire's head with his right hand, and then twisted and pulled it like opening a Coke bottle cap, and directly twisted the vampire's head off its body, and then threw the headless body and head to the ground. Alas! Seeing this scene, Gulia even cried out softly, although it was not the first time. But, no matter how many times she saw it, she could never get used to it. Well, now it looks like we have at least some good news. Duanmu clapped his hands and turned to look at Gulia and the sentinel. Since these vampires are still here, it means they haven't found that thing yet. In other words, we still have a chance. Just as Duanmu said, the vampires in this tomb have not yet found a certain artifact hidden in it. Soon, the group set out again, and it didn't take them long to reach the depths of this underground cemetery. But when they walked through the passage and came to the deepest part of the cemetery, the scene before them still surprised everyone. Deep in the tomb was an underground lake, and in the center of the lake was a large circular altar that looked like a ritual site. At this moment, several vampires were walking around on the altar, seemingly investigating something. Mr. Knight, shall we go? No. Wait a minute. However, contrary to Gulia's expectations, Duanmu did not take action immediately this time. Instead, he grabbed Gulia and the sentinel and signaled them to hide. Mr. Knight? Wait here. It's obvious that they are looking for that thing. In that case, we might as well wait for them to find it, and then go out and rob it. Staring at the busy vampires on the platform below, Duanmu revealed a hideous sneer. There are similar situations in many exploration missions. That is, the player works hard to get into the tomb, solve the puzzle, break the mechanism, and finally obtain the artifact in the tomb after going through untold hardships. As a result, he turns around and is blocked by the villain with a large army, who proudly demands that the player hand over the artifact or die. For players, this kind of plot is extremely disgusting. Why am I the mantis and the boss is the Oriole? Can't it be the other way around? And usually this kind of situation is a plot kill. Does this mean they look down on the player's fighting ability? If this wasn't a cutscene, I would have shot the idiot villain in the head right there. Or I could have just smashed the artifact right in front of the villain, which would have been better than such a disgusting plot. Besides, even if he handed over the artifact, he would still die, wouldn't he? He was already a villain, and he still expected the other party to keep his word? How stupid was this protagonist? Hey, I want to be a yellow bird now. Well, hearing Duanmu's words, Gulia and the sentinel had complicated expressions. After all, in their opinion, this approach was somewhat unkind. But after thinking about it carefully, they did not object. After all, it might be some kind of vampire artifact hidden in it, and perhaps only vampires could open it. The busy vampires on the platform below obviously didn't know that there were 3 yellow finches waiting to eat above. These vampires seemed to have discovered something. And soon, One of them walked to the pillar in the center of the circular platform and placed his hand on it. Crack! The next moment, the sharp thorn bounced up and pierced through the back of the vampire's hand, causing the vampire to wail and collapse to the ground. Then, his blood flowed down his arm, like a flood that broke through a dam, and flowed into the groove engraved on the platform. Then, a dark purple flame emerged from it, forming a strange pattern. As for the vampire, he had turned into a mummy because all his blood had been drained. TSK. 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 Seeing this, Duanmu Huai also shook his head and then looked at the two of them. See, it's a good thing we weren't the ones to deliver it. Hearing Duanmu Huai's sigh, the two were speechless. Indeed, if this was the way to open the seal, then they were not willing to sacrifice their blood. After all, this would kill people. At this moment, the remaining vampires pushed the torches on the platform and placed them in the appropriate positions. Then, they saw the originally sealed floor in the middle slide open to the sides. And then a huge stone pillar rose from it. It's now! Let's go! Seeing the vampires showing joy on their faces, and just as they were about to go over to open the boxes, Duanmu Huai roared, jumped down, raised his warhammer high, and jumped directly towards the platform. Ha ha ha! Now it's your turn to taste the feeling of being the one behind the scenes. It turns out that some plots work just as well when they are reversed. The vampires who had unlocked the mechanism and were about to open the stone pillars had never expected that they would be attacked from behind. When Duanmu Huai jumped down and rushed towards them, the faces of these vampires were full of surprise and astonishment. However, it was obvious that Duanmu Huai would not waste time with nonsense like those idiot bosses in the plot CG. After all, as long as they were killed, the thing would be theirs. So, the villains in the cutscenes are all idiots. Wouldn't it be better to just shoot the protagonist from a distance and then send someone to retrieve the stuff? Why do they have to nag and talk nonsense? It seems to have no benefit at all except to make the player's blood pressure rise and want to kill the villain. Or is this the intention of these idiotic villains to deliberately taunt the player, so that the player can tear them to pieces later? Boom! With the last vampire's head being smashed into a pulp, the battle came to an end. At the same time, Gulia and the Sentinel also came to Duanmu Huai. Okay, now it's time to open the box. Duanmu Huai rubbed his hands, walked forward, and signaled the two to step back. After all, no one knew what was inside, so it was better to be cautious. Just as Duanmu Huai placed his palm on the surface of the stone pillar, accompanied by a rumbling sound, soon the front part of the stone pillar slid down, revealing the treasure inside. However, when they saw the treasure hidden in the stone pillar, the three of them widened their eyes in surprise. Is this a person? Just as the Sentinel said, there is a person inside the stone pillar at this moment. To be exact, it was a teenage girl. She has light brown hair, and wears a white long-sleeved shirt and a gothic miniskirt full of lace. She also has a pair of batwing-like headdresses on both sides of her head. If you just look at it this way, the girl in front of you looks like just an ordinary noble lady. This is the treasure? Looking at the girl in front of her, Gulia was also confused. She originally thought that the vampire had spent so much effort to find something, so it must be some kind of artifact. But it turned out to be a girl? Is there something special about this girl? I see. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the scene. He had not forgotten that Azula had told him before that vampires used Azula's star to transform it in order to suck souls into it for control. Now it seems clear who the transformed Azula's star is for. At this time, Duanmu Huai found a long, golden columnar object that was still behind the girl. When he saw the scroll, the warrior suddenly became straight. That's Chapter 171, Princess of the Dark Knight. I have to say that no one would think of this expansion. I originally thought that there would be some kind of killer hidden in this cemetery, but I didn't expect it to be a girl. Could this girl be the killer of the vampire? Woo. At this time, the girl seemed to feel the outside world, yawned, stretched her waist, and slowly opened her eyes, and looked at the crowd in front of her curiosity. Who are you? This is my problem. Duanmu Huai stared at the girl in front of him, whispered and asked, Who are you? Hey, Bambi is Bambi. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, the girl who called herself Bambi tilted her head in confusion. Then she looked around. Where is this here? This is a tomb. You don't know why you appear here? Of course, Bambi remembers that Bambi was sleeping in the castle before. So how did he end up here? This place is dark, cold and damp. Not fun at all. Should vampires stay in such a place? Are you a vampire? Duinmoai asked decisively. And Zibi nodded with force, showing a proud smile. Of course. It is the princess of the vampire. It is great, powerful, cute and terrible. After hearing Bambi's answer, the three of them looked at each other silently. Although the girl said is very scary. She looks like she is proud. What seems to be wrong? The vampire princess. At this moment, the sentinel hurriedly drew out his sword and pointed it at Bambi. The latter was startled and jumped up and hid behind Duanmuai. What's the matter with this bald uncle? Why do you use a sword to face the BB? Stop talking nonsense. You vampires are horrible monsters who are trying to destroy humanity. Even if you are just a child, I will not let you go. What are you talking about? Bambi screamed while dodging the attacks of the sentinels. It was obvious from her appearance that she had no idea why she was being attacked. Mr. Knight, what is going on? At this time, Gulia also came to Duanmuai, watching the two of them aggressive. Is that kid really a vampire? At least it can be determined that she is not humans. Duanmuai glanced at the empty stone pillar and said, if ordinary humans are locked here, I am afraid that they will have died long ago. Of course, if it is a vampire, then the appearance age is definitely not count. Okay, don't fight for now. Thinking of this, Duanmuai stretched out his hand to block the two people. He signaled the guard to put down his weapon first, and then looked at Bambi. So, Babin, can you tell me, what did you do before you go to bed? Bambi, let me think about it. Bambi attended the queen's banquet, and then played all the time, and then fell asleep because he was tired. Then he woke up and found himself here. So, how long did Bambi sleep for? Where is this place? I don't know about that. I only know that this is a tomb in Skyrim province. Skyrim? What is Skyrim? Skyrim is the Empire's territory. What is the Empire? Hearing Bambi's question, the sentinel was stunned, and Duanmuai thought for a moment, then looked at Bambi again. So do you know the Jiushengling? I don't know. What is that? Looks like we have found a tough guy. The Nine Sacred Spirit is the belief united after the unity of the Empire. And the spot in front of her is not only known to the Jiu Holy Spirit, nor does it know the Empire. And even the name of the Sky Province does not know. According to the history of the founding of the Empire, she slept for at least 500 years. Anyway, let's get out of here first. It must be said that this was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. No one had thought that there would be a vampire sleeping in it for more than 500 years. And she also claimed to be the vampire princess. On the way out of the tomb, Duanmuai and others also introduced themselves to her and asked about some things Bambi knew about vampires. According to Bambi, vampires seem to have a country ruled by a queen, located on the northern coast. Although the relationship between humans and vampires was not good at that time, they did not have any special contact. Not only that, according to Bambi, vampires at that time were not transformed by exchanging blood after being bitten like now, but more like a kind of spirit creature, except that their food was blood. For example, Bambi is a pure blood vampire. There is no ritual at all. In fact, when the blood is exchanged into a vampire, well, the sentinels didn't know how to respond. As for the Elder Scroll on Bambi's back, she said it was the property of Her Majesty the Queen. As for why it was on her, Bambi said she didn't know. In short, she now hopes to return to the castle as soon as possible and return the Elder Scroll to the Queen. According to Bambi, the Queen lived in a castle called Brunbania. Of course, there is no such name in the current Skyrim province. However, based on the geographical environment and location described by Bambi, the sentinel believed that the castle she was talking about should be an isolated island located northwest of Solitude. It is rumored that there is indeed a castle there, but because of various rumors, no one has ever dared to approach it, and the schedule of everyone is naturally determined. That is, to send Spots to go home and see the legendary vampire queen. Thanks. When I heard Duanmuai's decision, Bai was so happy that he rushed over and hugged Duanmuai's arm. You are a good human. Bambi has decided that although you look fierce, Bambi will allow you to become Bambi's #1 follower. As a master, Bambi will love you well in the future. Don't worry, human. You look so fierce. You must have never been close to others before. But don't worry now. As a master, Bambi will take good care of you. Then I really thank you. Hey, don't thank you. This is the owner's obligation. Uh-huh. Facing this innocent vampire girl in front of him, Duanmu didn't know what to say. Mr. Knight, is that child really a vampire? Even Gulia couldn't help but raise her own questions. It's no wonder. To be honest, when the group walked out of the tomb just now, Bambi's reaction scared them. Logically speaking, vampires will feel a burning sensation under the sun. So the vampires on this continent will wrap themselves tightly during the day. However, when Bambi walked out of the tomb and was shown on her body, it was comfortable and stretched out a lazy waist. And even said that the warm sun is the most comfortable. The guard standing by almost popped his eyes out. Moreover, unlike the pale faces of those vampires, Bambi's complexion looked very healthy under the sun. To be honest, if she didn't say she was a vampire, no one would have thought that she was a vampire. The only thing that is a bit strange is that the wings of this vampire are actually growing on its ears. What kind of structure is this? Since she said so herself, then it should be true. But I think this child is not like those who will threaten it. This is not allowed. Although her current performance is indeed not performed. But it is not completely impossible. As a judge, Duanmu Huai's observation ability is naturally meticulous. He can see that Pipey is not pretending to be naive, but that she is indeed this innocent personality. But when the personality appeared, it was immediately seamlessly switched to the great devil. Therefore, even if the people and animals in the current performance are harmless, it does not mean that she is really harmless. Families, dependents. However, when the two spoke, suddenly the spotted by Ji jumped out again, holding Duanmu Huai's arm again. Blem feels hungry. Is there any food? What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Bambi raised his hands excitedly. Meat, vegetables, fruits, anything delicious is fine. Can vampires still eat food? When I heard this, the Alator looked at the BB again. Although the road in front of him, the young girl who claimed to be vampire had shattered his 3 views on the vampire. But this time the speeches of the BB could still make the warrior unable to carry it. You can eat ordinary. What are you vampires? At least the vampires that the Alators knew were monsters that needed to suck the blood of others to survive. And they were simply unable to digest human food. If they could eat human food, then, would there still be a need to suck blood? This is different. Aware of the attention of the Alator, Bai made a ghostly face to him. Perhaps it was the first time that the other party took the sword. The BB could say that the Alator could not be said to have no goodwill at all. For vampires, blood is the source of strength. Only by taking blood vampires can the vampire be fully exerted. Is that so? The Sentinel and Duanmu Huai looked at each other. It was obvious that the vampires Bambi was talking about were completely different species from the vampires they had encountered before. What exactly is going on? Chapter 172. Things have changed. For Duanmu Huai and others, the journey was quite lively. From a certain perspective, Bai and An are very similar. Innocent, lively and carefree. By the way, although the personality of Spotting is indeed lively and cheerful, she does not understand the battle at all. Well, the latter is somewhat vampire. From the BB, Duanmu Huai also had a certain understanding of the vampires of her time. According to Bambi, vampires at that time lived in a country called Medbegia, which was far away from the mainland and located on an isolated island. It basically had no contact with the outside world. The vampires living in it were all like Bambi, who were not afraid of sunlight, could eat like ordinary people, and had a pair of bat-like wings on their heads. To be honest, Duanmu Huai really didn't understand why the wings of this vampire race grew on their heads. Generally speaking, shouldn't vampire wings grow behind their bodies? At least this can be used for flying. But why do they grow on their heads? Not to mention that this pair of wings are basically useless, and are only slightly larger than the ears, looking more like some kind of headdress. Although vampires at that time could also give blood to others, and transform them into vampire abilities, it was completely different from the infectious abilities of today. According to Bambi, after vampires gave blood to mortals, they could transform them into vampires. But they were not completely vampires. For example, mortals would share the vampire's abilities in life, which meant that both parties were one and the same. Moreover, a vampire can only transform one follower, and cannot transform other followers unless this follower dies. Not only that, since both parties share life. The death of a dependent will also cause great harm to the vampire. At that time, the relationship between vampires and humans was not good. But unlike human beings as food now. At that time, humans would even deliberately deceive the vampire's feelings in order to be eager to die, and let the other party transform themselves into family members. If we only look at Bambi's description, then vampires at that time did not pose any threat to humans. Instead, it was more likely that humans would harm vampires. But what happened? Why did the vampire become like this? Bambi knew nothing about this. She only knew that she was invited by the queen to attend the banquet. After she was tired, she fell asleep. When she woke up again, it was when Duan and the others opened the stone pillar. As for the ancient scrolls carried by Bibi, she was also impressive. At least from the news revealed by the Bibi. The queen should be handed over the ancient scroll to Zibi. And then she was locked in the stone pillar. Having said that, this princess slept too soundly. And she slept for 500 years at a time. And the answer to all these mysteries is right before our eyes. Look! There is the Barbarian castle there, pointing to a huge castle on a small island not far away. Bambi said proudly. It must be said that this castle is indeed very huge. More than 10 stories high, with clock towers on the 4 corners with Gothic-style triangular domes, coupled with the current overcast weather, whistling lightning and heavy rain. Well, this is obviously the territory of vampires. But this place looks so desolate. When I came to the shore, looking at the castle in front of me, Bob showed a doubtful expression. Any questions? Duan walked on the shore and looked at the 4 weeks. I saw it desolate around. There was nothing except for stones on the earth. And even the trees were dead. And it was twisted into a weird form. No matter how you look at it, it seems to fit the appearance of a vampire castle. Hey! There used to be a big garden here. It was very beautiful. Bambi used to like to lie in the grass and sleep in the sun. But Bambi obviously didn't think so. She stretched out her hand, gestured, and explained. When he heard the instructions of Bibi, the alerts around Duan were speechless. Why does a vampire's castle need a garden? In short, we know when we go in. Duan clenched his warhammer and looked at the castle in front of him. Although according to Bambi, this castle should not be that dangerous. But the memories in Bambi's mind were all about things that happened 500 years ago. At that time, there were no vampires like today that treat humans as food. So, Bambi, Gulia, hide behind me and pay attention to your surroundings. As he spoke, Duan strode forward, and Gulia and Bambi followed closely behind him. The sentries also drew their weapons and made preparations in the back. After walking through the desolate land, I came to the stone bridge connected to the main entrance of the castle. A bloody, cold, and death atmosphere rushed to the face. My dear, please be careful. It may be dangerous. I know. Duan is not a fool. The castle in front of him clearly looks like the venue for the final boss showdown. He is not blind. So if he says there is no trick, no one will believe it. However, just as the group crossed the stone bridge and arrived at the gate, they saw the originally tightly closed steel gate rise up with a clatter. And then the heavy stone door made a loud bang and slowly opened, revealing the dim and dark corridor inside. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent, while Duan touched his chin and turned to look at everyone. Tell me, if we turn back now, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the other party? Ha ha ha. In the face of Duan speech, Gulia didn't know what to say. He could only smile bitterly. And the alert person was shining with a weapon. Judging from his forehead, he couldn't stand by sweating. He obviously had no mood and Duan joking. Let's go. Then, seeing that no one enjoys himself, Duan shrugged helplessly. To be honest, he really wanted to do this. If the door is open on the opposite side, and wait for someone to barracks outside the door, will boss die alive? Say, should we start a fire here and grill some fish? Mr. Knight. Okay. I know. Seeing Gulia clenching her fists to protest to him, Duan shook his head helplessly. If it were better to put it here, she would definitely not only agree with it, but would even start a fire on her own initiative. However, Gulia's personality was quite serious, so there was nothing he could do about it. In this way, the group walked into the castle. And then, as expected, after they walked into the castle, the heavy door closed heavily, and devoured everyone in the darkness. Then, flames flashed and illuminated the originally dark space. Duanmu Huai looked up and looked around, and saw that they were in the hall of the castle entrance. Raised their heads, and saw dozens of men and women standing on the terraces on both sides. They looked like men and women who wanted to participate in the banquet. Each of them stood behind the railings with different shapes. In front of them stood a man dressed in a black suit, looking like a butler. Who are these people? While holding Duanmu Huai's cloak tightly, Bambi looked at them in confusion and muttered in a low voice. It's no wonder. For Bambi, this is basically the same as returning home and finding that there are strangers at home. It is normal to feel uneasy and confused. Please come in, everyone. The master is waiting for you. The butler in front respectfully bowed to everyone and walked forward, while Duanmu Huai and others followed him to the front door. And then the butler pushed open the door. Seeing the scene inside, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Behind the door was a magnificent restaurant with 3 long dining tables, 2 vertically and 1 horizontally placed in the middle. Behind the tables were also sitting nobles in gorgeous clothes. If that was all, then this would be nothing more than a simple banquet. The problem is the food on the table. That's human. Human bodies were placed on the table, their blood vessels cut open, their limbs cut off and placed in basins, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Just seeing this scene made Gulia pale, and the guards gritted their teeth and held their weapons tightly. Although it was not the first time for them to deal with vampires, it was the first time to see vampires treating humans as meals. What's this? Even Banbai was blank, staring at the scene in front of him. I didn't know what to do. And at this moment, a voice rang out. Welcome back, Your Highness the Princess of the Dark Night. Hearing the voice, everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man wearing a black suit and cloak, dressed no differently from a standard vampire. Standing up. This is the dinner I prepared for your return. How is it? Princess? Are you satisfied? No. Stop talking nonsense. Hearing this, Bambi jumped up in anger and yelled loudly. What a disgusting thing. Who are you? Why are you in this castle? Where is the queen? How dare you do such an outrageous thing here? Ah, princess. Hearing Bambi's scolding, the middle-aged man showed an expression as if he was intoxicated. Although Bambi's voice was indeed very sweet and quite pleasant to hear, even her scolding sounded very pleasant. But wouldn't it be a bit perverted to show such an expression? I'm so sorry. As you can see, Her Majesty the Queen has disappeared. But don't worry. As long as we are here, the vampire kingdom will be revived again, and vampires will rule the world. You? What are you talking about? Who are you? Looking at the middle-aged man's fanatical and obsessed expression, Bambi nervously grabbed Duanmu Huai's cloak and stared at him. Bambi doesn't know you. Nor do I know any of you. Who are you anyway? Where's Her Majesty the Queen? Where are all the other people from Runbania Castle? They are all here, Princess. As he spoke, the man smiled smugly. Then he reached out his hand and gently pressed his abdomen. They are all here, Princess. It's a pity that you will never see them again. Chapter 173 Blast. Why? Hearing the man's words, Bambi was stunned for a moment, seemingly not understanding what the man meant. But for Duanmu Huai, this was enough. Gulia. With his roar, Gulia hurriedly hugged Bambi and then lowered her head. At the same time, Duanmu Huai threw a flash bomb into the air with his right hand. Now that it has been confirmed that the group of vampires in the castle have nothing to do with Bambi, just kill them directly. As for what the hidden story is, we will talk about it later. In the blink of an eye, an extremely dazzling pure white light burst out from it, directly illuminating the entire castle with a white glow. The vampires had obviously never thought that such a thing existed in the world, and they immediately covered their eyes and stepped back. At the same time, Duanmu Huai jumped up, holding the thunder hammer in his hand, and rushed to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Then, the sacred soul flames exploded around him. Boom! The scorching flames instantly engulfed the vampires, who were panicking because of the flash bombs. Although vampires have speed and physique far beyond that of ordinary people, they are still as powerless as children in front of the strong light. After all, these vampires are not perfect beings like Bambi, but low-level monsters who are afraid of the sun, and even like primitive barbarians who eat raw meat and drink blood. Under the burning of the soul flame, the vampires in the restaurant were almost instantly burned to charcoal with screams. hearing the screams from the restaurant. The vampires outside also tried to rush in. But what they faced was a blazing fire dragon. Gulia raised her right hand, which had turned into a dragon claw, and burning flames erupted from it, blocking the door like a flaming dragon. In just a blink of an eye, the hall outside had turned into a huge furnace. If it was an ordinary building, the vampires could still escape. However, this stone building was a vampire-style castle, with only small windows no wider than 10 centimeters. In addition, in order to prevent Duanmuhui and others from escaping, they completely sealed off the entire castle, thus completely cutting off their own retreat. The vampires in the hall outside tried frantically to escape, but the narrow space restricted their further actions. Instead, the fire dragon controlled by Gulia shuttled back and forth aggressively, ruthlessly devouring everything that dared to stand in its way. In just a few moments, the nearly 100 vampires that had been entrenched here were completely wiped out. And those guys who were sitting at the table, pretending to be serious, were now charred corpses with bodies as black as charcoal. They were still trying to escape and block, as if their lives were frozen at that moment. However, there are still some fish that slipped through the net. Duanmuhui raised his head and stared ahead. Although the flash bomb blocked other people's vision, his vision was not affected because of the protection of the helmet. So he clearly saw that when he took action, the middle-aged man seemed to have sensed something was wrong and instantly turned into a blood-colored gust of wind and rushed into the corridor behind. But, do you think you can escape? Gulia. Take good care of Bambi. I'll be back soon. Duanmuhui held the warhammer, and he left the sentence without returning, and then rushed into the corridor in front of him. Boom! The heavy door was pushed open, and a bloody whirlwind swirled and landed on the ground. And a strange figure appeared in it. He was the middle-aged man from before, but now he was no longer in human form, and had turned into a monster with a dark blue body, a head elongated like a dog, and tattered wings behind him. At this moment, the monster's legs had been burnt black, and it collapsed to the ground, gritting its teeth in despair. Why? I originally thought that the people who appeared beside the Dark Knight Princess were just ordinary human adventurers. But why did they have such powerful strength? The white light that almost blinded my eyes, and the terrifying flames that seemed to burn even my soul. Are they really human? Lord Morag. Lord Morag. At this moment, the middle-aged man couldn't even walk. He desperately crawled forward with his hands, while crying out in despair at the altar in front of him. Inside the altar was a strange-looking statue, with its right hand raised high and its left hand stretched forward, posing as if it was dancing, with ears and facial features like a wild animal. At this moment, around this statue, thick blood was flowing down and spilling onto the ground. Save me, Lord Morag. The man crawled forward desperately, but at this moment, his ears had already heard the low footsteps coming from behind him. Boom! 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 The sound of footsteps hit the man's heart like a hammer, and even made him feel unprecedented panic and anxiety. At this moment, the man seemed no longer a powerful vampire, but a helpless and pitiful prey trying to avoid being hunted by a ferocious beast. He desperately crawled towards the altar, as long as he could reach there. As long as he could reach there. However, at this moment, the man suddenly felt his legs tighten suddenly, and then a horrible voice emerged from his ears. I'm so sorry, but you can't go anywhere. At this moment, behind the man, Duanmuhui was holding a warhammer in one hand and grabbing the man's calf with the other hand. He looked like a perverted killer who had captured his victim in a European or American horror movie. Hey, we still have something to talk about. Don't run away in such a hurry. Ah! The man turned around and looked at Duanmuhui's strange rabbit helmet, which was swaying in the light of the fire and shrouded in shadows. His eyes widened in fear. In his eyes, the rabbit with a hideous smile seemed to open its mouth at any time and tear him into pieces. It was obviously a rabbit, but at this moment it felt more terrifying than a dragon. No! No! Let me go! Let me go! Help! Lord Morag. Call! At this moment, as if the man's cry and call were heard, the blood pool on the altar behind suddenly erupted, and the next moment, a giant hand covered in blood grabbed Duanmuhui directly. Looking at the giant bloody hand, Duanmuhui raised his eyebrows immediately. He could certainly feel the powerful magic contained in this giant bloody hand. It was definitely not the power possessed by an ordinary ghost or demon. although it was far inferior to the chaos evil god. Could the momentum in it be the result of a certain demon god personally taking action? Well done. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed with ferocity. And then he threw the man aside. Then he tightly grasped the warhammer and roared. At the same time, a sacred light burst out from Duanmu Huai's body. And then Duanmu Huai tightly grasped the warhammer and smashed it directly at the bloody giant hand in front of him. Boom! The two sides collided heavily. And at the same time, Duanmu Huai could feel the power coming from the bloody giant hand. It was sticky and wild, as if it had some kind of invisible powerful coercive force, just revealing that breath was enough to make ordinary people kneel down in front of it and repent of their humbleness and insignificance. Submit to me. The voice coming from Duanmu Huai's mind was full of oppression, and it almost turned into a tangible force to defeat him. But the one it is facing is not an ordinary person, but a judge who protects mankind. A cruel existence that would destroy even gods and demons in order to protect humanity. A mere demon god actually dared to act so presumptuously in front of him. Under the pressure from the opponent, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. And at the same time, the aura of fear burst out instantly. Under the fear wave that seemed like a raging wave, even the pressure of the demon god suddenly paused. And taking this opportunity, Duanmu Huai grabbed the warhammer and blasted forward again. Boom! The giant hand formed by blood suddenly broke, and the splattering blood dyed the entire room red. At the same time, cracks appeared on the statue on the altar, and it exploded completely like an explosion as the bloody hand shattered. How come? Seeing this scene, the man was stunned. He looked at the scene in front of him in horror and couldn't believe his eyes. As a believer of the devil, he was very familiar with the devil's aura. But what the man didn't expect was that the terrifying existence that he thought was invincible was actually defeated by this terrifying guy in front of him. What the hell is he? Under the man's horrified gaze, the big white rabbit covered in blood slowly turned around. On its painted rabbit face, one could even see blood flowing from the corners of its mouth, and a pair of eyes emitting a scarlet glow. The man collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, watching the big white rabbit walk up to him, grab his head, and lift him up. He watched the blood-stained, hideous-looking rabbit head approach him, and he could even see the scarlet blood on its front teeth sticking out of its mouth. It was just like the rabbit that had just devoured some beast. Just by looking at it, the man felt an uncontrollable fear and chill rushing to his head. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't even speak, because he felt that as soon as he opened his mouth, what followed would be a hysterical scream and a complete collapse. All right, sir. The sound coming from the helmet sounded like the growl of a wild beast to the man. Now, we can have a good talk. Chapter 174 History. Boom! Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and threw the dead pig-like man to the ground. Then he sat down with his horse and sword in his arms, staring at the other person coldly. Beside Duanmu Huai, Gulia, Bambi and the sentinel were also staring at him. Bambi, in particular, still looked angry at this moment. It was obvious that she was still very angry about the fact that her home was occupied by someone else. Okay, tell me, who are you? And why are you here? Why did you want to capture Bambi? The man at this moment had completely lost his previous arrogance. Perhaps because he had witnessed with his own eyes that the demon god he believed in was defeated by Duanmu Huai. The man now looked as pale as death. And then, he quickly confessed and explained everything. And this has to start from the original vampire clan. As mentioned before, vampires like Bambi are almost perfect creatures. But more importantly, they are immortal creatures, and will never die unless they are killed. This naturally caused a glimpse of humans at that time. As it was said, for a while, human beings even dedicated to vampires in order to obtain non-aging or not, so that they turned themselves into dependents. Live your own little life. But humans naturally wouldn't give up. And this man was one of them. He was the king of a country at the time. As a human, he naturally longed to gain the ability of immortality. But because the vampires closed the country and didn't give him any chance, the king was very angry. At this time, a mysterious man appeared in front of the king and gave him a suggestion. As long as you can eat the flesh and blood of vampires, you can inherit their power and gain the ability of immortality. Hearing this, the king naturally took action. But vampires are not lambs. How can they be so easy to deal with? If it were so easy to deal with, the vampires would have been wiped out long ago. Apart from anything else, Outside the vampire kingdom, there is a circle of impenetrable magic barriers that no creature is allowed to enter. In this case, even if you want to attack, you have no way to start. However, the mysterious man gave the king a way to break the magic barrier. He made a suggestion to the king and said that as long as the king offered the blood and soul of his family, he could reach a contract with a powerful demon, so that he could easily break through the magic barrier of the vampire kingdom. In the end, the desire for immortality surpassed everything, and the king followed the mysterious man's instructions and killed all his relatives with his own hands, and then dedicated their souls and blood to the demon god. He also obtained a powerful crystal full of magic power, which could break the magic barrier of the vampire kingdom. So, on the day of the new moon, the king led his army to the outside of the vampire kingdom. He threw the crystal filled with blood and souls in his hand at the barrier. Soon, the barrier shattered, and the strong smell of blood and the screams of the undead instantly enveloped the entire vampire kingdom. Although the vampires at that time were vampires, they were not undead creatures, but living creatures. Therefore, under the overflowing wind of death and bloody breath, they were immediately weakened by half. Then the king led the army into the city, killed the vampires who were celebrating the new moon realm. And then, alright. Looking at Bambi's pale face and shaking body, Duanmu interrupted his narration. He winked at Gulia, who nodded and reached out to hold down Bambi's body. Bambi, you're tired too. Let's go and rest. Bambi doesn't want to listen anymore. Bambi nodded in fear at this moment, and was then taken out by Gulia. It was not until the two left that Duanmu looked at the man again. Continue. Next, just as Duanmu had guessed, the man led his soldiers to kill all the vampires and ate their flesh and blood. Then, under the scarlet moonlight, they transformed into new monsters. But soon, they discovered that the vampires they transformed were fundamentally different from purebred vampires like Bambi. They have no breathing and no heartbeat, and must survive by drinking blood. Otherwise they will fall into a deep sleep. They cannot be exposed to sunlight or even eat other food. The furious king found the mysterious man and asked him the reason. It turned out that the ritual of transforming vampires was incomplete. Only by absorbing the purest essence and blood from the royal family, and using it to contaminate the core treasure of the vampire clan, the Elder Scrolls, could they be transformed into purebred vampires, rather than the defective products they are now. And in the vampire kingdom, only the queen and the princess possess the essence of pure blood. In order to protect the people, the queen was completely destroyed in the battle with the incarnation of the devil, and her soul was imprisoned in the devil's annihilation realm. As for the princess, she was missing. So after that, the king had been sending people to search for the missing princess. Until not long ago, he finally found a clue and locked the princess's location. Therefore, in order to complete his plan and turn himself into a pure vampire, the man also began his plan. He first took the Star of Azra from a necromancer and transformed it, and at the same time sent others to find the place where the princess was sleeping. In the man's mind, as long as he could wake up the princess and then use the transformed Star of Azra to absorb her soul, he could completely control the last pure-blooded royal family in the world. He even thought that after he became a pure-blooded royal family, he would give birth to a new group of vampires with the other party. As long as a large group of vampire royal families, who were not afraid of the sun, appeared, they would be able to conquer the world, and then turn this continent into the territory of the demon god. Puff. The man's head shattered like a walnut in an instant, and his brains mixed with blood splattered everywhere. Duanmu shook his hand and threw the headless body into the fire. Okay, I've heard enough about delusions. They're really boring. Yes. The sentinel also looked at the headless corpse being engulfed by the fire with a complicated expression. And for a moment, he didn't know what to say. I used to think that vampires were the most evil monsters in the world, but I never thought that humans could actually commit such unimaginable atrocities. That is also the result of the devil's bewitching. Duanmu gave an expressionless answer. In fact, after many similar situations, the evil gods, who were the masterminds behind the scenes, would say that it was the selfish and cruel nature of human beings that led to such depraved behavior. Even without him, it was only a matter of time before they went astray. But to Duanmu, this is all bullshit. Even without you? The reality is not if. The reality is that you tempted them to fall. Okay. Just like this group of guys. If you hadn't sent your own believers to seduce them, Would they have the courage to attack the vampire kingdom? To put it bluntly, it's you who's responsible. What kind of human nature is this? They will fall into depravity even without you. As a judge, do you think I will believe your lies? In this kind of situation, it is definitely not humans who are wrong, but the devil. This is all the result of the devil's bewitching. So every wrong has its perpetrator, and the most important thing is to settle the account with you. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, anyone who attributes crimes to nature is talking nonsense. Even rabbits bite when they are in a hurry. So, shouldn't we blame the person who forced the rabbit to bite? But blame the rabbit's bad nature? Does a rabbit with a good nature not bite when it is in a hurry? What stupid logic. If we really want to discuss this issue, once all of you demons and evil gods who like to seduce humans are dead, we will have plenty of time to discuss human nature. Until then, this pot is yours. Don't even think about taking it away from me. Okay. That's it for now. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow. Duanmu Huai shook his head, turned and walked out of the room, while the sentinel stared at the corpse in the fire, was silent for a moment, and then turned and left. In the corridor, Duanmu Huai saw Gulia standing there. Where's Bambi? Fell asleep. Gulia glanced at the door next to her, and answered in a low voice. It seems that Bambi has been hit hard. It's no wonder. After all, her entire clan was destroyed, and she was the only one left. For Bambi, this is like a dream. At this point, Gulia shook her head helplessly. She could imagine Bambi's mood at the moment. Although for them, this was a thing of the past hundreds of years. But for Bambi, she was still enjoying a happy life in the castle a few days ago, and attended a lively banquet. But when she woke up, she found that her kingdom had been destroyed. All her compatriots had been killed, and even the castle had been occupied. Well, things have changed, and the world has changed dramatically. But that's all. You go and accompany her, and we'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Okay. Gulia nodded and went back to the bedroom, while Duanmu Huai walked to the balcony next to him and looked at the blazing bonfire below. After killing the group of vampires, Duanmu Huai summoned a bunch of puppets and asked them to throw all the corpses into the fire and burn them, while searching the entire castle to avoid any escapees. At least it seems that everything is going well now. However, at this moment, suddenly, a voice emerged from Duanmu Huai's mind. Mr. Knight? Mr. Knight? Are you asleep? Anne? What's the matter? Hearing Anne's voice, Duanmu Huai smiled. Through the soul card, he could communicate with his summons anytime and anywhere. This was a relatively convenient ability. At least like now, they could still communicate even though they were thousands of miles apart. It's just that they can only contact Duanmu Huai, but cannot contact each other. You're still awake? Where's Gulia? Are you guys okay? Nothing happened. Right. As expected. Talking about Gulia, every other sentence has become Anne's characteristic. Gulia is fine. She just had a little trouble. Duanmu Huai simply explained the matter of the vampire kingdom to Njin, who also seemed a little complicated. I never thought this would happen. Is Miss Bambi okay? She went to sleep after being hit hard. I asked Gulia to accompany her. It shouldn't be a big deal. That is, Gulia is actually very caring. Oh, by the way, Mr. Knight, I have something to ask you. Oh, what's that? Duanmu Huai knew that it was impossible for him to have nothing to do and chat with him so late at night. It's like this. Recently, the Academy organized an exploration activity for us to explore the dungeon. Then we found a very interesting thing under the dungeon. What is it called? The Eye of Magnus. Wait a minute. Eye of Magnus? Hearing the name, Duanmu Huai suddenly perked up and opened his eyes quickly. The Eye of Magnus? That Eye of Magnus? What does that thing look like? It's a very large sphere, with light coming out from inside, and it's covered by a metal SHL, which is still rotating. Damn! It really is this thing. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Huai suddenly burst into swearing. The reason is very simple. He is very familiar with this thing. This has to start with the 16th Primarch owned by Duanmu Huai. The owner of the 16th Primarch was once one of the children of the Emperor of the Human Empire, named Magnus the Red King. He was the psychic with the most outstanding psychic talent among all the children of the Emperor. At that time, there were many psychic mutants in Magnus' Thousand Sons Legion. Simply put, Magnus is like a powerful wizard who pursues knowledge and leads an equally powerful army of wizards into battle. His home planet is also a treasure trove of books full of knowledge and command. However, Magnus has only one eye. Although he claimed that he sacrificed his right eye in pursuit of knowledge. However, according to rumors from various middlemen in the warp, Magnus lost his right eye in a bet with the god of deception. After that, in order to boast of his victory, the god of deceit made Magnus' right eye into a magical artifact, called the Eye of Magnus. It is said that Magnus also tried to find his right eye back, but never succeeded. In the game, the Eye of Magnus is a psychic amplification device. To use game terms, within the range of the Eye of Magnus, the power of spell attacks of all psychics will be greatly enhanced, and even the holder will be covered by psychic energy, gaining almost invincible defense. If it is used as the fleet's flagship artifact, then all the warships in the fleet will have their void shield protection capabilities doubled, and will even be able to safely pass through the subspace turbulence. Well, it's very useful and very powerful. But of course, it also has a side effect that is not mentioned in the instructions at all. As we all know, the more psychics in the real world use their psychic powers, the more their bodies will mutate. The Eye of Magnus is no exception. In fact, there was once a case where a mage player used the Eye of Magnus on the battlefield and found that more than half of his psychic army had turned into blue and pink monsters after using it. Of course, there is no such danger for the Soul Walker. After all, the Soul card itself is a subspace projection, and it is impossible to mutate again. Where is that thing now? Huh? The chief mage transported it to the College of Winterhold, saying that he was going to investigate. Wait, I'll be there tomorrow. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's depressed mood was swept away. He never expected that he could find the Eye of Magnus in the fragment world. It seems that the trip to this continent was not in vain. Chapter 175, First Courtesy. Then Force. The next morning, everyone set off again. This time, the sentinel did not follow Duanmu Huai and the others. He said that he would return to the Twilight Guards and tell them about the vampires. Although most of these vampires have been burned to charcoal, there are still some vampires left outside. How to deal with these vampires is also the next research topic of the Twilight Guards. As for Duanmu Huai, he took Gulia and Bambi to the Winterhold Mage College to recover the Eye of Magnus. That's right. The Eye of Magnus is essentially an artifact made from Magnus' eyes. And Magnus is the Legion commander of the Empire. So rounding it off, the Eye of Magnus is the property of the Empire. As an Inquisitor of the Imperial Tribunal, is there anything wrong with Duanmu Huai recovering the Empire's property? There's nothing wrong with it. As for whether there is anyone who dares not to return the Empire's property, don't worry about it. Because Duanmu Huai was not walking this time like before. He directly drove out the Night Crow Black Star. On the one hand, this is a strong momentum. On the other hand, wow, this is amazing. Such a big piece of metal can actually fly in the air. This is amazing. My familiar. Looking at Bambi, who was sitting in the passenger seat and looking around excitedly. Duanmu Huai also smiled slightly. Although Bambi finally fell asleep last night. According to Gulia, she did not sleep well all night and might even have had nightmares. In fact, Bambi was listless until the morning. So in order to coax her, Duanmu Huai specially summoned the Night Crow Black Star and took her to the sky for a spin. As it turns out, although the princess is at least in 3 digits, her mentality is almost the same as that of a 10-year-old child. She is also very excited looking at the scenery outside. Seeing Bambi regain his lively and cheerful appearance, Duanmu Huai was relieved. Of course, if it was just an ordinary country destroyed and family ruined, Bambi would definitely not come back to his senses so quickly. But the problem is that 500 years have passed, and the world has really changed. Nothing is left. Just listening to the other party's words. It is inevitable that there is a feeling that it is not real. For Bambi, the destruction of his country and his family has not yet felt realistic. So it is so easy for him to recover. Looking at Bambi like this, Duanmu Huai felt relieved. Although Bambi and An are both lively, cheerful and extroverted, they are still somewhat different, and gives people the feeling of being cheerful and active, who can liven up the atmosphere. Having her around makes people feel happy and relaxed. But Bambi is more like a little girl next door. Especially her voice, which is sweet and a bit coquettish. When she acts coquettishly, she is just like a cute kitten, the kind that makes people want to hold her in their arms. In fact, she has only been here for a few days, but she has already attracted everyone's care and attention. not to mention Duanmuhui and Gulia. Even the vigilant, who always adheres to the concept of all vampires must be eliminated, did not show any fierce behavior when facing Bambi. This princess seems to have a natural friendly charm. Although she is not a stunning beauty, and can only be considered very cute. Her voice is so endearing that no matter whether she is crying, laughing, or even cursing, it sounds special to the ears. This is so addictive. Just look at Gulia. Although she is indeed a kind-hearted child, she is naturally introverted and hardly talks to others. In many cases, she would rather stand by and silently care about others than take the initiative to approach them. But this time, facing Bambi, Gulia actually took the initiative to take care of her. This in itself is very telling. We are almost at our destination. Take a seat. Okay. Hearing Duanmuhui's words, Bambi nodded vigorously, then sat down obediently on the chair, staring with wide eyes at the night crow Black Star slowly descending and flying towards the Winterhold Academy not far away. The School of Mages in Winterhold is a school of mages located in the city of Winterhold. However, the reputation of this school is not very good in the province of Skyrim. The reason is quite simple. Winterhold was once the capital of Skyrim and a large city. However, due to a strong earthquake, most of the city and area of Winterhold were submerged by the sea. Only the Mage Academy escaped and still stands on the ocean like an isolated island. Because of this, many people suspected that the culprit of this disaster was the Mage College, believing that the mages had conducted some kind of experiment that led to this catastrophe. This also led to mages being unwelcome in Winterhold. And the same was true for this Mage College. Except for mages who were enthusiastic about spells. Everyone else stayed away from here. Duanmuhui drove the Night Crow Black Star across the frozen sea and arrived outside the Winterhold College. The Winterhold College itself is currently built on a stone land on the sea, and is connected to the outside world by only a tall and thin stone bridge. Duanmuhui controlled the Night Crow Black Star and stopped at the edge of the stone bridge. Then, he stood up. I'll be back soon. You guys wait here. Although Gulia wanted to meet him, Duanmuhui did not intend to let the two meet so soon. After all, An's identity here was hidden. He also told him that when he saw him, he should not act familiar with him, and just treat him as a stranger. And probably didn't understand at first. But when she saw Night Crow Black Star, I'm sure that with the princess's brain, she would definitely come to her senses. When Duanmuhui walked down from Night Crow Black Star, there was already a large group of mages standing at the entrance of the academy, staring at him with surprise, astonishment, bewilderment, etc. After all, it was impossible for the mages not to be interested in such a thing. Not to mention that they did not sense any magic power from it at all. How does this thing fly without magic? When they saw Duanmuhui, wearing power armor, walking down from the Night Raven Black Star, the mages gasped and stepped back. Although Duanmuhui had changed the paint of his power armor, his tall stature and the pressure of the fear aura were enough to terrify ordinary people. Hello, strange visitor. At this time, an old man wearing a robe, a long beard, who looked like a mage came out of the crowd and came to Duanmuhui. I am Savos Aaron, the chief mage of the academy. What brings you here? Hello, Mr. Savos. Duanmuhui stood in front of Savos and nodded to him. I am an inquisitor from the Inquisition. I am here to reclaim our property. I think you should understand what I mean. Duanmuhui's attitude is very clear, which is to use courtesy before force, regardless of whether the other party knows it or not. He will first state his identity. As for whether the other party believes it or not, that is the other party's problem. The Inquisition? Hearing Duanmuhui's words, Savos was obviously confused. He looked at Duanmuhui, then at Night Crow Black Star behind him. Excuse me. I don't think I've ever heard of the Inquisition. It's normal that you don't know. After all, we don't belong here in the first place. Duanmuhui nodded. In fact, I think our communication will only be limited to this time. So, what do you think? Please follow me. Mr. Inquisitor. Although the rabbit paint on Duanmuhui's power armor was ridiculous, Savos thought about it, and then made an invitation gesture. Duanmuhui followed Savos into the gate of Winterhold College, and walked towards the building in front of him. Of course, he also saw him. At this moment, the Princess of Manalia was also dressed as a mage. But she looked at him, and laughed so hard that she could hardly breathe. Well, as long as no one found out, it would be fine. Under the guidance of Savos, Duanmu Huai came to the place they called the Hall of Elements. Soon, he saw a huge sphere floating in the air. Just as An said, it emitted a faint blue light. And the outer steel I was constantly moving. And it looked like it was constantly changing. Not only that, the moment he saw it, Duanmu Huai could sense an almost imperceptible connection. It was a resonance between the powers of the original genes. Obviously, this was exactly what he was looking for. We found it in a ruin. It's amazing. We can feel its power. I know what you mean, Mr. Savos. Duanmu Huai nodded and stared at Savos. Thank you for bringing it back to light. To show my gratitude, I will prepare a gift for you. Wait a moment. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded and interrupted the two of them. Then Duanmu Huai saw a high elf wearing a rather luxurious wizard robe walking towards him. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Duanmu Huai with confusion and suspicion. Who are you? Where are you from? How can you prove that this is something you own? I don't need to answer your moronic questions. Alien. When he saw the high elf, Duanmu Huai's tone instantly became much lower. This is the internal affairs of the trial court, and others have no right to intervene. Is it the same even for the ancestral divine land? When I heard Duanmu Huai's answer, the higher elves also became cold. Don't use your ridiculous and inferior thinking to guess the will of the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai would not give the high elves any good face. He just stretched out his hand and drove the psychic power. Soon, everyone saw that the originally huge sphere gradually began to shrink. In just a blink of an eye, it shrank to a shape about the size of an eye, and then floated into Duanmu Huai's hand. Seeing this scene, the magicians present all showed surprised expressions. But it was obvious that Duanmu Huai's move had confirmed that there was indeed some connection between him and this mysterious sphere. Thank you for your support of the work of the tribunal. Duanmu Huai retracted the ball and looked at Saville, formulating his gratitude formula. In return, you can make a request, and we will try to meet it as long as it does not violate the principles of the tribunal. Hearing this, Savos fell into silence. And at this moment, the high elf suddenly spoke again. In that case, why don't you let us investigate your iron carriage? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, and then looked at the high elf with a strange smile. You, Beansprout, seem to be tired of living. Chapter 176 Unexpected Encounter. Facing this guy who was looking for death, Duanmu Huai was obviously too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He just stretched out his hand and took out a hand cannon from his arms, aiming it at the high elf in front of him. Facing the muzzle of the gun pointed at him by Duanmu Huai, the high elf was just stunned. And then he stared at the black muzzle in front of him curiously. Next moment, boom! With a loud bang, the high elf's head shattered, and then its whole body shook and fell to the ground. No one is allowed to disrespect to the trial court. Looking at the corpse of the high elf lying on the ground, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Although his marksmanship was not very good, that was when he was shooting at a long range. If he still couldn't hit someone by pointing the muzzle of the gun directly in front of him, that would be alien technology. Then he turned his head, looked at the chief mage in front of him, and then passed the handgun. Excuse me, what are you doing? This is my thank you gift to you. What Duanmu Huai gave to the old wizard was a hand cannon from the Guardian civilization called Midnight Coup. Its appearance was quite outstanding. With a white gunshot, golden magazine and black handle combined, it looked very beautiful and full of a sacred aura. Ah, thank you very much. The old wizard also hurriedly stretched out his hand and took the hand cannon handed to him by Duanmu Huai in a daze. Then Duanmu Huai turned around and left. Under the gaze of other wizards, he returned to the Night Crow Black Star, quickly took off into the air, and left this place of trouble. As for how to deal with the aftermath of that idiot high elf, that has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. Wow, Mr. Knight, you are so stingy. You only gave them a hand cannon? Soon, Duanmu Huai received telepathic communication from it again. Although the mages in the Mage Academy did not know what it was, and had participated in the war against Cabal with Duanmu Huai, and she was also very familiar with the weapons of the Guardian civilization. Although this thing was not something that ordinary people could get, as long as it wanted it, she could go to the Guardian civilization and buy one. Give this kind of thing to Master College to exchange the eyes of Magnus, inasmuch as it is no different from using an apple to change a castle. For them, this is just the right thing to study. Duanmu Huai did not say false words. This is like Willing Hongwang Avenue, and the price is not expensive. but the technical content of them is a lot in all. For example, materials, chassis, and the knowledge involved in the control system are very important. If the Mage Academy could analyze the material, structure and principle of the hand cannon, it could at least raise the combat effectiveness of this continent to a higher level. Well, it's just a step. After all, Duanmu Huai's base is in Manalia, so it's certainly impossible for him to help potential competitors improve their combat effectiveness. Right? As for the improvement of the civilization level in Manalia, Duanmu Huai has nothing to worry about. When he was carrying out the task of advancing hidden professions, and had already looted almost a complete set of STEM works and research books from the library of the human planet over there. Now these books have been transported to the Manalia library, and are being studied and interpreted jointly by scholars from the Holy City and the Kingdom of Manalia. This is the correct way to improve civilization. A tall building needs to be built from the ground up. But before construction, there is a lot of knowledge about building materials, foundations, and site selection. The way Manalia upgrades is like letting a group of people first learn to become a qualified construction team, and then start construction. As for the Mage Academy, it was more like they were just shown a building, and then they had to figure out how to imitate it themselves. How much they can comprehend depends on their own luck. This is why Anne thought Duanmu Huai was stingy, because she had read books about the basic structure and use of hand cannons, and had learned the principles. For Anne, this was not much more difficult than 1 + 1 is equal to 2. If Anne was given enough materials, she could even assemble a hand cannon herself with magic. But for the mages in the Mage Academy, it would probably take them a lot of time just to figure out the structure and principle of this hand cannon. "Where are we going next, Mr. Knight?" Holding the BB, Gulia asked, and Duanmu Huai thought about it. "Well, nothing to do for now. So we... beep, beep, beep." However, before Duanmu Huai could finish his words, suddenly, a series of rapid alarms sounded. Almost at the same time, Duanmu Huai reflexively grabbed the joystick and pressed it down suddenly. Then, the Night Crow Black Star, which was originally flying steadily in the air, suddenly flipped over and rolled to the side to avoid the attack. Then, a huge fireball fell from the sky, passed by the Night Crow Black Star, and exploded in the air behind it. Boom! The dazzling flashes appeared in the sky as if there was a second sun, and the huge waves were pushing even more like a bumpy boat in the strenuous waves. Ah! Feeling the violent shaking of the airship, Gulia and Bambi screamed, while Duanmu Huai gripped the joystick tightly and stared ahead. He saw a giant black dragon flapping its wings in the sky not far in front of him, blocking his way. How interesting! A low voice emerged in everyone's mind, and it was obvious that it was the dragon speaking. It's really interesting that a mere mortal can fly in the sky with the help of such a toy. But the sky is the domain of dragons. It's not up to you to decide. Duanmu Huai didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party. In the blink of an eye, Night Crow Black Star opened fire at full power. Countless bullets and missiles whizzed out and flew towards the locked enemy. Snort! Seeing that the opponent dared to fight back, the black dragon snorted coldly. Then it flapped its wings violently, accelerated again, and tried to avoid the attack with a spin. However, the missile that had been biting on it obviously would not give up. Just as the black dragon was moving to dodge, the whistling missile also turned and hit the dragon's body directly. Boom! A series of smoke suddenly exploded in the air, like a thick cloud. However, the next moment, accompanied by a roaring airflow, the smoke instantly dissipated, and then the unharmed black dragon flew out of it. "This attack is meaningless to me," Durculata. Along with the roar of the black dragon, the surrounding air currents instantly seemed to turn into entities and rush towards Night Crow Black Star. Only a shrill alarm sounded. At the same time, the entire SHL of Night Crow Black Star began to gradually twist and deform. "Shit! Let's go!" Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was also surprised, and hurriedly opened the door, leaping down with Gulia and Bambi. Boom! The next moment, the Night Crow Black Star exploded behind the three of them, and turned into a fireball in the sky. Damn! My airship! Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai's eyes turned red. He immediately clenched his warhammer, activated his jetpack, and looked at the black dragon again. At the same time, Gulia and Bambi also spread their wings and hovered in the air. "You reptile! You are really looking for death, arrogant mortal!" The sky is not your territory. The black dragon raised its head and looked at the three people in front of it with contempt. You lowly bugs are only fit to crawl on the ground and look up at the sky. But you dare not dare to touch the dragon's territory. Remember my name? I am Alduin, the eldest son of Akatosh. I will devour your souls, and let you know the consequences of fighting against the dragon. Your doom is here. Alduin, hearing the other party introduce themselves. Guanmuhuai and Gulia were both stunned, and then looked at each other strangely. Before, they were looking for Ohin, but they didn't find a clue. Wow, I didn't expect there would be such a considerate boss. It would be great if every boss would come to your door like this big reptile. Superior. The next moment, Guanmuhuai gave the order without hesitation. Then he gripped his warhammer tightly and rushed directly towards Alduin. Mortal, your struggle is meaningless. Froze. Seeing that Auden was about to open his mouth again, Guanmuhuai also suddenly accelerated. After the previous battle, Guanmuhuai has found that the so-called dragon roar is more like a kind of rule of the rules. In simple terms, as long as you say it, it will trigger the effect. But there is a way to deal with the dragon roar. That is, as long as the opponent can't speak. It's okay. I don't believe you can do ventriloquism. So when Alduin opened his mouth and was about to roar, Guanmuhuai's eyes lit up. And then he clenched his hammer and threw it at Alduin. Soon, the hammer shining with thunder passed through the sky with a trace of afterimage, and rushed directly into Alduin's mouth, stuck in his throat. Ha. Because of this, Alduin was unable to utter the last dragon language, and it turned into a weird cry. It's no wonder. Just imagine that when you are yelling, the other person suddenly stuffs a thick and big carrot into your throat. That would definitely not feel good. At this moment, Alduin was also furious. And soon, flame shot out of his mouth, obviously trying to melt the thunder hammer stuck in his throat. However, Guanmuhuai's thunder hammer was not an ordinary item. So how could it be melted so easily? Greya, hold it back. Bambi, try not to let it spit fire. Block its vision. Guanmuhuai, who had succeeded in one strike, naturally would not give up the current opportunity. He casually drew out the chainsaw sword behind him, and quickly gave orders to Gulia and Bambi. Okay, Mr. Knight. Got it. Dependent. Hearing Guanmuhuai's order, Gulia and Bambi also began to move. Gulia once again transformed her right hand into a dragon claw, rushed to the front of the black dragon, and punched it hard on the head. At the same time, Bambi also raised his hands, and with her movements, a black mass of bats emerged from the air. Under Bambi's control, they turned into a dark torrent and rushed directly to the dragon's mouth. For Ohin, this is definitely not a good experience. It seems that it is used to use steel, and the carrot with electricity is stuffed with the throat. That's so sour and refreshing. It's exciting just thinking about it. Roar! Roar! Although he couldn't roar accurately, Alduin still sprayed flames angrily, catching all the bats summoned by Bambi. However, under Bambi's cover, Guanmuhuai had already grasped the chainsaw sword and came to Alduin's side. Stupid idiot. Of course, Alduin noticed Guanmuhuai's action, but he scoffed at it. A mere mortal wanted to harm him? You know, he is the eldest son of Akatosh, the dragon god of time, and the most powerful world devourer. Alduin, except for the dragonborn, mortals have no way to cause him any harm. You know, hundreds of years ago, there were human heroes who challenged it, and those heroes were very powerful and could easily kill its lesser dragons. However, even the swords in their hands could not hurt Alduin at all. In the end, they could only use the power of the Elder Scrolls to banish Alduin to the moment of doomsday. At this moment, Alduin suddenly looked at Bambi in the distance. To be exact, it was what she was carrying on her back. The Elder Scrolls. Really? Still coming? Once is enough. Do these damn humans think I will fall into the same trap twice in a row? Seeing this, Alduin's eyes were also burning with anger. Of course, he did not dare to underestimate the power of the Elder Scrolls. But before, he was expelled because he was hit by the dragon roar created by those mortals, and had no way to escape. However, this time was different. He was in the sky. Could it be that these damn guys thought that they could use the Elder Scrolls to expel him again in this situation? This thought flashed through Alduin's mind. And because of this, at that moment, he ignored Guanmuhuai, who jumped up and rushed to his back. In other words, Alduin didn't care about this mortal at all. After all, the other party was not a dragonborn and could not cause any harm to him. Instead, it was that elder scroll. However, before Alduin could think of a countermeasure, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. The skin was cut, the bones were cut off, the muscles were torn, and the blood was sprayed out. At this moment, the pain that had almost forgotten from the side of Ohin completely interrupted its thoughts. Ah! The next moment, accompanied by screams, the dark dragon lost its balance and fell to the ground. Chapter 177 Defeat. A giant dragon fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Boom! If it were an ordinary dragon, this alone would be enough to smash it into a pulp. But Alduin is not an ordinary dragon. Even if he falls to the ground from a high altitude, he will not die. But what is going on? Why is this happening? Alduin barely raised his head and looked at his right wing. At this moment, the root of his wing had been completely cut, leaving a huge crack. Impossible. Why? That person is not a dragonborn at all. This world has its own rules. Just like the power of the dragon roar that can change the world with words, dragons are untouchable by mortals. Especially Alduin, as the eldest son of the dragon god of time. His power is not only extremely strong, but even he himself is far higher than the level of mortals. Logically speaking, even the most powerful mortals cannot harm Alduin, because they are only human. But what kind of power is this? The torn incision did not heal. On the contrary, Ohin could feel that the power of destruction like a flame was spreading in his body. And the power destroyed everything. Even the power of the dragon it had seemed to be unsatisfactory in the face of this force. This is not the power of the dragonborn. Although it is said that only the dragonborn can defeat Alduin. In the final analysis, the identity of the dragonborn only puts it on the same level as Alduin, able to cross the boundary between mortals and dragons. If the dragonborn itself is very weak, then it is impossible to defeat Alduin. However, this power was so terrifying and fierce, and the burning sensation that seemed to destroy everything was spreading rapidly. And the recovery ability that he was proud of as a dragon was useless in the face of this power. Who? Alduin opened his mouth and tried to heal himself with the dragon roar. But all he could make was a muffled whine. The hammer stuck in Alduin's throat seemed to have moved one step closer, getting stuck in his throat so hard that Alduin could hardly get it out. Damn it! Feeling the foreign body feel in the throat, Ohin became more and more angry. It never thought that someone would use this method to deal with himself. At this moment, Odin did not care about anything, and directly stretched out his front paws to try to take out the damn hammer from his mouth. After all, the hammer was still emitting electric light and shaking constantly, making Alduin feel his throat numb. If it continued like this, he might never be able to speak again. However, it is obvious that Duanmu Huai and others will not give it this opportunity. Drink. Flames fell from the sky and instantly covered Alduin's body. Gulia clenched her right hand, which was burning with flames, and blasted Alduin's head with force. Boom! Alduin's head was immediately knocked to the ground by Gulia's punch. But he would not surrender. Alduin roared, and a dragon breath spurted out of his mouth again, forcing Gulia back. However, just as Alduin was about to chase, countless bats appeared again, forming a circle that blocked his sight. Stupid vampire. Of course, Alduin knew that this was the work of the vampire girl, and he was furious. However, just as he was about to burn everything in front of him with his dragon breath, a warning suddenly appeared in his heart. Then he turned his body almost instinctively and moved to the side. Then Alduin caught a figure appearing from behind him, wielding a spinning chainsaw sword in his hand, and slashing at his hind legs. Buzz! The madly spinning chainsaw sword cut through Alduin's scales and skin and penetrated directly into his body. Feeling the intense pain, Alduin roared, and then swung his tail violently, knocking Duanmu Huai out. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand at the moment he flew out. And soon, Alduin saw several ghosts emerge from the air in front of him and rush towards him. But these ghosts only had time to survive for a moment under the sweep of his tail before they were immediately reduced to ashes. Foolish mortal. This trick has no effect on me. TSK. It really is useless. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai stood up from the ground and smacked his lips. He was not surprised by this. Almost all boss monsters were immune to instant death. Of course, this setting in the game must be to prevent players from relying too much on the dead spirits. However, In reality, the explanation is that the boss is more powerful, so it disdains the instant death attack of the dead spirits and directly resists it. But this does not mean that they cannot fight. In fact, Duanmu Huai is now sure that he will win. At the same time, Alduin also sensed something was wrong. He could feel his right leg gradually losing strength, just like his torn wing. At this moment, Alduin finally understood Duanmu Huai's idea. He was not like those other stupid dragon slayers, who simply wanted to kill the dragon. On the contrary, he just wanted to completely cut off his retreat. He has no wings to fly, and he can't run away on 3 legs. In this situation, Duanmu Huai can slowly wear himself to death, and it has no way to escape. At this moment, a trace of fear finally emerged from the depths of Alduin's heart. He stared at Duanmu Huai not far away. The ferocious and smug smile of the rabbit on the other's helmet made him look like a beast that was hunting and devouring the dragon. As long as he stopped, the beast would pounce on him and tear his flesh and soul into pieces. Go to H.L. At this moment, Alduin finally felt some uncontrollable fear. He opened his mouth and roared. Soon, violent dragon breath spurted out, blasting forward and instantly swallowed Duanmu Huai. Burned to ashes, unable to use the dragon roar, Alduin could only vent all his anger into the flames in front of him. He was sure that the damn human would not be able to escape unscathed. After all, his flames could melt even steel, so there was no way a mere human could. Call. The stream of flames dispersed to both sides. Duanmu Huai raised the chainsaw sword high, and cut the dragon's breath rushing towards him into 2, as if cutting through a flood. Then he raised his head, and the pair of bright red eyes on the helmet exuded a cold look at this moment, as if a hunter was about to attack his prey. Then, Duanmu Huai strode towards the dragon's breath and rushed towards Alduin. You damn! Seeing this, Alduin's body began to tremble, whether out of anger or fear. However, just as he was about to take action, suddenly, the surrounding bats flew again and came to Alduin's eyes, blocking his vision. For a moment, Alduin saw only countless bats flying in front of him, so that he could not see anything else. This was exactly Duanmu Huai's plan. Bambi was responsible for controlling the bats to disrupt Alduin's sight. Gulia used her identity as a dragonborn to launch a feint attack on Alduin to distract Alduin's attention. And Duanmu Huai took advantage of Alduin's gap to launch an attack. Anyway, the big lizard couldn't run or fly now, so it could only stay where it was and take the beating. At this moment, Alduin was extremely frustrated. If it weren't for Duanmu Huai's first move to destroy his roar, he would have 10,000 ways to deal with these stupid and arrogant mortals. However, now, his roar was completely sealed, and he couldn't send it out at all. And one of his wings and hind legs were also injured in an incurable way. Under this situation, Alduin didn't have many choices. Just like now, Alduin could feel that 2 auras were attacking him from both sides. But because of the bat's obstruction, he couldn't determine which side was the fatal attack. In desperation, Alduin had to flick his tail hard to block the left side, while his right claw grabbed to the right side. Immediately following, the piercing pain came from his right claw. Duanmu Huai took advantage of Alduin's claw swinging down and directly grasped the chainsaw sword, thrusting upwards with force, and pierced Alduin's right front claw completely. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Alduin, whose right claw was pierced by Duanmu Huai, immediately let out an angry cry of pain. He subconsciously raised his right claw, but at this moment, Alduin saw the bats in front of him suddenly dispersed. And then Duanmu Huai, holding the chainsaw sword, jumped down from his right claw, facing Alduin's forehead, and chopped down heavily. No! At this moment, Alduin finally roared in resignation. But he had no chance. The madly spinning chainsaw sword pierced directly into Alduin's head, turning his brain into a paste. At this moment, Alduin completely lost his life. His neck raised high shook in the air, and then fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Alduin's entire body began to burn and turned into a powerful force that wrapped around Duanmu Huai and Gulia. At the same time, a series of system prompts appeared in front of Duanmu Huai's eyes. You killed Alduin the World Eater. Activate the Destroyer ability to gain Strength +3, Constitution +2, Intelligence +1. Obtain the power of the Soul Card Dragon. Dragon Power Gold. Cost 6. When this card is on the field, You can discard a card in your hand and choose a minion with a cost of 3 or less to transform into a flying dragon. Flying dragon, bronze. Cost, 5. Attack, 5. Defense, 5. Very good. Seeing this card, Duanmu clenched his fists excitedly. This is a sure win. Chapter 178, Kill them all. I have to say that for Duanmu, the harvest this time was really good. First, the special effects of Doom were activated for the first time, which was pretty good. 3 points of strength, 2 points of constitution, 1 point of intelligence, and 6 attribute tips were obtained at once. Considering that you can only get 1 attribute point every time you level up twice, this is already a pretty good reward. However, it can also be seen here that the Destroyer is actually a profession that specializes in dealing with bosses with powerful attributes. Because if you want to maximize the benefits of this profession, you obviously have to deal with those powerful guys. On the contrary, no matter how many ordinary minions you kill, it is difficult to gain benefits. In addition, the card Dragon Power is also quite useful. To be honest, as Duanmu's level increased, and the level of the enemies he faced increased, the puppet army basically had no effect. Now Duanmu rarely summoned the puppet army in battle, and at most used it as material for transforming undead or holy cavalry. However, paladins and undead are only useful in certain situations. They are not very meaningful when facing enemies like Alduin. But being able to transform into a flying dragon is another matter. Duanmu experimented and found that the flying dragon transformed from the puppet was basically the same as the one he and Gulia had encountered outside of Whiterun before. It could fly and breathe fire, but it had no special abilities and could not roar. But for most enemies, seeing a giant dragon army breathing fire on the battlefield was scary enough. In addition, Gulia also benefited a lot. The best reward is that she has learned all the dragon shouts. That's right. As a dragonborn, Gulia absorbed the dragon soul of Alduin and also gained the knowledge it possessed, and thus learned how to use all dragon shouts. After asking Gulia to demonstrate it once, Duanmu realized how terrifying the power of these dragon roars was. These dragon roars are almost all-encompassing and can be said to include a variety of effects. For example, he could control animals, sense life, and even turn bad weather into sunny weather, summon powerful whirlwinds, freeze everything, and the meteor shower they had witnessed in Helgen before, forcibly disarm the enemy's weapons, and even delay time and revive dead dragons. Well, now it seems that most of Alduin's power is in the dragon roar. If Duanmu hadn't sealed his roar in advance, this guy would probably be even more difficult to deal with. However, Gulia's favorite dragon roar is Dragon Soul Awakening, which is a dragon roar that can awaken the dragon soul in her body and give her the power of a dragon. However, perhaps because Gulia is a dragon person, after she used this dragon roar, Gulia actually turned into a pitch-black dragon. I have to say, this also scared Duanmu. However, after a careful study, everyone realized that it was not that Gulia really turned into a dragon, but that she was a bit like Faline, extending her magic power outside her body and temporarily forming the form of a dragon, while her true body was still a dragon man. For example, Faline summoned condensed ice, and then formed a huge ice dragon to wrap herself in it to fight. Gulia's current Dragon Soul Awakening is also similar to this principle, although it can only last for a period of time. Gulia seems very happy. After all, she is the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, and that country is full of dragons. Gulia is a dragon person, so it will be a bit hard. Of course, according to Duanmu, this is actually safer than turning into a giant dragon. In this way, even if the opponent blinds the dragon's eyes or causes damage, it will not affect the person himself. After all, the larger the size, the bigger the target. Gulia was very excited to obtain the power of the dragon soul. She experimented with the Dragon Soul Awakening several times in succession. Later, she found that if she was not fighting, she could probably maintain the form of a dragon for 2 to 3 hours. But once she started fighting, the time would be greatly reduced. It seemed that it was because magic power would be consumed in the battle, so it was difficult to maintain the dragon form. Not only that, after killing Alduin, Gulia also learned the location of Fafnir. As Duanmu expected, Fafnir's soul ran to this continent and found Alduin, and the two sides reached an agreement. Alduin would go to Manalia after devouring this continent. However, Alduin obviously did not like Fafnir, a traitor, and imprisoned his soul in the artifact crystal of the dragon worship cult. There was no need to ask any more questions. Having already learned the location of the dragon worship cult, Duan Mu Huai immediately notified An and Lorena and asked them to gather. Fortunately, the dragon cult's lair is not too far away, and Lorena said that in fact she has tracked down clues about the dragon cult and it is nearby. Soon, everyone agreed to gather outside the dragon cult's lair, and then rush in at once to kill Fafnir, the traitor who betrayed his hometown. Lorena and An were both very fast, and when Duan Mu Huai arrived, they were already waiting there. Ah, my Lord Knight. Mr. Knight. Seeing Duan Mu Huai appear, the girls waved to him hurriedly, but soon they felt a little doubtful about the scene before them. Where did this dragon come from? That's right, because the Night Crow Blackstar was destroyed by Alduin. Duan Mu Huai and Bambi came here riding on Gulia, who had transformed into a giant dragon. No, it should be said that Gulia insisted that they sit on her body. It seems that she is really excited about being able to transform into a dragon. Haha. You guys know this dragon too. Hey! Do we know each other too? That's right. Duan Mu Huai jumped down from the giant dragon and made a gesture. The girls were surprised to see the body of the giant dragon in front of them quickly turn into mist. And then Gulia walked out of it. Wow! Gulia, seeing this scene, and jumped up excitedly, ran over and hugged Gulia. Amazing! When did you learn how to turn into a dragon? It was all thanks to Mr. Knight that I was able to master some of it. Facing An, Gulia also smiled. Obviously, she couldn't wait to show her new abilities to An. Is this child Bambi? Hello. At this time, Lorena also came to Bambi and greeted her with a smile. They also knew of Bambi's existence, but this was the first time they met her. Chatting between girls is always very lively, and it took a long time for it to calm down. At this time, Duan Mu Huai finally began to ask about the situation on both sides. There's not much to say about An, apart from studying magic and occasionally going out on adventures. She spends most of her time reading books in the library of the College of Winterhold with Ogus. As for Lorena, everything was normal. Although they encountered bandits and wild beasts on the way, they were not in any danger under the protection of Sahalo. As for the contact with the 9 holy spirits, according to Lorena, most of the gods were kind. Although sometimes they would give them some difficult problems to solve, they would not deliberately make things difficult. At least for the 9 holy spirits, they were just protecting the empire. As long as the Templars did not cause any harm to the empire, the 9 holy spirits would not have any hostility towards them. As for the situation of the dragon cult, Lorena also explained it to Duan Mu Huai. According to Lorena's investigation, the dragon cult is a sect that worships Alduin, the world devourer. They believe that the world will be destroyed sooner or later, so they believe in Alduin who destroys the world. To be honest, whether it is in movies and TV or in game animations, Duan Mu Huai cannot understand how these idiots think. You say that if you want to be like Catholicism, believing in God can also occupy a place at the Last Judgment, then it can at least be considered coerced. But what is the logic behind your joyful desire for the world to be destroyed along with yourself? 1 or 2 such anti-human and anti-socialist people are understandable, as every race has a few weirdos. But it is hard to understand why there are so many mentally retarded people like this. In short, apart from this, according to Lorena's investigation conclusion, this group of people are just ordinary bandits who rob and loot. Then, you're welcome. Gulia, I leave it to you. After Duan Mu Huai made the decision, he also spoke to Gulia, who nodded and looked at the mountain in front of them. This was the lair of the dragon worship cult. From the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain, there were their buildings and altars everywhere. Of course, if you ignore this background, Duan Mu Huai felt that this was no different from those evil cults in the martial arts world who occupied the mountains and became kings. Yes, Mr. Knight. Perhaps because she was very excited after awakening the dragon soul, Gulia did not refuse. She stared at the dragon worship cult's camp halfway up the mountain, then opened her mouth and took a deep breath. Vosvoda, along with a thunderous dragon roar coming out of Gulia's mouth. The next moment, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The dark clouds swirled to form a huge vortex, and then countless meteors fell from the sky and crashed into the camp of the dragon-worshipping cult, immediately causing a fire and screams. Wow! So awesome! So awesome! So awesome. Gulia is so awesome. Seeing this, and clapped his hands vigorously, and was about to jump up with excitement, while Duanmu Huai tightly gripped the hammer and looked forward. Okay. Let's go! Then he gave the order decisively. Chapter 179 Invasion Plan. It didn't take much effort for everyone to destroy Fafnir. The followers of the dragon-worshipping cult were basically vulnerable. As for Fafnir, who was sealed in the crystal, he was even more helpless. Although it could not be absorbed by Gulia, if it could be absorbed, Duanmu Huai would have absorbed it before he killed it. But Duanmu Huai was not completely unable to deal with it. Just ask the Angel of Clear Sky to take action. Sahil did not refuse this. After all, she came here for this. Along with screams, Fafnir completely dissipated under the starlight bombardment of the Angel of Clear Sky, which also meant that the evil dragon had completely disappeared and would no longer be able to cause trouble. With Fafnir's complete disappearance, the girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. After completely destroying the cult of the dragon, they returned to the hotel in the city again, planning to have a good rest, and taking advantage of this opportunity, and also ran to Gulia and hugged her arms. Gulia. How is it? What? Gulia was a little surprised to hear Anne's inexplicable question, while Anne curled his lips and glanced at Duanmu Huai, who was chatting with Ajis. That's Mr. Knight. You've been together for so many days. Do you have any thoughts? Hearing Anne's explicit suggestion, Gulia's pretty face suddenly blushed. Then she looked at Anne and asked back, What about you? Me? I think Mr. Knight is very good. Although he looks a little fierce, he gives people a lot of sense of security. No matter what happens, he will rush to the front and will not forget to care about you. I think Mr. Knight is very good. Of course, his current armor is also very cute. At the end, and couldn't help but chuckle. Gulia also agreed with Anne's evaluation. During the time she followed Duanmu Huai, she also found that Duanmu Huai was not the kind of person who would be particularly gentle and affectionate to others. In short, he had nothing to do with the gentle and handsome Prince Charming the girls dreamed of. But it's not right to say that Duanmu Huai is a careless person. He does take good care of himself. But he just doesn't say it. To give an example, if she was thirsty, Duanmu Huai would not ask her if she wanted water, but would just put a glass of water in front of her, as if it was a normal thing. Gulia also saw how he took care of Bambi. If she had a child in the future, she could imagine that Mr. Knight would also take good care of his child in this way. What was she thinking? Thinking of this, Gulia's face suddenly turned red, and she shook her head vigorously. Although Duanmu Huai is indeed very good. But, I'm just a little scared. Fear? Well, Mr. Knight, speaking here? Gulia looked at Duanmu Huai a little timidly, and then whispered to him. He seems to care more about humans. This scares me a little. That's right. If Gulia was worried deep down, she was definitely worried. She had witnessed how Duanmu Huai attacked the Thamar elves. Frankly speaking, although the Thamar elves were wrong, Duanmu Huai's ruthless attitude towards aliens really made Gulia very worried. And is the princess of the human empire. She may not think that Duanmu Huai's attitude is wrong. But Gulia is different. She is a dragon. Her identity is sensitive. And she is even more sensitive to race. Therefore, she placed human beings first in Duanmu Huai. But it is obviously not very suitable for other races. Really? But the ones that Mr. Knight is dealing with are also those races that are not very friendly to humans. That's right. But, after hearing Anne's answer, Gulia sighed silently. Just like Anne said, Duanmu Huai's targets are basically races that are unfriendly to humans. In other words, as long as the race poses a threat to humans, he will attack them? What about Regnus's dragon? Thinking of this, Gulia remembered what Duanmu Huai looked like he was talking about his conversation. He told himself bluntly that he never allowed Reagnus to threaten humans. But, Gulia also knew that even she and her father could not restrain all the dragons in Regnice. Not to mention the conservatives, who might find a way to take action at any time to try to regain the ruling status of the dragons. In this case, there is only, I see, Anne. Gulia made up her mind and looked at her friend. I decided to marry Mr. Cavaliers and become his wife. I will be a good wife. And was stunned by Gulia's answer. She had only wanted to ask about her friend's relationship with Duanmu Huai. But after just a few words, Gulia had already decided to marry Duanmu Huai. From her appearance, She didn't seem particularly shy or happy. Why is this? Looking at Gulia. And Yi's question mark. He didn't understand what his friend was thinking. On the contrary, Gulia had secretly made up her mind at this moment. The reason why she made this decision was not because of any girlish sentimentality. On the contrary, Gulia just hoped that if she married Duanmu, once the dragons of Regnus caused any trouble in the future, she hoped that Duanmu would consider her face and not kill Regnus, just like he planned to do to the Thalmor elves, and naturally didn't know what her good friend was thinking. But when she looked at Gulia, she was also confused. Could it be that something happened between Mr. Knight and her? Could it be that Mr. Knight forced himself on her? No. 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 Gulia is very powerful, and ordinary people can't beat her. However, after looking at Duanmu's 2.5-meter tall figure, and suddenly became unsure. Ordinary people can't beat him. But it's hard to say whether Duanmu can beat him. But, no way. Alright. Just when Hu was letting himself go with his wild thoughts, Duanmu's voice suddenly came. He clapped his hands and signaled everyone to look at him. Next, I have something very important to say. What's up? Hearing Duanmu's words, everyone became curious and hurried to sit next to Duanmu. They were in a hotel. But this hotel had been booked by Duanmu, so they didn't have to worry about any outsiders disturbing them. Originally, they just planned to celebrate a little after destroying Fafnir. But now it seems that Duanmu seems to have other things to do. Our mission here has basically been accomplished. Duanmu showed that the Italian family sat well, and then stared at the crowd and said, but next, I have 2 more things to deal with. One of them, I need you to help, depending on whether you want. One of the 2 things is the Thalmor elves, which Duanmu can handle by himself. It's a small matter. It's another thing. I'm going to kill a demon. As soon as Duanmu's words fell, everyone didn't speak anymore. They had been on this continent for more than a day or 2, and they all knew what the demon god was. Although the demon god was not one of the 9 holy spirits. Strictly speaking, it was similar to the 9 holy spirits, and there were many sects that believed in it. Duanmu came up and said he wanted to kill a demon god. This made the girls a little confused. Why is this? Sir Knight? Lorena was the first to ask in confusion. As a missionary priest, she had studied these religious things and knew that there were good demons and bad demons. But Duanmu didn't have any grudges with him. Did he? Bambi. Duanmu waved his hand. And soon Bambi came trotting over and jumped into Duanmu's arms like a kitten. Duanmu reached out and gently touched Bambi's little head. I think you all know about this little guy. This? Looking at Bambi, the girls nodded. Duanmu had already told them about Bambi through telepathy, and they also knew the past of this little guy. In fact, the demon who instigated those people to attack the vampire kingdom was Molag Bal. Not only that, after investigation, I learned that the souls of the vampires in the vampire kingdom at that time are now imprisoned in Molag Bal's annihilation domain. Why? Hearing this, Bambi looked up in surprise and looked at Duanmu in disbelief. Is this true? Dependence? It shouldn't be false. That guy told me so himself. Duanmu nodded, and then he looked at everyone seriously. So, I plan to enter Molag Bal's oblivion realm, kill this bastard, and free the souls enslaved by him. What do you think of helping Bambi get revenge? Hearing Duanmu's question, the girls began to think. And Sue? Lorena spoke. Molag Bal, the Soul Reaper. I remember it was designated as one of the 4 corners of disaster. It is a very cruel demon god, and it is my duty to deal with such an enemy. The field of annihilation. I haven't been there yet. It seems similar to H.L. And then blinked, and said curiously, and Duanmu nodded. That's right. We didn't make it last time. Do you want to go with us this time? Go. 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 You must go. Hearing this, and immediately raised her hand excitedly. When Duanmu was on an advanced career mission before, and wanted to go to H.L. with him. But at that time because the mission required Duanmu to complete it alone, and did not go. Now that there is such an opportunity, she will definitely not let it go. However, only a few of us have to deal with a demon and go to its field. Isn't it too dangerous? Gulia asked this question in confusion, and Duanmu shook his head. Of course there are more than just us. I will have all the night guards come, and I will also recruit some guardians. Want to make it so big? Hearing this, everyone was completely stunned. They originally thought that Duanmu would do the same as before, and just lead a team of adventurers to go deep into the enemy camp and then use decapitation tactics. They didn't expect that Duanmu was going to start a head-on battle. Duanmu naturally had his own reasons. This time he chose this demon god. On the one hand to help Bambi get revenge, and on the other hand to train his troops. After all, as an inquisitor, he would go to the territory of the chaos god of the subspace to fight against the other party. So he naturally couldn't go alone to die. Now that there was a demon god, he would use it to practice and let his troops get familiar with how to fight these things. I see. However, what Duanmu didn't expect was that Sahalo, who had been silent next to him, also said this time, I will also return to heaven. Take a team of people and join the battle together. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu's eyes lit up. This, naturally, it couldn't be better. Chapter 180 Simple and Brutal. On this continent, the myth of creation goes like this. According to records, this universe was the result of a dream by a thing called God's Head. And then the universe was born. As for what goes to God's Head, it is only God. Maybe it's a gaming company. Then, from the world emerged Anu, the god representing eternity, and Padme, the god representing change. Then Anu and Padme each split out a group of gods. The gods on Anu's side were basically the beautiful gods like the 9 saints that everyone believes in now, while the gods split out by Padme were those evil and crazy demons. In fact, the religious beliefs on the novice planet are similar. For example, the gods of law believed in by the empire of that world represent unchanging eternity, while the chaos gods represent change. Of course, players disdain this kind of idiotic dualism. Permanence is not necessarily good, and change is not necessarily bad. It's nonsense to bring up the question of which side you are on. Like all creation myths, according to the myths and legends of this world, the gods of this world created the world, created human beings, and created all things. But to be honest, according to the views of the players who hang out in the main plane, the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg, is worth pondering. Just like the chaos god, the subspace has no concept of time. So when the chaos god appears, it exists in the past, present, and future of the subspace. But according to the timeline of the main plane, the birth of the chaos god actually has a time point. And before this time point, they do not exist. Therefore, according to the players, almost all gods actually come from human beliefs. Human beings first created faith, and then they were born of the gods. However, because the logic in mythology is self-consistent, the gods have always existed in the eyes of human beings. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will find that all creation myths contain a contradiction. It's just like a ghost story. You tell a ghost story about a friend who got on a ghost bus and didn't get off, then found out the bus was full of ghosts and was taken to H.L. What he said was vivid and realistic. So here comes the question. Your friends are dead. How do you know this story? Did you make it up? Or did your friend come back to life and tell you the story? The same is true for creation myths. God created the world and described it in such detail. Who wrote this myth? And why did he write it in such detail? According to mythology, gods created the sun and the moon, created the stars, created life, and finally created humans. So how do humans know so much? Could it be that the gods stayed here specifically to brag and tell stories to you? So free? Therefore, according to the views of the players in the main universe, all the gods, regardless of whether they are good or bad, are born by the beliefs of smart creatures. And then, like the chaos evil gods, when they are born, they occupy the past status from the past, and now in the future. That is to say, in the past, gods did not exist, but there was probably some kind of power in the world. In order to explain this existence, people created gods belonging to this power. So gods were linked to this quantity. To give an example, it's like rain. In the past, the weather was dry and everyone prayed for rain. And then it rained heavily. So where did the heavy rain come from? So everyone thought that it must be the Dragon King who sent the rain. So they began to thank the Dragon King. And thus the belief that the Dragon King was the water god was born. So under this belief, the Dragon King, responsible for Buyu, was really created, perfectly in line with the logic of human belief. Therefore, humans also pushed them. It is believed that the previous heavy rain was also done by the Dragon King. Thus, a closed loop of faith was born. The birth of a certain phenomenon equals people create a belief to explain this phenomenon equals belief creates a god, who masters this phenomenon equals the god, who masters this phenomenon proves the correctness of the belief. Self-verification. Perfect closed loop. No flaws. Therefore, to a religious person like Lorena, the demon may seem terrifying. But to an inquisitor like Duanmu, who knows the rules of the universe well, no matter how awesome the demon brags about himself, or how powerful he is written in the law code, he is ultimately just a thing created by faith. In terms of Duanmu, the magic god of this world is actually equivalent to the weakened version of the chaos and evil gods. But, Sir Knight, how do you plan to enter the Oblivion realm? Yes, in Lorena's view, this is the most important issue. According to the classics I have read, there was once a devil named Aegean tried to open the door to invade the world. But this is not an easy thing. Rest assured, this is not difficult. Duanmu was well prepared. I have a statue of a Morat. As long as there are enough spiritual energy, I can open the door of the same field. That's right. As an inquisitor, Duanmu is of course familiar with various ways to open the subspace gate. In the final analysis, whether it is a ceremony, a sacrifice, or any other method, the means of opening the subspace gate itself is very simple. To put it bluntly, it is to use sufficiently powerful psychic power to distort and blur the boundary between the real world and the subspace. And then you can go to the subspace. It's that simple. It's just because the subspace is infinite, so it is the most difficult to find the right path from it. But as long as there are idols, this problem can be solved. The idols in this world will really give believers blessings. That is, the statue of the Holy Spirit and the demon in this world is actually equivalent to their window to the Lord world. Let's put it this way. These statues are more like the sales windows of the demons. The believers offer their rewards, and then they throw a little reward in return. So what does Duanmu plan to do? It's very simple, straightforward and crude. Just dismantle it. It's like a robber breaking into a house. He doesn't have as many tricks as a thief. He just dismantles the security net, smashes the window, breaks the wall directly, and then rushes in. Lao Tzu is here to rob. Who is playing with you? Okay. Are you guys ready too? Duanmu came back to his senses and looked at the people standing behind him. The ones next to Duanmu at the moment were naturally Ojas, followed by Bambi, and Gulia, Lorena and Odile. Not far away was the angel army led by Saharil. I have to say that this angel legion is still quite like. It is naturally a clear angel in Sahal, who stands at the front, and is mainly divided into 3 columns behind her, as well as long pink hair, an axe and shield. The shining angels wearing white armor. There are also healing angels dressed in very cool clothes. These 3 types of angels are the main force in the battle. In addition, at the front of the team there is the petite and cute jingle angel holding 2 golden bells, the proclamation angel holding a medium-sized bell, and the angel of good news who is responsible for singing hymns. Of course, Duanmu also investigated the information of these angels. I have to say that the attacks of these angels are not very high, except for the leading angels like Sahil. The basic attributes of other angel warriors are 4 defense 4. If you want to say high, it is not particularly powerful. However, although the number of these angel legions is not large, only more than 300 people, they focus on protection and assistance, and it is naturally better to protect the army. For example, Aurora Angel can obtain +3/+3 through Angel's protection, and ignore the opponent's ability to run through the attack. Shining Angel can grant all servants a +1/+0 effect through Spear of the Battle Maiden. In addition, Jingle Angel, Proclamation Angel, and Good News Angel can also activate Heavenly Music to give all combat units +3 defense. The Healing Angel can restore and heal injured units through Angel's Grace. Although the combat effectiveness of these angels is not very strong, their auxiliary ability is very strong, and they are all overall auxiliary. In fact, this is what Duanmu lacks the most at the moment. Originally Duanmu was wondering whether a god would come from heaven to supervise the army. But Sahil said that considering that this was an attack on the demons from another continent, if heaven sent a god over, it would be equivalent to officially declaring war on the demons here. So it would be better to keep a low profile. This army of angels would be regarded as a gift to Duan Muhuai. That's right. It's a gift. It can be seen that this paradise is quite atmospheric. And for Duan Muhuai, this is also a good thing. At least he can take the angel out. He won't be regarded as a necromancer. Right? No problem. I can't wait for a long time. Mr. Cavaliers. And excitement jumped and jumped. Last time, she did not follow Duan Muhuai to become H.L. She was very itchy, seeing that she could finally go to the field of annihilation at this moment. She was naturally anxious. Of course, others will not say anything. Blim naturally expects to meet with her own people. As for Adai, she is just a maid now. Duan Muhuai will let her go to the ground. She can't question her. She can only go where she went. Well, let's get started. Duan Muhuai picked up the statue of Morag and took a few steps forward. And then he clenched the statue and poured Lingning quickly into it. Soon, under the spirit of Duan Muhuai, he saw that the statue of Morag in his hand began to tremble gradually, exuding a dark red light. At the same time, the surrounding environment became dull, and even a burst of cold wind passed. At the same time, there was a roar like the undead. Boom! The next moment, the statue in Duan Muhuai's hand suddenly shattered. And then an oval, dark red space portal appeared out of thin air in front of him. At the same time, accompanied by a roar, a tall, scaly monster rushed out from inside, opened its bloody mouth, gritted its teeth at Duan Muhuai, and was directly pushed back by Duan Muhuai's head. Okay, let's go!